Jaka Vilarayan I. Well? How went your day? Asked his mother, her face lined and tired looking, her eyes haunted looking as they had been ever since the day that she had learned of the death of his younger brother Lucius. They were in his mother's solar, the former fool mushroom was present, as was Maester Gerardis, ever since what some were calling the sowing of the seeds Jaka had found himself interrogated nightly by one, two, or all three of the people before him. And the topic of conversation was not just their new dragon riders, though it was often mostly what they discussed. His duties as Prince of Dragonstone were also always discussed. War or no war, he was the prince of the ancestral seat of House Targaryen and he had the rights and duties attendant with that upon his shoulders. Wider issues of the war were always also discussed. There were war councils during the day, but his mother always insisted on meeting with him every evening no matter if she attended the councils herself during the day. Lord Corlys was somewhat out of favour at the moment after the death of his wife at Rook's Rest and Jaka had been working hard to bring the Lord of Hightide back into the fold, seeking to placate his mother so that he could offer the wily old sea snake the position of hand to the queen. His mother was still fragile since the death of Lucius, prone to bouts of melancholy and fits of black, terrible rage. Unvoiced out loud but a constant refrain in his mind was that he did not think his mother was in any fit state to rule. Though he was distrustful of Lord Daemon her husband, indeed he would not put it past the Lord Protector of the realm to murder him and Joffrey to place his half-brother on the throne. In his darker moments Jaka only thought himself safe from an assassin's blade from his good father because he was betrothed to Princess Baela, his stepsister, and Daemon's daughter by Lady Laena Velaryon. He shrugged his shoulders. Dragonstone suffers from the lack of trade, its traditional role as an entrepot for King's Landing is obviously no longer viable, the merchants complain and grieve their loss of earnings. The harvest has been brought in, mostly, and it is reasonably good, enough to feed the island for several moons at least, should we be besieged. Arrangements are still being made to ship my younger half-brothers to Pentos, a Pentoshi cog, the gay abandon is being readied to take them there, she will hopefully depart within the next few days. And your new dragon riders? Asked Maester Gerardis, his mother and the former fool staying silent, but he felt their eyes on him. Nettles is as wild and difficult as ever, she rarely even resides in the castle, she prefers to spend all her time with Sheep Stealer. ULF the White spends most of his time drunk, whoring or gambling, and little if any aloft on Silverwing. He will be a problem, commented the dwarfish ex-fool, who had cast aside his motley for somber blacks, and who seemed to have his mother's ear. Jaka had come to suspect that the fool was no fool at all and was probably possessed of a finer intelligence than many knights and lords that he knew. When nobody gainsaid or supported Mushroom, Jaka continued. Adam of Hull and Hugh are inseparable, they train diligently with the knights and squires every morn, and spend most afternoons aloft on their mounts, in what look to be mock duels. Both are courteous and do not cause much in the way of trouble, Hugh in particular seems to be most reserved and withdrawn. It is interesting, your grace, Gerardis remarked. Hugh was a troublemaker and something of a problem before he claimed Vermithor. He had even spent some time in the Dragonstone jail for drunken behavior and fighting. And yet he seems a changed man after the former king's dragon condescended to be ridden by him, he often spends an hour or two in the library reading. He in no way acts the way he previously did, and no longer associates with the small folk at all. He has scarce left the environs of the castle, except on Dragonback. Some of his former associates asked for permission to see him, and he refused them, even going so far as to scorn them. And he knows his letter and numbers, does he not? Asked Mushroom, Jaka noticing for the first time a very large goblet of wine in the dwarf's hands, for the gloom of his mother's solar was deep. Another thing that she had taken to in her mourning of Lucius was to scorn light, be it sunlight or candlelight. He does, replied the maester, though where he learned this he refuses to say. He is as proficient as a highborn of his age, and it is unusual as letters and numbers are not normally required for the art of blacksmithing. Before any further conversation ensued, there was a knock at the door and a guard entered. Forgive the intrusion, your graces, but, Hugh the dragon rider requests admittance to your presence. Speak of a man and he cometh, quipped Mushroom, Sato voiced while his mother waved her hand to indicate that the former blacksmith could be admitted into their presence. In the low light Jaka studied the dragon seed carefully. He had the coloring of his mother, the classical silver gold hair and fair skin of the blood of old Valeria, along with purple-colored eyes. He was tall, very tall. Hugh was probably the tallest man on the island, with broad shoulders and a deep chest, along with arms thickly corded with muscle. He was dressed in rather plain black garb, of good enough quality but not ostentatious. He had surrendered his sword belt to one of the other guards as he had entered the room. As was his wont, Hugh took to one knee before his mother and declared, my queen. What is it that you want, Hugh? His mother asked, not indicating that he could rise, an insult Jaka thought. No matter Hugh's lowly birth, he rode a dragon and had pledged to fight for them against the pretender. Do you have dreams, your grace? The man asked, his face rent by confusion and fear. Dreams? Why, of course I have dreams. Why do you ask? His mother replied, her tone he likened to that she had often used when he and his brothers had been very young. No, your grace, not dreams, dreams. Dreams? I am not sure of your meaning, Hugh. Maester Gerardis. His mother responded, Jacaerys noting that his mother's tone indicated that she had lost her patience already. Dreams, your grace, dreams where you can see everything as if it is right there before you, so clear you can almost reach out and touch them. Dreams of things that have not yet happened, of things that might happen, of terrible, terrible things that must not happen. There was silence for a few seconds before Maester Gerardis spoke. Dreams of the future, Hugh? How do you know they are dreams of the future, lad? I have seen the three daughters sack Driftmark, take Prince Viserys hostage, of their fleet bearing down on us, 90 ships called forth by the enemies of the Queen. I have seen it in my dreams. But how would they take Prince Viserys if they sack Driftmark? Asked the Maester, his voice probing gently. The prince and his brother were sailing to Pentos on a ship. Prince Aegon, he escapes on his dragon back to Dragonstone to warn us, but his dragon is mortally wounded. Dragon dreams? Whispered his mother. I believe that Hugh may be having dragon dreams. You cannot be seriously thinking of acting upon the lad's dreams? Asked Maester Gerardis, his voice rising in pitch and scorn. It would harm us none if we sent the dragons out scouting out into the narrow sea. Lord Valerian's ships patrol to ensure that King's Landing is blockaded. They are not well disposed to fend off an attack from their rear, Jacaerys quickly noted, making sure to speak before his mother could. So long as Dragonstone is not left vulnerable, no, it would not, his mother replied, her eyes meeting his with a brief flash of love before she returned her gaze to the kneeling form of Hugh. It may very well be that you are indeed having dragon dreams, and I am not as quick to dismiss them as Maester Gerardis is, for our family only survived the doom due to such dreams. My son, the Prince of Dragonstone will see to the patrols that you and your other new dragon riders will fly. Hopefully these dreams of yours are not but the imaginations of a sleeping mind, but if they are not, then we shall be forewarned of our enemy's approach. With that his mother gave a dismissive wave of her hand and Hugh stood up and left the room, none of the occupants seeing the slightest of smiles flicker briefly on his lips. Adam Velier and I. Adam of Hull listened intently to the conversation. The dragon seeds and the prince were gathered in a large room. Upon a huge table was spread a map of Dragonstone and its environs, showing all of Blackwater Bay, Driftmark, the Gullet and the seas all the way to Claw Isle and the tip of Cracklaw Point and south as far as Massey's Hook. Ulf the White seemed barely interested in what was happening, and he stank of wine. Nettle seemed only slightly distracted, but at least she did not stink of wine. The girl stank of a lack of washing and of smoke, but Adam did not really mind if he was honest. He had smelt worse in the years he had spent ashore in the shipyards and at sea on his mother's ships. Lord Corlys, Hand of the Queen and Hugh were in an animated conversation about where the fleet of the three daughters might be and how best for the dragons to search the seas for them. His grandfather and the former blacksmith were discussing tides, winds and sailing times, based on a number of scenarios, ranging from where the fleet departed from, when it departed and what its composition was. The word had already gone out to the Valyrian fleet to alter its disposition to prepare to receive an attack from seawards. The ships should be fully redeployed in a day or two. Any trade ships docking in Driftmark or Dragonstone were being questioned if they had seen the fleet of the three daughters, but so far nothing had been seen, or the ship's officers and crews were lying. Adam thought this unlikely. The crews had been pressed with coin and drink in the shoreside taverns and brothels, and they were all of the same story. They had not come across a fleet of warships in their travels through the narrow sea. I have done some calculations, Hugh said, showing the Hand of the Queen a piece of parchment. If you calculate how far one can see on dragon back at certain heights, on how fast a dragon can fly easily without trying the beast and exhausting it unduly, and on the size of the seas we have to search, you can work our roughly a flight plan to ensure that we catch the fleet of the three daughters before they can surprise us. Lord Corlys took the parchment from the bastard blacksmith, now the rider of the largest dragon apart from that of Lord Daemon, and scanned it. His grandfather, who was lobbying for his and his brother's legitimization as a Valyrian, scanned the parchment, and Adam saw his lips move several times as he read and reread what was written on the paper. I may be no maester, lad, but I cannot fault your reasoning. The only thing I would say is that it leaves us precious little warning time, a few hours at best. We could extend the search, but then we would leave gaps in our coverage, through which the fleet of the three daughters could slip through. Prince Jacaerys held out his hand and Lord Corlys passed the paper over to him, the prince's brows furrowing as he read what was upon the paper before him. After a few minutes the prince spoke. I don't pretend to fully understand this either, but if Lord Corlys is happy with it, I see no reason why we should not follow Hugh's plan. Lord Corlys nodded at this. The prince looked at each of them in turn. Nobody gainsaid the prince, so the plan was accepted. Hugh? Asked the prince, nodding to the silver-haired giant, who towered over everyone. Adam barely came up to the underside of Hugh's chest. Despite this he counted himself lucky in Hugh being one of his fellow dragon riders. The man was rough and ready, it was true, but he was courteous enough, and he had defended Adam when they had first started to spar in the yards every morning. Some of squires and knights had been none too happy with them joining, despite the instructions from the prince that they were to be trained at arms. Though Hugh knew even less than him when it came to arms, he at least having had some training with cutlasses and the like from his time aboard ship, the giant was ferocious if roused to anger. Totally unskilled and wild, but his strength and speed were a thing to behold, as was his penchant for fighting dirty as he called it. And the giant seemed to shrug off taunts and insults to his own person, answering them only in sparring, where he defeated anyone who insulted him. He defeated them not with skill or finesse, nor with any great feats of daring and blade work. No, for the ex-blacksmith pummeled anyone who spoke ill or insulting of him to within an inch of their life in the yard. Several household knights had limped away with broken limbs, a squire had been dispatched to the embrace of the stranger with a smashed skull. And when several attempts had been made outside the yard on Hugh's life, he had again bested all comers, though at the cost of several scars and wounds. The former blacksmith had taken to wearing scale mail at all times and never going anywhere unarmed. Now he was rarely seen without an escort of at least 4 men at arms. The ringleaders of the last attempt on his life had been fed to Vermithor on the orders of the Queen. After that there were no more insults hurled at the dragon rider, sly or open, and any grumbling about him and Adam's presence in the yard disappeared. Ulf the White, the other dragon rider, never appeared in the yards, preferring to sleep off his nightly drunkenness, and Nettles also never graced the yard with her presence. Adam loved the yard if he was honest, not as much as he loved riding his dragon Smoke, but still, and his grandfather oft came to see him spar. His small size had been laughed at and he had been discounted at first, but his speed and agility, coupled with his knowledge of a cutlass, made him fast become one of the better of the squires. Hugh and he often sparred, the giant wielding a sword instead of his preferred mace for these bouts, and the giant always laughed and joked with him afterwards, always complimenting him on his footwork and speed. Hugh was a strange man, Adam reflected, a commoner, an ex-blacksmith, who had apparently been something of a wastrel and a drunkard before he had mounted Vermithor. This seemed to have changed the man completely, and for the better if the tales of his past was to be believed. But Adam liked him, he radiated an easy charm and calmness, and he was not loud or boisterous, which Adam hated in others. Hugh was a good dragon rider, and like his training at arms he worked hard to improve, flying almost every day on Vermithor, twisting and diving, climbing and turning above the castle. Adam had taken to joining him on Smoke, Hugh explaining him that he was trying to practice what dragon-on-dragon combat would be like. There was surprisingly little written on that subject in the great library in Dragonstone, Adam had been told by Hugh, and so the former small folk was trying to learn this for himself. The prince sometimes joined them in their aerial displays when his duties allowed him, and they oft had long discussions afterwards about the subject of dragon combat, both against enemies on the ground, and against other dragons in the air. Hugh had proposed that the key to what he called air-to-air combat was energy, or speed. And that as height could be traded for speed, height was also vital. He practiced what he called boom and zoom tactics on Vermithor, but cautioned that this was best suited to bigger dragons, smaller dragons were better suited to what he called turning and burning. Adam found these conversation fascinating, as did the prince, who oft remarked wistfully that his grandmother Princess Rennis would have loved these conversations also. Hugh always remarked that he would have loved to have met Princess Rennis and talked dragons with her. Dragging his mind back to the present, Adam found that the talk had turned to potential tactics to use against the ships of the 3 daughters. Here Lord Valerian shared what he knew of the composition of the fleets of Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys, how many galleys and of what numbers of oars they had, how many scorpions each could hold and how many troops for boarding, etc. Though this number was more relevant in terms of archers than ordinary soldiers, Hugh in particular being very concerned on this matter, long had he been keen to point out that dragons were not invincible, that the Dornish had felled Meraxes with a scorpion bolt. He was even more insistent that the 3 daughters had recently clashed with Prince Daemon and Caraxes in the Stepstones, and thus they would be well equipped to fight dragons. Ulf had scoffed at Hugh's expressed caution, calling him craven, at which Adam had been sure Hugh would have set upon the drunken fool and beat him to death, such was the anger and rage boiling off Hugh. Lord Valerian had commanded Ulf to hold his tongue until he had something constructive to say, chastised the man for contributing nothing so far and commanded him to listen and obey the commands of Hugh. The former man-at-arms bristled at this, but he held his peace, red-faced and all that he was, though Adam could not tell if his reddened face was from drink or being rebuked so by Lord Corlys. The prince seemed to be willing to countenance the words of Hugh, and obey his commands even more strangely, but then again Hugh was not shy when it came to dragons, he seemed to love them fiercely, especially his great beast Vermithor. Hugh and the beast were often found together in one of the 3 baileys of Dragonstone, the dragon curled up and Hugh resting against its great head, patting and whispering to the dragon. When asked, Hugh had said he was simply bonding with the dragon, but Smoke did not like it when he tried this. His dragon preferred to roost in the dragon mount when not required and seemed averse to him trying to replicate what Hugh did with Vermithor. Eventually the debate on tactics wound down, any approach they would have to destroying the fleet of the 3 daughters would have to wait until they had sighted them, and they could make an account of the numbers and types of ships that they were facing. Hugh would be taking the first patrol, along with Nettles on Sheep Stealer. Each patrol was planned to last about 6 hours, several hours into the first flight he and Ulf would take off, to follow the same route. The first pair would rest for 6 hours and then they would take to the wing again, the process to be repeated for as long as it took to find the attacking fleet. Lord Corlys was worried that the enemy fleet would not yet be near enough for them to find it, and that they would just exhaust the dragons and their riders. Hugh was confident that the fleet of the three daughters was at most a day or two away. Adam hoped Hugh was right. He was eager to try out his mount in combat, and to prove that he was a real dragon rider. Down outside the castle the two dragons were ready for their flight, Vermithor's bulk beside the thin, scrawny shape of Sheepstealer. The larger dragon ignored the smaller one, seeming to only have eyes for its rider as he strode over to the great beast. Hugh was dressed in thick, wool felt boots, heavy woolen pants and a double-breasted sheepskin coat that reached to his knees. Gloves, a silk scarf and a strange hat that fitted to his head rounded out his clothing. A Myrish spyglass was slung around his neck on a long leather strap, Nettles also having such a device. Though she was dressed much less elaborately than Hugh. She had laughed at his get-up when she had first seen it, warning Hugh that Sheepstealer would think him a tasty snack in that get-up. Hugh had ignored the girl's jibes and instead walked around and underneath Vermithor before mounting the dragon, something Hugh did every time he flew his mount. Hugh had said it was a good luck ritual. Though how it would bring good luck Adam did not know. After a moment Vermithor turned and started to take a few steps, each one quicker and longer than the last, until the dragon jumped into the air, beating its great wings to gain height. Sheepstealer followed a minute later, taking a different course than Vermithor, who had turned southeastwards and was rapidly climbing away into the distance. "I hope this works," Adam heard Prince Jacaerys mutter under his breath to Lord Corlys. "You and me both, your grace," came the equally muttered response from the Lord of Driftmark. "Rhaena Targaryen I." She observed her cousin flying his dragon, swooping and turning through the clear air, even daring to dart between and around the towers of the Eyrie, the great seat of House Arryn of the Vale. She sighed, and not for the first time she wished to have a dragon to join her brother in his antics upon Tyraxes, but alas none of the 3 dragon eggs she was in possession of had hatched. Rhaena had wished she had been present at the sowing of the seeds, for surely she would have been able to claim one of the great beasts. For was she not of the blood of old Valyria? Was her hair and eyes, her pale skin not proof of her heritage, or her ability to ride a dragon? And had not her sister Baela hatched a dragon, a young thing as of yet, but a dragon, nonetheless? And had not Baela refused point blank to be packed off to the Eyrie, insisting that she would not leave her betrothed Prince Jacaerys? Her wilder sister had been obstinate on this point and had not budged, and so she had accompanied her cousin Joffrey to the Vale and to the seat of the Arryns, the impregnable castle of the Eyrie. She had learned by Raven of the so-called sowing of the seeds, of how nigh on 100 had tried to claim the wild dragons on Dragonstone, and how only 4 had succeeded, a man-at-arms, a bastard blacksmith, a boy whose mother claimed him to be the bastard of Laenor Velaryon and some half-wild, half-summer islander girl. Rhaena supposed that she was safe here in the heart of the Vale, safe but isolated, and bored if she was honest. The Vale might be the seat of the Andal conquest of Westeros and full to the brim of martial pride, but the court of the Falcons bored her if she was honest. The attention she was garnering from the court as a princess was nice, flattering even, but it did not make up the isolation of the Eyrie. One spent all of one's days in the castle, for there was nowhere else to go. Hunting trips, riding, even visiting other places was not something that was undertaken by the residents of the Eyrie, except for forays to the valley of the Eyrie, a narrow strip of arable land that hugged the mountainside from the Bloody Gate to the Eyrie itself. On one side the mountains of the moon soared away into the sky, on the other side of the narrow land, at most several leagues wide, the land fell away in cliffs and steep mountains to the floor of the Vale of Arryn. This small parcel of land was dotted with forests and farms, and 2 small villages. A lot of the food and wood used by the Eyrie came from here. There were some forests preserved for hunting and one could hawk also. But the extent of this was constrained by the land available, and the looming mountains always seemed to be pressing down on Rhaena, seeming to frown at her she imagined sometimes. And the court did not avail of such pastimes as often as she had assumed they would, preferring instead to gossip and plot in the castle. The castle was big enough to house the court, that was certain, but after strolling around the walls and through the gardens so many times, there was nothing new to be seen, nothing new to be experienced. It was probably just as well that Baela had refused to come here. Her sister would have fled the place before a moon had turned from sheer boredom. At least Joffrey had his dragon and the training in the yards to divert him. For her the only thing she had to cling to was the Lylagon hen Isla Amperzisi, the ancient dance and strengthening routines of the freehold. The septa she had been assigned had been scandalized when she had first seen her practicing her Vagonava forms, scolding her harshly for unladylike behavior and even deigning to lay hands upon her person to stop her from practicing. Being a princess herself and being no stranger to the more martial forms of the Lylagon hen Isla Amperzisi, she had reacted instinctively, and broken the septa's hold on her arm and smacked the palm of her hand into the woman's cheek, sending her stumbling away to trip and fall over her habit. A brief explanation to Lady Arryn had resulted in the septa being discharged from her duties, though the septon looked to be none too pleased. In fact the septon of the Eyrie looked none too pleased every day Rhaena had noticed. The septon had also remonstrated over her pursuits, and over her being schooled by the maester with her cousin Joffrey. Lady Arryn had remarked that she was a Targaryen princess and not some girl whose only role would be smiling and having babies, and that Lady Erin had been instructed by the Queen herself to see to her daughter's education. In return, Lady Erin and her dear friend Lady Jessamine had taken to often attending her when she practiced her forms, the two even sometimes joining her. Rena had not brought any books on the arts with her, but she knew many of them off by heart. And she could instruct the two older ladies in some of the easier of the forms, though they seemed ill-inclined to learn any of the more complicated forms. Rena made sure she practiced at least every second day, sometimes spending hours lost in the moves and forms. Her mind blank as all she concentrated on was the next form, the next repetition. One thing she had noticed almost immediately was the interest in her from the various knights and lords, though none were so bold as to actually ask for her hand in marriage, at least yet anyway. She suspected that the reputation of her father was enough to scare off any potential suitors, and she was a princess, daughter of the protector of the realm and until his death over Shipbreaker Bay, betrothed to the second in line to the throne, Prince Lucerys. And if she was honest she would expect a rather higher match than some of the hopefuls who were indirectly courting her, and courting her they were, she was not imagining it. It made her feel confused if she was honest. The attention was nice, sometimes, especially if the knight or young lord was handsome. But at other times it was unwelcome, especially if the lord or knight was ugly or fat or heavens above, old. But she had to remember that she was not free in respect to who she might or might not marry. She was a princess, she would in all likelihood be bartered to whomever gave her house the most advantage. And as they were at war, that could mean almost anyone, and there was her father to consider. He was a harsh and often cruel man, that she knew, though he had never been cruel or harsh to her or her sister. The opposite in fact, but she knew enough of his reputation, through whispers and gossip to know that the so-called rogue prince would likely have the biggest say in who and when she married. The Queen would have an input no doubt, but she knew it would be her father who would decide in the end. Lady Erin had been at pains to remind her court that the princess was here for her protection and that should any harm befall her, and at the word harm the Lady of the Veil had paused and let it sink in what exactly she meant by harm, reminding all present that her father and mother would be most displeased, as would likely be their dragons. Thus, the coterie of guards that had accompanied them from Dragonstone were bolstered by additional household guards of House Erin, rather fetching looking in their sky-blue cloaks she had to admit. Apart from her practicing of the forms and the odd trip into the Valley of the Eyrie, she spent time at the court of the Falcons, watching Lady Erin preside over her lords and knights. She dined most evenings in the Great Hall. It was set for all of the lords and ladies that made up the court of the Falcon. One thing she had learned already was that Lady Erin had an uncertain hold over her lords. Many, if not openly defied her, at least were less than immediately obedient to her wishes. She had asked Lady Erin about that one day and had received a rather surprising reply. They cannot stand that I, a woman, rule, nor can they stand that your good mother rules as queen. Many would much more likely support Aegon the Pretender than your mother, and many would like nothing more for me to be deposed and replaced by one of my many male relatives. For now they are cowed, a dragon helps, but it's more the reputation of your father and good mother that are keeping them in line. If given half a chance more than a third of my banner men would revolt, attempt to depose me and join the Greens. This had shocked Rena to the core, that a great lady's banner men could be so disloyal. She was glad she was a Targaryen and that her family had dragons, for none of their bannermen would ever be disloyal. No, the threat of fire and blood kept her family's vassals in line and loyal. It was only the fact that Alicent and her Get had dragons that had started this war in the first place. Without dragons they would never have dared challenged for the Iron Throne. Rena pondered this. It seemed to her that the lesson was clear. They could only depend on their dragons for power. All their supposedly loyal bannermen were only loyal because they feared the dragons. Back in the present, Rena watched as Joffrey brought Tyraxes in for a landing in one of the courts of the Eyrie. The dragon consented to have Joffrey's saddle removed by handlers from Dragonstone that had accompanied them. Then the beast lurched back into the air and made off. It likely went off to hunt and to roost somewhere, Rena mused, for it was a strangely independent beast for one so young. With another sigh she wished she had a dragon and once again wondered why the eggs she had brought with her stubbornly refused to hatch, despite the prayers to the 14 she said over them every night before she slept. Jaka is Velaryon too. Are you sure? Positive, your grace, replied Hugh, slightly out of breath. I have them. Here he pointed to a spot on the map. How many? Asked Lord Corlys, eager to know the strength of their opponents. About 90 ships altogether, mostly galleys, some dromons towards the rear, also several largish cogs and carracks. Galleys are a mixed bunch, single, double and treble rows of oars. Dromons are big fuckers. Sorry, your grace. He waved a hand with a short, barked laugh. Never mind, Hugh, never mind. Now, to take them, thoughts. The council consisted of the Hand of the Queen, himself, Hugh, Adam and Nettles. Ulf was still out on patrol. Hugh had raced to where he assumed Adam was flying and had brought him back to Dragonstone, collecting Nettles on their way back in. Also present were the lords of Celtiger, Massey, and a few other minor houses, along with some Velaryon men. The dragon patrols had been running for 3 days before they had caught sight of the fleet of the Three Daughters, and Jaka had been on the cusp of ordering the patrols stopped when Hugh and the other pair had appeared over Dragonstone with the news that their enemy had been sighted. It was just as well he had not sent Aegon and Viserys away to Pentos, they might have been captured by the fleet of the three daughters, and that would have been a disaster. He would not have liked to have faced the wrath of the rogue prince once the news of his son's fate would have reached his ears in Harrenhal. Jacaerys shook his head to clear his thoughts, refocusing his mind on the council. Lord Velaryon was giving orders to his men, the defences of Driftmark were to be prepared and the ships of his fleet at sea alerted, a string of small, swift vessels that stayed in visual contact with each other to act as message relays would be used to pass the necessary orders. Once this had been disposed of, the matter of attacking the enemy fleet with dragons was discussed. Stay high as you can, and still rain dragon fire on them, and we shall take out the cogs and carracks first, knock out their sails and they are dead in the water. You dare order your prince, you ruffian! Sputtered one of the minor lords, making to draw his sword. Sir Laurent Marband, the Lord Commander of the Queen's Guard and assigned to him this day, drew his blade and menaced the minor lord with his sword. Enough! Shouted the sea snake. Enough! Hugh is a dragon rider, and it was his idea that we even know about this attacking force. I will have silence, I will. This is a discussion for the dragon riders of the Queen, not for all and sundry, who know nothing of this art, to intervene. Do you all understand? When it looked like the lords were being far too slow in responding, Jacaerys knew he had to intervene. My lord grandfather is correct. I will have silence from those not of the old blood who have ridden a dragon. The only one I give exception to is Lord Corlys, as Hand of the Queen. Now Hugh, you were saying. Thank you, your grace. The cogs and carracks first. We come at them from upwind. It will slightly lessen the range of any scorpion bolt or arrow they might lose at us. We take out their sails, ignore their hulls. The reaction of the galleys and dromons will tell us much. If they cluster around to defend them, then we burn the cogs and carracks, for they are obviously carrying something the fleet values. If the galleys and dromons ignore our attack or only dispatch a small force to defend the cogs and carracks, then we ignore them once we have destroyed their sails. And the disposition of the dromons would support this? Asked Lord Corlys. Aye, my lord, the galleys are arrayed in a crescent ahead of the dromons, too far ahead to be able to support them, I think. Interesting, and you say they are here. At this Lord Corlys indicated a spot on the map. There or thereabouts, my lord, about 5 hours ago now. They will be swinging into the gullet, likely with most of their force to engage my naval strength, the rest will land at Driftmark. That's what the cogs and carracks are for, they will be packed to the gunwales with troops. The daughters want revenge for my support of Prince Daemon in the Stepstones, declared Lord Corlys, Jacaerys noticing a nod pass between Hugh and the sea snake. Hugh, anything else? He asked of their most talented dragon rider. Would that your mother was here and on Syrax, but unfortunately she is still indisposed. Against the galleys and dromons, remember they will have scorpions and archers and you will have to stand off and not get too close. Again, similar to what we would do against the cogs and carracks, come in from downwind, attack only the nearest, do not overfly the fleet, that is asking for your dragon to get multiple scorpion bolts in the gut. We fly together, as a unit, we attack as a unit, concentrating fire on one ship each, make a single pass, break off before you get into scorpion range, and we climb away and reform for the next attack. Again and again and again, that is how we will defeat this slaver scum. No heroics, no glory charges, nothing like that, for that way lies defeat and death. We whittle them down, relentless, terrible, untouchable, and sooner rather than later they will break and flee. It does not matter how many we sink, if they flee, they are defeated, and we will let them flee. That is cowardice. Sputtered the lord who had spoken up earlier. Cowardice, your grace, but what could you expect from a, K? The man's outburst was stifled by Hugh turning, taking a single, swift pace forwards and grabbing the lord by his neck. I find you lack of faith, disturbing, Hugh. Said calmly, while the minor lord chalked and gurgled. No one made to draw a weapon on Hugh, until Lord Velaryon simply said enough of this. Hugh, release him. As you wish, replied Hugh, and he let the lord go, who promptly collapsed to the ground and started vomiting and gasping for breath on the floor. Hugh ignored this and resumed his place at the table, 2 dragonstone guards lifting the minor lord up and taking him swiftly from the chamber. Why are we letting them go, Hugh? Asked Lord Corlys once the hubbub has died down. If we slaughter them all, we will have won a great victory that the bards will no doubt sing about for years to come. But the 3 daughters will not hear of this song, they will only know that they lost a fleet, and they might be tempted to try again. To intervene is this dance between the dragons. But if we let a few escape, then the sailors and soldiers aboard those ships will tell the true tale of what happened all across the wine sinks and brothels of Essos. And the surviving officers and high nobles will tell their families similar tales, of how it is not worth it to get involved where the dragons dance and duel. But all the survivors will tell of how if you try and tweak the tail of the dragon you will get burned. And the next time the 3 daughters think to stick their nose into our business, they will find they have no stomach for such a folly. Corlys Velaryon smiled a wolfish smile at Hugh and remarked, you know what, lad, I'm glad you are on our side. Your grace? Asked the Hand of the King, turning away from the bastard ex-blacksmith. Seems like a reasonable plan to me, I have no objections. Good. Announced Lord Corlys, while motioning with his arms for all the others apart from the dragon riders to leave. Once they had gone, his face turned grave and serious. Hugh is right, Jacaerys, Adam, no bloody heroics now. Stick to Hugh's plan and things should go all right. No plan survives contact with the enemy. Announced Hugh, to break the mood somewhat. Corlys Velaryon gave Hugh a sharp look at this, the blacksmith simply shrugging his shoulders. All we can do is plan and hope our plans go right. We have the advantages as we have dragons, but they can be countered, all we can do is try and negate these counters. And what of courage and strength, of boldness and bravery? He felt obliged to ask of this former small folk, who maybe was rising too high and too fast above his station. Save them for the songs to make maidens open their legs. You don't win by dying heroically, you win by making the other side die heroically. With that they had broken up and went to prepare their dragons and themselves of the fight to come. Of Ulf and Silverwing there was still no sign, but when he returned from his patrol, he was to be allowed 1 hour's rest and then he was to be sent out towards where the battle would likely be. Hugh insisted on sporting that ridiculous-looking sheepskin coat and hat. He donned his riding leathers and cloak, as did Adam. Even Nettles sported a semblance of riding leathers, as each went about preparing themselves for the combat to come. Within a half an hour of the end of the meeting all four were airborne and heading towards where the fleet of the three daughters should be. They flew in line astern, Hugh saying that it would make them more difficult to spot, and just below a bank of clouds that stretched to the horizon seawards, behind them Dragonstone and Driftmark, which he could just make out, were bathed in sunlight. Something caught his eye. Hugh was gesturing with his arm, a Myrish spyglass to one of his eyes. Jacaerys mind read the sign language, another thing that Hugh had proposed, a simple series of arm movements that would communicate orders and observations. Jacaerys felt his stones tighten in his groin and tingles rush up his spine, for Hugh was signaling enemy in sight. Sheriko Luhari. By next morning we will be astride Driftmark, my Lord Admiral, the officer announced. We have sighted no sign of the so-called fleet of the Sea Snake. They are, as the agents of King Aegon II of his name state, all inshore and investing the coast in a close blockade. Good, good, Sheriko purred. All was going to plan, a welcome outcome, but not one that would surprise him. He had taken the fleet up the coast of Essos, hugging close to shore, and had only struck eastwards when nearly astride Pentos. This he had hoped would reduce the chances of the fleet being spotted and reported, and it looked like it had. The fleet was made up of near equal parts from the three daughters, but the cogs and carracks carrying 10,000 troops had been charted by him and his backers. For Sharko Luhar did not only want to defeat the enemies of the three daughters, he planned to get rich off the backs of doing so. The opportunity to sack Spice Town and the legendary riches of High Tide were just too much of a prize for him to resist. And of the dragons that the Targaryens still rode? Pah! Dragons! He had faced that cunt Daemon and his dragon Caraxes and had driven the great beast off on more than one occasion, screeching its displeasure and frustration to the uncaring skies. And that had been with a fraction of the ships he now had, and he had been even more through in his preparations. Every ship sported scorpions with good sky arcs to combat dragons, every ship had a contingent of archers aboard, indeed some ships carried contingents of archers numbering in the hundreds. The troops that warships normally carried were mostly aboard the great cogs and carracks. Sheriko had bet on being able to beat off the 2 or 3 smaller dragons that the Targaryens were known to be in command of. And as to the Velaryon fleet? It would be scattered blockading the coast. If needs be, he was confident he could defeat in detail any small portion of this fleet he would come across. No, though the three daughters had told the silver-haired fool that sat atop that great twisted mass of melted swords that they were going to wipe the sea clean of the ships of the Sea Snake, in actuality they were going to avenge themselves upon that same Sea Snake for his support of Daemon Targaryen and his adventures in the Stepstones. Sheriko Luhar smiled at the thoughts of the riches he would gain in sacking Driftmark, and of his favorite spoils, young, female flesh. Westerosi female flesh commanded something of a premium in Lys currently. He could not see the attraction himself, he preferred the flawless perfection of the old blood, he was proud of his heritage and that he could trace his lineage back to the freehold of old. And speaking of female flesh, he had sampled the delights of Sunsetlander flesh before he had left the Stepstones. A batch of recently caught slaves had included captives from Westeros. Red-headed and buxom the slave had been, not yet fully broken in, and feisty for all that. He stayed on deck as his war fleet sailed ever closer to its destination. He had scouts out at the edge of visual distance, hull down on the horizon ahead of them. He would not be caught unawares, especially by dragons. The scouts had sighted land to the southwest, most likely Sharp Point. He consulted his maps and made some quick calculations. They would arrive off Driftmark shortly after dawn the next day. Perfect, just perfect. He strode around the flag deck of his command Drummond, the magnificent Lark's Song, a rather unmilitary name he reckoned, but some merchant had apparently paid directly for her construction as opposed to paying some outstanding tax debt. As he basked in his own smugness, a shout from a lookout distracted him. Dragons, 4 of them, to the southeast, hiding in the clouds. Pandemonium broke out with shouting and curses. Sheriko was handed a Myrish far eye by one of his officers which he took up, searching for a few seconds before he spied 4 dragons, wings tucked in and diving in a tight formation. He pulled the far eye away and looked to see what the dragons were diving on, the cogs and carracks. A snarl came unbidden to his lips. He snatched the far eye back into place and watched as the dragons bathed the sails of the rearmost hulk with flames, one after another reducing its sails, rigging and then mast to blazing ruin. He watched as the dragons wheeled away and retreated aft, climbing back up to some height before repeating this performance on a carrack this time. He watched this performance for a third time, eyes forming in his gut. Whomever was in command of these dragons knew what they were doing. He had assumed that the fools who still rode dragons and who wished to rule over that pile of uncivilized barbarians in the Sunset Kingdoms would have come straight in to attack his warships and been greeted with a welcome hail of scorpion bolts and arrows. But instead, the dragons were whittling down his soldiers and cargo ships, both vital for the real mission he was undertaking. Order the fleet of come about, and close with the cogs and carracks, we must protect them from the dragons. Sheriko was old enough and seasoned enough to know that no plan survived contact with the enemy, but he was confident that he had enough scorpions and archers that once he closed with the sailing ships he could deal with the dragons. Though a little shiver of fear ran through him, 4 dragons, and all seemingly ridden by capable riders, mayhaps he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. For a second or two he debated calling for a retreat and leaving the cogs and carracks to their fate, but he ignored this. Even if he survived, his enemies and the 3 daughters would likely kill him for what they would see as a defeat. No, he was committed to this plan. Now all he needed to do was make sure that he took down these dragons. He had been sure that he had enough weapons to deal with 2 of them, now they would just have to deal with 4 instead. Sheriko Luhar wondered for the umpteenth time how his luck had held so far. 2 flagships burned out from underneath him, yet he was unscathed, if a little wet. The battle had been raging for hours now, the dragons having either torched or disabled all the cogs and carracks. His warships had fared little better, despite their heavy armament designed specifically against dragons. For the dragons had given them little or no opportunity to use their scorpions or the massed arrows of their archers. He had observed their tactics as he had approached the cogs and carracks and been confident that the fools would have abandoned the attacks upon his cargo ships and instead concentrated on his warships. And indeed, they had, but not in the manner he had hoped for. The dragons weaved and fled, staying beyond the range of their scorpions, sizing them up until an opportunity presented itself to them. Then they would dive in and immolate a ship or 2, before breaking off and retreating to await another opportunity to attack. He had discerned their method after losing a few ships and had signaled the fleet to close up as much as possible and to adopt a wedge-like formation, the widest part of the wedge downwind. The maneuvering to assume that formation had allowed the dragons to strike several times, but once the formation had been stabilized the dragons had circled warily for almost an hour, before resuming their attack. This time they would come straight in towards the points of the wedge, on a direct line to minimize their exposure to the flanks of the fleet, coming in one after another to bathe the ships at the head of each corner with dragon fire. That they did not succeed in destroying ships every time gave Sheriko hope, and as the day wore on the dragon attacks became less frequent, the great flying beasts obviously tiring of their efforts. But then mast sails were spotted on the horizon and within the hour it appeared that a good portion of the Velarian fleet was bearing down on them. With dragons above and warships ahead of him, Sheriko decided that turning tail and running was now the only option left to him. He still had more than half the fleet and running now, with this number surviving was not as bad as it looked, and he was certain that he could survive the coming backlash in the 3 daughters. To have escaped with half his fleet from what was obviously an ambush would be hailed as a victory of sorts. And as to the traitor who had sold them out to the Sunset Landers? Wise he could think of any number of his enemies that could be lined up to fit that bill, some judicial bribery and some assiduous forgery, and he could see how things would play out to his advantage. He burst into a flurry of orders and commands, bringing the fleet around and turning their backs on the Sunset Lands. The dragons seemed to be content to shadow them for now, thankfully. They hoisted sails and the rowers bent their backs to cranking on more speed. The distance was still slowly closing to the enemy behind them, but Sheriko was not concerned. Nightfall was only a few short hours away. He would lose his pursuers in the darkness for sure. The night would be moonless and thick clouds scudded across the horizon. It would be a dark night to come, of that, he was sure. As the sun dipped lower and lower towards the horizon behind him, and Sheriko Luhar became more confident that he had extracted his fleet from the trap that had nearly befell it, until suddenly an unearthly screech rent the heavens behind him. Stumbling around, he only had seconds to register the massive shape of a dragon diving out of the low sun before its fire reached him, setting every nerve in his body to screaming agony. Sheriko drew breath for a massive scream of agony, inhaling dragon flame as he did so, cooking his lungs to char, and his final scream died as he died, consumed by dragon fire. ULF the White Eye. The tankard of ale was nearing empty. He swirled it around a few times and then gulped it all down, setting the vessel on the table before him with a thump. More. He burped, and a serving wench rushed to comply. Quickly returning to his table with a fresh tankard, he gave the chit a rough fondling after she had placed his beer down. No sense in having her spill his drink now, was there? The girl suffered his attentions with stoic disinterest, which made his blood boil. He cuffed the girl sharply around the head, shoving her off his lap and letting her fall to the tiled floor of the tavern. He ignored the girl as she scrambled up and hurried off, to the laughs and taunts of his men. His men. He let a bubbling laugh that turned into a belch out, before drinking deep of the ale. His men were a bunch of sellswords, toughs, bully boys and other assorted riff-raff, but they were his kind of people. Not those snotty highborns who had looked down their noses at him all his life, and who still did, despite him riding a dragon. He had won for them a great victory and still they sneered at him, still they snubbed him. A knighthood and a pissy little knights holding on Driftmark after he won the Battle of the Gullet for them? The only consolation was that Hugh had gotten similar treatment to him, that little shit Adam had been legitimized, and that ugly little cunt Nettles had gotten even less than any of them, proper order that, at least. He was a dragon rider, he should be a lord at the very least, not this fucking seer business, seer. Fuck that, he had known knights that were as piss poor as any small folk. No, he wanted a lordship, and he would not be fobbed off with some insulting offer of a landed knight's holding on Driftmark. Which technically made him a vassal of that old silver-haired cunt, and not a direct vassal of the queen, which he felt he should be, for was he not a dragon rider after all? After night had fallen on the day of the battle, the dragons and their riders had flown back to Driftmark, it being closer than Dragonstone, and all of them and their mounts were tired. He had been bursting to boast of his great victory, for had he not come across the fleet of the three daughters in retreat with the other 4 dragons just escorting them away in a cowardly fashion? Had he not burned their biggest ships to ash and torn the very heart out of the enemy, while the other dragons, ashamed by his display, had cowered on the edges of the enemy fleet, picking off ships one by one, never venturing close, never even overflying the ships below them. For sure his dragon had taken quite a few hits from scorpion bolts and arrows, but the old bitch he rode was tough, and her belly scales absorbed the hits well enough, though her wings were torn badly. She was in the care of dragon healers from the staff on Dragonstone, and she would be well enough to fly in 2 or 3 moons' time. He had left high tide after the victory feast. He hated the place and the way the servants looked at him like he was dog shit on their shoes. And being chastised for groping a serving wench at the table, as if every knight or highborn he had ever known had not groped and fondled serving wenches at any opportunity they got. Instead of staying in the castle, he had decamped to Spicetown, and ULF was determined to enjoy the fleshpots and taverns available to their fullest. And stay away from that fucking cunt Hugh. Oh, how he hated that man now. He had known Hugh to see before, and had known him to be quick to anger and as stupid and bull-headed as an oxen. But since that big bastard had tamed a dragon? Well, the prick strutted around like he was a fucking lord. Putting on airs and graces, no longer consorting with his old companions or friends, even spending time in the library on Dragonstone reading by the gods. Reading, as if Hugh had not a word of his letters to his knowledge, and he was reading now? Like some fucking maester? And to cap it all, Hugh had constantly tried to belittle his great victory, trying to accuse him of using dangerous tactics, whatever the fuck that meant. He flew a dragon, dragons breathed fire, it was not very complicated. A dragon was like a horse, you broke it and showed it the whip when needed and it obeyed you, like a woman. Bigger than a horse it was true, and it could fly, but a beast like a horse nonetheless, to be ridden to war, and he suspected as stupid as a horse. All this nonsense that Hugh was spouting about how to fly the dragons and to bond with them, what a load of horseshit. Dragons knew what to do, Silverwing did not need him to tell her what to do when he had dived out of the sun, she had known exactly what to do. The Tarks were feared and obeyed because they could ride dragons, and he wanted to be feared, and more importantly he wanted to be obeyed. His whole life he had taken orders from others, now he wanted to be the one giving them. Taking another long pull of ale, his mood was made instantly sour when Hugh stepped into the tavern, accompanied by 10 Dragonstone men at arms, some of them former comrades of his he noticed. None of them friends of his either, hard and tough no-nonsense bastards with little or no sense of joy or adventure, and not likely to be easily lured with the promise of gold. His men, sensing the immediate danger, stood up, but Hugh and his escort drew their arms. Hugh was wearing his trademark scale brigandine, the men at arms were clad in mail shirts and sported helmets and shields. The handful of other patrons in the establishment scattered and fled, moving like water around rocks, hurriedly exiting by either the front door, or scampering out the back. You boys, Hugh said, nodding his head to ULF's men, better clear on out of the way now. And after a few heartbeats the men he had paid good coin to, who he had thought would protect him, melted away, none having the common decency to even look ashamed. Hugh sheathed his sword and sat down opposite him, the man's physical presence threatening, making ULF wish he was somewhere else, anywhere else. We are flying back to Dragonstone tomorrow, the Queen wants to congratulate us on our victory over the 3 daughters, she also wants her dragons back on Dragonstone, can't say that I blame her. ULF replied, but before he could say anything else Hugh cut in. Oh, I forgot, you cannot fly back with us to Dragonstone as Silverwing is too wounded to fly. Yes, I'm taking care of her here on Driftmark, he stuttered, trying to regain some semblance of control of the conversation. You couldn't take care of a wet dream, you useless little shit. Hissed Hugh, a hand darting out to grab him by the neck. You nearly got Silverwing killed, you stupid fuck, and you completely ignored every piece of advice and training that we practiced before the battle. Fuck you. ULF spat, despite the increasing pressure on his neck that this brought, satisfied at least that his spittle reached the former blacksmith's face. I won the battle, I won it. Not you and your tactics, more like cowardice. I sank the biggest ships, I broke their formation, I won, I won. These last words chalked out as Hugh's hand tightened like a vice around his windpipe. You won nothing, they were already broken and fleeing, all you did was lose us a dragon for the next 3 moons, you stupid cunt. At this Hugh released him and shoved ULF backwards. He slammed into the back of the bench and lolled there, massaging his throat, realizing that Hugh was not here to kill him, only to shout and scream at him. Like he would take any notice of him, just like before he had let the pretensions of the former blacksmith wash over him, he would do the same now. We have been given a great opportunity here, ULF, our blood allows us to ride the beasts that conquered Westeros for the Targaryens, and I intend to ride that advantage as hard as I can. And your behavior reflects badly on us dragon seeds in general, and on me in particular, and I don't like that, ULF, I don't like that one bit. You are a knight, same as me. ULF spat, knighted and given some pissant little holding on Driftmark, what fucking advantage do you speak of? How many gold dragons did Lord Velaryon advance you, ULF, the income of your lands last year? 623 gold dragons, he replied sullenly. That is 619 more gold dragons than you would see in a year, ULF, and it's more than my lands, which totaled 596 gold dragons last year. And what have you done with your newfound wealth, ULF? When ULF refused to meet Hugh's eyes, the man let out a bitter laugh, as I suspected, mostly spent already, on wine, women and song, no doubt. Fuck you. I should be a lord. Not some fucking knight of a few acres. A lord, a fucking lord. I ride a dragon, a fucking dragon. Just like me, just like Nettles. Fuck that brown cunt. They spat on us, Hugh, can't you see that? Spat on us, sneered at us, they all but hold their noses in our presence. Fuck them, fuck the lot of them. They have not granted what we probably deserve, I will give you that, replied Hugh, catching ULF completely by surprise. Then, what, I mean, ULF stammered to make a reply, but Hugh continued, cutting over him. What did you expect, Highgarden handed to you on a platter? Even for them to knight us and give us lands, however small, is a massive matter for our so-called betters. But it's just a start, ULF, this is where it begins, not where it ends. Do you think our queen looks like the merciful type? Or her husband? No, no. ULF replied. When this war is won by the blacks, there will be many great houses that will have fought with the greens that will have to be dealt with, and do you think for 1 second that they will be allowed to bend the knee without consequences? Some may be allowed to join the Night's Watch, some may be pardoned, but more than a few will be attainted. And who will get those lands, do you think? Not us. He replied, vehement, straining his voice. Wrong, lad, wrong. We will be in possession of 2 dragons, and we will have greatly contributed to their winning of the war, for there will be many battles still to come. And how would the queen reward the men who gave her back her throne, who fly the great beasts of war that are the symbol of her house? By letting them spend their days as obscure landed knights on Driftmark? No, she would like them near at hand, suitably ensconced and rewarded with land and castles close to King's Landing. ULF took a long sip of his ale and contemplated what Hugh had to say, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that the former blacksmith was an idiot. They would never be gifted great castles or extensive lands. Gifted, no, but taken, demanded? Mayhaps indeed. Might it not be such a bad thing that Silverwing was wounded and would take no part in the battles of the next few moons? For the first time the dragons had danced, it had resulted in both sides losing a dragon, and who was to say that the next time they danced each side would not lose more dragons? And with each dragon that fell, his worth and the worth of his dragon was sure to rise. This place Highgarden that Hugh had mentioned, he had heard of it in passing, he must make more inquiries about it. Alicent Hightower, what is he doing here? Her son Aemond, Lord Protector of the Realm, asked as she entered the small council room with her father. Lord Otto is my father, your grandfather, a former hand of the king, and he brings much wise counsel and experience. In the absence of his grace from this council, I feel it would be wise to have a man with my father's abilities to advise us. My brother, the king sacked this old fool for his timidness and caution. What can this old maid advise us of? Maybe to open our legs to that bitch on Dragonstone and her cunt of a husband. Snapped her son Aemond, fury written plain across his face. Aegon and Aemond had always been quick to anger and quick to find fault with anyone to gainsaid them, a regrettable trait she should have done more as their mother to curb. She had thought it a sign of strength and courage when they were younger, but she had only realized in adulthood that her 2 eldest sons were far too prone to wrath. She sighed internally, water under the bridge as they said, and she felt she had to offer her sons her advice and experience, and that of her father, who Aegon, may the 7 bless him and speed his recovery, had so disastrously spurned. His father's campaign of letter writing had been starting to gain momentum, more and more lords were committing to her son's banner, it would have only been a matter of time before the rebels on Dragonstone would have been forced to surrender. If only due to sheer weight of numbers, and never mind that they had a superiority in dragons. And speaking of which, the Master of Whispers apparently had some news on that and the recent defeat of the three daughters, more bad news and news sure to enrage Emond ever further and provoke him to more rash actions. Hence why she had asked for her father to accompany her, even if he held no office, he was still a major supporter of the king and his opinion deserved to be heard. Lord Protector, my daughter, your mother, and the Dowager Queen requested my presence here. I am aware that I hold no title on this council but would remind your grace that after House Baratheon House Hightower has the most swords committed to the cause of his grace King Aegon, second of his name. Do you now? Fat lot of good your swords have been doing so far, it was my brother Durin who won the battle on the honey wine. Her father said nothing in reply to this outburst, but she could feel the tension and anger in him, and she worried if her father would stay in the face of such insults from her son. Anyways, that is not why we are here. I believe that Lord Strong has interesting tales to tell us, is that not so Lord Strong? Asked Sir Criston Cole, seemingly eager to reduce the tension rising in the air. Indeed, your grace, my lords and ladies, my spies have delivered a veritable treasure trove of information on the traitors and the dispositions of their forces. The dragon seeds strong. I want to hear about those accursed dragon seeds. Emond cut across the Master of Whispers, his face beginning to flush with anger, the skin around his eye patch tightening and straining. Ah yes, of course your grace, I will start with them. After the victory that we won above Rook's Rest and the resultant death of Princess Rhaenys Targaryen and her dragon malaise, Prince Jacaerys, with his mother's approval, called for anyone who believed that they had the blood of old Valyria to try and claim the dragons roosting on Dragonstone, both wild and those previously ridden. Over 100 answered the call, more than 30 died in the process, burned, eaten, torn apart, crushed when their prospective mounts rejected them, among them Sir Stephen Darklyn, Lord Commander of Rhaenyra's Queen's Guard. He tried to mount Seasmoke and was burned alive and eaten for his troubles. Nigh on 70 more were wounded to various degrees, with only 4 dragons successfully claimed. And what do you know of these so-called dragon seeds? Demanded Sir Criston Cole, his face set and hard. He was a man of action, was the current hand of the king, seeming to Alicent to be ever straining to slip an imaginary leash and do violence to whomever he wished to. Firstly, there is Adam of Hull, allegedly a bastard of Prince Laenor, though based on what we all know of Prince Laenor's proclivities this seems highly unlikely. That pillow-biting sword swallower could not be this bastard's father, I think we all know that. Emond barked out with a laugh. The question is, do you know who this lad's father is? I believe I do, your grace. The sea snake petitioned successfully for the lad and his younger brother to be legitimized as a Velaryon. Their mother is the daughter of a shipwright from Hull, from a yard oft frequented by Lord Corlys himself, indeed the very yard where the sea snake herself was built. The randy old goat. Quipped Emond, so the sea snake is the father of these bastard boys, eh? No wonder he waited for his wife's passing before he asked for them to be legitimized, never mind that one of them is a dragon rider. Princess Rhaenys would have cut his stones off with a rusty blade if she had ever found out. Quite, your grace, replied Lord Strong, before continuing. The lad has claimed Seasmoke and is to all accounts an accomplished rider. A base-born girl from Driftmark, who goes by the outrageous name of Nettles, has claimed sheep stealer. The girl's mother is a dockside whore from Spicetown and her father apparently was a Summer Islander sailor. The girl herself is apparently small, filthy of body and mouth, has had her nose slit open for thieving and is hideously ugly to boot. A slit nose would improve nobody's looks, muttered her father, probably more to himself than to anyone else. The third dragon rider is one Ulf the White, who has the features of the old blood. He was a man-at-arms on Dragonstone, like his father before him apparently. He rides Silverwing, though not at all well according to my spies, though he was instrumental in the defeat of the fleet of the three daughters. He seems to spend most of his time drunk and whoring and appears to be shunned by the other dragon seeds. This one might be useful, her father interjected. He might be amenable to turning his cloak. A drunken small folk cur who thinks to ride a dragon. Blustered Emond at her father's suggestion. But before Emond could say anything further, the Master of Whispers interrupted. This Ulf the White is apparently very disappointed with being made a just knight, and the attendant lands he was awarded on Driftmark. He appears to be pining after something greater, a lordship. Does he know, the jumped-up little shit? Hissed Emond in response. That could be arranged, if he turns his cloak, her father remarked smoothly. No. Shouted Emond, I'll not allow it, my brother the king would never allow it. What could be arranged is the promise of a lordship, your grace, and should it become necessary to actually grant this drunken sot one, well, we would have to explain to the lad after he turns his cloak that due to the war such arrangements cannot be made. Monies could be diverted into his hands sufficient for the title we would grant him, but not the lands or the castle itself. Then at the end of the war, when we are victorious, why a tragic accident would befall the poor man, and he would sadly never get to take up his new seat. Alicent kept her smile hidden. she knew her father's mind was sharp and that he had lost neither his touch nor his ruthlessness, despite what her son Aegon had thought. It was a pity she had replaced her father with Sir Criston Cole. She felt much safer with her father as hand. He was a steadying influence on affairs. Cole was not such a steadying influence, wont to see every problem as a nail and thus the solution always a hammer. It might be time for Sir Criston to leave the capital and go back into the field again, where his talents would best be utilized. And if possible, her father returned to his rightful post as Hand of the King. Hey! Treachery, I like it. Lord Strong, see to it that suitable entreaties are made to the ULF the White. Of course, Your Grace, the Master of Whispers replied smoothly. That leaves us with one dragon rider yet? Alicent asked, deciding that this was a rather benign way to lead the conversation along, trusting that she would get further opportunities to steer the meeting to a more productive outcome. She feared that all this reporting by the Master of Whispers was doing was just enraging her son Aemond further and would likely lead to him doing something rash. Indeed, Your Grace, the last is arguably the most problematical, one Hugh. A former blacksmith and like ULF he shares the look of the old blood. A bastard of unknown parentage he now rides Vermi Thor, the largest after the death of Malaise of the Dragons on Dragonstone. Here Lord Strong noticed Lord Protector Aemond about to say something and he beat him to it, accepting Caraxes, the mount of Prince Daemon Targaryen. Go on, intoned her father, when the silence after this threatened to lengthen uncomfortably at the mention of the rogue prince. Alicent feeling the slightest of heat come to her cheeks at the mention of the rogue prince, uncomfortable memories swimming over the surface of her mind. He would have to be removed with as much haste and prejudice as was possible. The lies he would spin about her, the slanders that would fall from his lips if he were captured, could not be tolerated. His tongue would have to be removed if he was captured, of that she was certain, but hopefully it would not come to that. Neither of her sons would countenance Daemon Targaryen alive, she was certain, so the rogue prince's death was certain in that respect. These thoughts stilled her momentary panic, and she returned her concentration to the meeting at hand. This Hugh is a giant of a man, 7 foot tall and well muscled from his former trade. Apparently he has his letters and numbers, though all speak of him appearing to not have had them before he rode the dragon. He and Adam Velaryon have struck up something of a friendship apparently. The former blacksmith also appears to be friendly with Prince Jacaerys Velaryon. Your bastard nephew probably likes consorting with other bastards, Aemond quipped, no doubt thinking himself possessed of a great wit, but Alicent quailed at her son's foolishness, for one did not so casually insult such a man as Lord Larys Strong. She resolved then and there to visit more frequently with Aemond, to calm and mollify the boy, and to see if he could be persuaded to be less prone to these sorts of outbursts. For had it not been Aemond's foolishness in taunting Lucerys Velaryon, and in listening in turn to the taunts of that ugly harlot Maris Baratheon that had set what should have been a bloodless, or at least relatively bloodless assumption of Aegon's rightful place upon the Iron Throne into the war that they now faced. And a war which looked likely to be longer and more fraught than they had originally assumed. Ha! Assumed was it? No, they had foolishly believed that Rhaenyra would have accepted her impossible position soon enough. And that maybe even the men surrounding her would have seen the sense and rightfulness of Aegon's ascension to the Iron Throne, and advised her so, or maybe they would even have taken Rhaenyra into custody, for her good and for the good of the realm. But instead that bitch had not seen the obvious peril of her situation, and the men surrounding her had forgotten their vows to the Iron Throne and the king who sat upon it. It was frustrating in the extreme. She had done everything she had needed to do, she had made sure that everything would be in place to install Aegon on the Iron Throne with as little bloodshed as possible, and now they were facing untold levels of death and destruction, with the terrible prospect that Rhaenyra might even triumph, given her superiority in dragons. It was unacceptable, simply unacceptable that this bitch might triumph over her son's rights, and over the natural laws of gods and men. She needed to confer with her father, the faith of the Seven needed to be more tightly bound to her son's cause, and the Septons needed to preach, nay they needed to thunder out from every pulpit the justness of her son's cause and the wickedness of Rhaenyra's cause. It was high time that the small folk and their lords needed to be reminded that they went against the very will of the Seven if they supported Rhaenyra. Lord Strong ignored the taunt from Aemond, or at least appeared to, as he continued. Hugh trains every morning with squires and knights. What he lacks for in skill he more than makes up for in strength, speed, and determination. He flies his dragon more than all the other dragon riders combined and is regarded as something of a prodigy when it comes to handling Vermi Thor. Yes, you have been singing this bastard's praises, what of it? Asked her father, impatience clearly evident in his voice. I would recommend that he be assassinated as a matter of urgency, came the Master of Whispers' response. Could we not make a similar approach as we plan to make with this UF fellow? Asked Aemond, his face betraying the slightest distaste for the option of murdering Hugh. I fear such an offer might be rebuffed, your grace. Nonsense, he's a small folk lad, never seen much coin in his life, offer him a lordship. Aemond paused for a second. Offer him Rook's Rest, it's ours now, or maybe even Duskendale. If that won't tempt him, I don't know what would. See to it, Lord Strong. And just like with his comrade this ULF fellow, we can deal with him once I have the heads of that bitch, her husband, and all her spawn adorning the walls of the Red Keep. Yes, your grace, replied Lord Strong, though he clearly disagreed with the orders the Lord Protector of the realm had given him. Now if there is nothing else? Emond asked, clearly impatient to take his leave of them. Given the late hour, probably to take himself away to the street of silk and into the arms of a whore or two, Alicent thought bitterly. Maybe she should reach out to Lord Baratheon and make the necessary arrangements. The oldest girl would be best, as she would flower soonest. In addition to the information on the dragon seeds, I have received a more detailed account of the Battle of the Gullet. Oh? You wait till now to tell us, Master of Whispers? Scoffed Emond. Getting secrets from you is like pulling teeth. Out with it. Out with it. It seems that 3 of the dragon seeds and Prince Jacaerys confronted the fleet of the 3 daughters first. They attacked very cautiously, slowly whittling down the numbers of ships at no cost or little harm to themselves. This they did over several hours as the fleet of the 3 daughters continued on its way, but in the late afternoon, and with the dragons showing no signs of ceasing their attacks, they turned around and decided to flee. Just as the fleet of the 3 daughters had started to withdraw, a 5th dragon attacked, its attacks wilder and more uncoordinated. This final dragon's attacks seemed to have caused mass panic and disorganization, a rout if you will. The Valyrian fleet caught up with the fleece galleys of the 3 daughter in the twilight and added to the butchery. From reports, the 3 daughters lost over half of their fleet, and we may have to count them out as potential allies. Why? Asked Emond. So they lost some ships? Their armies are still intact, they can build more ships surely. Or are they cowards who turn and flee at the first whiff of dragon fire? His last words exiting Emond's mouth around a sneer. Your Grace, the 3 daughters is an alliance of 3 city-states, which have been traditionally hostile to each other, and the arrangement is shaky at best. A setback like this will cause political repercussions. I cannot predict what exactly, but I am warning you to discount any future support from the 3 daughters, to be on the safe side. Pa! Perfumed merchants and slavers scum, that's all they are anyway, we are better off without them. And the Riverlands? What of the armies marching hither and thither across that realm? Asked her father, a scowl on his face at the comment of Emond. The Lannister host continues to advance. Prince Daemon sorties from Harrenhal regularly, though he has not brought the Blood Wyrm into battle as of yet. Emond studied the large map spread over the table before them. The Riverlands are aflame with rebellion and treason, and Prince Daemon roosts with Caraxes in Harrenhal, acting as a locus for all these traitors. He must be rooted out and destroyed, then these Riverlander curs will either be destroyed or bend the knee, though I am loath to allow that. We must be mindful of the threat from Dragonstone, Your Grace, interjected Lord Strong, his voice and his body language urging caution. If we destroy or drive off Daemon Targaryen, we will remove a major threat to us and to our allies in the Westerlands, whose march to support us could be blocked by the Riverlanders with support from Caraxes. And what of the Northmen, these so-called winterwolves that have entered the Riverlands in support of Queen Rhaenyra? Asked her father, his anger at her son's line of thought evident to her, but she suspected well hidden enough from Emond that he would not notice it was there. 2,000 greybeards? They are no threat at all, a charge by a few hundred knights would see them off, if the sight of Viagar does not have them pissing themselves in fright and fleeing back to their frozen homeland. Emond announced, with a barked laugh. Sir Criston? Emond asked after a few seconds of thought, seemingly oblivious to the concerned stares of her father and her Master of Whispers. Your Grace. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard in hand of the King replied crisply. Ready as large a force as you can, we march on Harrenhal, no later than 7 days from now. I will end this scourge that plagues the Riverlands once and for all, and if the gods are willing, Daemon Targaryen as well. Yes, Your Grace. Cole replied, giving a small bow to her son. You will leave King's Landing defenseless, Your Grace. Her father growled, tension gripping him tightly. She could see he was struggling to keep his temper in check. We are sitting here doing nothing, the fighting is elsewhere in the realm. As the king is unable to lead the defense of the realm, it must fall to me instead. My brother Durin and his dragon will continue to support our armies in the Reach. Inform Lord Ormond that I want him to clear the Reach of the traitors to my brother with all necessary haste. Inform Lord Baratheon that I want the Stormlands ready to assail any houses on their borders with the Reach that are not loyal to my brother. The Storm Lord has so far sat still in Storm's End and done little of note. And tell him to send his eldest daughter to the capital. I'll wed the girl as soon as I return from crushing the Riverlands. Every castle, every town, every village, every pissant hamlet that does not bend the knee to the king, I will bring fire and blood down upon them. Let that bitch stew on her island with her common folk dragon riders. I'll crush her support here in Westeros. We shall see what she can do when she has no lords left to support her. Criston Cole. He hated this place, its huge echoing chambers, the strange, twisted and melted stone that made up a goodly portion of the castle, and most of all he hated the very atmosphere of the place. For it seemed to him that Harrenhal was not just inanimate stone and mortar. No, to Criston Cole it seemed to be alive. No, alive was probably the wrong word. Possessed, yes, that was a better word, possessed. The place was getting to his men also. Many complained of strange noises and whispering in the night, of figures glimpsed out of the corner of the eye that disappeared when you turned your head to look for them. Of strange, freezing breezes and drafts that would suddenly spring up from nowhere and just as suddenly dissipate, and of nightmares, always nightmares. He suffered many of the same inconveniences as his men, but as their commander, and as the hand of the king, he could not be seen to be suffering as they did. He hid his uneasiness under the mask of duty and burdened himself with as much work as he could. Work? He was supposedly hand of the king, but little business reached him here in Harrenhal. No, he was sure that Lord Otto Hightower had slipped back into his previous role back in King's Landing. No doubt with the tacit approval of Dowager Queen Alicent, Lords Strong and Lannister would be unlikely to raise too much of a stink on his behalf, of that, he was sure. Oh, he was certain that Lord Otto had not officially replaced him, but he would wager that he was the hand of the king in name only in King's Landing. Which might be a reason why he was now stuck here in Harrenhal with Prince Aemond, safely removed from the capital while others plotted to remove him from power. Dowager Queen Alicent never forgave him for the injuries sustained by the king at Rook's Rest, nor did she look favourably on him for replacing her father as hand of the king, even if King Aegon had gotten tired of Lord Otto's cautiousness. A woman Cole knew was never open to reasoning with, especially when it came to her family, so he knew that he did not have the favour of the Dowager Queen anymore. Thus, he spent his days in Harrenhal, making sure that the Lannister army and his men were kept in decent shape and kept supplied via the God's Eye, while Prince Aemond rode Viagar out Nyon every day and methodically burned everything within a day's flight of Harrenhal. Once everything within a day's flight was destroyed, the prince had sworn to continue out to destroy everything within 2 days' flight, and then 3 days, and so on. Of the rebels they had seen nothing, they had refused battle and dared not confront them with Viagar available to support them. But as the days wore on into weeks, Criston Cole became more and more concerned. The passivity of the rebels was disconcerting to say the least, and he suspected some sort of a trap, and so he had set his armies to work on a plan that would hopefully serve 2 purposes. 1, it would alert him to any potential attack by the rebels, and 2, it would keep his army occupied and busy. Harrenhal itself sat on a raised plateau above the shore of the God's Eye, and from its towering walls and turrets one could spy upon the lands for miles around, but Cole studied the maps of the surrounding terrain extensively before he had left King's Landing. It had been to better understand the locality and prepare for any pitched battle, but now the lay of the land suggested something else to Cole. With the cooperation of several of the maesters who had accompanied the army, they surveyed the empty land around Harrenhal in more detail. And the results confirmed what Cole had suspected. There were numerous hills and ridges that were in sight of the walls and towers that could do service as chains of watchtowers to extend the terrain her could keep under surveillance from Harrenhal. And so, he has set his men to work, building watchtowers and fortlets out from Harrenhal. The layout and placement of these structures were carefully sited so that they all had sight of each other. There was a large amount of grumbling at this, the levies of the Westerlands in particular being very averse to being used as labourers. But he persisted, and eventually up to half of the army was used on any one day for construction work. The towers and fortlets were of wood and earthwork design, temporary in nature, but they increased by a factor of 10 the amount of land he could keep under surveillance, and it only took about 1,000 men to staff the watchtowers and fortlets. The completion of this network made him feel a little more secure, and stopped his army getting bored and restless, but even with this the rebels still did no show their face. And as Aemond burned ever more of the Riverlands, Criston Cole became more and more nervous, sure every day that Queen Rhaenyra would strike at King's Landing. To counterbalance this, the news from the Reach was good. Lord Ormond Hightower and his armies continued to crush the Blacks in engagement after engagement, and still it seemed that Queen Rhaenyra was doing nothing, content to sit on Dragonstone and see her allies defeated. The Vale was quiet also, its great strength seemingly content to sit and wait, like their queen. And the North was supposedly mustering its forces, but apart from the so-called Winter Wolves, no forces of the North had been committed to battle. All of this screamed at Cole that something was in the offing, that the Blacks could not remain so passive, that they would not remain passive. Prince Daemon Targaryen was not a passive type of man, of that he was certain, and his fleeing of Harrenhal before their arrival was an ominous sign. Prince Aemond had declared the absence of Prince Daemon to be a victory, but Cole had disagreed with him on this matter. And this had been the start of him and the prince not seeing eye to eye. They had clashed again over Cole's insistence that the prince cover the advance of the Westerlander army with Viagar. Aemond had instead wanted to start burning the Riverlands until they screamed for him to stop, as the whelp put it. It had only been Cole's insistence and persistent reminders that the Westerlander army was vulnerable to ambush by the Riverlander forces had gotten the prince to reluctantly cover the march of the Westerlander forces. After the Westerlander forces had arrived safely, Aemond had chided him before the assembled lords and knights as being too cautious, and reminding Cole that caution had cost the last hand of the king his badge of office. In truth, Cole was glad that Aemond took off every day and flew off to burn small folk to ash in their homes, for it kept the lad and him separated. And every day Cole visited the September in Harrenhal and prayed to the gods that Aegon would recover from his wounds, as he could not abide by the thoughts of his fool of a younger brother being at the helm of the 7 kingdoms. The youngest of the princes, Durin, was of a much calmer and pleasant disposition. He had trained the lad himself on occasion, and he was much more suited to the mantle of leadership than Emond, of that Cole was sure. Once all this unpleasantness was over, and if Aegon did not recover sufficient to rule, mayhaps a tragic accident might befall Prince Emond, and Durin might assume either the duties of Lord Protector of the realm or even king. For had he not already made one king, what was making another in truth? Adam Velaryon too. Quite a sight, is it not? Asked Prince Jacaerys, nodding his head towards the assemblage of ships gathered in the huge natural harbour of Dragonstone, and even spilling out from it, for there was not enough space for all the shipping assembled. Indeed, your grace, indeed, he replied. He had been silently counting the ships in his head. He had given up somewhere around 350, and he was sure he had only counted less than half of the ships in sight. Sir Hugh? The prince asked, as usual keen to do the ex-blacksmith the honour of including him in their deliberations. Aye, enough to transport our Vale allies to King's Landing and secure the city and its environs, while leaving enough troops on Dragonstone to keep it secure. And with air superiority guaranteed by our dragons, the capital will fall to us. Us pondered Adam. Hugh was definitely pinning all his hopes on this, unlike ULF, who seemed to have little interest beyond drinking and whoring, and Nettles, who seemed to have no interests beyond riding sheep-stealer and bringing the dragon dead sheep and goats to eat. Along with being reluctant in the extreme to abandon her old ways of acting and speaking. Unlike Hugh, who, while retaining his small folk accent, seemed to have adopted well to his situation as a freshly minted knight. The planning for the assault on King's Landing had begun several moons ago. In fact, the attack itself would have probably been launched soon after Prince Daemon had returned atop Caraxes, but for the dogged determination of Hugh to have his opinions on the matter heard and addressed. But Hugh had been indirect about this matter, first enlisting the assistance of his grandfather and Prince Jacaerys and explaining his concerns and why he believed that an immediate attack on King's Landing was a bad idea. Lord Corlys had been very strong in clamouring for the protection of Driftmark, especially after the interrogation of some of the prisoners from the Battle of the Gullet had revealed that the sacking of Spicetown had been the ultimate objective of the fleet of the Three Daughters. The plan to take King's Landing on the bounce as Hugh had referred to it were too fraught with danger according to Hugh, and he made a well-reasoned and logical case for delaying the assault. Hugh had pointed out the paucity of soldiers to secure the city and its surroundings available on Dragonstone, and of the dangers of leaving Driftmark and Dragonstone poorly defended by stripping their garrisons to invade the capital. Hugh had asked that the forces of the Vale be moved to assist in the capturing of the capital and that the defenders of both Driftmark and Dragonstone not be significantly weakened. Lord Corlys and Prince Jacaerys had argued this point with Prince Daemon and Her Grace the Queen until they had finally come around to this way of thinking. Even the fool Mushroom, who no longer dressed in motley and who had assumed something of an advisory role to Her Grace, agreeing that waiting for the forces of the Vale was the better option. Prince Daemon had mentioned that it would also give him more time to prepare for the assault on King's Landing, by which Adam understood that he was talking of the gold cloaks and various others in the city that still owed him allegiance. Adam tuned at the sound of approaching footsteps. The fused stone of the castle of Dragonstone rang differently from ordinary stone when you trod upon it. They and their guards were atop one of the towers that gave a view out over the harbour and town of Dragonstone. A slightly blustery breeze was blowing, the white clouds above racing past driven by the wind. Prince Daemon and a coterie of guards were approaching them. Hugh turned, and Adam noticed the slightest of narrowing of Hugh's eyes, and a slight stiffening of his posture as the rogue prince halted before them. "Well lads, your grace, a fine sight, eh? A fine sight indeed." A chorus of agreement greeted this statement before Prince Daemon continued. "The last of the ships requested will be arriving on the morrow. Bela atop Moondancer spotted them a few hours ago." That was another thing that Hugh had insisted on. Every day the dragons flew out on patrol over the bay, covering Driftmark also. It gave them more practice in riding and kept a keen eye out for any approaching ships, friendly or hostile. Though the chance of any hostiles appearing were slim, given that the Ironborn were keeping the naval strength of the Westerlands and the Reach more than busy of the other side of Westeros. And the Three Daughters were apparently in the process of dissolving their alliance and falling to infighting. "Sir Hugh?" asked Prince Daemon. "Yes, your grace," Hugh replied, managing to keep any hint of the wariness Adam knew his friend held for the rogue prince out of his voice. "You seem enamored of that armor you sport. Why, I will wager that I have scarce seen you out of it since I arrived on Dragonstone. Do you not feel secure here, sir? Do you feel threatened in any way?" Adam shucked in a breath. A smile was plastered across the rogue prince's face, but it did not reach his eyes, which were cold and hard. Hugh did seem to be favouring his armor. Adam had to admit that, ever since the Battle of the Gullet, Hugh had rarely been seen outside of the armor. He had started sporting, it becoming something of a hallmark of Hugh. The armor was not a well-made set, it sported no heraldry or fancy scroll work, it did not look like it was individually fitted to Hugh, nor that it was even made as a set. In truth, the ex-blacksmith's armor looked exactly like it was, a mishmash of different sets thrown together either because they fitted him or to some weird pattern that only Hugh knew or cared about. Hugh wore a gorget around his neck, over a long, padded gambeson studded with overlapping lamellar plates. His shoulders and upper arms were protected by pauldrons and overlapping lamellar plates down his elbow. The rest of his arms were protected by chain mail, and he wore chainmail trousers, with greaves to protect his lower legs. The helmet with this was a simple barbute-style helm, though of course he was not wearing his helmet. A dagger and a sword were always on his person, if he was in armor or not, and Hugh often gave the impression of a man expecting to have to fight for his very life at any second. "I wear this to get used to it, your grace," Hugh replied smoothly. "I am not long elevated a knight and I have not worn armor before. I need to get to know how to walk and move in it, for it to become as a second skin." "Ha! Good answer, Sir Hugh," chortled Prince Damon in response. "And we are at war, your grace, it is best to be always prepared for the unexpected." "No flies on you, Sir Hugh," replied the rogue prince, his voice deadpan. "But you must learn not to be so serious, young Hugh. Life is for living. The very fact that we are at war should sharpen a man's appetites, not dull them. You spend all your time either training, reading or flying your dragon, lad. If you are not careful, life might just pass you by." "There will be plenty of time to enjoy life once this is all over, your grace," replied Hugh, his face serious and solemn. "You see. That's exactly what I mean," retorted Prince Damon, laughing mightily, far too serious by far. "Anyway, enough japing. I did not come up here just to jape and tug at Sir Hugh's tail. Come, walk with me." Adam and the others followed Damon out of earshot of their respective guards until the Lord Protector of the realm leant against the crenellations of the battlements and said in a low voice, "All is prepared, the Red Keep is riddled with them." McGregor was indeed a paranoid fucker. "My men in the City Watch and in the Red Keep guards are ready, and the most important thing is that Alicent and her brood do not escape the attack. It will be tricky, but I have been sending more men I trust into the city by clandestine means and recruiting more inside the city. And the Master of Whispers. He is not to be underestimated, from what I have heard?" asked Hugh, Adam unsurprised by his friend's words. Hugh was calm and confident on certain matters and utterly unafraid to speak his mind. On matters that Adam thought trivial his friend was often tongue-tied and totally reticent. "I am working to neutralize the man, he will hopefully not be of any concern to us," was all that Prince Damon said in response, the look upon his face and the hard set of his eyes discouraging any further inquiry into this matter. "Will Mother be joining us on Cyrux?" asked Prince Jacaerys, a hopeful note in his voice. "Aye, she will. Your mother would not miss this for the world, to be as, what was it you described it as, Sir Hugh?" "In at the kill, your grace," Hugh replied to the question posed by the rogue prince. "Yes, in at the kill, I like that phrase, Sir Hugh, an apt description for what we are about to do." The Lord Protector of the realm's smile was far too wide and showed far too many teeth for Adam's liking, and he suspected that the Red Keep would run with blood after its capture. "And once King's Landing is secured and Alicent and her brood and supporters are dealt with, we can then turn our attentions to ridding ourselves of Emond and Durin. The antics of that pair have gone on for far too long, especially Emond. That mad dog needs to be put down for good," declared the Lord Protector, a savage glee alight in his eyes at this. "The news from the Riverlands and the Reach is not good for our supporters. The sooner we act the better," Jacaerys added to the conversation, worry evident in his voice. "You may blame this one," and here Prince Damon gestured to Hugh for the delay, "and you supported him," the grinning Lord Protector announced, "but in truth I think Hugh had the right of it. We need to be secure when we take King's Landing." "Dragons can take, but they cannot hold," Hugh said, repeating an oft-told phrase of his. "Aye, Sir Hugh has the right of it, I'm afraid," Damon quipped back. "We need swords to hold what dragons take. And I know that Sir Hugh here has the ear of you, young Adam, and of your grandfather. Our ex-blacksmith seems to be quite the font of knowledge, and dragon dreams." When an awkward silence greeted this, the rogue prince just grinned and left them. If his intention was to unsettle them, then he had succeeded, mused Adam. Prince Jacaerys was the first to speak, stating that he had to pay a visit to his betrothed Princess Bela, and with that he strolled off with his contingent of guards. This left him and Hugh standing on the battlements, and Adam stuttered a little as he spoke, speaking of betrothals, my grandfather has told me that there has been some interest in me, in betrothing me." "Congratulation," replied Hugh deadpan, his face trying and failing to hide his mirth. "Don't laugh," he barked out. "I don't want to be betrothed, at least not yet. You are a dragon rider and you have been knighted for your service to our queen, and now a Velaryon, that offers have been made should be expected, you know that." But I don't know." "I know, maybe talk to Lord Corlys about this HRMMM? Explain any reservations you might have, I know it's not a lack of experience." Adam's face grew bright hot at this. He had dipped his pillar for the first time into a cunny after the celebrations of the victory in the Battle of the Gullet. The first time had been a rushed and overwhelming affair, but the second, third, and fourth times had been much more enjoyable. Hugh had discovered him rather wrapped up and enjoying his fifth time that next morning, when he had come to collect him for training in the yard of High Tide. The serving girl had been not in the slightest bit embarrassed, but he had been mortified to be caught so. "And you, Hugh, have there been any offers for your hand?" Adam rushed the words out of his mouth, keen to divert attention from the subject of his nuptials. "A few, some minor knights, a merchant in Spicetown, and even some lesser lords have offered their daughters for my consideration." "Ah, and You have your grandfather to arrange this for you and to make sure any choice is made with the correct considerations due to your status, your prospective bride's status and how the match would be viewed by the Iron Throne. I on the other hand do not have anyone to assist me in this. I am also a former small folk bastard with no name, and my exact status and standing, despite being a dragon rider, is something of an unknown. So no then, I mean, you won't be accepting any offers for marriage then? Nope, not for now my friend. Well, there are always serving wenches or whores. Adam laughed, trying to sound more mature than his years. You would know, would you not? Smirked Hugh. Adam felt his face reddening again. I cannot help it if serving wenches keep on turning up naked in my bed now can I? No I suppose you cannot, his huge friend replied with a barking laugh, but in all seriousness Adam, be careful, you are a lord and an heir to a great lordship, plenty are the slatterns who would gratefully allow you to fill their bellies with a bastard. And beware of highborn girls also, not a few of them, or their ambitious mothers, would not mind finding themselves into your bed. Adam's face went an even deeper shade of red at this truly. He stammered out, unbelieving of what his friend had just said. Unfortunately that is the world we live in, the Game of Thrones is played for keeps lad, never forget that. The Game of Thrones. This war, the constant maneuvering for position between the lords, great and small. Sir Criston Cole, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard is a knight, and to hear the tales told of him before this war, a paragon of knightly virtues. But he slit the throat of a lord who stuck to his oaths and refused to deny the will and testament of his king. That is the Game of Thrones lad, and never you forget that. Your grandfather will teach you in time, and make sure that he does. You have nobody to teach you the Game of Thrones, Hugh. What will you do? Good question Adam, good question. With that his friend turned to stare out over the assembled ships, and Adam was left deep in thought at what they had just discussed. ULF the White too. And remember, we stay in formation, all of us, and keep our eyes peeled. Viagar is supposed to be in Harrenhal, but he could fly to King's Landing in a day or two, and we would never know he was there in time. ULF suppressed a yawn. It was far too early in the morning to be up and about, well before dawn, and it was cold. Autumn was already well advanced and winter felt like it was not too far behind. Hugh was rabbiting on about flying in formation, the so-called Finger 4 formation that the 2 flights of 4 dragons each was supposed to adopt on the flight across Blackwater Bay to King's Landing. He could not see the point of it if he was honest. Viagar would not be present, and the other dragons present in King's Landing were either too small to pose any threat or their riders were incapacitated. Sunfire was still unaccounted for, but King Aegon was apparently too injured from the battle at Rook's Rest to mount his dragon. Sunfire was also apparently badly wounded, so to ULF's mind all this preparation and formation flying was just more of Hugh's nonsense, all part of his desperate, pathetic attempt to ingratiate himself with the Targaryens. Like these idiotic lamps they were all supposed to carry, with shaded panels, white for aft, red for left and green for the right-hand side. The lamps were affixed to the rear of each saddle and were supposed to assist with formation flying when the light was bad. Mounting Silverwing he still could not understand what the delay had been. After he had defeated the 3 daughters the Queen should have struck immediately at King's Landing, and be damned, ending this rebellion with one swift stroke. Even after Silverwing had recovered they had still waited and waited, until some 6,000 men from the Vale had arrived by sea to Dragonstone. These knights, men-at-arms, and levies would be joining in the assault on King's Landing, but strangely not directly. Instead of attacking the city these men of the Vale were to be landed to the north and south of the city, 2 or 3 days' ride away, and were to sweep in towards the capital. Only a small contingent of them were to be landed directly beneath the walls of King's Landing. ULF could not really understand it, until he had overheard some soldiers talking they were being landed away from King's Landing and were to block the roads to prevent any escape by members of the current court. Still, ULF, if he had have been in charge, would have had the troops join in the attack directly, use the dragons to blast down the walls and to clear a path to the Red Keep with dragon fire. Simpler and easier to his mind, and he got to rain fire down that way. How he had loved the feeling of sweeping down and Silverwing unleashing fire upon the fleeing ships of the 3 daughters. There was nothing like it. Not even fucking came close to the feeling of power and domination it gave him. And he had hoped that the dragons would be called upon to use their fire in the assault on King's Landing. But to ULF's disappointment the plans for the taking of King's Landing did not depend on dragon fire, they seemed to depend on using the threat of dragon fire instead. But why threaten when you can actually use it? If you draw your sword, you should be prepared to use it. Was that not a lesson everybody knew? Anyways, they would fly to King's Landing and apparently men loyal to Prince Daemon would open the gates for them and it would all be over with as little fighting as possible. The dragons were to circle the Red Keep and the Dragon Pit during the assault, they would only be called into action if required to suppress any resistance. He would be flying with Nettles, Adam, and Hugh, and they would take up station above the Dragon Pit. The Queen, Prince Daemon, Prince Jacaerys and Princess Baela would orbit the Red Keep. A complicated signaling plan had been worked out but ULF barely understood any of it and so he had ignored it, he would trust himself and Silverwing to know what to do in any eventuality. His mount was skittish and seemed out of sorts as he mounted her. A few none too gentle lashes of the whip soon got her calmed down. He ignored the disapproving looks Hugh was giving him from atop the much larger Vermithor. Hugh was as usual wearing his ridiculous get-up, though he had chainmail draped over the top his sheepskin coat, and he sported a red silk scarf around his neck. Ulf preferred to wrap himself in a cloak and wore much the same garb as he had worn as a man-at-arms. The other 4 dragons took to the air first, then it was their turn, climbing up over the dark waters of Blackwater Bay and setting the snouts of their beasts to the west and King's Landing. They climbed higher and higher, higher than Ulf had ever been he reckoned. Behind them the sun peaked over the horizon and fans of sunlight started to illuminate the sky. Ulf kept up the ridiculous lookout schedule that Hugh had proposed, explaining the reason why they were flying in the formation that they were, keeping his sector under what looked like close surveillance. In truth he only moved his head about in a semblance of keeping a lookout. There was no need for this farce, this mummery. No other dragons would rise to meet them. Even if the attack on King's Landing was betrayed, there was nothing even Viagar could do against 8 dragons. And if Viagar was present, well, it would be a shame if Hugh fell to the old beast, would it not? Ulf let this pleasant thought, and the thoughts of the brothels and taverns of King's Landing sustain him for the rest of the flight. As King's Landing came into view, Ulf spied the ships of the invasion force disgorging their troops onto the long stretch of beach to the immediate north of the city. As he remembered, the troops would be landing beyond the range of any of the defences atop the walls, and that said defences would in all likelihood be compromised. Sure enough, he spied the troops gain the Roshby Road and advance towards the Iron Gate, with no sign of any reaction from the defenders on the walls. As they crossed over the city walls and approached the Dragon Pit, Ulf saw soldiers streaming through the open Iron Gate. He smiled to himself, so far so good. They started circling the Dragon Pit in wide, lazy turns, not dipping any lower at Hugh's insistence. Ulf wanted so badly to drop down lower and skim over the tops of the houses, so see men and women running hither and thither in panic. But no, that humorless prick kept them high above, circling like great fucking pigeons. He was tempted to dive Silverwing down for a bit of fun, but Prince Daemon had been the one giving the orders back on Dragonstone, and he had been quite insistent. And though Ulf hated Hugh, he feared Prince Daemon, for who would not fear the rogue prince? He wanted to keep his head and his stones to enjoy the delights that King's Landing was sure to offer. And so, he kept his place and circled around in formation again and again and again. He kept his eyes open though, mainly watching the Red Keep and ignoring anything else, only paying the minimum attention necessary to flying, though truth be told Silverwing was more than capable of staying in formation with little or no input from him. As the rays of the sun peeked over the eastern walls of King's Landing, they cast great shadows over the city, as did the looming Red Keep. Around the Red Keep itself the other 4 dragons circled, at a similar height to them and keeping a respectful distance from any scorpions that might threaten them. Ulf let his gaze rove over the city, the great, fortified gatehouses, as big as most keeps, the squares that backed each one of them, the sites of markets on set days apparently. The great, wide avenues that bisected the city, the huge, central square that saw 4 of the major thoroughfares converge, the urban barracks of the city watch, looking like castles dotted about the sprawl of red-tiled rooftops. From the height they were flying at, people looked smaller than ants, little bigger than grains of sand, starting to go about their daily business. The tide of Valemen from the Iron Gate reached the Red Keep and the great, paved square that stood before the main entrance of the Red Keep. It marched forwards and into the Red Keep, encountering no resistance, and after a few more minutes the golden dragon banners of King Aegon Targaryen, second of his name, fluttered to the ground, and in their place the quartered banner of Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen, first of her name, flew in the breeze. And that appeared to be that. They kept up their circling for what seemed to be another half an hour before they were directed to land at the Red Keep. Upon alighting there was a brief round of congratulations and well wishes before they were directed to fly to the Dragon Pit, where their dragons would be stabled. Nettles made a scene and insisted that Sheep Stealer would never be chained in the Dragon Pit, and she flew off in anger on her mud-brown beast. Ulf wondered if he had made such a scene would the reaction have been a shrug of the shoulders and an acceptance of a rejection of a command from the Lord Protector. He supposed not, but then again, he did not have a cunt, which no doubt that ugly bitch was using, it being the only way to his mind to excuse the casual reaction to Nettles' behavior. Once at the Dragon Pit, Silverwing was led to what apparently had been her stable, and the great bitch made a few circling turns, for all the world like a dog was wont to do, and promptly fell asleep, not even waiting for her handlers to serve her any food. They all then rode to the Red Keep for a celebration feast, the city having fallen to them with nary a death or violence. And more importantly, all the previous royal family and small council had been taken, only the Master of Whispers having managed to escape. All in all, Ulf reckoned that this was the type of battle he liked. Despite the lack of getting to burn things from atop Silverwing, he would take this kind of soldiering over any other type every day of the week. As he settled into a wine-coddled sleep in the quarters assigned to him in Magur's Holdfast, Ulf the White was pleased with himself and his achievements. The war must surely be nearly won, and he had to look to making sure that he got something better out of all of this than a mere knighthood and a piddling few acres on Driftmark. Daemon Targaryen I. The clash of steel on steel was invigorating, his opponent willing to give him the type of fight that he wanted. Not the precision that the better knights sometimes displayed, nor the oft-lacking skill of squires or other such. No, this spar with Sir Hugh was exactly what he wanted. The lad was strong, fast and had enough unpredictability to challenge him, and not just challenge him, to actually push him as hard as possible. And to make things even better as far as Damon was concerned, the lad shared the blood of old Valeria, making him automatically superior to any Andal or First Men, or anyone else on Planetos for that matter. The lad's features were not as refined as the classical Valyrian look, he was too big for one, and the planes and sweeps of his face lacked a certain fineness, but he was a good enough specimen of the old blood, especially accounting for his bastardry. Hugh claimed to not know his father, and his mother had not had the features of the old blood according to Hugh, so his blood might be somewhat diluted. That did not matter to Damon. The lad could ride a dragon and had the silver/gold hair and violet eyes of a true dragon rider, and that was enough for him. And sometimes Damon wondered if the lad was one of his some blowby from a serving wench or tavern slut on Dragonstone. He had seated enough small folk lasses in his time that he scarce remembered any of them, and it was entirely possible that this Hugh was his base-born son. Not that he cared one way or the other really, Hugh was a dragon rider and that was enough for him, at least for now anyway. The pair of them had been sparring for what must have been a good half an hour now, Damon having 4 victories to Hugh's 1, and he was beginning to feel the first twinges of tiredness in his muscles. He had not been pushed this hard in training in a long time, and mayhaps he had been lazy these last few moons in his training. Well, this lad Hugh would certainly make up for it, of this he was sure. Hugh moved unconventionally and unpredictably, and was not unafraid of using kicks, punches, and elbows to gain any advantage. Something which Damon loved when training, he loved to see someone actually fight as one would fight in a real life or death situation. And of course, all this pondering by him led Hugh to slipping his blunted blade past his guard and winning the latest fight. Damon laughed it off and grasped Hugh's arm in the traditional warrior's grip. "Good fight, lad, we will do this again, methinks you can offer me a decent challenge." "Thank you, your grace," replied Hugh, giving him a slight bow. "This afternoon, at the hour of the Pig1 I will call upon you, dress finely, we will be leaving the Red Keep for a dinner and some entertainment." Damon could spot the sudden flash of alarm in the lad's eyes at this but noted that he hid it well, and Hugh replied, "Of course, your grace." At this Damon took his leave of the training yard, not before noticing Hugh start upon a complicated set of stretches and exercises, the likes of which Damon had not seen before. He must get the lad to teach him those, for stretching before and after training were supposed to be good for one, according to the maesters. And he was putting on the years, of that there was no doubt, and he was beginning to feel them in the odd twinge of pain and hitch of stiffness in his bones. He put these concerns aside and returned to the quarters that he shared with the Queen for a quick bath, before he dressed and broke his fast. Afterwards he proceeded to the small council meeting chamber, where Rhaenyra liked to work from, when she was not holding court or otherwise engaged. Entering the room he gave her a bow, before giving his wife a kiss on the head, Rhaenyra barely acknowledging his presence, her head buried in some scroll or other. Damon sat himself down and waited for Rhaenyra to finish with her reading, which she eventually did, putting aside the scroll and fixing him with something of a glare. "What?" he asked flippantly, feeling the slightest of aggrievement that the Queen was displeased with something he had done, though for the life of him he could not fathom what he could have possibly done that displeased her so this morn. These plans that you have drawn up." "Which ones, my love? I am rather busy at this time, I sometimes scarce can keep track of all I am working on," Damon replied glibly. "Damon!" Rhaenyra hissed in annoyance. "No, my love, genuinely. These plans for redrawing the boundaries of the 7 kingdoms, are you mad?" "Mad?" asked Damon, tilting his head to one side. It looked like this might be more of an argument than he had originally predicted. "Yes, mad, Damon. Do you think that the lords will stand for this, and you did not even have the sense to keep this under wraps until we are fully victorious?" "These are just proposals, your grace," Damon replied, a smile plastered on his face, but it never reached his eyes. Rhaenyra was acting like a child, again, and he would have to treat her like the spoiled child that she was. It was such a pity that he could not dispense with her and rule directly, but unfortunately that was impossible, at least for now. And there was still the thorny matter of her children by Lucerys Velaryon, bastards by Harwin Strong that they were in all. Even if his queen did tragically slip away into the stranger's embrace, he would have to do away with the 2 boys before his son could rule. No, it was actually better to rule indirectly through Rhaenyra with his current title as Lord Protector of the realm. He would just have to make sure that he kept his powers and his position once the war was over. And once the war was over, then what? Why, take back the stepstones, of course, and then Dorne, for only conquerors were truly remembered. Ask anyone, small folk or noble, what Jaehaerys had done, and many would struggle to tell you anything beyond a few generalities. Ah, but ask them what Aegon, first of his name, had done. Why, everyone could tell you. But for his dreams to be realized he needed support, and he needed a realm solidly behind him, and the Iron Throne, of course. And the best way to do that to his mind was to reward those who had supported Queen Rhaenyra and punish those who had supported King Aegon, second of his name. And if those that were rewarded were those who either owed him or who were loyal to him, why all the better as far as Daemon was concerned. And equally importantly as far as Daemon was concerned, he had to make their Endel subjects, lord and small folk alike, understand that the blood of old Valyria was superior to them, that it ruled them by right, and by the might of their dragons. Too long had House Targaryen accommodated their Endel subjects, letting their septons and septas preach their nonsense to their children, poisoning their minds before they were formed. Too long had his house refrained from showing the Andals that they were not subject to their petty laws and customs, and that their pathetic 7 gods held no sway over the children of the freehold. It was high time that the realms were reminded of this fact, and what better opportunity than after a war where his house and his blood would emerge victorious. He had thought that Rhaenyra was of the same mind as him on this matter, well, not all of it obviously, he had not shared all of his vision with his dear wife. For despite her blood, she had a woman's mind, too narrow and small to truly appreciate the grand sweep of his visions and where he wanted to take the realm. But alas, apparently Rhaenyra had decided to think to know what was best for the realm, what was best for their house. He would have to make sure to bring his dear queen back around to his way of thinking on this matter, would he not? The usual way would work, it always did, a good, long hard fucking with his big pillar, and Rhaenyra was usually receptive to any suggestion he would make. Though she did not listen to him always after a good fucking, for during those years of Dragonstone his wife had not consented to his post-coital suggestions to the murder of Alicent and her brood. Ah, but if she had, then things would not have gone the way they had now, would they? If they had been leaked, Daemon. What of them then? We could just have spread the rumor that they are false. You worry too much, your grace. Daemon, of course I worry, the war is not yet won. And my enemies still abound, some of them in this very keep. Ah, that hoary old matter, again. His dear queen was rather thirsty for vengeance and wanted to visit appropriate retribution upon her enemies that were currently residing at her pleasure in the Red Keep. Despite their value as hostages, Rhaenyra was champing at the bit to kill all who had opposed her. An endearing trait, but one which clashed with the realities of the current situation and the need to bring this war to as swift an end as possible. And hostages might very well assist in this matter, but of course the moment the prisoners that they held ceased to have any value to them, they would be sent to the strangers' halls forthwith. I predict that the war will be over by the end of 130 AC at the latest, your grace. Everything is moving towards this inevitable culmination. He smiled his best smile to placate Rhaenyra. I'm still not sure of this, Daemon. It's a huge change, the lords might not accept it. Then we will visit fire and blood upon them, my queen. These changes will only happen once the war is won, and we have defeated all our enemies. Then what will the lords do? Stage a revolt? No, they will stay quiet and accept the supremacy of the dragons, if they want their lines to continue. He would spit into the faces of those Andal cunts, every last one of them, who had sneered at him, belittled him, even as he had fucked their wives and not a few of their maiden daughters. For a moment Daemon wondered just how many bastards he had fathered, and just how many of his children that vengeful fathers and husbands had killed by forcing the mostly willing recipients of his seed to drink moon tea. Probably quite a few, he mused sourly, for the Andals had a very annoying hang-up about bastards. Not that he cared one whit, if they were his and if his blood showed true, why they were absolutely superior to the variegated scum that normally issued from the loins of Andals. These fathers and husbands should have been thanking him for blessing those Andal wombs with his seed, if they had any sense at all. You wish to attain quite a few noble families, move vassals around seemingly by the hundreds and redraw the borders of Westeros in a fashion not even attempted by the conqueror. I am worried that this is too radical, that it is foolish even. All those who will be attained are our enemies. You gave them the chance to swear to you. In the year 105 all the lords and the knights of the realm swore to you. Any who are your opposition have already forsworn any rights or privileges that they once had. They are traitors and should be treated as such. In doing this you will cow the lords for generations to come, ensuring the peace and stability of the realm for your sons and theirs after them. And in the place of traitors, we can reward those who were loyal to us, those who stood by their oaths, and those men who proved that words are not mere wind. He would find out who had been whispering in Rhaenyra's ear on this matter, and they would find a dagger buried in their back soon enough. This Sir Hugh fellow, Vermithor's dragon seed, he is one of those that you want to raise to lordly status, am I correct? Rhaenyra asked. Daemon knew she was trying to move off topic by first diverting the conversation slightly. He has proven loyal and smart. Him and his grace Prince Jacaerys are something of friends and compatriots, as is Adam Velaryon. The lad fights well for one who never squired, and he seems to know a thing or two about dragons. He shares our blood also, he has the looks of the freehold of old. A slight little lie, but a harmless enough one at that, not that Rhaenyra would care one way or the other, he hoped. I've heard that this so-called alert posture is actually Sir Hugh's idea and not that of my son Prince Jacaerys. I had not heard that, Daemon lied, for of course he knew all about Sir Hugh and how he had been whispering behind the scenes into the ear of Prince Jacaerys. Not that what the lad had been saying to the prince was objectionable, far from it in actuality, but still, such an influence would have to be minimized or eliminated. It would not do for Sir Hugh to have such influence over the heir to the Iron Throne. Even so, I doubt that some small folk lad, even one as accomplished as Sir Hugh, would be able to come up with such a brilliant idea as the alert posture HRMMM. This so-called alert posture had at least 2 dragon riders stationed at the dragon pit for a shift of 8 hours, to be ready to take to the sky at a minute's notice. This was to prevent a surprise attack from crippling their dragons on the ground, either by an attack on the dragon pit by enemy agents or by an attack from the remaining dragons of the Greens. The number of troops guarding the dragon pit had also been increased at Hugh's urging, which Prince Jacaerys had accepted with little comment. No, Hugh needed to be removed from his position to influence the crown prince, but maybe not until the war was over. The lad had smart ideas in that head of his. And Damon became even more determined to knife whoever was whispering to the queen. And you propose to raise him to a lord and give him new lands in this enlarged crownlands that you're in my hand propose. I do your grace, I plan to have all the dragon riders close at hand to King's Landing, and to increase the size of the lands directly under the Iron Throne. I want to make the Iron Throne as powerful as any of our vassal kingdoms, despite the dragons. We have tried ruling these Andals with accommodation and trust. That time is over, we must instead rule them the only way they understand, with fear and strength. Adam Veliaran 3. The young highborn maids tittered and blushed as Adam tried to make conversation with them. The gardens of the Red Keep were sheltered enough that the blustery winds coming in off the Blackwater Bay did not make the temperature uncomfortable. So, these maids were still able to wear what was apparently summer fashion, which appeared to Adam's eyes to consist of less material than was usual, and in some cases decent. Not that he was complaining, but it necessitated wearing a longer than was usual doublet, to hide the incessant cock stand he found himself sporting. The conversation seemed to always center on his dragon and what it was like to ride it, with enough sly innuendo from the elder, or bolder maids to make Adam blush, adding further to his discomfort. Thankfully Hugh came to his rescue, requesting his presence and that of the other dragon riders. Apparently there was something for them to discuss. The highborn maids were equally all aflutter around Hugh, who did his best to be polite and to ignore them, much to their disappointment. Once out of earshot Hugh whispered, "You were in need of a wingman to rescue you, young lord. You were drowning, not waving." Thank you, I think," replied Adam as Hugh led him further away from the gardens. "I suppose the dragon riders are not required for a meeting of some sort." "You suppose correct, my friend," came Hugh's reply, making Adam feel somewhat relieved. Meetings of the dragon riders required ULF, Prince Daemon, and Queen Rhaenyra, people who made him nervous. But, the alert posture is being scaled down to a single dragon on alert as opposed to 2 dragons and their riders. A new schedule will be posted, starting next week. Oh. Yes, apparently Viagar has been located, in the Reach with Tessarion and the armies of Lord Ormond Hightower. For now, we need not fear a surprise attack. But I doubt the dragons, or the armies of the Greens will stay still for long. What do you think the Greens will do, Hugh? I mean, we have the former king, his mother, and most of the previous small council in our hands. We have more dragons, and we have King's Landing. This is a what you might call a civil war, a strange name I know, Adam, but one that pits family against each other. These wars are always bloody and are never easily resolved and leave a legacy of bitter resentment and hatred for decades afterwards. That sounds depressing, replied Adam, not knowing what more to say on the matter. Aye lad, it is. War is not all heroics and fair maidens waiting for their loves to return. We are lucky in that we ride dragons, we don't have to slog through the mud and the blood, but our chance of being killed are actually much higher than that of the average peasant levy. How so? Adam asked, not sure he was understanding correctly. There are 10 and 8 dragons with riders in this war. 6 of them are either too small to be ridden or their rider was unable to mount them due to other issues. You mean Queen Helena, don't you? I do, yes, Adam. Anyway, that leaves 10 and 2 dragons available for operations, as it were. Of these 10 and 2 dragons, 2 are dead with their riders and 1 is missing, its rider incapacitated by injuries suffered in air-to-air combat. That works out at a 1 on 4 casualty rate. How many battles do you know of where 1 in 4 knights fell in combat? I don't know, I suppose not many. Not many indeed. Usually losses are in the order of 1 in 10 or 1 in 9 in a battle. We dragon riders have double the casualty rate of other combatants, Adam. Adam said nothing in response, wondering where exactly Hugh was going with this. Fret not, Adam, I am not turning craven on you or anything like that, just making sure that you don't misunderstand what it is we are doing here. Our role is vital, crucial to the success of our queen's endeavors, but it is not without risk to ourselves. We are not invulnerable. It's the dragons, isn't it, Hugh? This is all about the dragons. Adam retorted, his mind suddenly clear as to what Hugh was trying to say. Yes, it's all about the dragons. They must live, Adam, they must not be sacrificed to win this war. Dragons make the armies of the High Lords obsolete, Adam, they make the position of the Targaryens unassailable on the Iron Throne. And yes, I know you are a Velaryon, but you share blood with the Targaryens and your ancestors hail from the Freehold also. The great lords of Westeros will always be plotting and scheming, and without dragons how long do you think they would stay subservient to the Iron Throne? A decade or two, perhaps a generation at most. With dragons to enforce the peace the realm will prosper, and senseless deaths heaped on the altars of the ambitions of the Andal lords will vanish. You believe that to be so, Hugh? I do. I also fear that this war could lead to the end of dragons, something which would be a disaster for all of us, Adam. Truly, you believe that dragons could go extinct? They could, if enough are killed, yes. Dragons are magic and magic is needed to birth them. The less dragons in existence the less eggs will hatch. It could be that enough dragons are killed that no more eggs hatch, Adam. That is. I know, a terrible thing to contemplate. Hugh, terrible. You seem to love the Targaryens, and their dragons. Hugh gave him a wan and wistful smile before he continued, seeming to have been collecting his thoughts and carefully marshalling his words. They have been good to Dragonstone, and good to Westeros. Major wars, before this current situation, were unheard of. The lands were united and at peace, something of a codified set of laws was implemented, life was better for most than it was in the era of the warring states before the conquest. Hugh, I mean. Say what you have to say, Adam, you won't offend me. Hugh smiled at him. You are, sorry you were a small folk, a blacksmith, and... Why would I have these concerns, why would I have these cares for others beyond eating the next day? Yes. We are all not like ULF and Nettles, you know. Replied Hugh, letting out a small, sad-sounding laugh, though too many of us are in truth. Smashing hot iron all day sometimes gives you time to think, and it is amazing what you can pick up in taverns, especially those in ports. With enough information and enough time to think, you can formulate a pretty accurate picture of the world beyond your forge and Dragonstone. I see. Came his reply, not really seeing at all if he was honest. But he supposed Hugh was just very clever, and that was the explanation for it. Or that Hugh was much older than he looked, for it seemed to Adam that Hugh sounded like a man with many years of hard and sorrowful experience behind him. You think that the Greens will march on King's Landing? Adam asked, remembering back to a question he had asked a few minutes ago, wondering what the man would have to say on the matter. He wondered what would happen now that they held the capital and had 8 dragons to their enemies too. I don't know, if I am honest. They may have a massive advantage in men, but as the Field of Fire proved, that is negated by dragons. And we have more dragons than they do. Their only way to win would be to find some way of neutralizing our advantage in dragons. How would they do that? Poison, assassination, treachery, the usual weapons of the weaker side. You notice that all the dragon riders are always accompanied by a coterie of guards at all times. This was true. He had 10 guards assigned to him at all times, as did Hugh and Ulf. The prince, the queen, and the princess also had their own guards. Nettles despised such protection, and the strange, dark little waif rarely resided in King's Landing anyway, preferring to spend most of her time on Dragonstone with her mount. I have heard that Princess Bela is going to move back to Dragonstone soon. Yes, to guard the place. It's currently vulnerable to attack, with Nettles and Sheepstealer based there also. That should give pause to any attempt by the Greens to attack. That is another way we could be defeated, by being defeated in detail, split into smaller packets of dragons and overwhelmed by Viagar, who can take any of our dragons, with the exception of Caraxes, possibly. So our supposed superiority might not be as telling as we believe? Asked Adam. Yes, unfortunately, there is an old Valyrian saying, it's never over until the fat lady sings. What a strange saying, Adam pondered, while out loud he said, so there is more fighting to come then? Oh yes, much more I suspect. There will be more than enough treachery, horror, waste, and stupidity to last a lifetime for all of us before this is over. They walked along in silence for a few moments, before Adam asked, will you dine with grandfather and I tonight? I would very much like if you could join us, Hugh. I'm afraid I cannot, I have prior arrangements unfortunately. Oh, anything, well, interesting. Oh yes, in the UTI sense of the word. Adam did not know what Hugh was talking about, but that did not sound very pleasant. Daemon Targaryen too. As they sat down in the comfortable private room he had booked, Daemon pondered how to handle the next few hours. Which ploy to go with first, which one would best serve his purposes, his goals. As the food was brought in, fine fare but not excessive, as he found that he often felt bloated and out of sorts after too large a meal, he made his decision. Eat up, Sir Hugh, enjoy, we will discuss matters as we eat. Yes, your grace, replied the dragon rider, who selected several small portions from the fare laid out on the table, apparently determined to taste of everything. Not a bad strategy if you had probably not seen fare such as this before, Daemon mused, again highlighting the lad's brains, if nothing else. I invited you here as it's more private and secure than the Red Keep. Noticing the lad's reaction to this, well hidden but still noticeable to him, good, he was not losing his touch. Me smiled inwardly. The walls of the Red Keep have ears, came Hugh's reply, somewhat sotto voiced. Indeed, they do, though I wonder how you know of this secret. HRMMMM. The legend that Magar the Cruel killed his workforce after the completion of the holdfast that bears his name is well known. And as to why he would do that, it only stands to reason to keep some secret of the construction of the holdfast. And secret passageways and escape routes are the most likely thing that Magar wanted to keep secret. It is simple logic, finished Hugh, returning to eating from his plate, but Damon noticed the tension he was carrying in his shoulders and neck. The lad was afraid, and nervous. Good, very good, he might slip up yet. Logic, eh? If you say so, anyway, you know that the war will hopefully be brought to a swift end soon enough. Winter will be upon us soon, and a war in winter is the height of folly, but that will not be the reason why the war will end soon. We have a decisive advantage in dragons, in no small part due to you, young Hugh. Your grace is too kind. I am not, he replied, letting a little of his anger and annoyance spill into his voice. I give praise where it is deserved, no more. I am not having this discussion with that drunken sot Ulf am I, or with that filthy, wild thing Nettles. Or Adam, Hugh replied, his voice calm but quiet. No, he is the concern of his grandfather, or should I say his father. When the lad did not react to this, Damon was somewhat pleased, not that anyone whose head was used for more than keeping their ears apart would not suspect the sea snake of being the father of the two bastards that had so recently been legitimized as Velarians. Once the war is over, there will have to be a reckoning with the enemies of the Iron Throne, with those lords, high and low, who cast aside their oaths and who threw their lot in with the usurper. And there will be opportunities to rise higher for those who were loyal, for those who offered leal and valuable service to her grace. I have already been knighted, came the lad's wary reply. And a good start that is, Sir Hugh, a good start, but I suspect that you would not wish to remain a landed knight and vassal to the Velarians forever, would you? Hugh paused a second or two before replying, I would not, no. Damon smiled wolfishly in response, no, of course not, you would much prefer a nice big castle somewhere and a pretty young highborn lass to fill your bed. As would your compatriot Ulf the White, but whereas you are too reticent, he is unfortunately far too forward, and nobody likes a grasping cunt, especially one so quickly risen above their station. Hugh said nothing in response, merely methodically eating his way through the selection of food on his plate. And Ulf lacks a certain discretion, he talks far too much, and says much more than he should. It has been noticed, and approaches have been made by certain parties to him. The Greens are trying to get him to turn his cloak, came the reply, no hint of a question in Hugh's voice. Which begs the question, have you been approached? Without missing a beat, Hugh replied, I told them I was not interested. Oh? Is that so, Sir Hugh? Damon asked, wondering suddenly if all this was for naught. Yes, a certain merchant factor called Janus Barner, suave fellow, but far too insincere and oily for my tastes. Ha! Ha. I like you, Sir Hugh. Laughed Damon in response, knowing that this fellow Janus Barner was indeed who had made contact with Ulf and whom his men were following closely. But inside he was raging, that his men had missed the approach to Hugh boded ill. And he wondered what offer had been made to Hugh, and if he could trust the lad in light of this. They offered me Hornhill, by the way, if you don't already know. Hornhill, at? That's quite the seat now, is it not? Asked Damon, wondering if he would have to end the lad here and now. I'd never live to sit my arse in it, it was only promised once the war was over. Even I'm not that stupid to think they would not shank me once the war is over. I assume they made a similar offer to Ulf, and he no doubt believed them. Why the hell's not, thought Damon, they offered him Hornhill. This got no reaction from Hugh, a good sign as far as Damon was concerned. So, what are you offering me then? Asked Hugh, finally finishing what he was eating and pushing away his plate. Legitimized as a Targaryen, the lands of House Betley and House Cockshaw in the new and much enlarged Crownlands, and the hand of my daughter Rena in marriage. Oh, bugger me sideways. Daemon Targaryen 3. Hugh seemed genuinely lost for words, and Damon disliked that say yes lad. I don't make offers of my daughter's hand to every fucking handsome buck that comes along. No, he made this offer because he wanted to spit upon the nobility of Westeros, all those Andal cunts who had scorned him, looking down on him, treated him like he was, diseased or something. He was a Targaryen, her was above the laws of so-called gods and men, and he was not letting his daughter marry some Andal cunt if he could help it. Oh, he might have to marry her off anyways to one of the lords, but he would dangle his daughter's maiden cunt and the offer of riches and titles, sure that Hugh would not turn down such an offer. Are you, as Lord Protector, in a position to make such an offer? Clever lad indeed, Damon realized. Yes, but subject to her grace's, my wife's approval. On that count you need not worry, she will give her approval. So Queen Rhaenyra has not yet approved of this offer you have just made to me. Damon's estimation of the lad's brains went up a few notches at this, so he turned on his charm to its fullest extent. There are some who oppose this offer I am making, who whisper in the Queen's ear, Lord Corlys for example, and most of the other lords who think themselves fit to offer our Queen their advice, whether she needs it or not. But I promise you, on my word as a Targaryen, that this offer will be upheld. I am a bastard, of low birth, your daughter is a princess, and she was betrothed to Prince Lucerys. This offer is dangerous for you to make, your enemies will pounce on it as a weakness. If you cannot convince the various high lords of it, will the Queen's approval be enough? I need loyal men, Hugh, the Iron Throne needs loyal men, and what better way to ensure loyalty than with land and marriage? My daughter is young, beautiful, and not betrothed currently, she would make a priceless wife for any of the lords of Westeros. But I'm offering her to you, Hugh, not any of those Andal fucks, you. You are of our blood, Hugh, you are a dragon rider, and you deserve our name. All this I can offer you, no, all this I can reward you with. A little white lie Daemon knew, for as the lad had surmised, Rhaenyra still needed to be placated on the matter of legitimizing Hugh, and on the extensive lands he wanted to grant the lad, lands that belonged to 2 other realms and 2 other families currently. And he had not answered the lad's question either. He would have to work on convincing the sea snake to allow his granddaughter to marry Hugh, but he was sure it could be done. As to the others who sought to influence his dear wife, well, he would have to deal with them sooner or later, because they were not only in opposition to his plans for his daughter's hand, but for the wider plans he held. But that was mere details to be resolved in his favor when required, nothing to be overly concerned about. He was intent on remaking the realm in his image, in breaking the power of the major lords once and for all, and to make House Targaryen stand completely above their subject houses once and for all. The Conqueror had only started the process, and he, Daemon Targaryen, would finish the job. And yes, the lad was a bastard, but he shared his blood, the blood of old Valyria, and he was a dragon rider to boot. The Andals would see his betrothing Rhaena to Hugh as a monstrous insult. Well, fuck them, it was an insult to them and their blood. Only the blood of the dragon should breed with the blood of the dragon. Andal women were good enough for deflowering and fucking, but for bearing the seed of the dragon, for bringing forth the old blood, only very few he would let claim that honor. And despite what he had thought only a few minutes earlier, he would never let some Andal cock near Rhaena. He would marry her to the old blood in Essos rather than let the seed of Andal sully his daughter's precious, pristine womb. As Hugh did not seem to be interested in eating much more, Daemon stood up and went to the door, opening it and peeking out into the hallway, gestured to a servant stationed out of earshot. Returning, he sat down again in the lavishly appointed room, the best private room in the most expensive brothel in King's Landing. A brothel he had been wont to frequent over the years, blessing it with his custom many the time. The servant appeared and silently cleared away the plates, leaving a fresh carafe of wine on the table before he exited wordlessly. Now with the eating over, I think a little relaxation is called for, no? Daemon smiled at Hugh, whose face twisted when he realized what exactly entertainment meant. A few seconds later, 2 of the finer whores in the establishment, or at least the finer in Daemon's estimation, sashayed into the room, all languid moves and half-glimpsed delights through sheer silk costumes that barely covered them. Neither of them were of the old blood, but that did not bother Daemon in the slightest. They were whores to be used for enjoyment, nothing more. Noticing Hugh beginning to panic, Daemon smirked and then suddenly wondered if Hugh was a sword swallower. If that was the case, then the lad could not marry his daughter. He would not dishonor Rhaena by marrying her to a pillow bidder. Blood of old Valyria or not. His agents had mentioned nothing about Hugh being that way inclined, only that he seemed chaste and he did not indulge in the pursuits of the flesh. Lad, sit back down, don't go insulting me now, especially when I might be your future good father at. Sit down, relax, enjoy yourself, you've earned it. Daemon said as the whores draped themselves over him and Hugh. His whore was a slim blonde, older than her companion, about 22 if Daemon was correct, with grey eyes and one of the sultriest smiles that Daemon had seen in his long years. The whore clambering all over Hugh was younger and much more petite, a brunette with pale brown eyes, but a very nice set of teats on her, firm and proud. The blonde made the usual moaning and mewling noises a whore was wont to make to arouse her customer, running her hands over him but concentrating on his groin, before she opened his breeches and pulled his rapidly hardening member free. With a sigh and a moan that even Daemon found overly theatrical, the whore's face descended and her mouth engulfed him. He let a moan of satisfaction escape his lips. Glancing over, he saw the other whore busily working at Hugh's breeches to free his member, finally releasing a substantial pillar of thick flesh to rear up before her face. The whore made the appropriate surprised and impressed noises before she took Hugh's cock into her mouth. The whore's hands worked down Hugh's shaft, reaching into his breeches to ease out his stones. Daemon felt the slightest twinge of jealousy. The lad was massive, bigger than him, and Daemon had been blessed by the gods with an impressively sized manhood. Well, at least his daughter would be satisfied in her marital bed, he mused, though probably equally terrified on her wedding night. Returning his attention to the whore before him, Daemon enjoyed the sights to go with the sensations she was giving him. After a few more minutes he tugged at her arms and the whore ceased her oral ministrations to climb up atop him. Aligning her slit with his member, she slid down onto him, drawing a contented sigh from him. He rested his hands on her hips as she began to work herself up and down on his pole. He looked over to Hugh. His whore was trying the same maneuver, but the lad stopped her with a command. I did not say to stop. The whore pouted at this, but Hugh griped the back of her head and guided her head back down, Holding his member in his other hand, he guided his cock back into the whore's mouth. He kept on pushing the whore's head down, despite her protests, only stopping when the girl coughed up a wad of spittle and drool, spluttering and gasping. I would have thought you were good at this. Hugh asked of the whore. He had finally released her head and the girl had retched up a few times at Hugh's feet. You are too big, my lord, the girl replied, trying to inject something of lust, amazement, and awe into her voice, despite being covered in drool and spittle and still coughing and retching. Well then, you shall earn you coin today at. Came the matter-of-fact reply from Hugh, Damon faintly surprised by the lad's actions, but slightly pleased for all that. At least the lad did not seem to fall to pieces at the mere sight of cunt, and he seemed to have the proper disposition for ruling women. With that Hugh gripped the whore's hair and pulled her closer to him, once more guiding his cock into her mouth, whence he proceeded to pump the girl's head on and down on his shaft, to a depth the whore was not comfortable with, if the frantic sounds she made were anything to go by. A somewhat crude display, Damon thought, but perfectly acceptable with a whore, whose body was bought and paid for. He wondered if Hugh would treat Rena the same way, and the images flashing across his mind's eye of his daughter being face-fucked by Hugh sent Damon over the edge, and he spilled into the whore, who once again made all the right noises and movements in response. A suppressed grunt cut though his post-coital fugue, and Damon glanced over in time to see the whore struggling to lever her mouth off Hugh's cock, her face twisted in displeasure and horror, ropes of seed hanging from her nostrils, mouth, and jaw. Oh yes, he remembered, this particular whore was not overly fond of swallowing a man's seed. If required to do this, she would take the pillar deep into her mouth and swallow the seed immediately. Seems like his good son's rather large size had precluded that particular tactic. He let out a bubbling laugh at the comical state of the whore, as Hugh plastered her face a few times with his seed for good measure. Ah, to be young again, what he would not do for it, to have such vigor again. The other whore fled from the room, gathering up her clothes, while his companion got back onto her knees to diligently clean his member. Once she had finished and was about to leave, he said, "Clean my friend also." Your companion failed to do so. The whore gave him her best, and most insincere smile, before kneeling before Hugh and giving his member a rather longer and more thorough cleaning than she had given his. Enough, he announced as his patience wore thin. Leave us. Once the whore had left the room and Hugh had fixed himself up, Damon turned more fully to him and said, "Now, who the fuck are you really, lad?" "Rhaenyra Targaryen." "You are sure?" "I am your grace, the woman no a lady," Misery replied, bowing her head slightly. "Prince Damon and the bastard Sir Hugh are dining at the Sapphire." "Dining?" she asked, one eyebrow arching of its own accord. "Yes, but dining also includes the services of whores, and Prince Damon has long patronized the Sapphire." "I see," came her frosty reply. She supposed that it would have been too much to ask her husband to keep to the vows he made her, especially when such temptation was right there before him. On Dragonstone, Damon's appetites had been curtailed by the lack of available sources to quench them, and he at least had the good grace to be discreet when he indulged. But now that they were back in King's Landing? No, the rogue prince would indulge himself to his heat's content, of that she was certain. But she would not bar him from her bed, despite her cold fury. No, Damon was too skilled a lover, too valuable an ally, and he was the father of 2 of her sons. And he was loyal to her, the only person she could, really trust, in this nest of vipers that they called King's Landing. And that was the truly most terrible thing that she knew, that of all the people she knew, it was Damon whom she could trust the most, if only as far as his ambitions wanted to reach. The sooner Jacaerys and Baela were married the better, and with Jacaerys as her heir this should go some way towards placating Damon's unquenchable lust for the Iron Throne. But her husband required watching, of that she was certain. Hence why she had appointed this Lady Misery, a former whore, as her unofficial mistress of whispers. Oh, she knew that Damon and this one were former lovers. The whore had admitted it plainly, but had also admitted that Damon had scorned her on his return from King's Landing for other, younger, and more comely whores. Ah, so like Damon, she mused, always thinking with that rather well-proportioned pillar of his. But still, her husband had been right all along about the ambition of Alicent and her sons, and the ambitions of her father and other members of the small council. And maybe if she had listened to Damon on Dragonstone all those times down the years when he had pleaded with her to turn the war of words and position between her and the Greens into one of knives in the dark, then maybe sweet Luke would still be alive, and she would not be in a war with that bitch Alicent's usurping spawn. Ah, but did she not have Alicent prisoner now, along with her cunt of a daughter Helena? They also had Aegon prisoner, though he was so badly burned and injured from the battle over Rook's Rest that he was bedbound and incoherent most of the time. Helena's children Jaehaera and Maelor were also enjoying captivity with their mother, whose mind appeared to have been broken by the ordeal of losing her son Jaehaerys. Grand Maester Orwaley also languished in captivity, despite the protests of the citadel, as if she would listen to the bleating of those who hailed from Old Town of all places. She had wanted Maester Gerardis to replace Orwaley, and she had draped the chain of Orwaley around Gerardis' neck, but the Lord Protector had persuaded her that Gerardis should remain on Dragonstone for the time being. They were using the services of several maesters from loyal Crownlander houses in the stead of Gerardis, whose elevation to the title she had bestowed upon him the citadel had refused to sanction, because of course they had. And the more she pondered on those that had attempted to steal her birthright, the more she became resolved to visit fire and blood upon them. Mercy was all well and good, and forgiveness was the coin that redemption was paid with, but she struggled with this, struggled with wanting to offer mercy to her enemies. Damon of course wanted to sweep all their enemies away in a tide of fire and blood, an elegantly simple proposition that was not unattractive, and to uproot almost the entire structure of the Seven Kingdoms in the process. Her husband was fond of these dramatic gestures she knew, and he had made a compelling case for what he wanted to do, to strengthen House Targaryen massively versus its vassals. And to do this Damon proposed to expand the crownlands significantly, encroaching on territory held by House Baratheon, House Tyrell, and House Lannister. And on top of that Damon wanted to redraw a web of vassal alliances within the reach to hamstring several of the major supporters of the Greens, specifically House Hightower. Damon even wanted to attain a whole swath of houses for treason and hand over their lands to his supporters, scummy sellswords, minor lords and hedge knights mostly. Which led her to the thorny issue of the dragon seeds. Her house was fatally dependent upon these now for their power, hostage to their demands, whatever they might be. Damon had wanted to replace House Lannister and House Baratheon with two of them, the two small folk from Dragonstone, an idea which if she had not heard it from Damon's own mouth she would have laughed off as hysterical. The strident opposition from several of her lords to this, notably Lord Corlys, had swayed Damon from this course of action, but still he persisted in attempting the raising of this ULF and Hugh to heights scandalously above their station. Not that they should not be rewarded for their service, they had been knighted as a first step, but by Lord Corlys himself and given land on Driftmark, something she was not pleased with at all. Did Lord Corlys think that she would let dragon riders exist as his vassals? No, never. Dragon riders, and their dragons, were going to be the sole preserve of the royal family, and she was working on laws to solidify the Iron Throne's control over the dragons and their riders. Damon had been making suggestions about how to reward the dragon seeds, Adam Velaryon had been legitimized, mayhaps an advantageous marriage might be arranged for the lad. Rena was available but Damon was being very coy about his daughter's hand, refusing to be drawn on a new betrothal for the girl. Nettles seemed to care for nothing beyond riding her dragon and staying away from everyone, a shame really as the girl was to all intents a good dragon rider. And if cleaned up and taught a little manners and courtesy she would be a reasonable catch, but again any betrothals for her would have to be managed very carefully. The pair from Dragonstone were more problematical, she knew they had to be rewarded further and at the same time brought more fully under the Iron Throne's control. Lands and titles would have to be bestowed upon them, and advantageous marriages arranged for them, a likely easier task for the blacksmith lad than for the former man-at-arms fellow. Hugh seemed to be the calmer and more level-headed of the two, and seemed to have a natural affinity for dragons, and he was something of a friend to both Jacaerys and Adam. There was a time when she would have been swift to put an end to such a friendship between her son and heir and a small folk blacksmith. But now, given who Hugh was and how he had behaved, not so much, and Hugh was an easy enough fellow on the eye it had to be said. He reminded her of her beloved Harwin in his size and height, and she was not blind or deaf to the blushes and titterings of the maids and ladies-in-waiting of the court. Which meant arranging a betrothal for Hugh was a priority, the eldest Baratheon girl was a possibility, for she would not be attaining House Baratheon, no matter what Damon wanted to do. A betrothal to Hugh of Lord Boros's eldest to Hugh would be an insult and something of a sop to House Baratheon, and Hugh could be given some of the lands to be taken from the control of House Baratheon. There were some likely maidens in the Westerlands also, notably in House Lannister, and a smattering of others across the Reach, both in loyal and rebel houses. But she suspected that Damon was up to something with regard to ULF and Hugh. No, she did not suspect it, she knew it, and this meeting in a whorehouse only confirmed her suspicions. Will you be able to report what was said? She asked of the whore. Maybe, it depends, but Damon is careful enough when he wants to be, shrugged the whore. Only a handful of candles provided illumination for the small council chamber, Rhaenyra preferring it this way. She had become more accustomed to the dark these last few moons. The luster and joy of taking of King's Landing and the bulk of her enemies in one fell swoop had rapidly faded and left her with the crushing realities of ruling during a war. And not just any war either, a war for her and her children's very survival, and a war brought on by the fact that oaths it seemed were just words, and words were just wind. Well, keep an eye on my husband, the Lord Protector of the realm, and report anything interesting. Do you have anything else to report to me? I am positive that Lord Larry Strong is still present in King's Landing, he has not fled the city. Oh? What makes you so sure of that? The way certain of his agents are acting, the way certain people are now behaving. I see, she replied, when she did not see it all, but she was content to not press the whore further on the matter. Content might have been too strong a word. Ha! Strong, and this man a brother of Harwin, she trusted the whore about as much as she trusted Damon, which was to say little, but the whore seemed competent and had been instrumental in their capture of King's Landing. And so far, the whore had not disappointed her with regard to whispers she had brought to Rhaenyra's attention. The whore's network gave her reasonable coverage in King's Landing, and she knew that Lady Misery, she would not use the horse name, preferring this to her actual name, was working hard to build a network of spies across the rest of the realms. Most likely using whores, but that troubled Rhaenyra not one whit, so long as the whispers that reached her ears were accurate, she cared not how they came to her. Will he be a problem? She asked, already suspecting what the answer would be. Yes, he will be a problem, of that I am certain. Very well, should you discover him, do not try and capture him, it's better if he dies than escapes. Here. At this Rhaenyra grabbed a parchment and wrote upon it the death warrant for Lord Larys Strong. She included all the necessary language and crimes he was guilty of, there could be no doubting this document. Signing and sealing it, she handed it to Lady Misery. This is your royal warrant for the death of Lord Larys Strong, traitor to his queen. The whore gave her a small bow at this, and the rolled-up parchment disappeared into the depths of the woman's hooded cloak. This Janus Barner fellow, has he sung yet? She asked, hoping that the man had decided to swap torture for revealing all that he knew. Not yet, but he is close, I can tell. Good, inform me the moment he spills his secrets, I want to know. Daemon may have been content to watch this fool, but I am not. I know what he was about, even without pulling his secrets from him with hot pincers, he was trying to turn the dragon seeds away from us. If you are sure of this, your grace, should you not have them arrested? No, not yet, dear Lady Misery, not yet. I want this Barner fellow's confession first before I act, and if he confirms the treason of the dragon seeds then I'll have their heads, but not before. Despite all the thoughts of betrothals and lordships, she would not hesitate to act in the defense of her and her children. She had stayed her hands during the long years that cunt Alicent had puppied usurper after usurper to her throne. And look where it had gotten her? No, if she discovered treason she would act, and act swiftly. Daemon Targaryen 4. What do you mean? It's a simple question, lad, who are you? And don't give that guff about being a blacksmith. If I did not know better I would say you are a faceless man from the house of Black and White and Bravus, only that I know they and dragons don't exactly mix. And if he was a faceless man, well then Daemon was prepared to sell his life dearly. He had a hidden dagger upon his person, not exactly dark sister, but it would have to do, for the Sapphire banned all weaponry from their clients, or at least visible weaponry. Anyone foolish enough to draw a concealed weapon was barred for life from the establishment. Not that he cared, if Hugh was a faceless man he would die here and not have to worry about being barred from his favorite brothel. And even if Hugh was not a faceless man, he was a big young lad, strong and quick, likely to be evens on to take him if it came to that. I'm just Hugh, your grace. Don't give me that. You are smarter than that, lad, and you know I'm on to you. Tell me who you really are. Hugh seemed lost for words for a few seconds before he spoke. I am Hugh, a blacksmith from Dragonstone, but when I first touched Vermithor, something happened. Go on, prompted Daemon when Hugh looked like he might not continue, his voice tight. He watched Hugh closely, of experience born of many years, watching for any telltale signs that Hugh was preparing to fight, the little tells that always preceded the first action of a fight. It was like, something unfolded itself in my head, memories that were not my own were suddenly alongside mine, skills and abilities I never had were there also, just below the surface of my skin, waiting for me to use them. And this presence, looming over everything, watching, I think that's Vermithor. Interesting, I still don't believe you though, came his reply, suspicion laden in his words. It's the truth, I'm afraid. Who can I be but who I say I am? I am not some spy or double agent. I'm just a blacksmith from Dragonstone who touched a dragon and got more than I bargained for. More than you bargained for, at? I'd say that, more of a neck also. I know of your dealings with Prince Jacaerys and Lord Corlys, how most of the supposed changes made to dragon handling and flying comes from your mind and not that of Prince Jacaerys. Of how you have been advising the Sea Snake on certain matters pertaining to shipbuilding that you should not know. I worked in the forge at the shipyard on Dragonstone, I know a thing or two about ships. Pa? Ships? The yard on Dragonstone builds boats and small fishing skiffs. No, don't try and pawn me off with that boy. As I said, touching Vermithor, changed me. Gave me knowledge that I did not have previously. And these supposed dragon dreams, I assume that these started after you laid hands upon Vermithor. Yes, Hugh replied, his voice soft and meek sounding. How very convenient for you. The silence stretched out into minutes until Daemon broke it. It's only that I have not found out anything untoward about you, that you seem to be exactly what you are, that has kept you alive so far, Hugh. The lad did not respond to that, instead holding eye contact with him for an impressive length of time. Well, he had stones, did the lad. Actually, Daemon remembered that he had seen the lad's very stones not a few moments earlier, and they were on the large size. If I find out anything to the contrary, if I suspect you of even a whiff of treason, Hugh, I'll end you in an instant. Hissed Daemon, hoping that the lad understood how precarious his situation was. Even with that offer of lands, titles, and his daughter's hand, he would not hesitate to eliminate Hugh if he became any sort of an obstacle to him and his plans. You are mine, Sir Hugh, even before you drape your cloak around my daughter's shoulders, even before I will give you our name. Never forget that, Hugh, you are mine. Somewhat disappointedly, Hugh did not respond to this, simply looking at him with what Damon knew was suppressed rage, the suppressed rage of someone who knew he could do nothing about his situation. Cheer up, lad, as I said, you will be a Targaryen soon, and a prince of the blood to boot, and you will soon have that pretty little daughter of mine on your cock. Trust me, there are worse things that could happen to someone who used to be a blacksmith. With little more in the way of conversation from Hugh, Damon decided it was time to leave, the sullen and resentful-looking dragon rider accompanying him as far as the dragon pit, where Hugh entered to begin one of these so-called alerts. Again, an idea from that big head of his that had been passed off as coming from Prince Jacaerys. This Hugh fellow was certainly a valuable asset to have, but not an indispensable one, it had to be acknowledged. Though for the time being he was useful, but once this war ended? If Hugh became unmanageable, he could always be disposed of, and Rena married off again for his advantage. It would be preferable if he just settled down and did what he was told and supported Damon in all the endeavors that he had planned after the war. Of that Damon was sure, but it never was a bad thing to be prepared in case things did not work out like one planned. Entering the Red Keep, he made his way towards Maegor's Holdfast, a subtle arrangement of lit torches and candles telling him all he needed to know. He went straight to one of the storerooms under the keep that he knew was secure and found Mysaria, or Lady Misery as she styled herself now, waiting for him. Well? He asked with no preamble. The Queen has ordered that merchant Janus Barner taken and put to the question. Shit. He swore. She tries my patience, does our Queen. He hissed. Her Grace intends to get a confession from Janus and use it to prove that the Dragon Seed are disloyal. She will have them arrested and tried for treason. Actually, she is likely to dispense with a trial altogether. That dumb cunt. That you are fucking. Came the deadpan reply. Among many, many other cunts, Damon retorted, never one to let an insult go unavenged. I assume that you will be dissuading her Grace of this course of action. You assume correct, that Barner fellow should expire forthwith, with no confession of course. I will see it done. Rena Targaryen too. My lady, she greeted the Lady of the Vale. You Grace, came the equally polite reply. Please join us, won't you? I would be honored, Rena replied, sitting herself down at the small table off in a corner of Lady Erin's solar. As usual, Lady Jessamine was also present. A tea service was laid out on the table, Lady Jessamine pouring for them. Rena had come to like the rather tart and slightly earthy taste of the UTI drink that the two older ladies seemed to favor, and she also liked these invites that she got on a regular basis from Lady Erin. As opposed to the endless rounds of courtly manners and mummery, the game played for position, however slight or fleeting, Rena felt she could be herself with these two women, neither of whom were married and neither of whom seemed to be in any great hurry to marry either. Once they all had their cups and had sipped at the liquid, Rena started. I received a raven from my father yesterday. Yes. Was Lady Erin's reply, her face showing only the kind concern that Rena had come to trust. He tells me he plans to betroth me within a few moons at most. And that once this is done, I must return to King's Landing. Has His Grace mentioned who he will betroth you to? Asked Lady Jessamine, her voice soft and lilting, soothing to Rena's somewhat frayed nerves. No, he has not, but he bids me to guard my honor and to be prepared to be wed soon after I return to King's Landing. You are very young to be married, Your Grace, Lady Erin spoke, concern written in the softness of her words. Far too young, echoed Lady Jessamine. I am 10 and 4, though not yet flowered. Was all Rena could think to say, remembering the unkind words of Asepta she had overheard, the old woman referring to her exercises as unwomanly and likely to delay her flowering. She wondered if this was indeed the case, and if she should cease her pursuit of the perfection to be found in the forms of the Lilagon hen Isola Amperzisi. Again, far too young, Prince Damon is being hasty, I fear. I wonder what has prompted this? Asked the Lady of the Vale. I don't know. My father did not say in his raven. His Grace is obviously looking to shore up alliances before the end of the war. Rhaena knew that the war was likely to end soon. The Blacks had the advantage now, in no small part thanks to the forces of the Vale that had contributed to the taking of King's Landing. Vale forces patrolled the streets of King's Landing, watched from atop its walls and helped keep the peace in the parts of the Crownlands damaged by war. Lady Jane and Lady Jessamine then began a rather long discussion on whom her father could be thinking of betrothing her to. They considered a rather long list of lords, most of whom she had never heard of and many of whom she overheard the ladies remark on their age or unattractiveness. Rena shuddered at the thoughts of marrying some older lord, probably fat and horrid to look at no doubt, and she considered defying her father. And how to defy him? Why, to marry one of the any number of fine young knights who vied for her attention, in secret of course. Her intended would have to provide a septon who would marry them. The septon in the Eyrie would probably never do it. He was a stern enough old man, whose sermons always seemed to be full of dire warning about lust and sin and eternal damnation. She let her imagination take flight for a few moments, thinking of the possible candidates she could approach, they would have to be first sons, and of major lordships, a snort of frustration greeting her concentration. There were really no good candidates to her mind, and the handsomest knight of them all was already married, and even if he was not, he was a landed knight, far too below her station to be considered unfortunately. Just then a screech of a dragon broke her train of thought, Joffrey on Tyraxes, swooping and soaring around the towers of the Eyrie, a jet of flames issuing from the dragon's mouth every now and then. She went suddenly cold, her father's rage when he found out about her defiance, it would be a terrible thing, and he rode a dragon, the great beast Caraxes, the so-called blood Wyrm. He would never allow such a defiance stand, he would rather burn the Eyrie to melted stone than allow her to defy his will. Though she loved her father, he was not an easy man to live with, he was stern and often frightening, and his rages were oft something to behold with sheer terror. And had he not constantly taught her and Bela that they were special, that their silver-gold hair and purple eyes set them apart from the rest of men? That the blood of old Valeria flowed in their veins, and that they were far too good to be wasted on anyone but someone of the old blood? Neither her nor Bela had understood what their father had meant until they were much older, and they had been betrothed to the sons of Princess Rhaenyra, and it had confused them mightily. For had not the sons of Princess, now Queen Rhaenyra had little or none of the look of the old blood about them. They had asked their father this very same question one day, both of them accosting their father in his solar on Dragonstone. "Ah, my girls, the queen's sons may not have the look of the old blood, but they can ride dragons, that is more than enough for me." Their father had replied to their questions. So Rena wondered who she was going to be betrothed to in that case. Was her father going to give up his wish for her to wed someone of the old blood and wed her instead to an Andal, or even a first man? Or was he going to wed her across the narrow sea? The three daughters were probably out of the question, but one never knew with her father, he could be up to anything. Or maybe she was to be wed into Volantis, into the old blood there, mayhaps even to one of the powerful families who traditionally provide the triarchs that rule the first daughter? Most likely into a family of the Tigers, if she remembered her lessons about Volantis correctly. Yes, that must be it, her father must be trying to involve Volantis in this war, that did not bode well then for a war that was supposed to be nearly over, now did it? Corlys Velaryon I. No. What do you mean no? Came the smooth and far too dangerous sounding words of the Lord Protector of the realm, an insufferable smirk upon the man's face. "I mean no, I do not give my consent for this." "You have no say, she is not your daughter my lord hand," came the voice of Queen Rhaenyra, low and sibilant with menace. But Corlys did not care, loyal and all that he was, he felt he had no choice but to stand up to Rhaenyra and her husband, lest this latest idea of theirs be the last straw to break the camel's back. Though it was wider than that, the rogue prince's grandiose plans to remake Westeros in his own twisted image, and to replace many of the great houses that opposed him with his own men, was foolish in the extreme, the sea snake thought. Sellswords, small folk and jumped-up hedge knights, and worse, all elevated to positions far above their station, and all on the basis that they were loyal to Daemon Targaryen. Ha! Loyal? That was the greatest joke of them all, loyal? No, this crop of newly minted lords who would owe their elevation to lordships might be loyal at first, but the first major travail or setback for Daemon. Ah, that would see many of these rats scurrying for cover and hiding places, abandoning their rogue prince in droves. For how could they understand the value of their words, the weight of the oaths they would swear, with none of the tradition and breeding that went with the admirably long traditions of the houses they would be usurping and casting down into the dust? He had argued somewhat successfully that some of the old houses that Daemon wanted to destroy should be left in situ, in the case where an unmarried daughter of suitable age was available, with the new lord, the majority of whom had no names of their own, taking the name of the existing great house. That would placate and smooth over some of the backlash, but not all of it he knew. Corlys feared that between the two of them, Lord Protector and Queen, they would win one war only to plunge Westeros into another and altogether bloodier conflict. The small council chamber held just the three of them, each at a separate end of the table that dominated the room, only the Queen was seated, looking as usual rather pinched-faced and annoyed. "This Hugh lad, he is a fine fellow, I will grant you that, and he rides a dragon, but to elevate him so? To gift him, a bastard your very name, and my granddaughter? No, no, this is too much, you have gone too far with this. This will be too much for the lords to bear, especially coming on top of how you plan to remake the kingdoms of the realm. Please, consider again what you plan to do, your graces. Our enemies are still in the field, still resisting our rightful authority as queen," came the reply from Queen Rhaenyra. "They still plot and contrive to strip me of what is mine. They have made approaches to our dragon seeds, offering wealth and power beyond compare, if they would only turn their cloaks." Corlys noticed the tension in the air between the Queen and her husband as she spoke, noticed the darkening of both their faces as she spoke, and wondered what argument and troubles had passed between them over this matter. This pair were a disaster, but it was far too late for him to turn his cloak, nor that he wanted to. Alicent's get were even worse, if such a thing were possible, arrogant, conceited, and utterly lacking in any ounce of good sense or restraint. The only thing staying his hand was the knowledge that Jaka-Aris would be king, though in the deepest reaches of his mind, where treacherous thoughts whispered, he suspected that Jaka-Aris was not fully of his blood. And even if Jaka-Aris was not fully of his blood, the lad was level-headed and sensible, and Bela, the lad's betrothed, was of his blood. But the girl was far too alike with her father for his tastes. Rena now, she was different, much more like her mother in temperament, sweet and gentle. And an asset of great value, and not something to be thrown into the dirt to wed a bastard, even one who was set to rise so high. Hugh, and your grandson Adam are by far the best of the dragon seeds, though as a dragon rider the Iron Throne will assert its right to the choosing a bride for Adam, announced the queen, and Corlys wondered how Daemon had managed to change the queen's tune so quickly, for had not his agents warned him that the dragon seeds were going to be killed for alleged treason? He had even been prepared to get Adam to flee King's Landing the very night he had heard these rumors. You're right. Corlys stammered, his fists balling reflexively at this affront to his house's privilege. As a dragon rider Adam is bound to the Iron Throne directly by virtue of this. As such his seed is valuable and is not to be wasted on unsuitable candidates. Adam may only wed those of the old blood, it is so decreed by her grace, Queen Rhaenyra, first of her name, Daemon smoothly announced, looking insufferably smug to his eyes. This is preposterous. He spluttered, unacceptable. Your queen decrees it, here before me is the law for the protection of Valyrian blood, it has been promulgated forthwith. It is the law of the land, and to defy it is to defy the law, and by extension, your queen, came the cold, furious voice of Rhaenyra in response. Hugh and Ulf are subject to this law, as is your grandson, as is Nettles, if we can get someone to pup her. Quipped Daemon, and Corlys knew that he was fighting a losing battle here, frustration boiling over inside of him. It was not that he had any personal malice against Hugh, far from it, the lad appeared to be smart, courteous, and he was a good fighter and a better dragon rider. He was not prone to any vices that he could see and was dutiful and sober in all his doings, unlike that sot Ulf, or that wild thing Nettles. Adam had been talking to him about some ideas that Hugh had for faster ships, and Adam wanted to try them out, on a small craft first obviously, a small sailing boat of several tons first, then a slightly larger ship for more testing. He had even brought several shipwrights from Driftmark to discuss these items with the men, who were universally dismissive of the proposals from Hugh, stating that the fineness of the proposed lines, the sharpness of both the entrance and the run, coupled with the excessive dead rise would lead to a vessel that was dangerous to sail in. The radical sail plan proposed, effectively the having of lantern sails and the raking of the mast, had his shipwrights gasping in dismay. When they ran their figures against their tried and true rules of thumb, the results were, as one had stated, gibberish, and would result in a ship that would likely sink in the first hard blow she encountered. Which was why Corlys wanted a small, test vessel built first, and he was even willing to build several smaller boats to test Hugh's ideas. For had he not encountered the same resistance when he had first proposed the Sea Snake? The shipwrights on Driftmark had been full of dire predictions of disaster, and how had those forecasts of doom and gloom turned out? No, it would be better, especially for him, if Hugh remained his vassal, but that was unlikely, he knew, but the extravagance of the lands that had been proposed to grant Hugh was sheer folly. Ulf was apparently being offered a similar deal, though thankfully there was no talk of betrothals was of yet. The gods themselves only knew what this pair would come up with for Ulf's lucky bride to be. A bubble of mirth escaped his mouth despite his best attempts to smother it. He wondered what likely lad would, or even could, be persuaded to wed Nettles. Hugh was far too valuable to him. If the lad's ideas bore fruit, Driftmark would have a huge, if temporary, advantage in shipbuilding. It might even allow him to stage another trip to UTI, hells if the boats were as fast as he believed they were, and if this speed could be scaled up successfully, regular trade with UTI might become something to be contemplated, along with the fabulous riches such an endeavor would bring. It was a pity he only really had one suitable female available to wed Hugh, and she a girl of only 3 years, so any betrothal would be a long one. And probably not worth pursuing, he sighed. No, that would not work. He cast around for any daughters of suitable age and blood among his vassals, coming up empty-handed, and he cast his mind further afield, to Essos. There might be possibilities in Pentos that were worth exploring, and maybe even Volantis, but his musings were cut short. All those of the old blood and those who can ride dragons are not free to choose spouses, the Iron Throne reserves that right for themselves now and henceforth. The preservation of the cleanliness of the old blood and the gift of dragon riding is the foremost concern of the Iron Throne. All other duties, obligations, liens, customs, and traditions in relation to marriage of those of the old blood and of dragon riders are heretofore null and void before the provisions of the law for the preservation of the old blood, Daemon announced, once again sporting that insufferable half-smirk of his. This will not sit well with our lords, Corlys replied, trying to sound as calm and collected as possible in the situation. Then they will face fire and blood, came the simple reply from his queen. Criston Cole too. My lord hand, the man reported, pulling up his horse before him, slightly breathless and red-cheeked. Report, he replied curtly, eagerness and wariness warring within him. The forces of the usurper queen lie across the path of our march, a day's march away. They look like they are in prepared positions before the village of Rushing Falls. Their right flank is anchored on the coast of the God's Eye, upon the unscalable cliffs north of the village, and their left in dense woods. It is a strong position, my lord hand. I expected nothing less, he grumbled, making some quick calculations in his head, gazing up at the sun and gauging its progress across the sky. He rechecked his figures, and checked them again, and with a swift prayer to the warrior that he was right announced, we will have to fight them, and it will be a bloody affair, my lords, turning and addressing his words to the coterie of Westerlander lords who rode with him. The vassals of House Lannister made up the bulk of his army, and many of these self-same lords had disagreed mightily with his plans to abandon Harrenhal and head south to join up with the forces of the Greens in the Reach. Bull-headed idiots the lot of them, nary a brain between any of them, he sadly noted. With King's Landing, the king and queen, the dowager queen and most to the small council captured, there was little point in keeping Harrenhal, except for visiting fire and blood upon the unfortunate small folk of the Riverlands. And upon their traitorous lords, whose castles and keeps Viagar had burned just as easily as their fields and villages. Thankfully Lord Humphrey Lefford was not amongst these lords who rode with him. With his age and injuries, the most stupid of the Lannister bannermen was confined to a wagon at the rear. But the rest of them were of little note as far as Cole was concerned, but they did have substantial levies, men-at-arms and knights with them. Over 2 weeks ago now the watchtowers and patrols had spied the enemy massing, but cleverly, wary no doubt of Viagar and his fires. And a plan had come to his mind, a desperate and risky plan, but one that gave the chance of a great victory, or a crushing defeat. 3 days ago they had abandoned Harrenhal and struck southwards, down the western shore of the God's Eye, again using the lake to ferry supplies to them on the march, so that they were not burdened by a slow supply train. While their scouts had tracked the movement of the Riverlander forces, he knew that what lay across his path was not the full strength of the rebels, and that other forces were hurrying to join up to confront him. Based on his scouts' reports, he again did some more calculations in his head, and sighed in frustration. He did not have the full picture. But he had to risk it. He had no choice, but he hated having to take a gamble like this, but sometimes one had no choice. But rather than attack his enemy as they expected, he decided that he would instead entrench his forces and compel the enemy to come to him, and nary a few leagues back there was the perfect position, with the God's Eye at their back to allow supplies to be ferried to them easily. A sandy cove with steeply rising ground on 3 sides, the land sloping away from the crests overlooking the cove. Perfectly sized for the forces under his command and with a substantial forest nearby for building defenses. But of course, these Westerlander cunts would probably complain and moan, decrying the chance to attack and win glory. The enemy seeks to herd us into a trap, my lords. Their disposition across our path and on our flanks is evident enough of their intention. We will deny them this. We will turn around and withdraw to a defensive position against the God's Eye a few leagues back the way we came. We will meet the rebels there, if they dare. You would exchange the defensive comfort of Harrenhal for some temporary barricades? Asked one of the Westerlanders, Lord of House Swift, by the looks of the tabard he wore over his plate. I would, for it will draw out our enemies. When we sat in Harrenhal they avoided coming to grips with us, but once we quit Harrenhal they are massing to give us battle. They are before us, we should march on and give these usurpers the battle that they deserve. Harumphed another Westerlander lord, the red rampant lion flying above his bodyguard of knights identifying him as a rein. Fear not, my lords, we will give this scum a battle they will likely never forget. Cole replied, before adding, you think that the crosswords exchanged between I and Prince Aemond over the moons that we spent in Harrenhal were real, and a serious matter? No, my lords, they were the finest mummery, designed for the eyes and ears of the spies of the usurpers. Why do you think that after Prince Aemond declared that he would stay in Harrenhal to burn all of the Riverlands to ash after I decided to retreat to the Reach that the elusive armies of the traitors suddenly appear? In truth, Cole was putting on a display of mummery here also. Him and the prince had clashed, and clashed badly, enough for all to notice and many to comment on, either openly or in whispered, secret conversations. Cole was not naive enough to not suspect spies in Harrenhal, and a plan had come to him, slowly, tentatively over the passage of a few days. He had gone to the prince in secret with his plans, who, idiot though he was, had immediately grasped the importance of what Cole was proposing, and he had agreed readily to this course of action. The gleam in the prince's eyes when he spoke of how he would use Viagar was unsettling to say the least, but Cole had put it from his mind. Now was not the time to deal with the incipient madness that seemed to be consuming the prince and lord protector of the realm. But it all depended on Aemond, and that was the part that Cole disliked, the necessary trust he had to put in the lad for this plan to work. This made him understandably very, very nervous, but as he accepted, he had little choice. The spies in Harrenhal, my lords? Now we will turn then against our enemies, use what they reported to our advantage. Unbeknownst to anyone, Prince Aemond has been overflying our camp every night, high up in the air so that he is not observed, looking out for a special arrangement of signal lamps. He will find them tonight and know that we are preparing to give battle. He has been raiding as normal into the Riverlands so as not to give the game away, but he knows what he has to do when battle is joined. He will fly out as normal, looking like he is heading off to burn the traitors' keeps, but he will fly high enough that he is invisible from the ground, then he will turn back to aid us." There was some mumbling and grumbling at this, but any real opposition was muted, and soon his army was backtracking towards the spot he had chosen. By nightfall a reasonable defensive perimeter had been erected and the special signal lights set up for Viagar to warn Prince Imand of the impending battle. Cole hoped to the gods that the lad saw the signal, otherwise him and all his men would likely be feeding the fishes in the god's eye by the morrow. The next day dawned cool and slightly cloudy, his men set back to frantic work strengthening their position, while his scouts spread out far and wide, to give them adequate warning of the enemy's approach. By midday the first reports came of the enemy approaching, but based on their progress it would probably be next morning before battle was joined. Cole prayed that Imand would not put in an appearance now and spoil the surprise, but by late afternoon he spied the dragon far off in the distance, flirting in and out of some clouds. He swore to himself, and prayed the boy stayed away. Thankfully Viagar came no closer and soon disappeared. Again that night the signals were rigged to inform Imand of the situation, and again Cole prayed that their plan would succeed. At dawn the next morning Cole was awake and ready. A day and a half's work by his men had transformed their position, it would hold well enough if it came to it. While waiting for the first scout reports Cole heard the unmistakable screech of a dragon and swore under his breath, the sounds repeating on the wind. He turned his head about. Yes. Damn that boy, he was attacking the main Riverlander force that had set up astride their advance, when Cole had wanted to wait for all the enemy forces to link up so that Viagar could immolate them all as one. He cursed and raged as the sounds of Viagar's rage drifted on the wind, the great beast's terrible roars clearly audible despite the distance. Deciding that he had to do something, Cole ordered all knights to mount up and follow him out and southwards to where Viagar was obviously busy burning the Riverlander army. After 2 hours hard enough riding, they crested a hill to see the scene of devastation before them. They had seen the unmistakable shape of Viagar in the skies ahead of them for the last hour, swooping and letting loose streams of fire onto the hapless Riverlanders below. And the hundreds of columns of smoke rising into the air all over the horizon told of the wrath that the great dragon was delivering to the king's enemies. Cole took a few moments to take in the scene, before his eyes and his mind reconciled what they were seeing. Viagar had struck when the Riverlander army was still on the march, that was obvious, but the Riverlanders had scattered and tried to run, unsuccessfully in many cases he noted. He was not used to calculating the devastation and destruction a dragon could create, so he struggled to make an accurate account of the casualties that had been inflicted by Viagar. It looked impressive, he had to admit. Great swathes of charred corpses littered the road upon which the army had been marching, burn marks dotted the landscape all around the road, sometimes with piles of charred corpses of men and horses centered within them. The great beast itself had alighted to the ground just as they had crested a slight rise to gaze upon the slaughter. It appeared to be busy feasting on what looked like the remains of the wagon train, or at least on the corpses of the horses, mules, and oxen that would have pulled the wagons and carts of the supply train. Cole spurred his horse onwards. As he got closer, he noticed two things. Imand was leaning casually against a partially burnt and overturned wagon, drinking from a wineskin, seeming without a care in the world. And secondly, that Viagar was wounded. There were several rents in the membranes of his great wings and hissing, boiling blood was fitfully spurting every now and then from several tears in his neck. The wounds opened up when the beast moved his head to feed, and the dragon rumbled and made low keening noises every time this happened. "Your Grace," Cole said tightly as he came within distance to be heard. "A great victory, Sir Kristin, my lords. A great victory," Imand declared, waving his arms about to encompass the scene. Cole could tell that the prince was already drunk, and decided that reprimanding him for springing their trap too early would be foolish. Behind him several of the accompanying lords and knights were noisily vomiting, the cloying smell of dragon-broiled meat nauseatingly strong on the breeze. He sighed inside. This was unlikely to improve the prince's behavior on wit, and he feared for the rest of his forces against the remaining enemy forces in the Riverlands, especially if Prince Imand stayed in Harrenhal, intent on burning the Riverlands into submission. "Much better spot burning armies than villages, Cole, much better sport," slurred the prince, while Cole stoically gripped the reins of his horse just that little bit tighter. "I think I'll abandon Harrenhal and come south with you, Cole, more chance of action and all that," announced Imand, almost falling over so drunk he was. "Your Grace," was all Cole said in reply, sending a silent thanks to the gods but wondering again if this idiot would not get them all killed. Alicent Hightower too. Her days were all the same. She, her daughter Helena, her children Jaehaera and Maelor, her father Lord Otto, her crippled son King Aegon and a few of their retainers spent their time in the quarters assigned to them in Maegor's Holdfast. They had initially been confined to former storerooms, but after a week or so they had been moved to these quarters. Hardly sized for them, nor appropriate for their standing, but at least they were not in the black cells. Of that she was grateful. They had few if any visitors, they were not allowed out to walk or exercise, they were not allowed books or any diversions of any kind. Alicent knew that barring a miracle her life was forfeit, and likely the lives of all those who shared her imprisonment. Neither Rhaenyra nor Daemon were of a merciful disposition, and she fully expected them to kill her and hers in a most gruesome manner. Probably by dragon fire, but mayhaps by hanging, drawing and quartering, if either the queen or her husband was in a particularly vengeful mood. Her only real contact with the outside world was the Septon she had asked to attend her daily in her prayers. He was able to tell her much of what was going on in the Red Keep, in King's Landing and in the Seven Kingdoms. It appeared that after their victory at King's Landing the fortunes of the Blacks had stalled somewhat, even been reversed in places. Her second son Emond and Sir Criston Cole had escaped from the Riverlands after defeating a sizable portion of the rebel forces there and were expected to link up with Lord Ormond's forces in the Reach. Rhaenyra seemed to be passive and content to sit atop the Iron Throne and issue laws and decrees as if half the realm was not ignoring her as a usurper. For her son Aegon, second of his name, was the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, scarred and injured that he was the king, and everyone knew it. That bitch had usurped her son, cast aside the laws of gods and men, and spat upon the right of sons to follow fathers, to assume for herself a title she was not entitled to. The Septon had confirmed to her what she already knew, what she had spent her life working towards from the moment she had heard Aegon's cries as he had slipped out from between her legs, that the firstborn son inherits the title of the father. And no decree by a king could change that. That fool Viserys might have forced many lords to swear to uphold his daughter's usurpation of her son's rights, but how many lords had followed when Viserys had died? Some had argued that the vow sworn by the father did not apply to them, though she welcomed their support. Such support was mealy-mouthed. Her firstborn son was king, it was a simple matter, and none should have questioned her son's coronation as king. But they had, the weak, the foolish, the ambitious, and the plainly misguided, along with those heathens from the north. But how could one trust savage barbarians who worshipped trees? But more importantly, it had been the dragons, those mighty beasts of the Targaryen family, that had proved decisive in the end, and Rhaenyra, curse that bitch, had more of them. With Rhaenyra residing on Dragonstone and with the wild and unridden dragon available to her, she'd been able to swell the ranks of her dragon riders with the so-called dragon seeds. Without these dragon seeds things would have been more even, and Vhagar, the largest of the dragons, might even have swayed things decisively in their favor. Instead, the dragon seeds had defeated the forces of the three daughters and sent them packing, before assisting in the assault in King's Landing, where they were hardly needed, due to treachery and betrayal. She cursed those who had turned their cloaks, and she cursed the city watch most of all. They should have purged them completely, for these so-called men had been creatures of Daemon Targaryen, one and all. And now she knew that with King's Landing secured, it was only a matter of time before the Blacks' superiority in dragons would be decisive. Armies could not stand in the field against these beasts, everyone knew that. But, yet, Rhaenyra made no move, and there was yet the barest slivers of hope that all was not lost. The miracle that she prayed for every day with the Septon might yet appear, for did not the Seven intervene when the devout were threatened and the natural order of their realm on earth was disrupted? And what was more disruptive to the Seven's order than that harlot and her whorefucker of a husband? Alicent blushed, furiously quashing the heated images of Daemon from her mind, images and sensations that flashed unbidden across the eye of her mind. The images, sounds, scents and thrills of when Daemon Targaryen had taken her maidenhead. Unwilling she had been at first, but not for long. Alicent composed herself with a mighty twist of will, and with the unpleasant memories of the last time Viserys had mounted her, and returned to her musings and thoughts, for that was all she had these days to comfort her. Her daughter Helena was lost to madness and grief. Aegon was crippled, in pain for most of his waking hours, unable to move without the aid of a cane, and unable to father more children according to the maester who attended to him daily. Jaehaera and Maelor were withdrawn and terrified most of the time, and they barely seemed to want to speak at all. Her father was stoic, but he had suffered a terrible beating at the hands of Daemon Targaryen and was physically broken, though his mind, when he wanted to talk, still showed its old sharpness and keenness. None of the people who shared her incarceration were much in the mood for doing anything, and especially not talking. Alicent had come to realize. The very odd time she had been taken out of her quarters and brought to the throne room, there to witness Rhaenyra sit atop the huge, twisted monstrosity that was the Iron Throne, and which belonged to her son. She was brought out to humiliate her mostly, Rhaenyra often screeching at her from on high, obscenities and foul curses sometimes, the rest mostly dire threats against all those who still supported her son's legitimate claim to the Seven Kingdoms. And always that bitch commanded her to write to Lord Ormond and her sons Emond and Doran to bend the knee to her, the so-called rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Did that bitch sitting on the Iron Throne think she was simple-minded? Or that Lord Ormond and her sons were equally as stupid? Rhaenyra would never give them any mercy, bending the knee be damned, that usurping cunt and her fucker of a husband would kill her two sons if they surrendered to her. And likely kill many of the lords who had rightly pledged their swords to Aegon's cause. No, that silver-haired harpy could scream and rant at her all she wanted, and maybe she would indeed win this war and extinguish her and her line, but the justness and righteousness of her son's cause could not be destroyed, no matter what Rhaenyra did. Oh, she might rule and her descendants might, but they would never be free of the taint of illegitimacy and usurpation, a stigma sure to grow every more pungent as the years passed. And if not, Alicent knew that Rhaenyra and Daemon were sure to make enough mistakes to either give the lords of Westeros cause to murder them, or even give them endless rebellions and conflict. Enjoy your time atop my son's throne, you bitch, Alicent swore, and let it be brief and troublesome. Jaqqa Rhys Velaryon 3 Jackaris sat in the small council meeting, watching for now and saying very little, more observing with a horrid fascination what was happening. His mother, his good father and his grandfather seemed to be constantly at odds with each other, and it appeared to him that only by the miracle of them being at war was anything done, and that the differences between them were bridged. If he was honest with himself, all he wished to do was climb back upon Vermax and fly to Dragonstone and spend his time with Bela, free of the stress and intrigue of the court in King's Landing. The war had initially been between the so-called Blacks and the Greens. Now there were whispers around the Red Keep other factions were edging towards entering the war. The Silvers, who were the supporters of Corlys Velaryon, and the Reds, who were the supporters of Prince Daemon, the Lord Protector. But he was not sure that the so-called Silvers were even a faction as such. His grandfather was more often spending his time as a moderating influence upon his mother and her husband and trying to keep them from destroying each other. And because he had to, he taught up the dragons in his head. Daemon had Caraxes, of course, maybe Moondancer also, and that wrenched at his gut something fierce. Add to that Silverwing and possibly Sheepstealer, and Daemon had a reasonable force of dragons, plus the City Watch and an unknown number of Crownlander lords, and assorted sellswords and the hangers on that his good father seemed to have collected to his cause. His mother had Cyrux, he had Vermax, Adam had Seasmoke, and Hugh had Vermithor. He did not count either Stormcloud because the dragon was too small, nor Tyraxes, as his brother Joffrey was currently in the Vale at the Eyrie. The troops available to them were the large Vale contingent, though Jackaris was wary about some of these, suspecting that they had been subverted by Prince Daemon, and again, an unknown number of Crownland's forces. On paper he had maybe an advantage due to the dragons, but he was more worried about the men that he could call upon if required. King's Landing had fallen to them via the machinations of Prince Daemon, the city could likely fall to him again if so required. Jackaris felt his frustration and rage rise like bile in his throat, at the sheer stupidity of it all. The Greens, though down, were definitely not out, and here they were bickering among themselves pointlessly. And when the Greens were finally defeated for good, then what? Another civil war to see Daemon's get atop the throne before him or Joffrey. And thus, the dragons would dance again. And the realm would burn once more. And would more of his blood be spilled senselessly, for the pride, arrogance, and hubris of the people in this room? Or for the pride, arrogance, and hubris of one particular occupant of this room? Would he ever sit atop the Iron Throne? Would the Seven Kingdoms even exist for him to rule, and would he even live to see himself crowned king of the Seven Kingdoms? His mother only had eyes for the Iron Throne and ending the war with as much speed and apparently bloodshed as possible. She had no mercy in her for the pretenders, wishing to crush all of them without pity. Norms of leniency offered to defeated foes were not to be observed, and all sense of forgiveness was to be abandoned. And his mother seemed to be uncaring of the stigma of being branded a kinslayer. She had dismissed all such concerns from her mind. His mother had even gone so far as to propose attaining Alicent and her get on the grounds of their treason, thereby technically removing the taint of kinslaying from their executions. His good father only lusted for power, power to be used, power to be abused, power to be concentrated in his hands and his hands alone. His plans to remake the realm into a bastardized version of its former self were the dream of one drunk on the excesses of power, plain and simple. The lords of Westeros would never stand for it, never. Oh, they might not rebel right away, but trouble would bubble and brew, and it was sure to erupt in the future, of that he was certain. To replace a whole swathe of the realm's nobility with a crop of newly minted lords, all of whom would owe their allegiance to Daemon Targaryen? A recipe for disaster and usurpation, a course of action that all but guaranteed that he would never sit atop the Iron Throne. He was not stupid, he knew that Daemon lusted after one thing and one thing only, power, and power was invested in the Iron Throne. Though Daemon lusted after the Iron Throne with a fierce, all-consuming desire, Jackaris believed that even Daemon was not stupid enough to try and claim it directly. This thought brought a wry internal laugh to Jackaris. His good father was stupid enough, the rogue prince was capable of literally anything, and one should never forget that. No, he believed that the most likely outcome was that Daemon wanted to seat his son Aegon the Younger on the Iron Throne, with the lad being betrothed to Jaehaera Targaryen, daughter of Aegon, second of his name, and his sister wife Helaena. This would unite the two claims on the Iron Throne and effectively end any lingering potential for conflict between the two factions. The lad was as yet too young to rule, and there would be a long regency, to be filled by Prince Daemon Targaryen as regent. Of course, for this to happen he and his younger brother Joffrey would have to be disposed of beforehand, and he did not think that his good father would bother much with any taint of kinslaying. But he would in all likelihood have him and Joffrey murdered by proxies that could not be tied to him directly: poison, a fatal fall down a flight of stairs, a knife in the back during a drunken brawl. The potential ways his good father could murder them was endless. Unless he struck first, unless he removed the threat of Daemon from the Game of Thrones, a delightful name that Hugh had given all of this nonsense a few days ago. Jackaris had been conversing with the dragon rider of an evening, the two of them sharing a bottle of wine in jovial companionship atop the walls of the Red Keep. He had come across Hugh enjoying the bottle on his own, watching the sunset over the city. He had somewhat unburdened himself to Hugh, telling him of the machinations swirling around the Red Keep and the various factions that were forming. He had heard Hugh mutter under his breath that fucking family before he had handed Jaka Reese the bottle of wine, which he had taken a large swig from. If you want to lose your dragons, this is how you lose your dragons, Hugh had remarked as he finished drinking from the neck of the bottle, handing it back to Hugh. It's all just so frustrating. He had muttered, his anger and exasperation evident in his voice. That is the Game of Thrones for you, your grace, it never ceases, it just waxes and wanes, but it never ends. That is, depressing Hugh, though Game of Thrones, I like it, it's as good a name as any. And you can use it in polite company, your grace, quipped Hugh in response, a wry smile crossing Hugh's face. He gave a little laugh at that, glad for any opportunity, however small, for mirth. Well, it's as good a description as any of how power is played for here in the Seven Kingdoms, and you better get used to it. Men, and women, are prepared to kill to sit atop that great pile of dragon fire-fused swords, my prince, it's the price of power and many are willing to pay it. Many more are absolutely willing to sacrifice honor, family, duty, everything, to grasp at the power that flows from the Iron Throne, to elevate themselves even a tiny bit off the back of the power that the Iron Throne bestows. Hey, maybe I don't want it, to sit atop it, to be king. You don't get a choice, I'm afraid, Jace, for when you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. Came a harsh, guttural bark from Hugh. You know how this works, you are not stupid, you, and your younger brother, are in the way of certain people's plans. Damon! He hissed, his anger finally getting the better of him. Only the first and currently the most dangerous, in a long line of many. How do you mean, Hugh? Jaka Reese gasped, shocked by this revelation from Hugh. The great lords of Westeros, do you think they enjoy being under the thumb of the dragons? We have given them peace, prosperity, privileges, why would they not be at least satisfied with our rule? Because they were once kings, lad, petty kings but kings, nonetheless. They had power in their lands, great power, power that could be exercised, power that could be abused, all gone now, shorn by Aegon the Conqueror. You think they give a damn about prosperity? Or a system of codified laws? A goodly proportion of the lords of Westeros cannot even read, lad. They care nothing for that, only for what advantage they can extract, usually by force of arms and usually at the small folks' expense. Jaka Reese mumbled, stunned by Hugh's sudden, passionate outpouring. I would bet you my last groat that a majority of your lords, high and low, would not shed a tear at the passing of the Seven Kingdoms. Maybe in 100, 200 years' time, when the idea of the Seven Kingdoms has become so ingrained, so normal, would the lords strive to keep the realms united, but now. How many lords forswore their oaths to your grandfather King Viserys to uphold your mother as his heir? The Lord Commander of the fucking Kingsguard murdered Lord Beesbury, the Master of Coin, for daring to suggest that Alicent and Lord Otto could not put Aegon forwards as king as your mother was King Viserys' rightful heir. Oaths are words and words are wind, your grace, only power matters. Might makes right, my prince. Jaka Reese pondered Hugh's word for a long while, before responding, Can I trust you, Hugh? Trust me? You can trust no one in this place, lad, you know that. But you are asking me the wrong question, Prince Jaka Reese Targaryen. And what question should I be asking you, Hugh? He replied, knowing in his heart of hearts what the question would be. You should ask me what my price is for supporting you, came Hugh's reply. The ex-blacksmith's face looked melancholy and sad as he delivered these words. Well then, Sir Hugh, what is your price for supporting your prince? And so, Hugh told him. Prince Jaka Reese. The question dragging his mind back to the present. Yes, I'm sorry, what was the question? Not a question, your grace, came Daemon Targaryen's smooth reply, your mother asked you for your opinion. Thank you, sorry your grace, could you repeat your question? Your mind was wandering, my son, see to it that it does not wander too much, would you? Asked his mother, her face sour and annoyed looking, the most common look on his mother's face since they had regained the capital. Before, Jaka Reese would have thought that the capture of King's Landing would have brightened his mother's mood, but the opposite was in fact true. But then again, if the atmosphere of this meeting was anything to go by, no wonder his mother looked bitter the whole time. I asked of your opinion regarding bringing your cousin Rena back to King's Landing from the Vale, along with your brother Joffrey. Maybe. Maybe? Is that all you have to say, boy? Chuckled Prince Daemon, irony and sarcasm dripping from his words. He thought furiously on this, on what Hugh had said to him, on what adding Rena and Joffrey into the mix in King's Landing would entail, the advantages and disadvantages for him and his position. I don't think that the time is as yet right for this, and it would concentrate all of the family in one place, vulnerable to a decapitation strike. Ha! A decapitation strike, you've been talking to Hugh, haven't you? Laughed Prince Daemon, but his mirth never reached his eyes, as was usual for the man. I am inclined to agree with the prince, your grace, Corlys Velaryon interjected, rather grim-faced and stern, and looking like he wanted to be somewhere else at short notice. After a few minutes of silence, his mother finally made her decision. Very well, for the time being Princess Rena and Prince Joffrey will remain at the Eyrie. Jacaerys coolly noted the reaction of Lord Corlys and Prince Daemon. The first looked relieved, the later looked angry, furious even, but the Lord Protector hid it well, he had to admit. And Jacaerys knew that once was the time that Daemon would have responded with an angry outburst at not getting his way, remonstrating openly with his mother. But now the man hid his emotions better, and that scared Jacaerys to the bone. Ormond Hightower I. Standing up, he felt the muscles in his shoulders stiffen. Far too long spent slumped over maps, scrolls, and assorted documents and reports, no doubt, and not enough time spent in the yard to work out the stress of leading an army. Though a glance out of the tall, and thankfully glass windows of this well-appointed chambers in Longtable Castle, sent shivers through Ormond, for a thin sleet was falling. And one of the biggest sources of stress was seated across the large table from him, Prince Aemon Targaryen, Lord Protector of the realm. The lad was as arrogant as he was pig-headed, and his only redeeming feature to Ormond's eyes was that he rode the largest dragon in Westeros, the great beast Viagar. Also sat at the table was the purported hand of the king, Sir Criston Cole, though with the king captured Ormond did not know what Cole's duties were. The younger prince, Durin, or Sir Durin the Daring as he had named the lad as he had knighted him, sat also, as opposed to his elder brother who sprawled in his chair and who, even as Ormond watched incredulous, proceeded to hike first one, and then another boot-clad foot up onto the table. A few other senior lords were also seated at the table. This meeting had been called for the early afternoon, to make sure that most, and Prince Aemon in particular, were not still suffering the ill effects of their drinking from the night before. Longtable and its associated town were being forced to supply the army, and cellars of wine and beer were being drained at an alarming rate. Not that he cared much for himself, he only partook moderately of wine or ale, but when the drink would run out, there might be problems. But hopefully they would not be here when first the drink and then shortly afterwards the food ran out. When he had the attention of most of the table, though Prince Aemon was staring off into space, no doubt reliving his latest carnal exploits, the lad had carved a sway through the serving wenches of the castle. No doubt more than one silver-haired bastard would drop from swollen bellies in due course, more headaches that the prince's mere presence seemed to generate to Ormond's mind. Thankfully he had Lady Merryweather, her daughters and ladies-in-waiting dispatched to the nearby castle of a minor knight before Aemon had a chance to cause even more trouble. As the Starks are famous for saying, winter is coming, well, winter is here, the Citadel has confirmed it, and we can feel it in our bones even here in Longtable. Frosts have been falling for the last few weeks on and off, frosts have been reported as far south as Cider Hall. It has snowed in King's Landing several times already, this winter is already shaping up to be a long and cruel one. And traditionally winter is not a time when wars are fought. Are you going to be as much of a coward as your brother was as Hand Lord Hightower? Came the languid, almost bored-sounding voice of Prince Aemon. He had to restrain himself from reaching for the sword that was not at his hip. This pup was insufferable. Your Grace, her replied through gritted teeth, I am laying out the general situation that we find ourselves in, after which I will lay out the various options open to us with respect to ending this war before winter makes it impossible to end. Then I will invite discussion and we can debate if I'm a coward or not. I am a prince of the blood, the Lord Protector of the realm, and a dragon rider to boot. Came the reply from Prince Aemon, and I have every right to ask you any question I like, when I like. Ormond noticed Sir Criston Cole place a hand on Prince Aemon's arm, before he said, I am sure his grace meant no disrespect, please continue Lord Hightower. I did mean it as an insult. Hissed Aemon, red-faced, but Ormond ignored him and just raised his voice above the protestations of the prince. The key to the elimination of the last remaining support for Queen Rhaenyra and to tighten our grip on the realm is Tumbleton. The River Rhine system that has its nexus at Tumbleton allows for produce from the northeastern portion of the Reach to be conveyed to King's Landing and places beyond. Take Tumbleton and you cut off not just King's Landing from the food of the Reach, but you also seal off the rest of the Seven Kingdoms from trade with the Reach. With winter now upon us, this will cut off the Riverlands, the Crownlands, and the Vale from the produce of the Reach. The north is similarly disadvantaged, but it has already been impacted by the lack of seaborne trade to White Harbor. Winter crops can be sown, of course, but their yields are typically a one-third to a half of that of summer crops, and some winter crops are not really suitable for shipment great distances, and these tend to be consumed close to where they are grown. As he paused for breath, Prince Aemon let out a long yawn, which he pointedly ignored, and he continued, we move within the moon, marching along the Mander, taking first Bitterbridge and then Tumbleton, cutting off those parts of the realm who do not recognize the legitimacy of King Aegon, second of his name, from the food supplies that they need to survive the winter. Let's see how long that usurping bitch Rhaenyra can keep her grip on the Iron Throne then. An admirable plan, my lord, drawled Prince Aemon, and Ormond knew the arrogant fool was about to fall head first into the trap he did not even see. But what of they? How many is it? Oh yes, 7 dragons that Rhaenyra has at her disposal in King's Landing? I assume that they will just sit still and allow this march of yours to go uncontested. No, they will not, but they will be otherwise engaged. Will they, have the three daughters recovered their stones and decided to rejoin he war on our side? Or mayhaps Bravus, or Pentos? No. I know, Volantis has decided to join our cause. The prince's words dripping with scorn. No, nothing so fantastical, though representations have been made to the first daughter on behalf of King Aegon, but the triarchy remain deadlocked on actually committing to our cause. We should not expect any support from that quarter in the short term. The rest you can also discount, your grace. Well then? What? Snapped Prince Aemond. We need a way to reduce our enemy's superiority in dragons, but we also need victories, memorable victories. Nor just for their own sake, but for the sake of our cause and so that other plans that are in motion may mature sufficiently. You speak in riddles, man. Speak plainer. Commanded Prince Aemond, while he and Sir Criston Cole shared the briefest of glances. Yes, this prince was altogether unsuitable, he must be kept as far away from the levers of power as possible. Wine and horse should do the trick for now in making sure that the boy was kept in the dark as much as possible about what was going on. He was not about to blab about some of their plans before this idiot, who would likely spill them into the ears of his next bedmate or drinking companion. There are items I am not at liberty to discuss in this company, but they are of only marginal relevance for now. For now, we must concentrate on the part that you and your brother Prince Durin must play. What role, exactly? The prince's eyes narrowed, and Ormond did not like the way Aemond's eyes flickered over his younger brother. It was a risk he was taking, and he would not put it past Aemond to arrange for some accident for Durin should he ever get wind of what Cole and he were plotting. As Lord Ormond said, we need victories, so this is our plan. Sir Criston Cole took up the task of lecturing the petulant boy who thought his titles and blood gave him the right to know everything. Rhaenyra has abandoned Dragonstone, though not completely, it has to be said. The garrison there is reduced to a minimum and our agents tell us that there are only 2 dragons in residence, Sheepstealer and Moondancer. Viagar and Tessarion should be easily able to defeat the pair of them. Defeat them, and then what? Take Dragonstone? Asked Prince Durin, getting a comment in before his older brother could. No, your grace, dragons alone could not take Dragonstone, Cole replied. Pa! We could burn the castle to the ground, that would surely give that bitch atop my brother's throne a decent case of constipation. Alas, not your grace. Cole once again rose to the challenge. The stone that the castle of Dragonstone is made of is impervious to dragon fire, it is suffused with the magics of its builders. I witnessed this very fact many years ago. Fuck it then. Cursed Prince Aemond, we can burn the town and any ships we find instead. We would not recommend that, your grace. Once you have eliminated the dragons on Dragonstone there will be a supply ship waiting for you offshore, it will provide freshly slaughtered carcasses for your dragons to feed upon and food and refreshments for you. Here Sir Criston pointed to a map of Dragonstone. In this bay here the ship will be anchored. And then what? Asked the prince, who gave the map of Dragonstone the briefest of glances, before he lost interest. You will fly onwards to the Eyrie in the Vale, there you will kill Tyraxes and force the surrender of the Eyrie, under pain of destruction by dragon fire. There are lords of the Vale who are, shall we say, unhappy with both the rule of Lady Jainarin and with the direction she has taken the Vale and with respect to the rightful ruler of the 7 kingdoms. These leal men have sufficient forces already in the Eyrie so that when you force the surrender, they will assist you in keeping the Eyrie under control. Princess Rhaena is at the Eyrie, is she not? Asked Aemond, a disturbing light evident in his eyes. Indeed she is, but she is to be taken as a hostage, your grace, and not harmed. We plan to trade the hostages you will take in the Eyrie for those that Queen Rhaenyra holds in King's Landing. Don't call her a queen. Never call that usurping cunt a queen again within earshot, Lord Ormond, or so help me I will have Viagar burn you. My apologies, your grace, an unfortunate slip of the tongue, he replied as courteously as he could, giving the little shit about to hide the grimace of distaste on his face. Oh, and you must not worry, Lord Ormond, I will not harm dear Rhaena, on the contrary I will honor the princess to the fullest of my abilities. Daemon Targaryen v. Daemon spent himself into the writhing, sweaty form of Mysaria, her pale body flushed pink with the effects of their activities. Not for him Lady Misery and her whips, chains and other, more exotic forms of pleasure. No, he would never allow anyone to have such domination over him, to humiliate him, even in jest or in mummery. No, he fucked Mysaria like he fucked every whore he had ever had, for his pleasure and his pleasure alone. That whores, and not a few noble ladies like to be fucked in such a manner, was of no surprise to Daemon Targaryen, for were they not all secretly delighted to receive the seed of the dragon, to have their wombs blessed by his emissions? For were not the Targaryens, and by extension all the blood of old Valyria, superior to all and any across the face of Planetos? Had they not raised the greatest empire the world had ever seen, had they not ridden dragons in the hundreds to war and conquest? And had not the jealousy and fear of the power of the freehold caused her enemies to conspire to bring about the downfall of the freehold? From a young age he had dismissed the nonsense that the maesters prattled on about the freehold, how his arrogance, who its hubris had caused its fall. Oh no, even as a young child he had seen through their bare-faced lies, their falsehoods, it had been jealously of the freehold and all its works that had caused its enemies to plot and plan and enact the destruction of old Valeria. For how could something as perfect, as grandiose as the freehold ever be the source of its own doom? No, it was all lies, and from that day onwards he had known what his mission in life was, why he had been born at all. And why he had been born second to the fat fool Viserys, for what was worth doing was only worth doing if you strived for it, if you overcome great odds. Old Valeria had not sprung forth whole from the tribes of shepherds who had learned to tame the dragons that inhabited the lands of the 14 Flames. No, it had struggled and grew, conquered and subdued, all the while often fighting for its very survival against stronger and larger opponents. And so he would also have to struggle, to overcome great odds, to prove himself worthy of the mantle of old Valeria. Nothing would be given to him, even though he was a prince, no, what he wanted he would have to take, and take by force. And just like the trials and travails of the early freehold, whose histories he had read one day in the dusty old library on Dragonstone, he would find the path to victory a hard and twisting one. No easy path to tread, no smooth route to power for him, but he cared not, he enjoyed it this way, the feelings of accomplishment and of his cause advancing, slowly and out of sight of his enemies, who were unaware of what was coming. As he withdrew from the whore and lay back on the silken sheets of his bed, a dark chortle escaped his lips, deflowering Alicent Hightower. Now that had been quite the enjoyable moment, especially when Viserys had later married the slut, as he had long suspected he would. Otto Hightower had not brought his newborn daughter to King's Landing because he missed her company. No, he had set the girl the task to snare the king with her cunt, but he had gotten there first, and he smiled at the delicious memory of breaking Alicent's maidenhead, the sharp intake of breath from the slut, followed by the most wanton of moans. Even the taking of Laena Valyrion's maidenhead had not been as sweet, though still a thoroughly enjoyable act. Ironically, the first time he had fucked Rhaenyra had been something of a disappointment to him, though she was still beautiful and had matured into a fine, womanly figure, it had lacked something to Daemon's mind. Anyway, he put these pleasant remembrances to one side and brought his mind back to the present. "What do you have to report?" he asked into the darkness, feeling the whore stiffen just slightly at his words. "You want a report, now? Now is as good a time as any," he drawled languidly, uncaring is the whore was displeased or not. He had raised her up to a position she could never have expected, he could just as easily cast her back down again if required. But no, he would not cast the whore back down, he would kill her when her usefulness to him was finished, or if he ever suspected any disloyalty to him. Lord Strong remains elusive, but from what we can see he has been trying to make contact with certain elements in the city, mostly begging brothers from what I can see. As to what this entails my agents have not yet discerned. Several of the Vale contingents have also been approached, the troops of Lords Melcombe, Weidman and Blamore may no longer be loyal to us. HRMMMM was all Daemon countered with, his mind calculating and appraising the words of the Mistress of Whispers. That was a significant number of the troops from the Vale, it was time he reasoned to rotate the guards again, he had been doing this anyway, rotating the Vale men between guarding the Red Keep, guarding the city and patrolling the Crownlands. Those houses were all obviously assigned currently to the city and the Red Keep, it was time to move them to patrolling and garrisoning the Crownlands. Hopefully that would not precipitate whatever the Greens were planning, he was fully confident that they could fend off any direct assault on King's Landing, that was not what he was worried about. Any direct assault on King's Landing by the armies of the Greens would come from the Reach and the Stormlands, and he would have to use dragons to counter them, for he did not have enough troops to meet the Greens in open battle. But that would likely leave King's Landing open to a dragon strike, and the latest whispers he had from his own sources was that the Greens were on the move, both in the Reach and the Stormlands. Daemon could read a map as well as anyone else, and he knew where the forces in the Reach would be headed, towards Tumbleton, and with the intent of cutting King's Landing off completely from the agricultural bounty of the Reach. The mass of rivers and short, interconnecting roads that crisscrossed the upper parts of the Manor and which concentrated on Tumbleton were the objectives of the Greens. And the behavior of the Greens in the Reach was concerning him, instead of moving as one great army they were moving in smaller contingents of several thousand at most, and with many, many scorpions according to his sources. And at night they camped mostly in forests as opposed to out in the open, a most contrary behavior to normal. This was problematical, for it spoke of tactics to reduce the effectiveness of dragons, the one thing which the blacks in abundance over the Greens. His enemies were actively countering his most prized weapons, and it annoyed Daemon, and it made the defense of King's Landing even more problematical. He could not mass the dragons against these dispersed threats, and he suspected that the Greens would launch simultaneous attacks across a wide front, to destabilize the Iron Throne's remaining supporters in the upper portions of the Reach. Sending out the dragons in small groups to simultaneously deal with multiple threats made them vulnerable to Viagar. He discounted Tessarion, the dragon was too small to be much of a threat. And on that note, his spies had informed him that Viagar and Tessarion had flown to the Stormlands, and he was unsure what to make of that piece of information. Was this the action that had prodded Lord Boros Baratheon to finally get up off his arse and start moving his troops towards King's Landing? Or was it to stage the dragons for a strike on King's Landing once he was forced to send his dragons to beat off the attacks in the upper Reach? Ah, the joys of being in command. Damon sighed, much to think about, and as always too little time and too little resources to deal with everything. And too little patience to deal with Rhaenyra. She was fast losing her limited usefulness to him, her increasing irrationality was becoming annoying. Mayhaps the death of her son Joffrey might send his dear queen into a depression, which she might find the blessed release of the stranger the answer to her sorrows. For to lose another son so tragically, would that not break the heart of even the strongest of mothers? Ormond Hightower too. He and Sir Criston Cole watched the departing dragons from the walls of Long Table, though in truth only the bulk of Viagar was still visible, Tessarion's smaller shape having long since disappeared from view. Neither man spoke for a while, each lost in their own thoughts, until Cole broke the silence. We should have sent him on his own and kept Prince Doran behind. Yes, but in truth we could not. Doran would not countenance it. He can be as hot-headed as his elder brothers. And it would have made Aemon suspicious of our motives. He is already suspicious of our motives, came the deadpan reply from the hand of the king. That he is, but this will hopefully give him something to occupy himself and keep him away from us and out of our hair, while we get on with the business of winning this damned war. I don't trust him, replied Cole. Oh, I trust him to be a vainglorious prick, but I don't trust him to not do something stupid. Nor do I, Sir Criston, nor do I. Which is why I had a rather long talk with young Doran before they left. I laid out certain things before the young prince, and I brought him in on some of our more devious plans. And the lad is smart for his age, much smarter than either of his older brothers for a start. He carries certain orders with him, orders that his older brother is not to be made aware of. Orders which should ensure that all our planning and efforts do not go to waste, spoiled by the lusts and lack of sense of our Lord Protector. Princess Rhaena. Left to his own devices, Aemond would likely rape the girl insensate, and probably even kill her. Doran carries orders from my hand that Princess Rhaena is to be removed from the Eyrie by the Lords of the Vale, who will have deposed Lady Arryn. She is to be spirited away post-haste to prevent Aemond from spoiling the girl. I have even hinted to Doran that he might expect a betrothal to the girl once the war is over, and reminded him that his vows as a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms charges him to protect women. Cole raised an ironic eyebrow at this. And you expect him to adhere to his vows as a knight? The lad is young and still idealistic. I impressed on his that him marrying the princess would be for the good of the Targaryen family, that it was in no way a shame upon him, that it was indeed his duty to do so. I also stressed that the girl was quite the beauty and was of more than sufficient station for him as a prince of the realm. And he of course asked about what his king and his mother would say about him wedding the daughter of traitors. You are dragging this out like a fishwife with a particularly juicy piece of gossip about a neighbor's indiscretions, remarked Cole, drying. I assured him that all was well and that none would object, and that the sins of the parents should not be visited upon the head of innocent children. And I assume he bought it. He did. He might not be such a good candidate to pin our hopes on then. Stop worrying, Cole, the lad can learn, can be molded as required. I have also impressed upon him that his dragon is small and that he must let Prince Aemond on Viagar do the bulk of the fighting. Cole pondered this for a few seconds before saying, I still think we should have kept him here with us, made up some pretense to have him accompany us on our march to Tumblestone. After all, we will be bereft of dragons and facing an enemy with a surfeit of dragons. I know, but what is done is done. And we have not been idle either, we have hundreds of scorpions available to us now. The very first thing I did when this conflict broke out was go to the Citadel and ask the Maeders for the best weaponry to deal with dragons, based on the requirements that said weapons had to be mobile with the army. They came back with a design that is a good compromise between power and weight. As I said, we have hundreds of them now. Let's see how the dragons like facing a wall of scorpion bolts at. I think they will shy away like horses do. I bloody well hope you are right, was Cole's response to this. If those degenerates in Dorne can kill a dragon, the men of the Reach can do so easily. Cole did not respond to this, instead asking, and the preparations in King's Landing? Well in hand, it's now a matter of timing as much as anything else. The various potential options are primed and ready. Lord Strong has things well under control. This laughable so-called mistress of whispers, a whore who occupies Prince Daemon's bed, apparently with the consent of that harlot who calls herself queen, is no match for Lord Strong, believe me. Just as well Prince Aemond is not in earshot, my lord, he would bring down Dragonfire on your head, quipped Cole, a barked laugh accompanying his words, reminding him of the threat by the prince regarding the use of queen to describe Rhaenyra. That cunt has threatened me for the very last time, Cole. I was toying with the idea of ending him after we spoke on your arrival, but now, he will have to go. And mayhaps even sooner than we had planned. He lost me over a third of my forces during the retreat from Harnahal, his failure to follow simple orders. Cole balling his fists and gritting his teeth at this. I know, Sir Criston, I know, but at least you managed to give a reasonable account of yourselves. The Riverlanders are spent, or at least so injured as to be no longer a threat to us. The Lannister forces are grumbling, they want to return home. The Red Kraken is making a nuisance of himself along their shores. A nuisance, you say? Don't let the Ushterlanders hear you say that, Sir Criston. least they line up 10 deep top challenge you with live steel for making such a statement. Dalton Greyjoy is buggering the Westerlanders senseless, he has already sacked Lannisport and countless other towns and villages, and not just those on the coast either, his reavers have even sacked Cornfield, many leagues inland. The Westerlanders are not grumbling Sir Criston, they are on the edge of open revolt. That is why we need our princes to win us victories and for us to get a move on. An army sitting around doing nothing is prone to ill disciples and factionalism, better for all if we move soonest. You were speaking of Lady Misery. Oh yes, where was I? Ah yes, well Lord Strong has her so-called spies mostly blinded and being fed only what he wants them to hear. The preparations underway should be invisible to Daemon, his whore, and his other whore. Cole grinned at this, but the smile slipped from his face rapidly. I'm still worried that Aemond will find some way to fuck this up. Asked Ormond. Yes I know, it is a concern of mine, but if he fucks it up and gets himself killed? Mayhaps that will balance things out in the greater scheme of things, I hope you are right Lord Ormond, I hope you are right. Jaqqa Rhys Velaryon 4. He flew atop Vermax, happy to be free of King's Landing and its plots and the feeling of the walls of the Red Keep closing in on him. The latest small council meetings had been torturous, endless arguments about what to do in the face of the apparent moves being made by the Greens, and the ever-present crushing lack of coin available to the Iron Throne. It was only through the generosity of his grandfather Lord Corlys that the Iron Throne had any coin at all, but in return House Velaryon was squeezing every last ounce of advantage of the penniless queen. Loans at rates that if not exorbitant, were not far off it, tax and customs reductions that now stretched into the next decade for Driftmark in general and House Velaryon in particular. Add to this royal patents and charters for trade and several very lucrative monopolies and his grandfather would easily pass away as not just the richest man in the Seven Kingdoms, but his wealth might even approach that of the great Triarchs of Volantis. The former master of coin had hidden away the royal treasury, so that when they had captured King's Landing the vaults had been bare of coin and precious metals. And despite having been savagely put to the question, Sir Tyland Lannister had refused to divulge its whereabouts. Hugh had remarked that the treasury was in actuality 1/4 in the vaults of Casterly Rock, 1/4 beneath the High Tower, a quarter given over to the care of the Iron Bank and the rest spent on bribes and sellswords. When Prince Daemon had asked Hugh how he knew this, the dragon rider had shrugged his shoulders and replied, "A dragon dream." Prince Daemon had been annoyed by this and had asked when Hugh had experienced this particular dragon dream, to which Hugh had replied a few nights ago. This had not satisfied the Lord Protector of the realm one whit, and he had stormed off in a rage, muttering darkly. Luckily for them the forces of the Vale that they were dependent upon were being paid for by Lady Arryn of the Vale, in return for an abeyance in taxes on the Vale once the war was over, another future potential fall in revenue for the Iron Throne. But the Iron Throne still had to pay its day-to-day expenses, to say nothing of the cost of paying for the war. There were sellswords to be paid, the costs of the royal fleet, which escalated as the fleet was at sea most of the time, the cost of feeding and housing so many dragons, of paying the staff of the Red Keep, and the list just went on and on and on. And even with the loans and gifts of money House Velaryon was providing, taxes had been raised. He had proposed a tax on whores, much to the mixed displeasure and amusement of the small council. It had actually been an idea of Hugh's, who was not actually permitted to attend the small council, and he had mentioned it before the small council. And so, the bastard's penny as it came to be known was instigated, a tax on each coupling with a whore, along with some other taxes and charges, all needed to keep the Iron Throne just about solvent. The many merchants trapped in King's Landing by their blockade were now free to trade again, though not without paying once-off dues for the inspection of their cargoes, to which they had muttered and grumbled about, but which had been paid up, though often at sword point. More worrying, and more contentious than the perennial problem of the Iron Throne's coin was to come from was the moves by the Greens in the Reach and the Storm lands. Armies were on the march and their objectives were easy to determine: firstly to cut off King's Landing from the produce of the Reach, and secondly to menace the capital. At that later point he had wondered about the sense of this, for had not they superiority in dragons that should be able to counter the Greens' superiority in men on the ground? Discussing this with Hugh had revealed that the dragon rider had a mind that operated like a trap, for he was able to explain to him that the supposed advantage that they had was in reality a disadvantage. And that was something very difficult for him to hear, but the more he thought on it, the more the ex-blacksmith's words made sense. He would have to keep Hugh around, for the rider of Vermithor had talked more sense and logic to him than any of his maesters or any knight or lord he had ever met. Some of what Hugh talked about, like center of gravity and getting inside your opponent's decision cycle, sounded alien to him, even after Hugh had taken pains to explain the concepts he was alluding to. But it chilled him to realize that his enemies were as smart as they appeared to be, Hugh remarking that if only enemies were stupid, it would make war so much easier. It equally chilled him to know that their enemies looked like they had a counter to their dragons, supposedly the ultimate weapons of war. When he had voiced this to Hugh, the man had smiled a wan smile and replied, "How many centuries did it take the Freehold to defeat Gizet? And with all the economic, military, and political might of the Freehold behind then, and never mind hundreds of dragons? Did you ever think about that, Jace? It was because dragons are not invincible, they have vulnerabilities, and they can be countered. Yes, they are the ultimate weapon, but they are not the last weapon, my prince. When you train at swords, does not the master at arms always tell you what the correct riposte to every strike is? Yes. Well, it's the same with dragons, and knights, and infantry, and light cavalry, and archers. Everything has its strengths and weaknesses, and our enemy are intent on exploiting our weakness in conventional ground forces and the delays in command and control that our communications impose on us. He cleared his mind of these somewhat maudlin train of thoughts and instead looked forwards to meeting Bela. Both of them had dragons and their respective parents were not on Dragonstone. He was sure that if he suggested it the two of them could fly away somewhere private. It would be no sin to his eyes. They are betrothed already for a long time, and Bela was not shy in the kisses and caresses that they had furtively shared before. And if any stuffy seneschal or septa complained, they could pass it off as a flight to inspect the defences of Dragonstone and Driftmark, or some such other lie. With these pleasant thoughts warming his mind, and another part of him, he flew through the bank of clouds ahead of him, reckoning that he was close to Dragonstone, having just passed Driftmark to port. He gave a little laugh at that, and Hugh's insistence on using nautical terminology for directions from Dragonback, but the laugh died strangled in his throat as he emerged from the clouds to see dragons circling Dragonstone. One he immediately recognized, for who else could it be but Viagar, her great bulk evident even at this distance. The other smaller one, which followed the gigantic beast, must be Tessarion. And rising to meet the two dragons, Sheepstealer and Moondancer, screamed no, spitting from his mouth with involuntary terror and fear. He drove Vermax forwards faster, panic and sheer horror clutching at his very heart, as he watched Sheepstealer and Moondancer twist and turn, trying to avoid the great bulk of Viagar and line up shots of Dragonfire. As he dove downwards, lips pulled back from his teeth, he thanked the gods for the training that Hugh had made them do these past few months, to avoid crashing into other dragons and instead to stand off and use maneuverability to line up shots of Dragonfire against the wings of opposing dragons. For the thin, membranous wings of dragons were their weak spot. The larger and older the dragon, the more able it was to shrug off opposing Dragonfire due to his scales. But its wings? They remained as unprotected as the day it hatched. These were what Hugh drilled into them to aim at. And Jackaris realized that was what Bela and Nettles were doing, refusing to be drawn into a close-range fight where talons, jaws, and sheer size would count, instead flitting around the two dragons, and especially the larger Viagar, trying to get in shots. But as Jackaris closed far too slowly for his liking, he realized that Bela was at a huge disadvantage. Her dragon Moondancer was just too small, and its fires too weak and short-range to make this tactic effective. And even Sheepstealer, a bigger dragon, was having trouble in getting shots in. The smaller dragon Tessarion was constantly covering its larger stablemate, ruining the attempted attacks. And then, with an inevitability that Jackaris saw coming in almost slow motion, Bela pushed Moondancer just that little bit too close to Viagar, who seemed to ponderously move its bulk away from the path of Moondancer's flight. Just as Bela's dragon was opening its mouth to unleash its flames, the great beast's wing stroke barely seemed to catch one of Moondancer's wings. But it was enough. The smaller dragon tumbled away, out of control, its flames dying in its throat. And that was all that was needed. Tessarion twisted and unleashed a jet of flames that engulfed the head and neck of Moondancer, the smaller dragon staggering and falling away, flakes of flesh scales falling away behind it as it plunged downwards, until it fell vertically from the sky, to splash into the waters of Blackwater Bay. Jackaris howled his grief and rage at this, his eyes blinded by hot tears. He furiously wiped at his face and eyes to clear his vision as he watched Sheepstealer try to make a run for it, Nettles in her mount obviously deciding that this was a battle they could not win. But the girl and her ugly, skinny dragon did not get far. Tessarion was far too nimble for Sheepstealer, and he harried the dragon mercilessly, until eventually Sheepstealer was herded into the trap of Viagar, who pounced on the dragon and started to rip the unfortunate dragon to pieces, tearing great chunks from Sheepstealer with his jaws and talons. As Viagar roared its rage and shook the smaller dragon like a terrier shakes a rat, he barely noticed Tessarion peel away, tuning impossibly tightly to absent herself from the destruction taking place. He was close enough now to hear the screams of Sheepstealer as he was torn asunder. Jackaris was beyond caring now, beyond rational thought, as he drove Vermax down and down, intent on crashing into the back of the great beast. Everything that Hugh had thought them was washed away in a haze of pure battle lust and rage, he never seeing the swift shape of Tessarion approaching, only the jarring impact as the dragon smashed into his mount broadside, nearly knocking him from his saddle atop Vermax. Before he could regain control of his dragon, and escape, flames roared over him, every nerve in his body screaming in agony, searing pain so intense into his brain that he could scarce form any thoughts. For how long the pain lasted for Jackaris could not say. All that registered was that he seemed to be falling, and that the waters of Blackwater Bay below him looked cool and inviting. ULF the White Three. He entered the small council room, immediately noticing the tension in the room. He made his bows to the Queen and the Lord Protector of the realm, and noticed that Lord Corlys was present along with his bastard, who was pretending to be his grandson. It was dark outside, night having fallen, and ULF had been about to depart for his nightly carousing when he had been intercepted by guardsmen wearing the colours of Houserin and a king's guard, who he had not bothered to learn the name of. Some knight with a poleaxe stuck up his arse, like all of them. They had escorted him to the small council room and ULF had been terrified that his treachery had been uncovered. In fact, he was still terrified, and he was doing his utmost to conceal his fears. The queen looked like she was barely standing, her face alternating with flashes of rage and sorrow. It was obvious to ULF that she had been crying, and his curiosity was piqued. Obviously, something dramatic had happened, and ULF wondered what his new, those secret masters had done now. No Hugh, he noticed, until his favorite person in the world entered at a rush, making his apologies for being late, bringing a little smile to ULF's face, which he quashed as quickly as he could, but not before he noticed that the Lord Protector had seen his grin. "We have received a raven from Dragonstone," the Lord Protector announced, indicating with a hand to a small scroll of paper on the table. Viagar and Tessarion attacked the island this afternoon. They felled Sheepstealer and Moodancer. Also felled was Vermax. Prince Jaka is having taken off to visit his betrothed. The bodies of the riders of the dragons have not been recovered, but Maester Gendries observed the battle and assures us that none of the riders would have survived the deaths of their dragons. The corpse of Sheepstealer has washed ashore and Vermax's was recovered by fishermen from Dragonstone. There has been no sign of the remains of Moondancer. The queen was openly crying, tears streaming down her face, but she was not sniffling or wailing like women were wont to do at times like this. She was holding herself upright and still with an impressive feat of willpower. "Dragonstone itself?" asked Adam, horror and shock plastered across the lad's face. Well now, was that not a turn up, eh? And did not just further reinforce his decision? He twisted his face to stillness to stifle the smile that threatened to break out across his visage. He would get one over on all of these high and mighty fucks, every last one of them. And he had made it clear that Hugh was his and his alone, that cunt was not to be eliminated or killed, for he wanted to feed that prick to Silverwing. That would be a fitting revenge, would it not? Hugh looked like he was about to get sick, his face pale and drawn, his eyes wild and terror-filled. Well, was that not just dandy? Secure, the dragons made no attempt to attack the castle or the town. Maester Gerardis has reported that the dragons flew off southwards after the attack was over. They did not linger over the island. "Counterforce," he heard Hugh say softly, "always the right move." His visage still that of a man verging on descending into gibbering terror. "What is that you mumbled, Sir Hugh?" came the sharp question from the Lord Protector of the realm. "This strike makes sense. They ignored the castle and the town. It was aimed at removing 2 dragons. They got lucky and took out a 3rd. If we send more dragons to defend Dragonstone, we weaken our dragon forces on the mainland." Hugh looked to be about to say something else, but he shut up at the last second. "Your grasp of the blindingly obvious is unsurpassed, Sir Hugh," hissed Prince Daemon in response, "and I need not remind this body that it was your idea to defend Dragonstone with dragons in the first place. If we had not, we might have faced a conventional invasion of the island. We could not afford to have King's Landing blockaded from the sea, especially now with winter here and the Greens advancing again in the Reach." This outburst from Hugh surprising ULF, and apparently everyone else in the room, if their faces were anything to go by. "Enough!" the queen croaked out, her voice hoarse and strained sounding. "The matter of our hostages must be decided." "No," came the low reply from Prince Daemon, and ULF's head whipped around to stare at the Lord Protector of the realm in amazement. "No? What do you mean no, husband mine?" came the queen's reply, trying to keep her voice stable but failing as it cracked at the end, her rage getting the better of her. "See Hugh? If you please," Daemon responded in a silky, slight tone of voice. Hugh going even more pale and drawn if such a thing was possible. The presence of the royal family here in Mager's Holdfast, and not elsewhere, or even in the Black Cells. Where they belong. Screeched the queen. When she looked like she would not screech any more, Hugh continued. "The incarceration of previous royal family within Mager's Holdfast ensures that Viagar does not burn the Red Keep to slag. The Green's whole reason for the war is embodied in the persons of King Aegon, his wife, and their children. Were they to kill them in an attack by Viagar, the stain of kinslaying would be upon them. And also, the possibility of king slaying," added Prince Daemon, grinning at the thought. "The Greens have 2 other princes to choose from," hissed the queen, clearly not convinced one whit by Hugh's arguments. "They do, but there is also the presence of Lord Otto Hightower and Queen Alicent to consider. Both of their lives are valuable to House Hightower, and they are unlikely to want to risk them unnecessarily." The queen looked like she was winding up for another rant, but Prince Daemon stepped in and interrupted her. "Thank you, Sir Hugh. The lives of our hostages are not to be squandered on some foolish gesture in response to the regrettable deaths on Dragonstone." The queen turning near purple with rage at the prince's words. "Our hostages' lives are forfeit, of that let there be absolutely no doubt, but as Sir Hugh reminded us, their lives are necessary for our very survival. I want her dead. I want that cunt's head and that of her father at once," shrieked the queen, apparently having not listened a word to what Prince Daemon had said. "My queen, I am afraid not. It would not be wise at this juncture to carry out such a rash act," came the smooth reply from Prince Daemon. He was truly fascinated by all of this. Why, this was better than any murmurer's farce he had ever seen in his life. "Not be wise? I am the queen. And I demand the heads of Alicent and her father. Now. You are distraught by the death of your eldest son, my love, and no doubt not thinking straight. You seem to have forgotten the legal provisos of my status as Lord Protector of the realm, for all capital sentences must be approved by me, the Hand and your good self. Lord Corlys, would you approve of the execution of Queen Alicent and Lord Otto Hightower as a response for the deaths in combat of Prince Jacaerys? And of my daughter Bela, your granddaughter Lord Corlys? After a tense few seconds where ULF thought he would scream, so fraught was the atmosphere, Lord Corlys sighed. No, no, I would not. I lost blood here, my queen, one of my daughters fell defending Dragonstone, and you don't see me screaming for bloody murder and pointless vengeance, came the low and menacing words of Prince Daemon. Another silence accompanied this announcement by the rogue prince, the queen gazing hard at her hand and her lord protector before she finally let out a defeated sigh and said, very well, we will put aside the matter of our hostages for now. The armies of my enemies are on the march. We have just gotten word of their attacks on Bitter Bridge, which they appear to have been taken easily. Their objective of Tumbleton and the upper reaches of the Mander are obvious. We must meet this threat at once. Our dragons must be brought to bear to crush the armies of the Pretender. He noticed that Hugh was studying the map before them intently, his lips moving, whispering something to himself, before he said, seemingly to himself, no, this does not make sense, no, we are missing something here. Sir Hugh? Asked Lord Corlys, what are we missing? Yes, it makes sense to take out our dragons on Dragonstone, but the timing, it's all wrong, all wrong. Why? Asked the queen harshly. Why is it wrong, Sir Hugh? My enemies have killed 3 of my dragons and their riders, 2 of royal blood, one the heir to the Iron Throne, the other his betrothed. It seems a well enough laid trap to me. Answered the queen, the last words barely squeezed out her throat, sorrow almost overcoming her. That's exactly it. There is no way that the Greens could have known in time that Prince Jacaerys was on his way to Dragonstone, and it still leaves us with the issue of the questionable timing of the attack. You are speaking in circles, Sir Hugh. Cautioned Prince Daemon, and ULF stood up straighter. He would have to make sure he listened closely to what was being said, if only to be able to pour scorn on anything that Hugh might say. No sense in not sowing dissension among the ranks of these cunts who were now his enemies, and especially with blood and humor so agitated by what was being discussed. The Greens have just launched their much-anticipated action to seal off the Upper Mander from King's Landing, putting any end to food exports to King's Landing from the Reach. With winter upon us, King's Landing will slowly starve without those supplies, not right now but in a few moons' time the effects will start to be felt. And why divert a critical strategic asset like their dragons, both of them, on a diversionary attack on Dragonstone now? But you said earlier on it made sense, the attack upon our dragons, did you not? Retorted Prince Daemon, obviously losing patience with Hugh's ramblings, so he wound up for a witty quip, but Hugh beat him to it. The attack on Dragonstone was a strike at our dragons, but it was also a strike aimed at diverting our attention away from something else, something that the Greens believe is more important. Yes, the attack on the last of our loyal houses in the Reach. Replied the Queen, who seemed to be growing equally tired as the Lord Protector of Hugh's continuing drivel, and he opened his mouth to speak. The Aerie Corlys Velaryon announced their target is the Aerie. Consternation greeted this outburst from the Lord of the Tides. Think about it. Think about it for a minute. Who are your greatest supporters, my queen, both in general and here in King's Landing? The Vale. And what if Aemond was able to threaten the Aerie with Dragonfire? That castle relies totally on its position for defense. It's a toy castle in reality. Viagar could burn it to slag in mere minutes, and Tyraxes could never defend the Aerie from the likes of Viagar. Lord Corlys shouted, his voice rising in panic. Oh, that was right, he had a grandson and a granddaughter in the Aerie, did he not? And the prettiest of the princesses, if ULF remembered correctly, with the most lustrous sliver gold hair he had ever seen, and the face of the maiden herself. Joffrey. My son. Screeched the queen, finally succumbing to her weaker female nature and collapsing to the floor. Prince Daemon was first to the queen, gently cradling her while shouting, get a maester and be quick about it. While they waited for a maester to arrive they stood around, none daring to say anything, the low words of soothing nothings that Prince Daemon was whispering into the queen's ear the only sounds to be heard. Once the maester and some acolytes arrived they quickly revived the queen, but over her feeble protests she was bundled out of the room and off to enforced bed rest. It seems we have something of a dilemma here, does it not? Asked the rogue prince when the queen had been safely removed from the room, coming to stand right at the table that held a huge map of Westeros upon its surface. How so? Demanded Lord Velaryon. Our actions are clear, we must defend the Aerie. Emphasizing his point by pounding a fist on the table. Prince Daemon let an eyebrow rise at this, but he said nothing, just holding the furious gaze of the sea snake, before finally continuing. Hugh, I believe you now have your wits fully about you, would you care to explain to Lord Velaryon what we face? ULF wondered for a moment if Hugh and Prince Daemon had somehow rehearsed this before, if this was all for show, a pageant of mummery for the benefits of others? And if so, that meant that Hugh was even more dangerous to him, as he was obviously trusted by Prince Damon explicitly. Well, this only hardened his heart further to see Hugh brought down. We face a three-body problem here, my lords, a system which has no solvable solution. What riddles are these? Quaffed ULF, finally able to interject some of the scorn and ridicule he had been saving up for the last nigh on half an hour. We have 3 options before us, of which we can only really solve 2, but we do not know which 2 we can solve, and which one must remain unsolved, replied Hugh, his answer being no answer at all to his mind. He speaks like some maester's acolyte, as Hugh decided to finally try out for his chain. ULF laughed but noticed that no one else was joining in with his attempt at levity, what with the hard stares that he was receiving from Lord Corlys, his bastard, and most importantly from the prince. We can defend King's Landing, attack the Greens in the Reach, or defend the Eyrie. Pick 2 of those options and discard the third. Say we leave King's Landing denuded of dragons, the Stormland's forces are what, a week at most away. Sooner, in fact, intoned Damon, I had just received reports before I summoned this meeting that the forces of the Stormlands have pushed through into the Crownlands, but they are staying under the cover of the Kingswood. They are not venturing out into the open beyond the northern boundaries of the Kingswood. Hiding from dragon attack under the canopy of the trees, remarked Adam Velaryon. Like Nam ULF heard Hugh whisper, will I hear fortunate son start to play. Before ULF could comment on this strange utterance from Hugh, the ex-blacksmith blinked, stood up straighter and continued, so we have to keep sufficient dragons in King's Landing to defend it, that leaves the Eyrie or the last access to supplies from the Reach, which one do we abandon? You see, we are dealing with a true master, whoever planned this I want to meet, and I will congratulate them on their cunning, while I geld them. Hissed Prince Damon, and for a moment ULF regretted turning his cloak, but he fought down the fear that threatened to climb up his throat, choking him. The Eyrie, my lord. My grandchildren are there, you must. Pleaded Lord Corlys, all pretense of a great lord gone, just the shell of a desperate man remaining. Hugh. The Lord Protector asked, ULF immediately noticing the tension that surged through Hugh at Damon's words. ULF thought that the man would break and shatter, so tightly he seemed to be holding himself. The only chance we have, is, the winter weather might play in our favor. Explain. Gasped Lord Corlys, sounding like a drowning man to ULF's ears. Winter has come, there are storms in the Bay of Crabs, the maesters collect information on weather and post it in the Red Keep. I read it daily. Hugh shook his head and continued, there is also heavy cloud cover over the southern vale, shrouding the mountains. This might make it impossible for Viagar and Tessarion to fly directly to the Eyrie. They might have to detour around and come up the Vale of Arryn. That's our only hope. If this is the case, we could beat them there. How? Surely this inclement weather would affect our dragons as much as theirs? Asked Adam, voicing a question that ULF had just realized he wanted to pose. Not necessarily so. The last report from the Bloody Gate indicated that it and its approaches were free of cloud. Said Hugh, the usual confidence in the man's voice missing. Lord Protector, please? Asked Lord Velaryon, but ULF noticed that Hugh and Prince Damon were engaged in some sort of staring match, like 2 male dogs about to tear into each other in a fighting pit. Oh, how delightful, time to pour some oil on these fires, as he opened his mouth to speak. Very well Hugh, you and Adam will leave within the hour, ULF and I will remain in King's Landing for the time being, but if the situation in the Reach becomes critical, we will have to intervene, both of us, declared the Lord Protector. Oh, and Hugh. Yes, Lord Protector. I will need a word with you before you leave. Of course, Your Grace. Rena Targaryen III. She had been summoned the Lady Arryn Solar, the guards urging her to make haste. She could sense fear and uneasiness in their body language, even see it in some of their faces. Entering the Solar, she found it crowded. Several lords and knights were present, all armored and armed, she noticed with some alarm. Good, you are here, announced Lady Arryn. Come here, my child. I have news from King's Landing, and I am afraid it is not good. Something clutched at Rena's heart, almost pushing the air from her lungs. What bad news do you speak of, Lady Arryn? She asked, noting the grim faces of the armored men all around her. I am sorry, Your Grace. Your sister, Princess Baela, and Prince Jacaerys, her intended fell, in the defense of Draenstone. I am so sorry, Your Grace. Rena barely heard this over the rushing, roaring sounds in her ears. Baela dead? No. How could this happen? How could her sister, her twin, be dead? I am so sorry, Your Grace, came the words of Lady Jessamine, who placed her arm around her shoulders. The Lady Redford had always been more open with showing physical affection. But Rena was glad of it now, finding the arm around her shoulders the only comfort to be had in this room. Viagar and Tessarion attacked Dragonstone a week ago. Prince Jacaerys was visiting your sister at the time. The other dragon, Sheepstealer I believe the beast was called, and its rider also perished. In addition, the Raven from King's Landing warns us that the Eyrie is a potential target for Viagar and Tessarion, and that Vermithor and Seasmoke are on their way here to defend the Eyrie. Here, the dragons are coming here," was all Rina could say, her mind whirling and spinning, barely able to concentrate on what was being said. "Your Grace, there have been reports of dragons sighted off Old Anchor. We believe those to be Viagar and Tessarian. They cannot traverse the mountains of the moon due to the winter weather, they will most likely fly up the Vale of Aran. We expect Vermithor and Seasmoke within the next few days." Just then Prince Joffrey was escorted into the room and given the same news that she had been given. Afterwards Lady Aran ordered most of the occupants out of the room, leaving herself, Lady Jessamine and Rina. "There is more, Your Grace. We believe that the attack on the Eyrie may be on conjunction with moves by traitorous lords to oust me as Lady of the Vale." Rina's mouth opened in shock, her heart again leaping in her chest, but before she could say anything Lady Aran continued, "These turncoats will no doubt reveal themselves the moment the dragons of King Aegon the Pretender appear. I have made some accounting for who is loyal and who is suspect, but I cannot trust my number to be total accurate. I have sent for additional men from the Gate of the Moon, but they will take at least 4 days to arrive, and Viagar and Tessarian could be upon us at any time." Rina did not know what to say to this, fear gripping her insides, as Lady Jessamine spoke, her tone steel despite the words she said. "You will probably to safe, you are a valuable hostage, your brother and his dragon, not so much I'm afraid. Lady Aran and I are equally in danger in this coup, should it take place." Why you Lady Jessamine?" Rina asked, confusion making her words tumble from her mouth in a rush. "Ah sweet child, my father long wished to betroth me, and I have equally long frustrated his wishes. After his death my brother disowned me. He and my family are no friends or supporters of Lady Aran, of that you can be certain. If I am lucky, I might be packed off to the Silent Sisters, if not a quick flight from the Moon Door is in store for me." Rina gasped at the casual way Lady Jessamine described her fate. She caught the wistful look that Lady Aran was giving her dear friend, a look that spoke of complicated feelings, even to her young eyes. "And they will kill me, of that you can be certain, Princess Rina, for I have long frustrated the ambitions of some of my male relatives, who think that a cock is all they need to have the right to the Eyrie." Rina's felt her ears and face redden at Lady Aran's coarse words, but she quailed at the thoughts of Lady Aran and Lady Jessamine being killed. And she was not so sure that she would not be harmed. Aemond was coming on Viagar and she had suffered enough of his glances and stares on the occasions that they had met to make her uncomfortable, and as she had grown older, more than uncomfortable. Aemond's eyes held something sick and twisted in them when he gazed upon her, something that frightened her, even though she did not know why. Aemond would not treat her kindly if she fell into his hands, of that she was certain. And he was as likely to maim her as to kill her, of that Rina knew with a terrible certainty. The next several days passed in an agony of steadily increasing tension, which hung palpable in the air. The Eyrie seemed to be full of armed men, all moving about with seeming purposes, though not to one purpose she suspected. She and her brother had been moved into new quarters in the tower that Lady Aran occupied, and this tower was now crawling with guards, Aran blue cloaks and others of the lords that Lady Aran hoped were loyal to her. Men no longer wore courtly garb, all wore armor and were armed at all times. Women stayed to their quarters or only moved about when absolutely necessary. Court was suspended temporarily, much to the loud annoyance of a coterie of lords, the ones that Rina suspected were disloyal, and the tension increased markedly after this. Then one morning the cry went up that dragons had been spotted, coming up the valley of the Eyrie from the southwest, and within minutes they were identified as Vermithor and Seasmoke, the dragons sent by her father to guard the Eyrie. Within the hour the 2 dragons were circling the Eyrie. The smaller of the 2 dragons, the pale silver-grey dragon known as Seasmoke, landed and its rider alighted. Rina watched this from the windows of Lady Aran's solar. The rider had a brief talk with the assembled guards in the court before he was hurried away, appearing a quarter of an hour later in the solar. The rider was a young man of small, slim build, who was bundled in a thick sheepskin coat and heavy boots. The rider introduced himself as Adam Velaryon and handed over a leather pouch to Lady Aran, which appeared to contain numerous scrolls and documents, the young man asking several questions of Lady Aran with regard to her situation in the Eyrie and if there had been any sightings of Viagar and Tessarian. Once Adam appeared to be satisfied with the answers he had received, he asked for permission to signal to the other dragon, which with its rider was still circling the Eyrie, to come into land. Rina observed from the window Adam Velaryon retrieve some sort of a box from the baggage behind the saddle on Seasmoke's back and set himself up on the walls of the Eyrie. He seemed to manipulate the box for a few minutes and Rina observed the large dragon, Vermithor, make its approach and land in the courtyard of the Eyrie. After the rider of Vermithor alighted he conferred with Adam for some moments, both of them then unloading their saddle bags and luggage from the backs of their respective dragons. "Come," Rina heard from behind her, turning to see Lady Aran indicate the door to the solar. "Sir Hugh and Sir Adam will be staying down in the courtyard to be as close as possible to their dragons, let us go and make sure that they are settling in." Rina descended the endless stairs of the tower and made her way with Lady Aran, Lady Jessamine, their entourage and their guards out into the courtyard. She found Prince Joffrey there also, along with his dragon Tyraxes, who seemed to be not in the slightest bit concerned by the 2 larger dragons, who were remarkably well behaved, seeming to be blithely unconcerned with their surroundings. As they approached, Prince Joffrey was in deep conversation with a giant of man, with the silver blonde hair of the old blood, but he lacked the fine features of the scions of the freehold. Instead his face was rather coarse and heavy, and he had a look of someone who would resort to violence at a moment's notice. The man was dressed like Sir Adam had been, in a thick sheepskin coat and thick, heavy-looking boots, and as he saw them approaching, he went to one knee to greet them. "You must be Sir Hugh, the rider of Vermithor?" asked Lady Arryn, bidding the man to rise. "I am, my lady. You have already met Sir Adam. We are here at the behest of Prince Daemon, Lord Protector of the realm, to defend the Eyrie from what we believe to be an attack by Princes Aemond and Doran and their dragons." This Hugh's voice did nothing to dissuade Rena of her opinion of him, rough and deep, with the harsh accent of the small folk of Dragonstone strongly evident. Lady Arryn, some of her advisors, Sir Hugh, Sir Adam and Prince Joffrey then huddled for quite some time near Vermithor, who ignored them and looked like he was taking a nap. Rena observed some quite heated discussions, with even raised voices, but she could not exactly make out what was being said, despite straining her ears to listen. Eventually the meeting broke up, Lady Arryn and her advisors retreating to the body of the castle. Prince Joffrey remained, along with some Arryn guards and servants, who seemed to be setting up camp beds in one of the ground floor galleries off the courtyard. Other servants and guards appeared to be busy barricading and closing off access to the courtyard, Prince Joffrey providing the answers to her unsaid questions. This courtyard is to be the roost for the dragons during their stay, to secure it and to prevent any accidents accesses being blocked off, just in case. Rena wondered if it was also to protect the dragons and their riders from the supposed traitors who infested the Eyrie, and about whom noting seemed to have been done. Her father would never suffer for traitors to live, of that she was sure, and this lack of action on Lady Arryn's part confused and scared her. "I had to tell that up-jump Sir Hugh that I would not be talked down to, nor ordered by him." Joffrey burst out, puffing up his chest and trying to look all fierce. "The cheek of that man, to tell me that I could not partake in the defense of the Eyrie. I am the crown prince now. I must defend the Eyrie and I must avenge the death of my brother Jacaerys." Before Rena could react to this news, the little prince continued with the death of my brother and of your sister Lady Bela, I think that you are now my betrothed. Has your mother, her grace, or my father the Lord Protector confirmed this, Prince Joffrey?" she asked, horrified at the thought of being betrothed to Joffrey. Heretofore she had been worried about being betrothed to an old man, and now it looked like she would have to wed a child. No, they have not, but I think it will happen, don't you?" I don't know, we will have to wait until we get word from our parents, I think. Ulf the White 4. Ulf watched as the girl dressed herself, giving him sultry eyes over her shoulders before she left his chambers, promising more of the same, well, more of the same as long as he paid her, of that Ulf knew. The chit was a serving wench in the Red Keep, a buxom young thing with a salacious way of moving her hips that was enticing to the eye. Even though she had come to his bed willingly enough, the wench had asked for coin to continue their trysts, something which had disappointed Ulf if he was honest with himself. But he had paid out the coin the girl asked for, not that her rates were exorbitant, and certainly nothing like the coin charged by the better class of whores on the street of Silk, which he is sadly now barred from, confined to the Red Keep as he now was. He was not even allowed to visit the Dragon Pit and Silverwing, not that he had ever had much inclination to visit that cantankerous bitch. One had grooms to look after horses, did one not? And it was the same with dragons. There were people on Dragonstone and in the Dragon Pit who were trained in the care and handling of the great beasts. And truth be told, Silverwing made him nervous. The few times he had ridden her recently she had appeared to be truculent, rebellious even, and he had been less than lenient with the whip to get the bitch to obey his commands. After Hugh and Adam had disappeared off towards the Eyrie, Prince Daemon had locked down the Red Keep. Entry and exit was highly restricted and additional guards had been assigned to him. This had terrified Ulf at first, convinced that his treachery had been discovered, but as the days wore on Ulf had become less sure of this, for would Prince Daemon let him live if he knew the extent of his treason? Ulf knew the answer to that was a resounding no. The rogue prince would not let him live a minute longer than the time it took to reach him with a sword if he was aware of just what Ulf was up to. A few days after Hugh and Adam's departure, Ulf had been invited to dine with the Lord Protector himself in private, and he was not too proud to admit that he had soiled himself when the invite had been delivered. It was dark outside, and the winds of winter were howling around the walls of the Red Keep when he had been let into Prince Daemon's private dining room, where a lavish spread was present on the table. "Sit, eat, drink with me, Sir Ulf, for we have much to discuss," the husband of the Queen had announced, smiling in the candlelight of the room, though his eyes remained shadowed and invisible to Ulf. He had done as he was bidden. No servants were present in the room had noticed, just the two of them. "You are no doubt wondering why you are here, Sir Ulf?" came a smooth question, instantly putting Ulf on edge. I am your grace," he replied, failing to prevent his voice rising to a higher pitch than he wanted. "Treason, Sir Ulf, treason, in the worst of places, Sir Ulf." "Oh," he squeaked, feeling his stone's contract automatically, suddenly praying for a swift death at the hands of the rogue prince. Treason, do you know why I kept you with me Sir Ulf and sent Hugh and Adam to the Vale? No, her replied, the second negative lower than the strangled sounding first one. To get them out of King's Landing and away from the plots and plans that pair are hatching, treasonous plans Sir Ulf, treachery of the highest order. Then why allow them to leave King's Landing, and with their dragons, your grace? Ulf asked, confusion whirling in his brain, that just did not make any sense to him. I wanted them out of King's Landing so I can move against their supporters and the agents of the Greens that they have been in contact with. Agents. Ulf paled, his stones attempting to crawl even further up into his belly if that was possible. Hugh and Adam have been planning to betray me to the Greens, to turn their coats. Getting them out of King's Landing with their dragons was a priority. When they return, I will have dealt with their supporters and the agents of the Greens, and they will be easy to take down. But for this to take place I first had to get them out of King's Landing. Ulf nodded in response, deciding to take a long draught of his wine to hide the fear that was threatening to show on his face. If his contacts with the Greens were discovered, well, he was a dead man then also, was he not? This realization made him sick to his stomach as Prince Damon began loading up his own plate with food. Sir Ulf, please, help yourself, the food is the best in the city, I swear. Remarked the Lord Protector as he began to eat heartily. Ulf swallowed nervously and decided that if he did not eat it would look out of place, so he selected a few of the choicest looking morsels and despite having absolutely no appetite began to eat the food. It tasted like ash in his mouth and his stomach clenched and rumbled as he swallowed, annoyed at the intrusion of food when it was in such a perilous state. You are to tell no one of this conversation Sir Ulf, I warn you, the agents of our enemies are everywhere, you must keep this secret, for your own safety. If the traitors Hugh and Adam return from the Vale they will be dealt with. But you must make no overt move against them, you must not let them suspect a thing. Depending on how soon they return I might not have everything ready for them. The rogue prince grinned like some bestial animal, showing way too many teeth for Ulf's liking. He nodded in response, concentrating on swallowing the food that he was eating and not betraying the fear that he was gripping at his guts like a vice. Oh, and we have not spoken recently of rewards, have we Ulf? No, we have not. Well, I should remedy this, should I not? Ulf again could only nod in response, not sure that his voice would not betray him. Well, for a start there is your name. What say you to marrying into a great house and taking its name as your own? Ulf gave an enthusiastic nod of his head and chanced his voice that would be great your grace. I may even have the family and the girl for you lad already. The rogue prince barked out a laugh. How would you like to take my name and marry my daughter Rena? Ulf very nearly spat out his food, coughing and spluttering for an embarrassingly long time before he could reply a gasped yes your grace. Good lad. Good, but I warn you, this depends on how loyal you are and what you do over the next few moons. Ulf decided then and there that he would flee to the Greens as soon as he could. There was no way he was staying in this viper's pit one day longer than he absolutely had to. Adam Valerian 4. Adam looked up from where he was being attended to by a maester's acolyte, who was stitching a wound closed on his arm to see Lady Erin and her entourage sweep into the courtyard. The Princess Rena was accompanying Lady Erin. The Lady of the Eyrie looked as angry and hard-faced as her guards, a mix of Erin men at arms and knights, all armed and armored and some even still bearing the obvious signs of having just been in combat. Lady Erin stopped before a seated Hugh, who was stripped to his small clothes and had just been finished being cleaned off, his friend having been soaked in the blood and viscera of the traitors from the recent battle that had raged throughout the Eyrie. A few scant hours ago Hugh had ordered him to quickly arm himself, Hugh having pulled on his brigandine and armed himself also, when men had burst into the courtyard to attack them. Thankfully the three dragons had reacted badly to this intrusion and had burned the attackers to a crisp. But by them the sounds of battle began reaching them and it was obvious that the treason that had been suspected in the Eyrie was breaking out into open revolt. Prince Joffrey had mounted Tyraxes and had proceeded to fly about the castle, dragon fire issuing from his mount's maw every now and then, burning men atop the battlements, which Adam had hoped were the rebels. Hugh had been livid at the prince doing this and had dashed up onto the walls to communicate with the prince, asking him to fly to the tower that held Lady Erin to get some information on what was going on. The prince had reluctantly complied and flown off, which was when a group of rebels had set upon Hugh. He had dashed to aid Hugh and the two of them had just managed to kill or drive off their assailants, but not before both had been wounded, Hugh more seriously than him. Are you badly hurt, Sir Hugh? Asked Lady Erin as one of the acolytes busied himself with sewing closed a large gash along Hugh's hairline, only one of several cuts and gashes that would need to be sewn shut on Hugh's arms and legs. Hugh had insisted that the acolyte boil any bandages and thread he was using on him first, a look of pleasant surprise crossing his face when the acolyte told him that they were and that they would be washing him off, and washing his wounds with a mixture of 10 to 1 boiled water and vinegar. It's just a flesh wound. Hugh grinned at Lady Erin as the acolyte moved on to another of his cuts that needed sewing shut. Well anyway, it appears that your presence here finally forced my enemies to show their hand, though the idiots probably should have waited until the dragons of the Greens got here, but there is no accounting for stupidity, I suppose. It also appears that some of those who I suspected were less than loyal decided that the presence of dragons strengthened their wavering loyalty, so in the end this little rebellion was put down easily enough. At least that is good, replied Hugh as he winced through a wound being sewn up. You will have a rather fetching set of scars to woo the ladies with. Lady Erin gave a little tittered laugh at Hugh's discomfort, Adam noticing that Princess Rena was scowling the whole time. Hugh had scolded the prince for his antics, but had softened his scolding by praising him for acting as a messenger to enable Lady Erin to communicate with the rest of the castle during the battle. She had been cut off in her tower by a strong assaulting force of rebels, and Tyraxes had been instrumental in defeating the rebels. The small size of Tyraxes had allowed it to stick its head into windows and other openings and deliver dragonifera to either block strategic passageways or kill groups of rebels. Prince Joffrey had been immensely proud of his dragon after the battle and had been dismissive of Hugh's opinions and concerns regarding using Tyraxes in the upcoming potential battle with Vhagar and Tessarion. It was a shame, Adam realized. The prince was a good enough dragon rider and he could learn much from Hugh, but such was the way of things sometimes. The little prince was too headstrong to listen to much in the way of advice, it seemed. Has there been any sign of the dragons of the Greens? Asked Hugh, turning to one side to let the acolyte apply a salve and bandage to a large bruise across his lower back. No more sightings of Vhagar or Tessarion, I'm afraid, replied Lady Erin. Hugh gave a little nod at this and said, we will stay here for a while yet. They cannot know of the failed rebellion, so they are probably still coming on the basis of a friendly airy. Mayhaps, Sir Hugh, mayhaps indeed, came the rather annoyed reply from Lady Erin, Adam wondering why the Lady of the Eyrie was annoyed with Hugh's statement. After some more rather desultory conversation, Lady Erin and her party left Hugh to be patched up, and when this was finished the former blacksmith stood up and did some experimental stretching, much to the horror and annoyance of the acolyte. Hugh put on some clothing that Adam had fetched for him, and he indicated with his head that he wanted to talk to him in private. The two of them walked out into the courtyard, occupied by 3 dozing dragons, and Hugh took him up to near Vermithor's head, Adam sure that the noises the beast was making were snores. I don't like this. Can we be sure that all the rebels are put down? Asked Hugh, his voice low and angry sounding. I don't know, we can only hope so, I suppose. Still, and where the fuck is Vhagar and Tessarion at? They should be here by now. Have we outguessed ourselves here? Are those 2 dragons even coming here? Or are they back on the front lines in the Reach, or have they attacked King's Landing? We would hear of this, Hugh, would we not? At several days or even a week's remove, Adam, and likely too late for us to react. With the putting down of the rebellion against Lady Erin, we might be recalled to King's Landing soon enough, though. True. Replied High, seeming to be lost in his thoughts. Prince Joffrey, was that wise of you? What, to tell off the little shit for going off half-cocked? Snarled Hugh. Adam ignored his friend's anger, and also ignored half-cocked, putting it down to another of the strange speech mannerisms that Hugh was wont to use when stressed. The prince's dragon Tyraxes did prove invaluable. It did, and that's the problem. Prince Joffrey will now think very highly of his dragon and its abilities. Unless we chain his ass in a dungeon and shoo Tyraxes off, both of them will get involved when Vhagar and Tessarion finally decide to rock up. That would not be good. Nope, a disaster, I fear. Tyraxes is too small and the prince has not had the benefit of training in air-to-air combat, and he is the only remaining son of Queen Rhaenyra by Laenor Velaryon left alive, and the crown prince. If we lose him... Adam said nothing in reply to this, until Hugh added, somewhat unnecessarily, then my friend, we are fucked. Adam had the sudden and horrid thought that they had been sent to the Eyrie specifically to pin the blame for Prince Joffrey's death on them, and he shuddered at the thoughts of the rage of the Queen should this be the case. Had the rogue prince manipulated them into this position, was he counting on Joffrey's death and the easy blame that could be placed at Eyre feet? Well, at Hugh's feet, his grandfather would protect him, or at least he hoped he would. No, Hugh would be the offering to assuage the Queen's anger should Prince Joffrey die, and Adam felt a twinge of sorrow for the fate of his friend. Daemon Targaryen 6. Sitting atop the Iron Throne, he watched as the men approached him, tiny at first as they entered the long gallery of the throne room, to stand and then kneel before the great pile of twisted, melted swords that Aegon the Conqueror had created. It was, he knew, a potent symbol of the power of his house, this monstrosity of dragon fire-forged steel, and to sit atop it was what he had always desired, above all else. Oh, he sat upon it now, but not in his own right, only as Lord Protector of the realm, but soon he would sit here as regent for his son Aegon. He put these thoughts aside as the men drew up before the Iron Throne and he concentrated on the necessary mummery of the court. He announced over the kneeling forms, "Arise, Sir Adam and Sir Hugh, the Iron Throne welcomes you back to King's Landing and begs you report." Daemon knew what the men would say, having already received ravens and having met the pair in the dragon pit. This performance here was all just for show and display, and for other reasons. "We have returned from the Eyrie, your grace. The dragons of the Pretender were driven off, the Eyrie was damaged in the battle." I beg the forgiveness of her grace the queen for the death of her son Prince Joffrey Velaryon. He fell in the defense of the area, announced Sir Adam, his voice surprisingly clear and steady for a lad of such tender years to be addressing the court with such news. Damon judged the great, echoing room, noting who reacted and who did not, and thus who had spies of sufficient skill and access to be already aware of Joffrey's death. The Iron Throne grieves for the loss of Prince Joffrey, his mother, her grace Queen Rhaenyra, first of her name, is indisposed, mourning the death of her third son in this terrible, senseless war. Sir Hugh, recount to all what happened during the Battle of the Eyrie. He watched the former small folk take a deep breath before he started. Your grace, my lords and ladies, the Eyrie was beset with traitors and turncloaks, who rose in defiance of their ladies' rule and wishes, desiring to throw their lot in with the pretenders. Prince Joffrey fought bravely and valiantly in the battle to put down these curs, and he desired to be part of the defense of the Eyrie from the dragons of Princes Aemond and Doran. You did not want to Prince to partake in this defense, did you, Sir Hugh? Damon asked, delighted by the sour look that flashed briefly across Sir Hugh's face. No, my Lord Protector, Tyraxes was too small to join a fight with Viagar and Tessarion effectively. I thought it better if the prince refrained from joining the fray. He was much more valuable to the realm than either Sir Adam or I. Our deaths would have been trivial compared to the death of Prince Joffrey. But Prince Joffrey joined the fight anyway, did he not? Asked Damon, savoring the way Hugh seemed to squirm under his gaze and his questioning. But still, the lad was playing his part well, again for someone who he expected would have had little experience with these types of situations. Your grace, the prince joined the fight, he fought well, he was even vital in bringing down Tessarion, but in the end he died. Viagar's strength and fires were too much for us. Both Vermithor and Seasmoke took wounds in the battle, and the area has lost much of its south-facing walls and towers to Viagar's flames. And his body, Sir Adam, have you recovered the prince's body? Your grace, it was found with his dragon, as they flew in life, so they were united in death, replied the former bastard Velaryon, a lump obviously forming in his throat. Damon had to resist smiling, the finest mummery indeed. For Joffrey's body had been found almost a mile from the corpse of his dragon, burned to a crisp and burst open from its impact with the ground. His remains were to be burned this very evening in the Red Keep, but still within the shroud that had covered his corpse. A pity it had not been Aemond and Viagar that had been killed. He would have even swapped Hugh or Adam, hells even both for bringing down that bastard, but never mind, his get would sit atop the Iron Throne and not that of Harwin Strong. As it was meant to be, as it should have been in the first place. He should have killed Viserys decades ago and not left any of this to chance, but he had been to Callow to kinslay in his youth. Ha! Callow et? No, he was never Callow, just reluctant to remove Viserys without a foolproof plan. Seating Viserys' daughter was a very long second best, especially after she had already been married and puppied several times, but he would take what the gods offered and run with it as far as he could. Please, Sir Adam, Sir Hugh, no reproach of your actions is intended or will be forthcoming. You defended the Eyrie and killed a dragon of the Pretender, driving off a much larger and more dangerous dragon in the process. Let it be noted that the Iron Throne praises Sir Adam and Sir Hugh for their actions. There was a bit more business after that. Adam gave a more detailed account of the rebellion and the fates of the lords involved, and that his daughter Rhaena was safe and well. Hugh added what injuries they had inflicted on Viagar, that had forced the great beast to retreat with its rider, and a slightly more detailed account of the battle with Viagar. Again, this retelling by Hugh was not the full truth, but it was plausible enough to satiate the court, without revealing anything of true import. No mention was made of course of the injuries sustained by Vermithor or Seasmoke, though in truth they were thankfully light. But Damon reminded himself again that he would have traded these two dragons for Viagar, and added Prince Joffrey to the total gladly if that angry old bitch that Aemond rode could have been brought down. Anyways, that was for another time. With the Vale even more secure and with the Greens down to a single dragon and its rider, he could now concentrate on bringing this war to its conclusion. Court was soon dismissed for the day, and he descended from the Iron Throne, retreating to what was the King's Solar to attend to his work for the rest of the day, and to plan on eliminating all obstacles to his power, be they friend or foe. And how should he proceed on that matter? A quick, decisive blow, eliminating as many as possible in one fell swoop? Or a slow, stealthy plan, so as not to startle the game? An interesting conundrum indeed, but one that was sure to occupy much of his time, and pleasantly at that, for was not the plotting of one enemy's downfall not almost as pleasurable as spending one seed inside the entrances to a woman's body? Preferably the maiden daughter of an enemy, or his wife. And speaking of wives, why his dearest wife would have to be dispatched soon to the halls of the stranger, for the poor thing was so distraught at losing her sons by Harwin Strong, and so fragile, why might not a stiff breeze might blow her away at any moment? Terms for surrender had been sent out to the Greens, terms he was sure that they would reject, terms he had made sure they would reject. And once they were rejected, then the value of the hostages in King's Landing was what? A few groats mayhaps? A wicked thought seeped into his mind. Alicent and her daughter might be worth quite a bit more than a few groats, in fact they might be quite valuable, at least for a while. He chuckled to himself, for who would not want to pay for the chance to fuck a queen and a former queen? He pondered the prices that could be charged, high so that only nobles would avail themselves of the offer, or low to encourage the small folk. And would he not avail himself first of their cunts? Of course he would, mayhaps both or one, and if he had to choose he would take sweet Helena, even though the chit was mad. He would make her mother watch though, yes he would force Alicent to watch him fuck her daughter. He pondered again the price for the honor of fucking 2 queens. Lo, yes lo, the thoughts of Alicent and her daughter getting ruined by an endless tide of small folk seed made him almost laugh hysterically and threatened to make his manhood rise to a rather painful stand. Speaking of manhoods, he would personally remove Lord Otto Hightower's cock, all the while describing to him how he had deflowered his daughter, and of how his daughter and granddaughter were being used as whores in Flea Bottom. The rest of the then he would feed to the blood WIRM, who had not gorged on human flesh for quite a while. It was always good to keep dragons acquainted with the taste of human flesh, at least to his mind. There was a list of others whom he would see dead, those who had slighted and belittled him down the years. If he was feeling merciful, he might allow them to take the black. Among this list there were a few with wives that were still succulent enough to tempt him, and more than a few daughters ripe for the plucking. Yes, he was going to enjoy himself greatly while he sat as regent for his son Aegon. He would have to see to the lad's education though, and his dragon riding. The lad's beast Stormcloud was as yet small and not really ready to accept a rider. Sir Hugh was a good trainer to all accounts. He would entrust Aegon's dragon riding training to Sir Hugh. Dusk was falling as he left his solar for his private dining room and an event he had been long looking forwards to, finding Sir Hugh, Sir Adam and a large contingent of his personal guards present. A lavish feast was set, and Daemon bid them sit, drinking wine in a rather strained silence. Ulf was escorted in by a coterie of his guards, and the lad's face was a heady mix of false bravado and anger, underlain with a delicious, furtive look of sheer terror. Ah, Ulf, good of you to join us. You were not thinking of leaving us, were you now? Daemon asked, a smile splitting his face until his cheeks hurt. Yes, disposing of this traitorous little cunt would be a pleasurable starter for this meal. Even though Hugh had informed him long ago of a dragon dream about Ulf being a traitor, he had known that Ulf would be a problem that needed dealing with. And given that Hugh had told him of Ulf's treason, why not let Hugh deal with it? No, your grace, I was just going to take Silverwing up for her first flight in a while. She needs the exercise. Is that so? He asked, pulling his face into a quizzical frown. And you needed food, water, a bow and arrows, blankets and the such like for a quick exercise flight. I wanted her to be used to the normal weight she would carry, your grace, came back the reply. Well, at least the lad had some spunk in him, supposed Daemon. Did you now? You were not thinking of, oh, I don't know, fleeing mayhaps? Of taking yourself off on dragon back to say, Bitterbridge? There to offer you and your mount to, let me guess, Lord Ormond Hightower. Ulf's face went chalk white at his words, and Daemon's grin grew feral as his guards grabbed hold of Ulf to prevent him from doing anything stupid, like trying to escape. I see you are not wasting my time trying to deny it, for that I give you credit, Ulf, Daemon said, before the lad blurted out, I demand a trial by combat. I'm a knight. It is my right. Daemon grinned at this, and something tickled the back of his mind. He walked over to where he was to be seated at the head of the table. Some assorted scrolls, parchments and documents were set down beside his seat. He picked one up and turned back to face Ulf. This here is an order of degradation, signed by me as Lord Protector of the Realm, and by Lord Velaryon, acting in this case as both Hand of the Queen and as the knight who originally bestowed the honor of knighthood upon you. With this order you are formally stripped of all rights, obligations and privileges of knighthood, and you are returned to the status of a small folk. You have no rights to claim a trial by combat, Ulf. When Ulf failed to respond to this, he called out Hugh. At this Sir Hugh stood and walked over to stand before Ulf, who in the meantime soiled himself. Daemon picked up a Valyrian steel dagger from the table, one with a rather horrid dragon bone handle, and walked over to Hugh, placing the dagger into his hand. Ulf's eyes went wide at this, a strangled pleas escaping his lips as Hugh suddenly drove the dagger deep into his side, then dragged the dagger across Ulf's belly in a horizontal slash, opening Ulf's guts up to slop out and splash to the floor in a stinking rush, Ulf's single pleaded word turning into an agonized shriek. With a final upwards cut, Hugh stepped away and back from Ulf, who was only being held up by the guards gripping his shoulders. This is nothing personal, Ulf, only business, Hugh remarked casually as he gutted the man. Finishing, he took 2 steps to the table and placed the dagger on its surface, his hand and arm slick with Ulf's blood. Sir Adam coughed loudly and explosively, which turned into a rush of vomit that splattered on the floor noisily. Keep the knife, Sir Hugh, to remind you always of the price of loyalty, Daemon said as he strode over to his seat and sat down. Did you really subject Ulf to an order of degradation? Asked Sir Adam, wiping his face with the back of his arm, before guzzling down a goblet of wine with jerky gulps. No, I would not waste good parchment on trash like that. He laughed. This he held up. The document is an agreement on trading rights with Volantis. The illiterate fool would not have known the difference anyway. I kept him alive in the hope of rolling up a goodly portion of the Green's agents in King's Landing, but with the situation now altered I have no more use of this traitorous scum. Guards, dispose of him in Blackwater Bay. Now, raise your glasses and drink, my good sirs, to victory. He announced, raising his own goblet high before him. Ormond Hightower 3. He looked out from the small castle where the part of the army he was travelling with was camped and sighed heavily. It was a dull and rainy day, the type of day that you should stay indoors and keep out of the rain on. Luckily for him he was housed in a castle, but the bulk of his army was out there, under canvas and suffering for it. The open lands around the castle were bare of the tents and campfires that would normally be present, instead his men were dispersed in several forests nearby. Every effort was being made to conceal the several large groups of troops that were advancing on Tumbleton across a broad front. Normally he would never disperse his army thus, for all sorts of reasons, but the superiority in dragons that the Blacks had was forcing his hand on this matter. His mind spasmed at the thoughts of dragons, anger and rage boiling through him. That idiot Emond. And without being bidden his mind replayed the encounter with the Lord Protector of the realm in his head. He had been informed that dragons were approaching from the east, and he had gone out onto the battlements of the castle at Bitter Bridge, they having advanced rapidly and had taken the keep and the lands about with little or no trouble. The report of a single dragon had not unduly worried him, as Viagar was so much larger than Tessarion and was oft sighted long before the smaller dragon, but as the dragon had neared he had started to become concerned, for there was no sight of Tessarion. Equally concerning was the fact that Viagar had several great holes in its wings, and as the great beast finally landed in some open ground before the castle he could see wounds along the dragon's back and flanks. I have a very bad feeling about this, came the voice of Sir Criston Cole, who had come up behind him on the battlements unheard. He just grunted a unformed word as a reply, and hoped that the prince had better have a tale of a spectacular victory to tell in return for the absence of Tessarion. A tiny voice in his head reminded him that Tessarion and Prince Durin might still be alive, or even captured by the enemy, but he knew with a sinking heart that this was highly unlikely. Accompanying Cole down to the courtyard inside the keep's gate he waited with impatience for Emond to make his inevitable appearance, which the lad did after an inordinate amount of time, and with a wineskin clutched in one hand he sourly noted. The prince looked somewhat ragged and unkempt, and had the arm not burdened by that very full-looking wineskin as wrapped in a bandage that gave off a rather unpleasant odor. Once the usual pleasantries were observed the prince demanded a bath and a change of clothes before he would consent to speak further with them, and a maester to attend to him and his wounds. Emond totally ignored the great dragon out in the fields beyond the castle, and he had to order several cows be sent to the dragon to feed it. Viagar was in a rather intractable mood and burned several of the men who had been bringing her food to her. She had been overly eager to get to her meal and the men leading the terrified cows had been in her way, or so it must have seemed to the dragon. Himself and Sir Criston Cole then spent several hours waiting on the prince to appear. Apparently after his bath and having what was a rather nasty burn on his arm cleaned and bandaged again he had decided to enjoy the company of a serving wench that had caught his eye. The girl had delivered some food to the rooms that had been set aside for him and he had taken the chit to her screamed denials. Apparently the young thing was married and did not appreciate the prince's attentions. Thus it was well after dusk had fallen that the prince had finally condescended to grace them with his presence, with another wineskin in hand. "We await your report, your grace," declared Cole, deciding that he had better start the proceedings as opposed to him, probably a good idea as he was barely holding in his anger at this drunken sot and his behavior. "Oh, yes, well," here Emond gave a loud burp. "Yes, Dragonstone went very well. I dispatched that bastard Jackaris and Vermax, along with that cunt of his, Bela, and her dragon also. I got a third dragon, Sheep Stealer, and its rider also. Viagar was far too strong for them." "You killed them on Viagar, did Prince Durin on Tessarion aid you in any of this?" he asked, wanting to see what this idiot boy said. "He was more of a hindrance than a help, if truth be told," replied Emond, who took a long pull of the wineskin. Cole and his eyes met briefly over the prince's sprawled form, Emond having again hiked his booted feet up onto the table in their presence. "Indeed, your grace," replied Cole smoothly, giving no hint that either of them had received a different story from an agent of theirs on Dragonstone, which spoke of Tessarion harrying the other dragons and using its speed and maneuverability to steer them into range of Viagar's lumbering form. "Well, for the destruction of 3 dragons of that usurper bitch you are to be congratulated, a great feast will be prepared for tomorrow evening," he announced, smiling inside at the smug look of satisfaction that spread across Prince Emond's slack and drunken face. "And the Battle of the Eyrie, your grace, what of that?" Cole questioned, his voice eager sounding and his face betraying only excited, and utterly false, interest. "We came to the Eyrie at night. Durin wanted to wait until dawn, but I insisted upon an attack at night. We caught the 3 dragons of that cunt Rhaenyra on the ground and had we known about them in advance we would have burned them where they roost. We destroyed a whole side of the Eyrie, collapsing walls, towers and halls to go falling into the abyss below the castle. Thrilling stuff, your grace, but I believe that your instructions were to only demonstrate the power of your dragons so that those loyal to his grace your brother would rise in rebellion and depose the Lady Erin. What better demonstration of the power of dragons could I give them than burning down a whole section of their castle? Emond replied, anger and pride mixing equally in his voice. Your orders were to ensure that the castle was captured, and more importantly that the necessary hostages were secured. You risked that by your actions your grace came. Cole's coldly furious response. The banners you told me would be flying were not, only the falcon of House Erin. So by my reckoning either the disposal of Lady Erin had failed, or not yet happened. And you do not order me, either of you, I am the Lord Protector of the realm. Neither of you were there, I made the decision to use the dragons as I saw fit. I will not have my decisions on this matter questioned. And the fight with the 3 dragons your grace, tell us of that please. He interjected, keen to distract the prince's petulant anger and rage. The 3 dragons rose quickly from the eyrie, but rather than attacking us directly they instead flew off and hugged along the steep mountains that flank the eyrie, soaring upwards and away from us, looking like they were trying to escape. So, I did what anyone would do, I ignored them and dove back to continue attacking the eyrie. But they dived upon us from above, just as Viagar was about to release his fire Durin veered off suddenly on Tessarion, this alerting me to their attack. I was too close to the eyrie to maneuver away so I had Viagar tuck in her wings and we dove under the attack. She got a lick of flames along her back for her troubles, and I got splashed with some dragon fire at this the prince lifted up his bandaged arm. I pulled Viagar around as hard as I could, only to see Tessarion take a blast of dragon fire from sea smoke to one of her wings. It went up in flames like a piece of parchment dipped in oil, and the dragon and Prince Durin spun away, falling into the darkness below. I never saw Tessarion again, so I assume that the dragon and Prince Durin are dead. Go on, asked Cole, his voice menacingly low, the implied threat of which Emond seemed to be blithely ignoring. The 3 dragons came at me as one, belching flames but never once getting close enough to use claw or teeth. I had to use the rick of tucking in Viagar's wings to escape 2 attacks. She was too bulky and slow to avoid the smaller dragons attacking her. On their 3rd attempt they staggered their attack and caught Viagar as she tucked in her wings and dove away. That is how she has the wounds on her wings and flanks. But they misjudged the attack, or at least the smaller one, Tyrax's did. Viagar snapped out and caught Tyrax's with her mouth, breaking the beast's neck clean in 2 and causing her rider to fall from the broken dragon. I did not see either the rider or dragon fall to earth, I simply had Viagar keep her wings tucked in and we fell away into the darkness. I looked around several times but there was no pursuit, so once we were about 1,000 feet above the floor of the Vale of Erin I commanded Viagar to head northeastwards along the vale to the coast. We flew for 4 days solid until I felt we were safe to land, near Massey's Hook actually. We stayed there only briefly, crossing over into the Stormlands a few hours later. Both men digested this for a few seconds before Sir Kristen asked, and the wound on your arm your grace? According to the maester it will heal, though the skin may well be permanently scarred. Ormond dragged his mind back to the present as he heard the door open behind him, knowing that it was Cole entering from his footsteps. Still looking out the window at the fitful drizzle he asked, you have read Damon's terms I assume? I have. And what? He knows these terms, such as they are, will not be acceptable. Spat Cole. Of course he does, these are sent more to insult us than anything else, he has the whip hand, and he knows it. So, what are we to do? Lord Strong is confident that he can make life unpleasant for Damon in King's Landing. That's hardly enough, if we are relying on that we might as well slit our own throats now and be done with it. I have made some moves to seek wiser counsel within Rhaenyra's circle of advisors, there may yet be a way out of this that does not end up with our heads on spikes. I have no wish to take the black. Cole retorted. If it means our hides and the safety and continuation of my family, I am willing to swear my oaths as a black brother. As I said, we might just have a slim hope of coming out of all of this unpleasantness somewhat whole. The sea snake? You are relying on the sea snake to talk sense into Rhaenyra and Daemon? Asked Cole, sudden realization dawning in his eyes. I am. His influence has taken a knock recently, the death of the last strong bastard whom he was claiming to be his grandson has weakened his hold on the queen, and as Daemon's get now stand to inherit the Iron Throne, I fear that usurping bitch's days are numbered. Of which I am sure Lord Corlys is aware of, there are options we can offer the Lord of the Tides in King's Landing that can see Daemon's influence, curtailed shall we say. There are also potential ways of disposing of Daemon altogether, the only consideration being do we do this before or after he does away with Queen Rhaenyra. But for these to work we would require Corlys, if not actively assist us in our plans, at least not stand in our way. I suppose the question is, do we ask him to turn his cloak or do we ask him to use his influence on our behalf? Came the Sato-voiced query from Cole. Indeed, my Lord Hand, indeed, that is the question now is it not? He replied to Cole, and before Cole could reply he changed the subject, any news on Viagar and how the dragon is healing from its wounds? The great beast is cantankerous at best, downright impossible at worst, even Iman fears to approach her at times. So, she will be impaired for several moons at least, that's the best I can offer. Impaired, not very reassuring news now, is it? Corlys Velaryon too. A map was spread across the table of the small council chamber. It covered virtually all the polished surface, and was a detailed representation of the northern reach and the region to the west and southwest of King's Landing. Upon its surface were markers and counters representing the forces of the Greens and their approximate numbers. The Greens were pursuing a strategy of dispersal as opposed to concentration and were apparently hiding their forces either within towns or forests. Their forces only appeared to briefly concentrate for assaults on castles and walled towns. This strategy made the moves ponderously slow, but relatively safe from attack by dragons. For several weeks now Adam and Hugh had been flying off from the dragon pit at dawn and returning at dusk, or sometimes even later. Their purpose had been to find and destroy any of the Greens' forces they could find, and they had precious little to report on this front. To the south of King's Landing the forces of the Stormlands were already massed at the very edge of the King's Wood, but they had proven very difficult to find and root out by dragonfire, and the conventional forces available in King's Landing were certainly not enough for the job. The Stormlander forces were apparently digging in, building earthen-topped shelters and living quarters, and digging roof trenches to hide their movements. According to their scouts, or at least the ones that returned, the edge of the King's Wood was being turned into a vast defensive redoubt, but one carefully camouflaged and hidden, dug into the earth as opposed to built upon it. From the descriptions it would take a huge force to winkle out the Stormlanders if it came to that, and possibly using all of their dragons to just burn the entire northern edge of the King's Wood indiscriminately. But the weather had been miserable, raining and misty almost all the time. The King's Wood was likely sodden and might not even burn that good when subjected to dragonfire. But the forces of Boros Baratheon remained barely 2, maybe 3 days distant from the walls of King's Landing, and a threat that they could not ignore. But paradoxically one that should it move to attack King's Landing, they could likely destroy with their dragons before it made the walls of the city. And so the stalemate to the immediate south and west remained, while the enemy made its moves to the west, and here their dragons were again being stymied by the enemy, though not as thoroughly as by those of the Stormlands. For here the enemy had to move, had to come out into the open, and had to take territory and positions. But still, the supposed advantages of their dragons were not as great as they should have been. The enemy was dispersed, they had even taken to only moving by night if the latest reports were to be believed. Their enemy would post small contingents of men and light cavalry along the routes to be taken, sometimes even laying a trail of stakes for the soldiers to follow in the dark. And these bodies of moving men would only move relatively short distances, often just from forest to forest hiding place. And the terrible weather also restricted their dragons, who disliked intensely the cold and the rain, and with the constant low cloud the ability of their riders to scan great areas of land was restricted to barely better than one could see from atop the battlements of a good-sized castle or keep. Prince Daemon, Adam, Hugh, and a scattering of Vale and Crownlander lords were present in the small council chamber. Her Grace was as usual absent. Queen Rhaenyra had withdrawn from the day-to-day running of the realm since the death of her third son and was rarely seen either at court or even outside of her chambers. His suspicions about the eventual fate of their queen were not his alone, of that he was certain, but he kept his peace, for Daemon had the decisive upper hand currently in the endless power struggles that were the reality of ruling the Seven Kingdoms. Even in a Seven Kingdoms racked by war and division, the jockeying for position never ceased, something he would have to drum into Adam's head, and also Alan for that matter. Adam was a good lad, dutiful and true. Alan liked fighting a little too much for his tastes and showed little sense or care in his dealing with others. Both lads would have to be taken more firmly under his wing if they were to have much of a chance in the years to come, and especially after his death. Adam needed sharpening up and Alan needed tempering, and it would fall to him as their father to do this. Though not their acknowledged father of course, in memory of Rhaenys and to not give the tattletales and gossips any grist for their mills he had claimed them as laners get. And Adam needed some toughening up also. The lad had told him of what had happened to ULF, though he had left out the bit about him throwing up, that Corlys had heard from someone else in passing. That did not bode well for the lad, for spilling blood was a necessary aspect of the game that they played here. What was it that Adam had said Hugh called it? Oh yes. The Game of Thrones, an apt description Corlys supposed. Sir Hugh, who had cut open ULF's belly with a remark that it was not personal, only business. That one bore watching, not that he was not keeping a very, very close eye on Sir Hugh the Dragon Rider. He knew of the offer that had been made by Daemon to the lad, and that said offer was of course contingent on their victory in this war. Which despite their current difficulties looked like a reasonable certainty it had to be said. Which put the recent communications he had received into an interesting light now did it not. Messages had reached him via circuitous means, purporting to be from Lord Strong, informing him of the wish of Lord Ormond Hightower and Sir Criston Cole to put an end to this war by unconventional means. Unconventional means he laughed silently in the privacy of his own head, treachery more like it. He knew of the terms that Daemon had sent the Greens recently, and of how said terms were designed to be rejected out of hand, being little more than a list of insulting and degrading demands. Damon wished to remake Westeros in his own image, and to do so he needed to remake the Crownlands into a realm capable of matching any one of the 7 kingdoms militarily, without relying on dragons. For Damon wanted to go to war, wanted to conquer again and again once this war was over. He wanted the stepstones back, and he lusted after Dorne, of that Corlys was certain, and he did not want to have to rely upon the great lords for support in these endeavors. The Greens offered him what he already had, the handship, and asked that he not attain or punish them for their part in the war. And in return they would ask for assistance in killing Daemon Targaryen, while they themselves would dispose of Prince Aemond. Their messages indicated that the death of Queen Rhaenyra at the hands of Prince Daemon was they believed to be a foregone conclusion. To, as they put it, bind up the woes of the realm, they proposed that Prince Aegon, Rhaenyra's first son by Prince Daemon, be betrothed to Princess Jaehaera. Betrothals had been offered for Adam, Alys, and Rhaena, good ones too, if the missives were to be believed. And what he had to ponder was if this offer was firstly real, and not some cat's-paw trick by Daemon to discredit him, were Lord Ormond and Cole in a position to deliver on their side of the bargain, and thirdly would it be possible for the Greens to dispose of Daemon, even with his assistance. He did not give any further thought to the life of Queen Rhaenyra. He knew Daemon was only looking for a way to dispose of her that did not bring any trouble for him, that was all that was delaying their queen's demise. It troubled him not in the slightest that he was not outraged by these thoughts. Their queen was an obstacle to what Daemon wanted, and thus was bound to be removed. Daemon wanted power, lusted after power like he lusted after nubile young female flesh, and Rhaenyra, for all her talk of vengeance and retribution, would unlikely to be willing to go as far as Daemon wanted. And the position of his granddaughter Rhaena also needed to be considered. Daemon appeared to have not changed his mind on the matter of wedding her to Sir Hugh, a strange consideration given how Daemon's own get were now in line for the Iron Throne. He would have been sure that Daemon would have immediately decided to betroth Rhaena to Aegon, but as of yet the Lord Protector had made no sign of doing so. Was Daemon waiting for an opportune time to announce this? He did not know, and his agents could tell him nothing on this matter, despite him pressing them on this very matter. The very fact that Daemon still seemed to be considering wedding his granddaughter to a bastard was unsettling enough, but the fact that Daemon had not immediately jumped at the chance to wed Aegon to Rhaena aroused all sorts of suspicions within him. He knew that as the largest supporter of the Iron Throne in terms of coin, it made him and his as much a trusted ally as it did an enemy of Prince Daemon, and that despite the rewards and concessions he had wrung and was wringing out of the Iron Throne, a betrothal would be seen by many, himself included, as the only just and fitting reward for his loyalty. Even if the girl was Daemon's daughter, she was his granddaughter, and he had a stake in her future, no matter what Daemon thought. She was the last legitimate fruit of his blood available to him. Adam and Alys, though good enough lads on their own, would always have the stigma of their bastardy hanging over them. Regrettable for his legacy, but unfortunately unavoidable, Rhaena represented his last chance at a true legacy, a legacy with one his great-grandchildren sitting on the Iron Throne. And a legacy which Prince Daemon seemed to be determined to deny him. He dragged his mind back to the meeting, which had concluded the latest round of disposition reports. The only really interesting tidbit was the march of the forces of the north under Lord Cregan Stark, who were making their way south along the King's Road through the Riverlands. Autumnal weather and some issues with securing supplies for the march southwards were delaying the northern forces, assessed at 20,000 strong. A strong force, but not one that would absolutely tip the balance in their favor against the rebels in the Reach or against the Stormlanders, but welcome enough all the same. When nobody seemed to be willing to make any further comments and it was obvious that Prince Daemon was getting frustrated at this apparent stalemate, Hugh asked for permission to speak, to which Prince Daemon replied that as a dragon rider he needed no permission to speak in this company. This caused many of the assembled lords to bristle and from their mutterings and movements to consider objecting, but all were at least wise enough to keep their mouths closed and not openly challenge Prince Daemon. It seems to me that our enemies have become adept at reducing the advantages that we have in dragons, at least with respect to their forces in the field. Aye, that is true, but you did not ask permission to speak just to tell us that, did you, Sir Hugh? Snapped Prince Daemon. Indeed not, your grace. These armies of our enemies are spread out all over the map, but most of them are either static or semi-static, and they are not foraging for their supplies. Our spies tell us that. Static armies can scour the land clean of supplies in a few days often. No, these armies are being supplied with their food and fodder. And what of it? No true knight would care for any of this distraction. We needs march to the Reach and take the enemy in battle. Asked one of the Vale Lords, the sneer plastered across his face as contemptuous as the tone of his voice. The room went instantly quiet at this, Prince Daemon's eyes spearing the man and holding his gaze. You will apologize to Sir Hugh Lord Darran, or I will send you back to the Lord of Iron Oak's courtesy of the Silent Sisters. Before the Lord could reply, Hugh tactfully continued, Lord Darran actually makes a valid point. For a convention army, the supply lines of a foe are often beyond their reach, but for an army that has dragons, their supply lines are vulnerable. We have been encountering ever-increasing numbers of scorpions and crossbows when we attack the soldiers of the Greens, though so far our dragons have only been slightly wounded, but it is only a matter of time before either the dragons or their riders suffer a serious injury. I propose that instead of attacking the front lines we concentrate our attacks along these rivers. Here Hugh gestured to the map. These rivers must be being used to ferry grain and other supplies to the enemy, then said supplies are probably picked up at these towns and villages. Here Hugh again pointed to the map for distribution of the armies of the Greens. If we fly along these rivers and burn everything along them for say, 20 leagues downstream from these points, in a few days we should start having an impact on the enemy supply position. Lord Deran, through foolishness, pig-headedness, or a genuine wish to have his view heard, was the first to comment on Hugh's plan. That will not win us this war though. No, it will not, Lord Deran, in that you are correct. But what it will do is give us back the initiative and allow us time until Lord Cregan gets here. That northern host of his is cavalry heavy, not southern knights but the more mobile and swifter northern cavalry. We will starve out our enemies and force them to either wither and die in place or move out to find food, and if they move, the dragons and Lord Cregan's cavalry will be perfectly placed to defeat them in detail. Sir Hugh's proposals have some merit. I would ask that he has words with several of the more experienced lords and a maester or two to calculate the level of traffic that should be going up those rivers to keep the enemy supplied. Then we can calculate how many boats and small ships that the dragons need to destroy to be effective. Prince Damon added, dismissing the meeting. But before it broke up, Hugh added, if there are any bridges over these rivers, they should be destroyed also, to further hamper movement behind the enemy's positions. There are a few at least that I know of, he added, and I'm sure there are quite a few more I don't know of. The maesters will be able to give you a full reckoning of all the bridges in the area. They are marked on this map, but it is at least 50 years old and probably out of date. Hugh gave him a bow and left the room, the others all filling out. He collected Adam and they headed off to their quarters in the Tower of the Hand. He had much to think about and ponder, and a decision of some note to make. Rhaenyra Targaryen too. She climbed down off the Iron Throne, being very careful to avoid cutting herself on the many sharp edges that festooned the great monument to Aegon's conquest. She had taken to wearing armor when she sat atop the Iron Throne, to show that the realm was at war, but mainly to protect her from the cuts and tears that the monstrosity was wont to inflict on her as she sat upon it. She had been seriously considering having the Iron Throne altered to add a wooden seat to it, and to have the more obvious and dangerous bits blunted or twisted away from potentially causing injury. A few wooden slats across where one sat would be infinitely more comfortable than the rather haphazard arrangement of sorts that made up its current seat and would be invisible to those observing the Iron Throne from below. Mayhaps even some cushioning, for sitting on the Iron Throne was an exhausting affair, uncomfortable and tense. You could never relax for fear of cutting oneself. The court was silent and hushed, probably more shocked than anything else at what she had announced for the morrow. As well they should be, the mused as she descended, her Queen's Guard and a larger than normal group of Vale Guards falling in around her. It was only as she finally climbed down off the Iron Throne did the first whispers start to echo around the Great Hall, growing and spreading like some surging wave of surf breaking upon the beaches near King's Landing. Anyway, she banished the thoughts of the Iron Throne or her gossiping courtiers from her mind, and as she strode from the throne room her mind was filled with the details and issues that consumed her mind in its every waking hour. And well that they should, for her sorrows, her angers, her hates came unbidden when she was not holding them at bay with the work of ruling and threatened to overwhelm her. She had fallen into an inconsolable grief after the death of Jacaerys, and she had barely begun to recover from the bile-like hatred and anger at his death when news of Joffrey's death had sent her spiraling back down into the blackest despair. And she had indulged her despair, her rage, her anger, and let herself wallow in it for far too long. Daemon had taken hold of the reins of power in her absence, and she now had enough of him ruling in her stead. She was the queen, and the Iron Throne was hers and hers alone. She would rule long and pass it to her son Aegon when the time came. But that time could not come quick enough for Daemon, of that she was certain. Daemon wanted power, and with Aegon not yet being of age he would no doubt like to declare himself Prince Regent, but for that to happen he would need to dispose of her and assume the power he always wanted. So her priority was making sure that Daemon got no chance to move against her, and for that she finally had to cut her ties with him and dispose of her husband. And her grief-induced withdrawal had left her weak and lacking in power at court, something which she had to act decisively and swiftly to remedy. And she had to destabilize Daemon to even have a chance to get to him. He no longer slept in the Red Keep ever since she had removed him from the Iron Throne a few short days ago. Striding into the throne room with Daemon sat atop it, and announcing that she was taking up her duties as Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Daemon had stepped down gracefully enough, but she knew her husband well, and she caught sight of the carefully hidden rage in his eyes at the manner of her reassuming her rightful place. It was a slight Daemon would never forget, nor forgive. And if she was honest with herself, she had done this deliberately, mayhaps a move of stupid bravado on her part, but one that made her feel good, nonetheless. She had reached out to her allies and questioned them, seeking out the truth, or as much of the truth as she could trust in a place like the Red Keep, and she had been shocked and angered, but not surprised when it came down to it. The moves of power and the plots of men had swirled and danced in her absence, and it was obvious that her presence on the Iron Throne was not a factor in the games being played. And so she had been forced to act, and to act with a ruthlessness that would have shocked her a scant year ago, for it was indeed time to sweep the board clean and start over afresh. She had considered some advice with respect to certain offers and allowances for clemency, but had dismissed them in the end. No, it was time for everyone to learn that her house's words were not for show, that they meant something, that they were not mere wind, and she intended that nobody would ever forget that ever again. Reaching the small council chambers, she sat at her normal chair and looked at the documents spread out before her, a nervous chamberlain and several of the staff of the vacant Master of Law's position also present, equally nervous looking. "Are they ready?" she asked, letting something of a small satisfaction creep into her voice. "Yes, Your Grace." The chamberlain rushed his words, eager to be gone she assumed. "Good," she replied and proceeded to sign and affix her seal to the death warrants of Prince Aegon, the pretender who styled himself King Aegon, second of his name, his wife Princess Helena, who likewise styled herself Queen. She then moved on to the death warrants of Prince Maelor and Princess Jaehaera and of their mother Alicent and their grandfather Lord Otto Hightower. A few more were signed, before there was just one before her left to be signed and sealed. She hesitated for just a moment before signing and affixing her seal to the death warrant of Prince Daemon Targaryen. Criston Cole 3. How sure can you be of this?" he asked of Lord Ormond Hightower, the piece of paper clutched in his hand, his heart racing despite his attempts to quench its speeding. "As certain as we can be. This complicates matters, does it not?" Lord Ormond gave a harsh, chopped short bark of a laugh in response. "Complicates matters, Cole? I truly love your ability to understate the absolute disaster this is. It's not all that bad. Daemon did not carry out the late Queen's executions now, did he?" "No, he did not, but that is more because he still thinks he has use of them, it's not because of any mercy in that black-heated soul of his." The note in his hand told of the death of Queen Rhaenyra, first of her name, ostensibly peacefully and in her sleep a good week ago now. "And if you believed that the Queen's passing was anything but murder, then there was no hope for you, as far as Cole was concerned. I assume that this was by Daemon's hand, the murder of the Queen." "Yes, of course. Lord Strong suspects that it was the Queen's order to put Viserys' family by Alicent, Queen Alicent herself and Lord Otto Hightower to death that was the trigger for Prince Daemon's actions." "But why?" asked Cole. "The Rouge Prince had no love for any of them, least of all Lord Otto." "Ah, but there is where things get fascinating, my dear Cole. It was not just the royal family that Rhaenyra wished to kill, her much beloved husband Prince Daemon was also on the bill of execution, or so Lord Strong's spies tell us." "What did he do this time? Got caught with his pillar still wet from some whore?" He laughed. "Lord Strong believes that he was just that little bit too incautious in his plotting against the Queen and she feared for her life from his machinations. So she decided to strike first, only Daemon beat her to the punch it seems." "But why the sudden decision to murder the royal family in her custody, what prompted this?" asked Cole, genuinely perplexed, until he realized that parts of the royal family were central to come of what they were trying to achieve, namely Princess Jaehaera. Lord Strong believes it may have been a diversion, or even a trap to force Prince Daemon to act against her. If this was the case, it appears the usurping bitch was outmaneuvered by her husband. Do we know if Daemon, if he suspects anything?" "Unfortunately, no, but Lord Corlys is still alive, make of that what you will." "That's not really much comfort. Prince Daemon could be keeping him alive for other reasons," he asserted. "Like the fact that the Iron Throne is up to its neck in debt to House Velaryon for a start, that Daemon is now much more reliant on the Sea Snake for support. There is also news that the Vale being less than pleased with the death of Queen Rhaenyra. In fact, Lady Arryn has started to pull some of her forces out of the Crownlands and King's Landing. Lady Arryn has claimed renewed raids by the mountain clans and more severe than expected winter weather as reasons for withdrawing her forces. Lord Strong has indicated that Lady Arryn does not believe the story of the Queen passing and is unwilling to provide any more support with Daemon in charge of things. Of course Lady Arryn has not said this in so many words. Of course not, you don't say things like that to Daemon Targaryen. No you don't, Sir Cole, no you don't. Oh, and one more interesting morsel of information. Princess Rhaena is to leave the Eyrie soon and return to King's Landing, before the conditions make it impossible to leave the Vale." After a few seconds of silence, he added, "Well, at least with Rhaenyra dead, that is another dragon that the Blacks are down." "There is that, I suppose," replied Lord Ormond, "or they might be able to find another of those damned dragon seeds to ride Syrax, or even Silverwing." Cole had forgotten about those, but before he could say anything further Lord Ormond continued, "The later has apparently returned to Dragonstone of her own accord, becoming unmanageable in the dragon pit after ULF was killed by Daemon. Another plan of ours skippered by that fucking cunt," hissed Cole. Lord Strong is not yet fully sure how ULF was betrayed, but apparently the other dragon rider, that Hugh fellow, gutted ULF with a Valyrian steel knife that Prince Daemon gifted him. Slit ULF's belly open to let his guts fall out, in front of Daemon and the bastard Adam Velaryon, who puked his own guts up at the sight apparently. "So the sea snake's bastard is not made of the same stuff as his sire then?" he japed, before returning to more serious matters. "We are unlikely to be able to take Tumbleton. The switch in tactics by the dragons has been severe enough to force a rethink. I know, we tried getting the boats moving by night, but that did not work. Too many of them ran aground or their crews refused to travel in the dark. Even hanging a goodly number of them seemed to have no effect on the rest. And despite being very careful to mix our forces so as to prevent desertions, it's a mounting problem. Winter does not help either, to be honest, nor does living under canvas. Cregan Stark and his Northmen have been diverted away from King's Landing apparently, and they will be crossing over the Blackwater Rush within the next moon at the latest. We will have to pull back our forces and concentrate to meet Lord Stark's forces, or we risk being defeated in detail. And thus leave us vulnerable to attack by the dragons, replied Lord Ormond somewhat dolefully. We have no choice, we must pull our forces back, they will either slowly starve or be overrun by those northern savages. The only thing we can hope for is that the weather stays foul and restricts the dragons. An interesting fact that, dragons dislike low cloud and dreary, damp weather, who would have known? Said Lord Ormond with something of levity, before his depressing tone returned. Our dragon is equally put out by the weather also, as is our dear prince, her rider. What is he complaining about now? Cole replied, giving vent in its tone to his usual frustrations with Prince Aemond. His wound is apparently not yet healed, something about the nature of dragon fire is preventing it from fully repairing the damage done. The prince thus does not have full use of his arm and complains of constant pain in the limb. His dragon's wounds are also taking longer to heal than they should, according to the maester assigned to look after the beast. He blames the weather. This weather, and here he gestured to the sodden downpour outside the tent they were in, safely camped inside a forest, does not help our scorpions nor the thousands of crossbows we have bought from Essos. The damp is weakening the mechanisms of both, and if they get wet it's almost impossible to dry them out fully. Never mind that we are starting to see sickness strike down more and more of our men. I get the feeling that this war will not be decided on any other battlefield than that of the negotiation table. Fuck it, so long as I keep my head I don't care, snapped Cole in reply. Has Lord Corlys made any reply to our missives? Yes, and no, came the rather frustrating reply. How do you mean? Let us just say that the nature of the approach made would in and of itself indicate if Lord Corlys was interested or not. I don't understand. Nor do you. Suffice it to say that Lord Corlys has received our message but has yet to say a definitive no to what we propose. I see, replied Cole, though he did not see at all. Rhaena Targaryen 4. Are we ready? Sir Hugh asked, in that rather gruff manner of his. She felt an annoying blush come to her cheeks at this, and before she could say anything Lady Arryn answered in the affirmative, and she kept her mouth shut, for the whole thing was rather strained. A few moons ago, with the news of the death of the Queen, Lady Arryn had become much more withdrawn and, if not hostile, at the very least cold. She did not fully understand exactly why this would be, but she had been informed that as winter was upon the realm and that the weather was getting steadily worse, that the Eyrie was being abandoned. The court of the Falcon was moving to the gates of the moon as it was wont to do, but apparently, she was to return to King's Landing forthwith. And via dragon also, her maids and servants were to return by way of the Bloody Gate and overland. A few days ago, Sir Hugh had arrived on Vermithor, and poor weather had delayed them departing from the Eyrie. Sir Hugh had arrived with a set of flying kit as he described it for her to wear, which had caused consternation when it was revealed. It was a smaller version of the bulky clothes he wore atop Vermithor. Her outfit, or her flying kit, was trimmed in scarlet though, and underneath the bulky coat and pants was a very comfortable woolen ensemble of what looked like doublet and trousers, with the trousers reaching up above her tummy, with straps over her shoulders to hold them up. Underneath this was another similar layer but made of silk. A triple set of gloves was also part of the outfit: silk, wool, and sheepskin. Thick woolen socks with large boots, deeply lined with sheepskin, protected her feet. Atop her head she had to wear a sort of a tight-fitting helmet, again of sheepskin. Like Sir Hugh, she also had a silk scarf wrapped around her neck. His was black but hers was scarlet, and she moved like a stuffed animal in all this get-up, clumsy and beginning to sweat despite the cold, crisp air of the Eyrie. Vermithor hulkied in the courtyard of the Eyrie, a large and rather complicated-looking saddle strapped to the base of his neck. Against the rear of the saddle were rolled up a good portion of her belongings, snugly rolled tight within a large oilskin that was strapped and tied to the saddle. The journey was set to take them 3 days on dragon back as opposed to the several weeks it would otherwise take using the roads, stopping at Saltpans and Sousehorn before making King's Landing. In several separate saddle bags were some changes of underclothes, sleeping clothing, and 2 woolen winter dresses, in case they were needed. Hugh had not stopped long at either keep on the way up, only overnight, but her presence might prompt a feast, and she would have to be at least minimally prepared in that case. A round of formal goodbyes were said, and with that Sir Hugh helped her up into the saddle. She would be sitting behind Sir Hugh, and the saddle contraption had a back for her to lean against, and after he had strapped her in, he had draped and wrapped an oilskin around her to provide her with some protection from the rain that Hugh had said was likely on their flight. After this Sir Hugh jumped back down and walked around Vermithor and underneath the great dragon. She had seen him do this before when he had taken Vermithor up for his daily flights on the dragon. He would often raise an arm and run his outstretched arm over Vermithor's scales and belly. Apparently this was something of a ritual that Sir Hugh indulged in before he mounted his dragon. Once finished, Sir Hugh mounted up and strapped himself in just ahead of her. Her legs ran down on either side of where he sat in his saddle, and once he was ready Vermithor leaped into the air without any command from its rider. She felt her stomach lurch as the dragon took wing, thrilling as it cleared the walls of the Eyrie, and the great vista of the surroundings of the seat of the Arryns came into view. Not that she had not seen the view multiple times from the walls and towers of the eyrie, but to see it atop a dragon, with the wind whistling past you and the heat of the great beast warming you, as its wings beat steadily, well, that was something else entirely. Sir Hugh did not indulge in any fancy flying to salute the eyrie and its occupants on their departure, he simply set course for the gates of the moon in the distance. After a few minutes Rena started to get a little annoyed. Sir Hugh had said absolutely nothing to her, beyond a brief "Are you all right?" shortly after Vermithor had launched himself from the eyrie, and it was beginning to grate on her nerves. She was not used to people ignoring her, not at the very least trying to engage her in conversation, especially knights. She knew a little about this Sir Hugh, that he had been a bastard blacksmith on Dragonstone, that he had tamed Vermithor and that he was well regarded even in spite of his humble birth. He had apparently fought well during the uprising in the eyrie, or so she had heard some of the household knights of the eyrie saying. But all had been in either small or large measure disparaging about him and his birth, and she got the impression that none of them truly liked Sir Hugh. She remembered he had been very curt for someone of his station when talking to Prince Joffrey. She had overheard some of what had been said between them and she had been horrified that one such as thus Hugh would ever dare to speak to a prince in that manner, never mind that Joffrey was the crown prince. She had avoided Hugh as much as possible while he had been at the eyrie but had been forced to be in his presence numerous times. She had set her face into, if not a scowl, for that was unprincess-like, at least a neutral if slightly hostile stare. And the shamelessness of the man, speaking to them almost naked while being attended to by an acolyte, stitching his wounds closed over his bulkily muscled torso. He had been knighted after the Battle of the Gullet, where the dragons had destroyed the fleet of the Three Daughters, and not for some achievement on the battlefield or in a tourney. So was he really a knight then, wondered Rena, and if he was not a knight, what was he then? Should she even be addressing him as Sir? Pondering this she decided that mayhaps it was better if she did not engage in conversation with this Hugh, he was likely far too beneath her station. And with that she ended any thoughts of a conversation, and instead watched the stunning landscape pass her by. As they passed over the gates of the moon the threatened rain started, and she huddled deeper into her clothes, as the wind and Vermithor's flight drove the rain straight into them. At least she could shelter somewhat behind the bulk of Hugh up ahead of her, and she was thankful for that small mercy at least. On and on they flew in silence, the cold slowly seeping into her, despite the heat of Vermithor below her, the rain making her miserable, but despite the discomfort she fell into something of a fitful sleep. She awoke with dusk settling all around them and the dragon descending towards the ground, a castle obvious on a hill to her right, and a town sprawling at its base. Salt pans, Hugh said, his voice sounded tired and muffled, we will be landing in a minute. As if he needed to tell her that, was it not obvious that they were landing? She did not reply as Vermithor turned and flew slowly lower, but still yet not directly towards the castle, and she thought to voice her notice of this when Vermithor heeled over sharply and turned directly towards the castle, hearing Hugh mumble what sounded like "Call the ball, Maverick has the ball" or some such. Vermithor flaring his great wings and settling down to the earth, to land outside of the town and before the castle of Housecox. Which was quite a way away, she noted sourly. She was tired and sore and could not understand why Hugh had not landed Vermithor closer to the keep. Sir Hugh? She asked, deciding that it would be petty of her to not use the honorific that had been bestowed upon him, even though she did not believe that the man was any sort of a knight. Your Grace, he replied, as he began to unstrap himself from his saddle. Why did you not land closer to the keep? We are quite the distance away from it. The land around the keep is mostly marsh, there is only a narrow causeway from the town to the keep. I landed us as close as I could on solid ground, Your Grace. She was about to retort but was distracted as Sir Hugh began to unbuckle and unstrap her from her saddle, Vermithor obligingly lowering his neck until it was resting on the dark ground below them. Once he had her unstrapped, Sir Hugh jumped down and held his arms up for her, and she was forced to make a little jump into Sir Hugh's arms, before he set her on the ground. He promptly ignored her and went off to do another of his ridiculous rounds of the underside of Vermithor, leaving her standing there, beginning to shiver despite the layers of clothing she was bundled in. In the distance she could see torches streaming out of the gates of the small castle, no doubt riders coming to her and the landed dragon. Hugh appeared at her side after he had finished whatever he had been doing under his dragon, and he just stood there, standing insufferably close to her mind. What did he think he was, her sworn sword? Eventually the party from the castle arrived and the usual pleasantries and greeting exchanged. She was whisked straight to the castle and given the quarters of the Lord of Saltpans, one Ethan Cox. The Lord was old and widowed, and his two eldest sons were away at war, leaving him with just a daughter of about her age and a son of about 10 years. The keep was small and Spartan, but at least a bath had been drawn for her and a handmaiden assisted her get dressed afterwards, her things having been delivered to her room from Vermithor's saddlebags. Despite being bone-tired, a small feast had been put on and she of course had to attend and be seated at the high table as guest of honor, to the right of Lord Cox. The old lord was pleasant enough in conversation, not too fawning nor intrusive. The same could not be said for his daughter, who was being none too subtle about asking for a place as a lady-in-waiting in her retinue. Sir Hugh was down on the floor of the hall, sitting with the household knights of House Cox, in this case what looked like several greybeards who were obviously too old to take to the field. The dragon rider was dressed in rather plain garb, certainly not sufficient for his status as a knight, or a dragon rider, and especially not as someone who was escorting a princess back to King's Landing. He was tucking into the fare before him and drinking from a large tankard of what was probably ale, conversing now and then with his companions at the table. She tried a trick that she had learned in the Eyrie, keeping her eyes on Hugh until he would look up at her, then she would immediately shift her gaze elsewhere. But after the first time she played that trick he ignored all her subsequent attempts to catch his eye, and she gave up in frustration. Once the meal was over she made her excuses, announcing that she was very tired and that she and her dragon knight, as she decided to call Hugh, would be leaving early tomorrow morning, the weather permitting. The next morning was drizzling and cold, but Hugh decided that it was good enough for flying, so that after they broke their fast they were off again on Vermithor's back, leaving salt pans behind along with the frustrated ambitions of a rather plain-looking minor lord's daughter. They flew much lower this time, below the cloud, and were only troubled by the odd shower of rain, but as they approached Southhorn the rain began to fall in great sheets, drenching her despite the oilskin in her clothing. Southhorn was an even smaller keep than that of Housecox of the Salt Pans, being nothing more than a glorified tower house, and was home to House Hogg. Thankfully Hugh landed Vermithor almost on top of the building. She could not bring herself to call it a keep, and after the usual round of greetings she was once again whisked off to the rooms of the Lord, where she would spend the night. Again, a bath and a change of clothes were provided, and again a feast was laid on. The great hall of Southhorn was to her mind barely deserving of such a title, but nevertheless the household and the Lord's vassals were crammed into it. Over the noise and the hubbub, she asked about Sir Hugh, for she did not see him seated in the room. "Oh, him, he's eating in the servants' quarters, best place for him," guffawed the fat and rather disgusting Lord of Southhorn, Lord Marcus Hogg. Rena did not know why, but that comment insulted and annoyed her, but before she could say any more Lord Hogg was busy toasting her and her father Prince Damon, and she let this insult slip from her mind. Again, she went to bed as early as was polite, and judging from how drunk Lord Hogg was, it was probably a good thing too. The morning dawned clearer but more blustery, and soon they were on their way again, following the King's Road southwards, until by early evening they were flying over the walls of King's Landing. Rena had slept most of the way, and instead of landing at the Dragon Pit he had delivered her direct to the Red Keep, Vermithor and Hugh taking off again once she had alighted and her bags and baggage were removed. She briefly met with her father, who greeted her and hushed her off to bed, saying that she was to attend court the next day. She luxuriated in sleeping in the quarters assigned to her in the Red Keep, and she slept the sleep of the dead until woken up by maids the next morning. She was bathed and her hair was done up into a court style. A dress of what was the latest court fashion according to one of the maids was draped around her, a grey silk dress, patterned with blue flowers. The underdress was of a light woolen cloth to provide sufficient warmth now that winter was settling in. The underdress was fitted and tight, its sleeves hugged close to her arms almost to her wrists. The silken overdress had typical wide sleeves that had long been a feature of court fashion. Once prepared she broke her fast, bread, cheese, and smoked meat, along with a glass of small beer, but for some reason her tummy was unsettled, and she could eat only very little of this fare. Arriving at court she took her assigned place and waited for her father to arrive. He was now the regent to the king, Aegon II her half-brother, and it suddenly dawned on her why she had been brought back to King's Landing. Her father was going to betroth her to the boy, that was what he was going to do, and her heart quailed at the thoughts of this, to be betrothed to a child. And she a flowered maiden, ready for marriage, and she would be forced to wait how many years to be married? Though she would be queen, there was that to consider, but the boy was 10, and she was 10 and 4, far too old for him. As her mind ruminated on this her father entered the throne room, resplendent in scarlet and black, and as everyone knelt he mounted the iron throne like he was born to it, seating himself comfortably upon it. He began speaking, mainly about the war and its progress, then he moved on to other matters, what sounded to her like mundane courtly business, and she ignored her father's voice, returning to ponder her soon-to-be betrothal, and probably marriage. For she did not think her father would delay matters given that fact that there was a war on. Thankfully her mind was not so occupied that she missed the sudden change in atmosphere, and she concentrated on the throne room once again. Her father was reading out something from a scroll and was that Hugh kneeling at the foot of the Iron Throne? It was, and did she just hear that correct? She let her jaw fall in shock. Her father had just acknowledged Hugh as one of his bastards, and not only that, he had just legitimized Hugh as a Targaryen. Her father's voice boomed out calling for her to approach the Iron Throne, which she did as if in a dream, a terrible fear gripping her insides. She came to a stop beside Hugh, who was at least finely dressed. A part of her mind observed. "I have good news, daughter mine, regarding your betrothal and marriage. I have decided on a suitable husband for your hand. And who better for your hand than my son, Prince Hugh Targaryen? Adam Velaryon v. It's not exactly glamorous, is it?" he asked, huddling into his cloak a little deeper, thankful for the fur-lined cloak that Lord Cregan Stark had gifted him. Hugh grunted out a laugh at this glamorous lad. War is only ever glamorous in the stories, not in the living. Prince Hugh was likewise wrapped in a northern cloak and like him seated as close to the fire as he could, the flap of the tent there shared doing duty as a canopy above them to ward off the incessant sleet that was falling. Their dragons were huddled around two bonfires not far away, both beasts as uncomfortable as their riders, but much grumpier about the weather conditions, regularly voicing their displeasure with deep growls and the odd blast of disgruntled-sounding dragon fire. Adam grinned internally at him, calling his friend Prince Hugh, who seemed to be uncomfortable at being suddenly addressed as Your Grace. He liked Hugh, and like him the newest prince of the blood was a former small folk, and Adam felt a certain kinship with the large, ex-blacksmith. It helped that Hugh seemed to be a genuinely good man, moderate in most things and not prone to vice or many of the other sins he saw the supposed betters of Westeros commit on a daily basis. Though the army of Lord Cregan Stark was not so prone to these vices and sins, he was forced to note. These Northmen were a straight-talking lot, they said what they meant, and they gave the impression of not caring one whit for the supposed niceties of southern courtesy and behavior. Prince Hugh and Lord Stark had hit it off immediately, the Warden of the North and the ex-blacksmith developing something of a friendship, probably because both men had little time for flowery court language or speaking in indirect terms. Prince Hugh and Lord Stark were wont to spar often in the morning, and with other northern lords on occasion, who Adam had heard remarking that Hugh would fit in rightly in the north. "How long do you think we will be, here?" he asked, gesturing to the encampment that surrounded them. "In the field, I don't know, probably as long as it takes, and however long that is," came Prince Hugh's reply. "I know many would prefer for us to be camped at castles, keeps or towns, but that ties us to easily known locations and makes us vulnerable to Viagar. Like the Greens, our forces are spread out and not bunched up, specifically to make us less of a target to that old bitch. Should we, I mean our dragons, also be split up also in that case? No, neither of our mounts could be assured of taking Viagar on their own, even with the tactics and attack methods we would use. It's safer to have us both together." "I hope you are right," Adam replied. "Why, are you anxious to get back to that hive of scum and villainy that we call King's Landing?" asked Hugh, laughter bubbling up his throat. "No, but anxious to get out of this fucking weather." "What's wrong with you, lad?" came a grumbling, deep voice. "It's hardly cold at all, and it's not even snowed properly yet," announced Lord Stark, who was striding up to their tent with Lady Alice-Anne Blackwood in tow, and a score of guards. He and Hugh stood up and bowed to the Warden of the North and to Lady Alice-Anne, Hugh retrieving two more folding chairs from the tent to offer the Lord and Lady. Both sat down. Lady Alice-Anne was wearing men's clothing and armor as she usually did, Adam by now being used to this oddity. "I'd offer you mead if I had any," Prince Hugh said, "but as I don't, you will just have to accept the hospitality of two grumbling Sautrons." "No worries, Your Grace." Lady Alice-Anne and I are just back from some scouting for tomorrow's march. As predicted, our march and attacks have cut off a large portion of the Greens' forces and they are apparently withdrawing towards Tumbleton as expected. Hugh just nodded his head at this. He had been present when the strategy to be followed had been decided upon, and he had been present at most of the meetings that had reported on their progress. Lord Cregan and his Northymen had been diverted away from King's Landing and directly into confrontation with the forces of the Greens. The first battle had been at the bridges over the Blackwater at Dawbridge, one a rather messy skirmish to all accounts, but one which the Northern cavalry had won in the end. Since then, and with the support of their dragons, they had steadily pushed the Greens back out of the upper reach, clearing out the border with the Riverlands first, at the insistence of the contingent of lords, and a lady, along with a portion of their men, from said Riverlands. It was slow and sometimes laborious work, not helped at all by the atrocious weather, which grounded the dragons 3 days out of 7, Hugh refusing to fly if the clouds were below 500 feet, except in certain circumstances. In most cases the Greens fled before them, only turning to fight here and there, and only if it was to their advantage. And the Greens had cottoned on to the fact that the weather was restricting their dragons, and so often only gave battle when they thought the dragons would not be flying. Prince Hugh had dissuaded them of that notion, for if there was a battle that the dragons could reach in time, he would not hesitate to commit the dragons. But of course, this had its price. Both Vermithor and Seasmoke bore the scars of scorpion bolts and numerous arrows across their bellies and wings. Seasmoke had even crashed into a line of trees during one skirmish, almost ending tumbling out of control and making him near soil his pants in fright. "Any sign of Viagar?" Hugh asked when the taciturn northern lord looked like he would say no more. "None yet, and the report from our spies is that the dragon has barely moved from where it is roosting at Bitterbridge. That cannot last, unless the beast or its rider are gravely injured," came Hugh's concerned-sounding reply. "We have no indication of that. The dragon apparently flies every few days with its rider atop it, though it is never gone for more than a day. Most times its flights are only an hour or two in duration," replied the Warden of the North. Still I don't like it, it makes me nervous," came Hugh's answer. "You, nervous? Surely not, Your Grace," came a coquettish sigh from Lady Alice-Anne, who batted her eyelashes outrageously at Prince Hugh. "Not as nervous as a bride on her wedding night at the thoughts of losing her maidenhead, but still, nervous enough." Came the reply from Hugh, Adam frankly shocked at what the prince had just said. I've no need to be nervous of that, for I lost mine to riding my favourite horse at 10 and 3. Retorted Lady Alice-Anne, brazen as brass and without an ounce of shame, Adam felling his ears beginning to redden at the turn this conversation was taking. And I'm sure the horse deserved it more than most husbands would. Hugh retorted, to a few seconds of utter silence until Lady Alice-Anne burst into hysterical laughter, Lord Stark letting out growling guffaws that Adam hoped were laughter and not paroxysms of anger and rage. Oh, I like this one, a shame he is too pretty for my tastes. Lady Alice-Anne replied with a look that fairly terrified Adam. She looked like she wanted to eat something alive, and was not choosy about which one of them it would be. Too pretty. Smirked Hugh. Lord Stark, I believe that was an invite to you to ask Lady Alice-Anne for her hand. What? Stuttered the Northern Lord, his face aghast looking. Far too clever also, smirked Lady Alice-Anne, who seemed to be totally unconcerned by the consternation she had caused. I get the feeling I was both insulted and complimented, and at the same time. Replied Lord Stark in a deadpan tone of voice, but the slightest of grins pulling at his mouth let Adam know that he was not at all annoyed at what had been said. Which was just as well as far as Adam was concerned, surrounded by thousands of armed Northmen in the camp, even with dragons to back them up. Men. So fearless on the battlefield, so terrified of the battle for a fair maiden's heart. Laughed Lady Alice-Anne, pretending to swoon dramatically. That is because we cannot fathom our opponent, my lady, came Prince Hugh's instant reply, a grin spreading on his face. Oh? Is that so? I think you know the ways of a fair maiden's heart all too well, your grace, purred Lady Alice-Anne in reply. Was Lady Blackwood flirting with Prince Hugh? Or was she pretending to flirt with him to make Lord Stark jealous? Or was she really flirting with Lord Stark in some strange, roundabout way? Adam was confused, and he resolved to ask Hugh about this later on, for he seemed to know exactly what was going on, as did Lord Stark. But then had the Stark Lord not been already married? That must be it, he decided, and Hugh had probably also once been married also, just not mentioned it as of yet. Yes, he decided, that must be what it was, how they seemed to understand what was going on, and he was completely at sea. Speaking of fair maidens, you must be missing your betrothed, your grace? Asked Lord Stark, his face serious despite the barest hint of humor Adam thought he heard in the man's voice, though that might just be his gruff accent. I would not want to put the fair Princess Rena through any of this, my lord, she is better off in the comforts of the Red Keep. Soldiering not for women? Asked Lady Alice-Anne, her voice light and playful. Not for this young woman, no, came Hugh's reply. And you, Lord Adam, I hear that congratulations are also in order for you? Asked Lord Stark, seemingly keen to make him feel even more uncomfortable. Well, there have been, rumors that I will be betrothed to one of Lord Boros Baratheon's daughters. I can pick whichever one of them I want, apart from the one who caused Prince Aemon to clash with Prince Lucerys over Shipbreaker Bay. She is to have her tongue pulled and be sent to the Silent Sisters. Of course, all of this will only come to pass once the war is over. Hugh came to his defense, and maybe not even then. It depends on our regent, Prince Daemon. Corlys Velaryon 3. The Tower of the Hand bathed in the wan, winter sunlight, for once King's Landing was not shrouded in cloud or blanketed in drizzle or sleet. Through the windows of his solar the sunlight actually held a little warmth, which bathed his face. He closed his eyes and relaxed for a moment, letting the mild heat from the sunlight as it passed through the glass to relax him. Not that he could relax much, as the work of the hand of the king was in truth never done, or in this case the hand of the regent, of unwanted exactitude. The king, Aegon, second of his name, was as yet only 10 name days old, and it would be another 6 years at least before he was of an age to assume his duties as king. Aegon the Pretender, as he was known as, was not being given an precedence in the order of Targaryen kings at the direct order of the Lord Protector of the realm, Prince Daemon Targaryen. Which had caused some confusion with the necessary documentation surrounding rules and promulgations of the previous king. A blanket delegitimizing of these was ordered, but he had to go through all of them and review them as appropriate. Several rulings could in truth be left in place, but Daemon had refused, insisting that all were struck from the records. Not that he had expected Daemon to act any other way, the man had lusted after the Iron Throne since the day he could understand the power and where it came from. And he would never let anything get in the way of concentrating all power in his hands. All major positions, and most minor ones, were filled with Daemon's men, and in the case of the Master of Whispers, a Mistress of Whispers instead, an ex-whore who was Daemon's creature through and through. And who was likely the one that had administered the poison that had killed Queen Rhaenyra, though he could not be absolutely sure on that point. And as to the actual death of the queen, while he was sure Daemon was behind it as he was the one who would benefit the most from her death, there were still some tantalizing unanswered questions that remained to his mind. For a start, Daemon's actions in the immediate aftermath of Queen Rhaenyra's death were difficult to explain if he knew the queen was to be assassinated. Some of his moves looked overly hasty and, fumbled if he was honest. Not the moves of a practiced player of the Game of Thrones in the act of seizing power in a planned coup. It looked more like a rather frantic scramble at securing his power, and that troubled him. For it did beg the question that Damon might not have been behind the death of the Queen, and if so, then that did open up a whole other range of possibilities now, did it not? Was the Queen's death the result of other plots, and other plotters, such as their erstwhile Mistress of Whispers for example? Could the Lady Misery have been acting alone, but to the end of enhancing the power of her sponsor, Prince Damon? Or could she have been working for a totally different patron, or to a plan all of her own? It certainly bore consideration, but to his mind it was unlikely, but still, the Mistress of Whispers might have been working for the Greens, that was certainly something to consider. As were the Greens themselves, for Lord Strong was still at large and he was believed to be still in King's Landing, despite concerted efforts to smoke him out. And if there was one thing Colrys knew, it was not to underestimate Lord Larrys Strong. The man was a master manipulator and schemer, and capable of pretty much anything Corlys feared. The oh so tenuous, oh so delicate communications he had established with the Greens bore all the hallmarks of Lord Strong, in their subtlety, elegance, and security. Like for example the most recent reply he was requested to make to indicate he was still interested in keeping open this channel of communications. All he had to do was speak up and intervene on behalf of a merchant factor who would be bringing a complaint to court. Said merchant factor did some business with Driftmark, so he could be expected to know something of the man's business and be interested in seeing his problems remedied. So, he had done just that, and a scant hour ago a captain of one of his trade ships had visited him and delivered a sealed letter to him, stating that he had been paid a gold dragon to deliver it to him. When asked, the captain had revealed that he had been given this letter in a dockside tavern and that he did not know the man who had given him the missive. Said missive was destroyed now, consumed by the flames of a candle until it was naught but ash and smoke, but its contents were vivid in his mind, and he enjoyed the sun's warmth on his face as he reviewed the letter in the safety and security of his own mind. The communication was as revealing in what it did not say as in what it actually said. The Greens were obviously trying to find a way out of the war that let them keep their heads. This was unsaid but understood. Equally unsaid was that the greatest obstacles to a peaceful resolution of this war were Prince Damon and Prince Aemond, neither of whom would be agreeable to any sort of settlement short of the destruction of their enemies. So there was a groping, hesitant process underway between the two parties to explore if the removal of these two obstacles to their mutual benefit was something that they could find common ground on. And equally vital, a search for sufficient support from among their respective factions for such a course of action. Unsaid was any notion of trust between the parties. Corlys did not trust them, and it was obvious that they did not trust him either. And maybe this engagement was a trap of some sort, mayhaps with the intention of betraying him to Damon, as a means of weakening the Black's cause. That was certainly something to consider, with the withdrawal of most of the Vale forces, due to the flimsy and unconvincing excuse that with the onset of winter they were needed in the Vale to defend against an expected uptick in mountain clan raids. House Velaryon was providing most of the forces to defend King's Landing, never mind the vast amount of coin his house was providing to prop up the Iron Throne, with the attendant large-scale future reductions in tax that his house was being promised in return for ready coin. Corlys smirked to himself. This whole thing might even be an elaborate trap conceived by Prince Damon himself, and not involving the Greens at all, designed to eliminate the power and influence that he and his house were steadily accruing over the Iron Throne. He would not put something like this past Daemon Targaryen. In fact, he fully expected to be stabbed in the back at some stage, a victim of Daemon's paranoia and grandiose dreams. And speaking of these, Prince Damon was already looking at the stepstones again with covetous eyes, despite being still embroiled in this war and with what promised to be a harsh winter already upon the realm. And the prince's avaricious gaze was also being cast upon Dorne, whom he was absolutely committed to conquering, despite all attempts to dissuade him from this path of action. And to Corlys it looked like Daemon was setting a deliberate trap for his son for when he attained his majority and sat upon the Iron Throne. Daemon looked to be planning on handing his son at least one, and possibly two ongoing wars or conquests when the rogue prince finally stepped down as regent. And who would bet against Daemon being appointed hand of the king when he stepped down as regent? For was he not molding the boy, insisting that Aegon attend small council meetings, spend at least 1 hour a week with each of the member of the small council to learn their business? The lad himself was a quiet sort of a boy, who seemed to be rather passive for a future king, and at least to his mind far too impressionable. A disaster in the making perhaps. And he had to consider that Daemon might not even allow his son to ascend to the Iron Throne when the time came. Would he bet against Aegon suffering from an unfortunate accident before his majority? He would not, though that would give Daemon only a further 2 years as regent before Viserys became king. And might he even eliminate his second son in his pursuit of power? For would that not technically leave him as king? Of this he was not so sure. Aegon maybe, Viserys most likely not, as Daemon was obsessed with not only his immediate power, but with his legacy, such as it was. And speaking of legacy, the upcoming marriage of his granddaughter Rhaena to the now Prince Hugh of House Targaryen. By legitimizing the former blacksmith, Daemon had placed him in the line of succession, and rather too close to the Iron Throne for comfort's sake. With both princes from Daemon's loins boys still and with no issue of their own, Hugh was technically in line to the throne. Quite the rise from small folk blacksmith to in line to the Iron Throne in what, 2 years? And what if something was to befall the two princes, then Hugh would be the next king, now would he not? He discounted the Targaryen line that had fallen from Alicent's gravid and inviting cunt, they would be attained, with perhaps the exception of Princess Jaehaera, who might still survive to be wed to King Aegon, second of his name. Or he could strike now and eliminate Hugh, and then make overtures to Daemon that she should wed Aegon instead. This was the option that a large part of him felt he should take, that this was the only real route he should take, as it would place his grandchildren on the Iron Throne. A suitable plan to kill Hugh and blame it on the Blacks should not be too difficult to arrange, the timing would be tight, and he would likely have to have the lad killed in the last few days before his wedding. It would be a shame to lose such a dragon rider though, and with the war still not definitively concluded, was it a risk he was willing to take? Could he be so sure of the Greens' offers if the Blacks were down what was arguably their best dragon rider? He put the problem of Prince Hugh from his mind and concentrated on Daemon and his sons. If Daemon murdered his sons in his lust for power, would he father more sons to succeed him? Poor Helena might find herself dragged to an altar and wed to the rogue prince. The girl's mind was already shattered enough without being subjected to that ignominy. Maybe it was time for the ex-queen to die from her broken mind, passing away peacefully in her sleep? But if Daemon did not marry again and if he failed to clear up the succession and Rhaena wed Hugh, was she not the next in line of succession, and were they not currently fighting a war over female succession? And how many lords would back her with a bastard husband, dragons or no dragons? Hells, how many might even back her husband over her? Mayhaps not many, he mused. The lords would likely trawl far and wide for a suitable king before they would bend the knee to a former small folk bastard as their monarch. And if he could see this, then so could others, both friendly and hostile, and he knew that the lives of the two princes were in even greater danger than they had been in before. And he wondered if this offer from the Greens hid something else, a deeper plan to destabilize the realm and allow them a route back to power. Interesting times indeed, he mused, and a lot to think on, and then a few decisions to be made and stuck to come what may. Daemon Targaryen v. It had snowed during the afternoon, and rather heavily for all that it was brief enough, clouds replacing the cold but clear weather of the past few weeks, as Daemon sat at his desk in the King's Solar, relaxing and with only a small amount of actual work still to do for the rest of the day. Not that he was actually relaxing as such, oh no, for he who sat atop the Iron Throne could not afford to relax for 1 second, lest they be toppled from that position by jealous rivals. That was the truth of existence, for the higher one reached, the more precarious one's position became, and the more effort one had to expend in staying both in that position and alive. A pity his dear wife Rhaenyra had not listened enough to him and his advice. Mayhaps she might still be alive, but alas, she was not. Such a shame that she had fallen asleep one night to never awake again. And what good work by Lady Misery that had been, though he had to deal with some fractious afters that he had not anticipated. No, that was untrue, he had anticipated them, just miscalculated the speed and strength of the reactions to the demise of his dearly beloved wife that had caused him to stumble slightly. And he did not like making such mistakes, or more importantly to be seen to make those kinds of mistakes, especially now of all times. Well, at any time, he mused, for mistakes such as these could be fatal. He put the past from his head, for he much preferred to focus on the future, his and that of the realm, but mainly his, for was he and the realm not the same now? As Lord Protector he was king in all but name, and he had a good few years yet to retain this position. And after Aegon attained his majority, why the handship of course, Corlys Velaryon would be long gone from his role as hand to the king by then, of that he was certain. By accident or by his design, he was determined to get rid of the sea snake, for he was far, far too powerful, and he owned the Iron Throne in reality. It was his coin that kept the Iron Throne afloat, that allowed it to pay its way, to pay its staff, to pay sellswords, to pay for the armies and navies that served directly under its banner, and for all the myriad of mundane and not so mundane expenses that came with the Iron Throne. And in return for all this coin to the Iron Throne, tax exemptions running now in decades, along with exclusive import licenses on a swathe of goods, upgraded royal charters for Hull and Spicetown, and on and on and on. The wily Lord of the Tides had gouged the Iron Throne something fierce, and Daemon was determined to recoup most, if not all of the largesse that his fool of a former wife had given House Velaryon. And the best way to do that was to accuse the old bastard of treason, and with that eliminate the Iron Throne's debts to House Velaryon at a stroke. But the difficult thing was in actually finding enough evidence, or planting evidence of sufficient quality. Thankfully Lady Misery seemed to have found something of piquant interest on dear old Corlys, but it was as of yet insufficient for his needs. The sea snake was definitely in contact with a party or parties unknown, of that the Mistress of Whispers had established, but as yet the identity of these were a mystery. Oh, he knew it was the Greens, he just lacked the damning evidence of this, but Lady Misery was working diligently on this matter, and it would only be a matter of time, he knew. And if she could not come up with what he wanted, he would just have to fabricate what he needed, and then regrettably dispense with the services of the Lady Misery on a permanent basis. The old sea snake was still silently furious about Rhaena being married to Hugh, his desire for her to marry his son Aegon as obvious as he was never going to allow this to happen. And if it soured relations between Hugh, the sea snake and that old fucker's bastard son Adam, so much the better as far as he was concerned. As to the war, it was going well, but slower than expected, for the Greens were stubbornly reluctant to recognize the hopelessness of their position, and he was beginning to lose patience with this whole war business. And that blustering fool Boros Baratheon still sat on his fat arse in the King's Wood, threatening King's Landing but doing absolutely nothing, seemingly content to wave his swords at him. He had sat there long enough for Daemon to discount the idiot. If he had not struck by now he never would, hence why he had allowed Adam and Hugh to deploy their dragons with Lord Stark's forces and trust to him and Caraxes to defend King's Landing. Their once impressive advantage in dragon numbers was no more, but he was confident that the 3 dragons that they had remaining were more than enough to deal with Viagar and the Greens. Especially as the great beast was squatting in the reach and doing nothing, apparently injured from its foray into the Vale. He was considering actioning the death warrants for Alicent and her spawn that were still languishing in their captivity, along with Otto Hightower and Tywin Lannister. While actually not killing all of them, his wish to see Alicent and her daughter degraded first was still uppermost in his mind, so his plans to whore them out still held, as did his intention to make sure Otto Hightower knew of it. No, better yet he would make sure that Otto Hightower would see with his own eyes his daughter and granddaughter being used as whores, before he killed the old bastard as slowly and as degradingly as possible. Oh, why yes, and why had he not thought of that before? After Lord Otto Hightower had witnessed his Alicent and dear Helena being raped to death he would whisk the former hand off to one of the brothels that specialized in sword swallowing, and have Otto strapped down, and he would let the patrons bugger Otto for free. No, he tittered, he would pay the patrons and anyone else who wanted to fuck that old prick up the arse. Yes, and would that not be a grand thing to leave the high and mighty Lord Otto Hightower being buggered senseless like a penny rent boy? Oh, and yes, that was a good idea as images flashed across his mind's eye some sort of stocks for Otto to be placed in. Yes, that was better than having the old cunt strapped down, and mayhaps even having his mouth and throat used at the same time as his arse. Delightful, just delightful. He would spare Alicent and Helena that indignity though, not out of any compassion, no, he wanted to listen to that pair's cries as they were used like the whores they were, to the sweet music of their denials and horror. Needless to say, none of the 3 were expected to survive their ordeal, and thus none would. Of course he could do something different with sweet Helena, spare her that particular indignity altogether and marry the chit, subjecting her an entirely different indignity. It was something to definitely consider, and it would definitely consolidate his hold on the Iron Throne. He would no doubt pup a few more heirs out of Helena, even if the chit was lacking in most of her wits after the blood and cheese incident. Even though he was loath to do it he was determined that Princess Jaehaera would marry Aegon, thereby reuniting the 2 factions of House Targaryen. Despite his personal feeling on the matter it made the most sense politically. On that pleasurable note Daemon returned to work, disposing of what little business he wanted to, nothing overly important or taxing, and he indicated to his guards that he would take his evening meal. Moving out of his solar he went to the king's private dining room when he was informed that the food was ready. Pouring himself a glass of wine he waited for his guest to arrive. This she did after he had drunk a glass of wine, his daughter the Princess Rena giving him a respectful curtsy before she seated herself at the table. Once the servants had attended to them Daemon bid them leave, along with their guards, and Daemon regarded his surviving daughter in the low light of the candles that provided the illumination in the room. She had much of her mother in her long, coltish leanness, and in the planes of her face and the shape and size of her eyes. Beautiful she was, no stunning and sure to grow even lovelier as she grew into her womanhood. A catch indeed, a rare, Valyrian beauty, and a priceless asset to him and his plans. He was aware that Rena was becoming increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny, but he did not relent. She was his daughter, and even after Hugh draped his cloak around her shoulders she was still his daughter, and she would still be a Targaryen. Noticing that Rena had stopped eating he decided it was time. My dear daughter, you are to be married in a few short days, and I thought we should meet, and have a talk about all that. Yes father she replied, her voice seeming as if it wanted to retreat into herself. Daemon smiled, good, very good, you are a maid flowered, but I fear that your husband-to-be might not be willing to fully carry out his duties with respect to marriage as sanctified in the eyes of gods and men. What do you mean father? Prince Hugh is an honorable man, despite his humble birth, for the blood of old Valyria always comes through in the end my dear, but I fear he may be too honorable to do what is necessary as your husband. Ah, yes, the rather thorny question of Hugh's so-called honor. The lad was fairly uptight about many things, and seemed to be keeping his emotions and desires under the tightest of reins, similar to his words. He rarely talked, and never in what Daemon could discern as an unguarded manner, at least in his presence. In the company of Adam and the sea snake, Hugh was a little more open, his agents reported, but still the lad seemed reluctant to discuss certain topics. He also seemed loath to assert his privilege and new birthright, still acting far too meek for his liking. And that told Daemon that the lad was most likely not of his seed, despite what he had claimed when he gave him the Targaryen name. Not that he cared one way or the other. Hugh had the look of the old blood, rode a dragon, and was, as far as he could tell, loyal to a fault. If the lad was not yet comfortable with his elevation, that was a mere question of time, was it not? The pleasure of his daughter's honeyed, maiden cunt, offered to him on a plate should help greatly in easing the lad's concerns and hesitancy, of that he was certain. I'm not sure I understand, father. The betting, my dear, the betting. Be assured though I will not allow a betting ceremony, I will not let mongrel curs lay their hands upon your flesh, daughter mine. But the actual act of betting, the act of physical intimacy between a man and his wife. Prince Hugh is likely to be reluctant to carry out his duty to you, his wife, due to your age. I know he likely believes you are too young for this. When Rena did not reply, except for her cheeks to blush a deep shade of red, Damon continued, he is probably correct in this assumption, at least from the standpoint of you bearing children, for you are in all likelihood too young. But the act itself seals the marriage before the gods. Without it your marriage to Prince Hugh will not be considered fully legal. So, it must be consummated, do you understand, my dear? Yes, father, I understand. Good, now I am not a cruel man, despite what many say, so I will arrange for you to be provided with moon tea, starting tomorrow morning. You will partake of this draught twice a day for the next year or two at least, to prevent Prince Hugh's seed from quickening in your womb. This will allay the fears Hugh has in this regard. You want me to tell Hugh this? Oh yes, my dear, I want you to tell him this, but only when you are alone in your chambers for the first time. You are to tell him that you are taking moon tea and that you will continue to do so under the direct orders of the Lord Protector of the realm. You will also tell your husband Hugh that he is ordered to do his duty by you on your wedding night, again by the authority of the Lord Protector of the realm. And you, my dear, will make sure that Prince Hugh continues to do his duty by you as often as possible, no matter his objections. Do I make myself clear? Yes, you do, father. Good girl, now don't look so scared. Prince Hugh will make you a fine husband, have no fear. And when the time comes you will have many children with him, of that I am sure. Oh, and one more thing. Yes, father. You are to ask him to teach you how to pleasure him with your mouth, not right away, but maybe after a day or two. I don't understand, father. Have no worries, Prince Hugh will know what you are talking about. All this talk was making him hard, it was just as well he had a whore waiting for him afterwards, for it was always good to be prepared, was it not? Rena Targaryen v. The day of her marriage to Prince Hugh had dawned bright and clear, as it had done for 3 days now, cold and sharp but bright and barely a hint of clouds in the sky. It looked like it would be dry, and rain and snow would not mar her wedding day. She had risen early and broken her fast with her father. The traditional wedding day breakfast with the other family dispensed with in this case, as her betrothed had instead taken his dragon out on what he called a scouting mission to the south of King's Landing. She had fretted a little at this, but her father had told her not to worry, it was just how Prince Hugh was, focused as he was on the war and their inevitable victory. Afterwards she had relaxed with her ladies-in-waiting and maids, who had arrived from the Vale only a week ago, with tales of attacks by mountain clans and of terrible travelling conditions, deep snows and roads tuned impassable in places. The actual wedding ceremony would be held in the Great September atop Visonyas Hill, a rather somber-looking building she had always thought, its dark brown stonework making it look as if it was frowning at you, somehow. Afterwards there would be a feast in the Great Hall of the Red Keep, and then Hugh would bed her, and they would truly be married in the eyes of gods and men. There was a Septa present, who was keen to lead them all in prayers and was annoying in constantly reminding her about her duty as a wife, and that she had to obey her husband in all things. Yes, she had already had more than enough of that from her father already, and she assumed that telling the Septa some of the details of what her father had commanded her to do would not please the Septa one bit. Anyway, after a light lunch it was time to prepare for the big event. She was bathed and washed, massaged with scented oils, her hair done up in an appropriate style. Her legs, face and other parts of her body had been waxed a few days ago, in accordance with an ancient Valyrian tradition apparently, and as she was dressed and prepared she felt nothing, just a strange, disassociated numbness at it all. She hardly knew Prince Hugh, she had not seen him since he was declared a Targaryen and betrothed to her, he had spent all his time away at the front lines in the Reach. He had arrived into King's Landing late last night and she had not seen sight nor sound of him at all. She would see him next at the altar in the Great September. Her maids and ladies-in-waiting interpreted her silence and stoic looks as her trying to calm her nerves, but she felt no nerves, she felt nothing at all actually, except an emptiness that threatened to swallow her up whole. She was not in command of anything in her life, she knew, everything was being planned out and decided by others on her behalf. She was nothing, a vessel for others to steer, an item to be directed hither and thither at their command, and now finally to be married off to a man she did not know, who barely even knew his courtesies and graces, a former small folk blacksmith of all people. She had of course not railed at her father for doing this to her, for she knew it would be futile, and likely to draw her father's considerable anger down upon her head, and she did not want that. She had quite a bit of time on her hands after her betrothal had been announced to think and ruminate, and many was the hour she had spent in sour and angry contemplation of her life and her lot. But in the end she had no choice, but that did not mean that she could not at least try to make the best of things, despite who she was being married to. Yes, Hugh was a brutish savage, or so it was reported by the more voluble of the court gossips, but she had heard nothing of him being cruel or of him indulging in drinking or whoring, the very opposite in fact. And of the man himself, he was handsome enough she supposed, and with his lack of charm and courtesy, actually somewhat endearing for all that. And as he was a high lord now, a prince even, he would need schooling in the arts of being noble, and she knew she could provide coaching on this to him easily. The physical aspects of marriage she knew little about. One of her maids who was herself married had just said that she needed to relax and let her husband guide her, but that it would hurt and that there would be bleeding at first. It all sounded, well, horrible to her mind, and such a huge fuss, but one all secret and hushed up, like it was something to be ashamed of. Was it something to be ashamed of? The Septa's dronings on the subject had been filled of cautionary tales against lust and unnatural desires, whatever that meant. It was so frustrating, nobody would tell her in plain and simple terms what she could expect and even what she was supposed to do. It was very annoying, this whole betting thing. After 2 or so hours she was finally ready for her wedding, all dressed up, primed and perfumed. Her dress was the latest fashion, according to her ladies-in-waiting, the finest silk, lace, brocade and damask combined into a garment of stunning beauty, at least that was how it was described to her. In the largest mirrors she had ever seen she was being displayed, allowed, no, prompted to turn and swish, pivot and wheel, for final adjustments and for the admiration of the other women present. An underdress of very pale green silk, patterned with the seahorse of her mother's house, with long sleeves reaching to her wrists, above that a sliver, silken dress, sheathed in lace, which was patterned with tiny 3-headed dragon symbols of House Targaryen. The outer dress was cut back at the front, clasped at her waist by a slim golden chain, the buckle was a single dragon in a circle, seeming to eat its own tail, apparently the symbol that Hugh had taken as his own. Already marking me as his, a tiny, traitorous voice spoke in her head. She quashed it, returning her mind to its hollow emptiness. Over her shoulders would be draped a wedding cloak, black and scarlet and with the 3 dragons emblazoned upon its back. But not quite yet, she would not don this cloak until she left the Red Keep for the journey to the Great September. Her husband's sigil was a bronze dragon in a circle, eating its own tail, and he had taken to displaying it ever since he had been given their family name. She supposed that this would be similarly emblazoned upon the cloak he would drape around her shoulders to seal the wedding ceremony. Eventually all was decided to be ready, and they moved off to board the carriages that would take them to the Great September, her father arriving and draping her maiden's cloak around her shoulders and taking a seat beside her in the carriage. Off they went, out of the Red Keep, and with an escort of hundreds of mounted knights they proceeded through the streets, the crowds kept back by lines of shoulder-to-shoulder soldiers of the various houses loyal to her father and the city watch. She barely saw anything of the waving crowds, nor of the buildings as they passed, until they arrived at the hill atop which the Great September sat, and as before, and despite the brilliant winter sunshine, the building was doing its usual and seeming to frown at her. She dismissed this from her mind and stepped down, taking her father's hand, and she was led, along with her ladies-in-waiting, into the echoing, cold building. Her mind barely registered the people inside, nor when she was led before her husband-to-be, who towered over her, dressed in what she had heard referred to as a double-breasted frock coat. Said garment reached to just above his knees and was made of fine wool, trimmed with scarlet at the cuff and collars, which stood up proud around Hugh's neck. The front of the so-called frock coat had a double row of golden buttons down its front, opened back at the neck, and 2 flaps to reveal the scarlet silk lining. A black silk shirt could be seen underneath this at his neck. Around his waist was a scarlet silk sash, over which was a sword belt, bucked at the front with a bronze dragon in a circle, a sword and a dagger, both sheathed, hung from this belt. Black woolen trousers, with a narrow scarlet stripe running down the outside, and polished boots completed what Hugh wore. His hair was worn loose, to just above his shoulders. As the Septon droned on and on, she studied the man she was about to marry, and about whom she knew almost nothing, able to really see him close up for the first time. He certainly lacked the classical features of the blood they obviously shared. His face was roughly proportioned and not at all shaped with the delicate and refined features that were so telling of one of the old blood. She doubted she would ever call her husband handsome, well, unless she was looking to flatter him over something, but there was a certain solidness to his face that was not unpleasant, if she was forced to admit it. His presence was overwhelming. He was a big man, tall and broad of shoulder. In fact, Hugh was one of the largest and tallest men she had ever seen. His hands alone looked to be easily capable of fitting around her waist. And when their hands were bound together, she had felt their calloused roughness for the first time. An unconscious shiver had trembled through her body. With her new cloak draped over her shoulders, she had emerged from the September a married woman, to the cheering of the crowds, no doubt encouraged by men in her father's employ casting coins into the thronged small folk. She had her arm in Hugh's, his bulk at least warm beside her and shielding her from a rising, freezing wind. They sat together in the carriage that returned them to the Red Keep in silence. She did not know what to say to Hugh, and he appeared to be equally unsure as to what to say. Back in the warmth of the great hall she shed her wedding cloak and sat at the high table alongside Hugh, and the feast to celebrate their wedding began. As it was winter and the realm was at war, it was not the fabulous display that she might have expected as a princess, but in truth it all barely touched her. She was hiding within her skin, she knew. She was just hoping that this would all end and that she would wake up, back in the Eyrie, with no concerns beyond balls and flirting with handsome knights. Instead, she was here and listening to that disgusting dwarf mushroom caper around in motley and make sly remarks about the likely enormous size of her husband's manhood and the discomfort she was about to face during her bedding. She ate and drank, not tasting anything really, and drank more than she probably should have, trying to ignore everything around her, and trying to ignore Hugh most of all. He had tried to converse with her on numerous occasions, but when her responses had been only 1 or 2 words he had soon got the message. She was not ready for this, she might never be ready, but she wished this could have come a few years later, when what exactly, she asked her slightly tipsy self. When she was older, yes, but what difference would this truly make? She would be married to whomever her father wanted, and that man would be who gave her father the most benefit, not whom she found the most attractive. And as power tended to accrue with age, or at least she reasoned so, her husband would likely be older than her, maybe even much older than her. Hugh, in his defense, was not that much older than her, probably a decade at most, and at least was not fat and wrinkled. Hardly enough basis for a marriage sourly bubbled up through her mind, as her fantasies of dashing knights on horseback, balls and tourneys filled her mind. People came to the high table to pay their respects, her grandfather, many lords and ladies, knights in profusion, some even bold enough to ask to kiss her hand, which she allowed, though she did not know why. Even young King Aegon, who seemed rather shy and tongue-tied, they even danced, Hugh and her, and she danced with her father and her grandfather, along with some lords, but not too many, for she did not feel like dancing at all. King Aegon did not dance with her, for he seemed rather reluctant to dance at all, much to her father's displeasure, she noted. Its time came from beside her, Hugh's whispered breath hot on her neck. I'm sorry," she asked, her brain befuddled and thoughts slow feeling. The pair of them were sitting back up at the high table and there was no dancing or other entertainment underway, except for the musicians that had played throughout most of the feast. "Your lord father has directed that I take you to bed, wife mine. And he directs that I be sure to bed you, as does that fool mushroom, who has apparently wagered a gold dragon that you will be with child within 3 moons. Hugh's voice was tight with what she knew was suppressed rage, but she held out her hand and Hugh took it, the pair of them making the required courtesies to the king and then her father, to the howling din of a chorus of catcalls, disgraceful shouts, banging of utensils on tables and jeering. Prince Hugh led her out of the great hall and through the grounds of the Red Keep. The fresh and cloudless day had given way to a dark and cloudy night, with swirling, freezing winds howling around the walls, towers and buildings of the Red Keep. Her husband had a wolf fur cloak that he had donned on leaving the hall. He had immediately removed it and draped it around her shoulders, the wedding cloak she wore being little or no protection against the elements. She mumbled her thanks, feeling its warmth envelope her against the cold, nighttime air, her breath clouding before her. Surrounded by guards they hurried into Maugre's holdfast and up the many flights of stairs to the chambers that had been assigned to them. Once inside it was at least warm, the inner chamber, their bedroom, not separate bedrooms as lords and ladies often had, a single bedroom, which was lit with a few candles and a fire roared in the fireplace. The bed was heaped with furs and blankets and looked warm to her, and inviting, for she suddenly realized that she was very tired, and all she wanted to do was go to sleep. From an adjoining room 2 of her ladies-in-waiting and 2 maids appeared. She went with them into the room to be undressed for bed. This they did swiftly and with none of the ceremony that had accompanied her getting dressed a few hours ago. Over her naked form they placed a lace and silk shift, which came to about mid-thigh, but which was little better than transparent in some places and looked hardly likely to provide any warmth. With that they withdrew from the room, and she was left standing there, wondering what to do. Well, it was colder in this room, so she returned to the bedroom to find her husband. How strange that felt to her mind, holding a letter in his hand. This was on the table there. He nodded with his head. "It's from your father," in his own hand. "He informs me that you have been taking moon tea twice a day for nearly a week now and that the chances of you getting with child are very low. And he bids me do my duty by you, by order of his authority as the regent to King Aegon, second of his name. Is this true, Rena, about the moon tea?" "It is my lord husband," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. "Your father is a cunt," she heard Hugh say, in an accent that was distinctly, thickly northern sounding. Ormond Hightower 3. He must be desperate, to do something like this. Cole barked out with an ironic laugh. "Desperate, my dear Cole, whatever do you mean?" he asked, interested to see what Cole's reasoning was, and to present his own counter-arguments as necessary. To give that bastard his name, to sully the Targaryen name with some small folk bastard, and on top of everything to marry his own daughter to the man. And you think this is a sign of desperation on Daemon's part?" "I do, for what else can it be? The lords will never accept this, never." The girl's grandfather made a fuss apparently but in the end acquiesced without too much noise. And maybe the lords not accepting this Hugh fellow is all part of the rogue prince's plan. Did you ever consider that, my dear Cole? Confusion washed across Cole's face before something of a realization dawned across it. Ah, you think that this is a poisoned goblet then? Maybe, it could very well be. This bastard Hugh is apparently to be given extensive lands, away from King's Landing, you will note. This is likely to keep him more than busy and away from the levers of power in King's Landing. He rides the second largest dragon available to the blacks and is a threat to Daemon's power, even if we have no reports of the bastard being interested in playing politics. The very fact that he is a bastard will mean he will have trouble with gaining any following and will likely spend all his time dealing with truculent vassals. Hugh's line will be tainted by his bastardry and will not be a viable competitor to Daemon's sons through Rhaenyra. But he does have a dragon. So? You cannot use a dragon if a vassal back-talks you now, can you? Well, maybe once or twice, but after that they will resist you in more subtle ways. Dragons are superb weapons for winning a war. They are not so good at keeping the peace, especially if you confront in ways that negate the advantages of dragons. Hells, we have almost totally cancelled out the advantages that the blacks have in dragons. Thousands of crossbows and hundreds of scorpions make dragons less willing to come in low and thus lessen the effect their fries can have. We have not fallen to any field of fire as of yet, and nor will we. Still, wasting his daughter's hand like that, a foolish move by Daemon, replied Cole, not fully willing to concede his point. Oh, and speaking of crossbows, the latest shipment for the Stromlands from Bravus was intercepted off Massey's Hook by Velaryon ships. Lord Boros's forces will lack the required number of crossbows versus our forces. We could ship them some of ours? Asked Cole in a somewhat hopeful voice. We could, but the advances of the blacks on the upper Mander has closed off the fastest routes to supply Lord Boros's forces. We would not be able to get the necessary crossbows to them in time. A pity, let's hope it's not too big a disadvantage. From what I have heard, Lord Boros has been less than active in distributing the crossbows he already has among his forces. He and a vocal number of his lords are against the distribution of crossbows to their small folk levies, preferring to train their men-at-arms instead. So even if we shipped them some of ours, they would likely have no use for them. HRMMM, replied Cole. Anyway, the girl will be wedded and bedded soon to all accounts, and as to Daemon's true motives for sullying his daughter, so, I don't really care one way or the other. Daemon's mind was always something I never wished to delve too deeply into, for that way lies madness. Can we turn this to our advantage in some way? I would assume that we can. Of course we can, and we will, when the opportunity presents itself. Prince Hugh will have to be dealt with once we win, as will his pretty little wife. Tragic accidents will befall them, no doubt. No doubt, he replied with a tight smile, but I will at least make sure that the girl is kept away from Prince Aemond. I can at least see to that. Speaking of which. Yes, I know, but he will be on the move soon. He and his mount have healed sufficiently, and the mummery with him and Viagar will come to a close. He will fly to Bronzegate and from them to the front lines opposite King's Landing. The moment he arrives is the signal for Lord Boros to launch his attack. Hopefully he does not dawdle on his way. He better fucking not. He snarled in return. I have impressed upon our good prince the importance of his participation and that he does not fuck this up. For all our sakes. Sighed Cole. And maybe not for Prince Aemond's sake. You still think? No, I hope more than anything else, but should it become necessary we will have to act, if only for our own skins, you know that. And afterwards? Well, depending on how things work out, Aegon is still alive, but the lad is crippled and burned, requires milk of the poppy to function at all, is barely able to walk and unable to father any more children. It would be a mercy should our king pass, a necessary mercy, Sir Cole. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard and Hand of the King pondered this for a mere second or two before he dipped his head in the tiniest of agreements. Prince Maelor will be crowned king after the sad and untimely death of both of his elder brothers, and a long regency can be expected, long enough for us to consolidate our power and secure things to our satisfaction. We are risking a lot, you know. Of course we are, but I am counting on Daemon to act as Daemon, and he won't kill his hostages unless things are beyond hope for him. And with Viagar appearing over King's Landing, he will have to mount Caraxes to answer the challenge. But Dowager Queen Alicent and her children. Lord Strong has gained access to the secret passageways under the Red Keep, and we have been smuggling in loyal men in small numbers via Duskendale into King's Landing. They will strike to secure the Red Keep and the royal family. And I assume. Yes, sadly Daemon's sons will alas die in the confusion. You know how these things can happen, regrettable and all that they are. And Corlys, what of him in all of this? The sea snake is proving as slippery as his namesake and refusing to commit really. He has indicated that he will not support us unless his demands are met. And I imagine his demands are problematical. You imagine correct, that his granddaughter is not harmed, that one Rhaenyra Velaryon be betrothed to Prince Maelor, that Prince Aemond be removed as he put it. Also, that he be allowed to retain a seat on the small council and that all concessions granted to House Velaryon by Queen Rhaenyra be honoured. Quite the ask, and in return what have we asked of the sea snake? That his men turn their cloak at the appointed time, and that he secures his son, sorry I mean his grandson's loyalty to our cause, the lad after all has a dragon. So. As you well know Sir Kristen, things can go awry in the best laid of plans, people can misinterpret their orders, or flat out disobey them. Chaos and confusion can reign, with the best will in the world things can go wrong, mistakes can be made. And afterwards, if Lord Corlys has agreed to turn his cloak and is still alive. Lord Corlys is an old man, old men tend to die suddenly all the time, they fall down flights of stairs, die in their sleep, for at that age the stranger is soon to call you to his halls. Rhaena Targaryen 6. Well little dragon, it looks like neither of us has any choice, now does it? Asked Hugh, his face seemingly wistful and angry at the same time. She did not reply, not knowing if anything she would say would be meaningful, but she knew that the condescending title of little dragon she did not like. Fine, sit up on the bed there then, let's get this over with. Hugh sighed as he began to unbutton his coat, shrugging out of it, placing it across the back of a chair, then unlacing his black silk shirt and pulling it off over his head. His torso was sculpted and hard-looking, and she felt a heat blush at her cheeks, and she looked away involuntarily, embarrassed. She heard rather than saw Hugh finish disrobing, she bowed her head to look at her hands, laying in her lap as she sat on the side of the bed, her legs pressed together and her feet dangling over the side and not touching the floor. Hugh knelt on the thick rug at the side of the bed, his large, calloused hands running over her thighs and then up to rub her arms. She turned her head away, letting her hair fall in a curtain between them. Hugh moved his arms up and over her shoulders, embracing her and pulling her close into a hug, her face tight against his chest, the unfamiliar smell of him strangely pleasant. He moved his arms up to start rubbing and caressing her head and running his hands through her hair, before his hands encircled her jaw and upper neck, tilting her head up to look at him. He kissed her forehead, 3 times with the lightest of touches of his lips, before her lowered his head to kiss her lips. Even if she had wanted to turn away she could not, held fast as her head was in his large, powerful hands. His lips touched hers, nibbling slightly, moving, kissing at the corners of her mouth, dragging across her lower lip, pressing harder, more insistent, until without knowing why she opened her mouth to his, feeling his tongue snake into her mouth. An involuntary moan escaped her, and a strangely satisfying shudder passed through her as Hugh's hands left her face and roamed over her sides and flanks, sending shivers darting through her flesh. Unconsciously she raised her arms and wrapped them around Hugh, one arm under his and the other thrown over his shoulder, feeling the hardness of the muscles under his skin, liking the sensations this sent up her arms. In her mouth her and Hugh's tongues clashed and twinned, fighting for domination, moans escaping each of their mouths as the kiss heated and deepened, Hugh's hands becoming bolder and more insistent as they explored her body. One hand roamed over her lower back and her bum, kneading and squeezing, the other explored her front, teasing and gently plying at her teats, rubbing thumbs over nipples suddenly gone exquisitely sensitive. For a long time they remained thus, kissing and Hugh's hands roaming her body, until he moved his hands to tug up her night shift, and she did not offer any resistance to this, watching Hugh's face as she was revealed to him, seeing him lower his head to take a nipple in his mouth, a hiss of pleasure escaping her mouth as his lips and tongue kissed and lapped at the sensitive bud atop her teat. She let her mouth loll open in a sigh of pleasure and draped a hand over Hugh's head as waves of pleasure radiated out from where his lips and tongue were working on her flesh. He worked each breast in turn, moving back and forth, as a heavy, languid heat built in her lower belly, unfamiliar, and strange, but exciting and relaxing at the same time. For a long time, they remained like this, Hugh alternating between her teats and her lips, his hands caressing her body, until his hands moved lower and between her legs, prying them apart without any resistance from her. He bade her lay back on the bed with his hands, then held her legs open, gazing at her most intimate parts with something strange and fierce in his eyes, before he lowered his head between her legs, a tiny gasp of surprise emanating from her mouth as his lips touched her down there. More gasps of surprise came unbidden from her mouth as Hugh kissed and licked at her, gently tugging and lapping at her folds, wet heat overwhelming her with sensations never before felt. She arched her back unconsciously, a wordless groan gasping in her throat, her body feeling like it was not hers to command anymore. A hand of hers moved, to grasp at Hugh's head, to grip his hair, as she moaned his name, not knowing why she did either as something inside her seemed to rush from nowhere and burst like a melon dropped from a height, smashing everything away in a pure wave of bliss. Her body tightened up like it was a drawstring, everything wanting to bunch up before it released with a rush, and she saw stars dancing before her eyes, heard her own panting, labored breath rushing in and out of her mouth. Hugh removed his head from between her legs and pushed her back across the bed, climbing up onto the bed with her, kneeling between her legs, something thick and hard brushed against her opening. Hugh nudged her legs open further and lifted her legs up, bending them at the knee until her knees were near tucked up under her shoulders. A sharp, tearing pain caught her off guard, hot agony searing her opening and just inside it, a harsh cry escaping her lips, her hands instantly going to Hugh's hips to push him back, to push him out of her. But he ignored her whimpers and cries, remaining lodged inside her, the half-glimpsed, half-remembered sighs of his manhood she had seen as they had kissed and fondled now obvious to her what it was for and the pain it was causing. Shifting his position, Hugh loomed over her, her legs splayed and open as he pushed himself deeper inside of her, pain searing her, red-hot and terrible, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. Deeper Hugh pushed into her, until he scraped at something inside her that caused he to near jump in pain, so sudden and uncomfortable it was. Thankfully Hugh withdrew at this, but not fully, and he reversed his direction to once again sink into her, drawing a pained cry from her mouth as he once again touched something sensitive inside her. Back and forth Hugh thrust, slowly but relentlessly, her hands at his thighs ineffectual in trying to push him back, each thrust a lance of hot pain that ended in a stab of agony as Hugh's manhood bumped into something inside her. On and on it went, she began to lose track of time, the pain of this invasion of her body seeming to lessen and fade, but not totally, until Hugh suddenly sped up his thrusts, grunting and ignoring her cries of alarm and discomfort. Then he stopped thrusting, shoving himself as deeply as he could inside her, causing her to almost faint with the sudden pain, and Hugh grunted out a strangled cry, a strange liquid warmth spreading inside her. He lay there for a few seconds, panting before he slowly pulled away from her, the invasion of his flesh into hers retreating, leaving in its wake a raw, stinging ache. She looked down to see Hugh's huge pillar slip out of her, bloody and smeared with fluids. No wonder it had been sore, something so big could surely not fit inside her, and was this what the bedding was supposed to be? Well, thankfully it was over, but then she quailed, this was supposed to happen many times during a marriage, was it not? Was this not how babies were made, and no wonder nobody was willing to tell her about this, for it was horrible. No girl would ever willing get married if she knew this was what awaited her, no, none would. Hugh got up and strode over to a sideboard upon which were 2 copper bowls, with candles lit beneath them. He took a towel and dipped it into the heated water, before turning, and seemingly unconcerned about his nakedness walked back to the bed. To clean you off, little dragon, he said, his voice low and kind sounding. Ha! Kind sounding, and had he not been violating her a minute ago, grunting and thrusting into her without a care to her pain? When she did not reply he went ahead anyway, gently washing her thighs and between her legs, cleaning away the blood, mucus and fluids that stained her flesh as the evidence of her deflowering. He was gentle, at least she would give him that, treating her flesh as if it was made of porcelain, and taking another fresh towel to softly dry her after he had cleaned her. When he was finished he picked up her discarded nightgown and handed it to her, turning away to use the other bowl to wash himself, or at least his member, which was no longer rampant, but still disgustingly large and pendulous, with a revolting-looking set of over-large stones dangling behind his pillar. She gathered her wits about her and scuttled under the covers as Hugh strode to the bed. Instead of getting in he walked to the one of the windows and pulled back the heavy curtain, looking out into the darkness. It's snowing, he said, maybe to her, maybe to himself, she did not know, or really care at this moment. After staring off into the darkness for a few moments Hugh slid into the bed beside her. She had already turned away and had deepened her breathing to pretend to be asleep. She heard a little sigh escape Hugh's lips, but she ignored it, eyes tightly shut and willing herself to sleep. Alicent Hightower 3. It was, she knew, a conundrum as to why she, her children and her father were still alive, imprisoned as they were, and not unduly mistreated. Rhaenyra was dead, and good riddance to that grasping, usurping cunt, but Daemon sat atop the Iron Throne as regent for his son Aegon. And the very fact that Daemon had not had them put to death the very moment Rhaenyra breathed her last was something which Alicent found confusing, to say the least. She would have expected the rogue prince to act as his heart desired the moment he had full and unrestricted access to the levers of power, the moment he sat upon the Iron Throne with none to gainsay his every whim and desire. The only reason that really made sense to her was that she and hers were being kept alive for some grand gesture on Daemon's part. Oh, not for them to be pardoned, not for them to be allowed to join the Silent Sisters or to take the Black, no, she feared Daemon had some sort of elaborately staged event planned that would culminate in their deaths, and probably by the most gruesome of means. And if she knew Daemon, this event would only come once the war was over, he would use this to rub everyone's faces in his victory, his success. And so, with the war still rumbling on, she, her children and her father were safe for now, or at least safe enough, because with Daemon, you could never be truly sure. He could appear in the next minute at the head of a coterie of guards and drag them all out to be beheaded or eaten by his dragon. The news of Durin's death had hit her hard, harder than she had expected it would. He had always been the brightest and kindest of her sons and would have grown to be a fine knight and lord. But that cunt's greed had robbed her of him, just as it had robbed Aegon of his crown, and of most of his life if she was honest. Her firstborn's condition was not improving, and in truth it was deteriorating. Aegon would, it saddened her to know, never be a proper king after his wounding. And that struck a fear in her heart, for she knew that her son's condition would be a major issue. And she would not put it past ambitious lords to decide that Aegon was unworthy of the crown and have him removed, passing the crown to Aemond. Of course all of this was dependent on the Greens actually winning the war, and though this did look unlikely, it was not impossible. As her septon had said, where there is life, there is hope, and her good septon had said much more than that, in private anyways. She, and the septon, had successfully petitioned for her to be allowed out once a day to pray in the September of the Red Keep, with the septon of course to guide her prayers to the 7 who are one. And Alicent dutifully kneeled and lit candles before all 7 of the gods, even the stranger, while during their whispered prayers the septon gave her news of the war and its progress. And more than in reality, the septon was a conduit for communication to Lord Strong, the Master of Whispers, and through him to Lord Ormond Hightower and Sir Criston Cole. And though the septon told her little of actual detail in relation to their plans and future moves, the fact that they were bothering to communicate with her at all gave her at least some hope that all was not lost, in spite of everything. The septon did provide some details to her, facts that were not immediately pertinent to the war, and which if betrayed would not harm their cause. For example, Lord Boros Baratheon was refusing to wed any of his daughters to Aemond until all this was over and the Blacks were defeated. For an idiot he was being remarkably shrewd, if frustrating. Getting Aemond married would strengthen the alliance with the Stromlands and might even curb the boy's numerous excesses. Alicent knew that her middle son would have no doubt fathered a slew of bastards by now, and he would give this fact no more thought than the contents of his chamber pot of a morning. He would never understand much beyond his immediate needs or pleasure, of that Alicent knew. And these thoughts brought he back to her fears for Aegon, and by extension Aemond. Neither of her eldest sons were suitable as kings, for different reasons. Oh, she loved them as only a mother could, but years of courtly life and lessons from her father had long ago removed the blinkers from her eyes and mind. Power was a game exercised by the spending of lives, the lives of those in one's way, or those no longer of advantage to the players. Aegon's inability to produce any more sons and his de facto crippling would make him to many eyes a king not worthy of the Iron Throne. And what of his ability to actually sit upon that huge pile of melted, twisted, sharp swords? With his wounds Aegon could barely stand up unaided, let alone assume his proper place upon the throne. And how would that look to the lords and the small folk alike? A king who could not sit atop his throne? Her Aegon was, as her heart lurched as she admitted it, a dead man walking. Should they overcome the Blacks he would in all likelihood never assume his rightful place again. And Aemond? That foolish, arrogant, and stupid second son of hers, whose actions at the prompting of the plainest of Lord Baratheon's daughters had triggered this war into full-scale bloodshed. He might have a better chance, but he would sooner or later anger enough powerful lords that they would conspire to do away with him. And maybe even before he assumed the mantle of King of the Seven Kingdoms, for was he not with Sir Criston Cole and Lord Ormond Hightower? Both of those men would have little time for Aemond's behavior, and neither would like to see someone of Aemond's demeanor atop the Iron Throne. And she knew both of them, Cole well, Ormond less so, but both men were ambitious and likely to not let anything like king-slaying stay their hands, though they would ensure that its stain would never taint them. Sir Cole had already been one of the driving forces in placing the crown on Aegon's head, and for all his supposed loyalty to her cause, he had once espoused the cause of that usurping cunt Rhaenyra with equal, or mayhaps ever greater fervor. She did not trust either of them, despite these men being the greatest leaders of her son's cause in this war, and that was the sad reality of it all. If that bitch Rhaenyra had just accepted her place, none of this would have happened, and both of them would have gone with their lives unmolested. She laughed a bitter laugh in her head at comparing her and Rhaenyra's situations, but with a sour twist of those she realized they had more in common than either of them would ever admit to. Rhaenyra had been disposed of by Daemon the moment she had ceased to be of use to him, or as the Septon had whispered one morn before the statue of the smith, the moment she had decided to dispense with Daemon's services and shorten him by a head. Her 2 eldest sons would be disposed of by her supposed supporters, as neither of them were likely to meet these supporters' criteria for being king. They would give her son's cause their fullest support up until either they had a potential peace that allowed them to keep their heads, positions, and power, an unlikely event she knew. Or, until they had secured victory over Daemon and felt secure in their power and prestige. Then Aegon and Aemond would find their days numbered, and there was little she could do about it. Her father, for all his loyalty to their family, was a broken man, unlikely to ever be able to command the forces or loyalty of House Hightower, its vassals and allies. And he was above all a player of the game, he would know its realities and act accordingly, family and blood ties be damned. Oh, he was unlikely to take an active part, but by his likely inaction he would be to her mind as guilty as the knives in the dark who would carry out the killings. Not that they would likely use knives, poison was the most likely murder weapon here, especially for Aegon, who required medication and milk of the poppy every day to just survive. For Aemond, she would not put it past an enraged father or husband being allowed to fatally assault her son. So while she yet hoped that Daemon would be defeated and thrown down from where he had presumed to elevate himself, and her line restored to the Iron Throne, this joyous outcome was unlikely to be that joyous in truth. And for what seemed like the 1000th time Alicent cursed Rhaenyra with all of her breath for starting this damned war. Lady Misery I. Men, and most women, were easy to read. That was a skill she had long acquired in her former profession. Few, if any, had a complete level of control over their bodies to the extent that they could eliminate the tells and give away movements that allowed them to be read. That had been an invaluable skill that had stood her in good stead over the years of her life, and was still valuable to her now, but it was less of an advantage in her current situation. Secreted as she was in the Tower of Whispers in the Red Keep, and with only the odd stray and by blow brought before her for questioning, she was dependent on her network of agents and informants to provide her with the coin that was her trade. Her network of whores was priceless, and it was not just confined to King's Landing either, but as the moons of this war had rolled on, its drawbacks had become increasingly evident. There were places her whores could not go, men they could not reach, for one reason or another, and equally importantly, there were tasks they could not carry out. Murdering a queen? Easy, as simple as slipping a combination of refined herbs into the tea she liked to drink before she went to bed, that in small enough doses assisted with sleep and relaxation. But in a sufficiently high dose would cause the heart to slow and eventually stop altogether. But finding and more importantly catching Lord Larry's Strong? No, that was a task that an army of whores was less suited to. And catch the former Master of Whispers she wanted to with a desperate fervor, and for several reasons, not all of which were complementary. She wanted Lord Strong as he was a thorn in her side, his presence in King's Landing a constant threat to her survival, for if Daemon fell from power, then her fate was sealed. She knew he was up to something, for as she had discovered he was always up to something was Lord Strong. She had thwarted some of his plans and plots, but she was sure there were others that she was either wholly unaware of or only partially aware of. His plot to stir the small folk against the Queen she had rooted out rather easily, and Prince Daemon had taken some interest in her work on this matter. The rogue prince had been insistent on her making sure that a number of begging brothers and other such religious riffraff were disposed of as part of her destruction of this plot by Lord Strong. Numerous other little plots and plans had been discovered, agents of his turned or eliminated, secret messages intercepted and even some of them decoded. The septon that attended to Queen Alicent, for example, he had proved impossible to subvert. Careful observation of the man had revealed that he was a rather pious individual and not prone to any vice or perversions. So instead of trying to turn him, he instead was watched closely, and the frequency with which he received communications from Lord Strong's minions observed. Oh, it did not take a maester's education to know what Lord Strong's overall goals were, that was easy, but the often small steps he would take to get there, they could sometimes be missed or misread. She knew for example that he was definitely plotting some sort of an attack on the Red Keep, but as to what its purpose she could not be certain. Would he try and rescue the family of Queen Alicent? Would he try and murder Daemon and his sons? Would they try both options? Would it be in conjunction with a general attack by the forces of the Stormlands, camped at most 2 days' march away to the south? She did not know, and that was frustrating her, so she wanted to take Lord Strong alive and question him, use all her panoply of tools, mental and physical, to open the man's mind and extract his secrets, and not just his secrets, she wanted to know the tools of their shared trade, what details he knew that she did not, what tricks that had not occurred to her yet. For she knew that her trade was vast in its complexity and subtlety, and she wanted to learn as much as she could. She might project an aura of competency and secret knowledge to Daemon and his queen before, but she was aware that she was lacking in certain refinements of the arts she practiced. And she was clever enough to admit these to herself in the privacy of her own mind, and to cover up and minimize any flaws she might have to the gaze of others. Another item that piqued her curiosity was the involvement of Lord Corlys in the plots by the Greens, for she knew he was in communication with Lord Strong and by extension the leadership of the Greens. But as to what was being said between these parties she was as yet unaware of the exact details. But like Lord Strong's goals, it was not difficult to assume what was being talked about, how these men intended to carve up the 7 kingdoms between them once their plots and plans had succeeded. Titles and marriages, concessions and land, the currency of these sorts of negotiations, with the assumptions always that they were acting in good faith, and that the parties involved would not backstab each other at the drop of a hat. Ha! She knew that these lords played their game on face value as if each understood that the other would act honorably, but she knew that each acted also in the sure and certain knowledge that each would betray the other at the slightest provocation or chance. Such were the lessons that highborns in Westeros learned from their mother's milk, of that she knew with certainty. And the question was what to do with what she knew. If she went to Daemon he might instantly have Lord Corlys arrested and imprisoned. Such a rash move that would strip Daemon of much of his support and would endanger his position, and by extension hers. And Daemon was as likely to let his torturers loose on the sea snake, when she knew that she would be much more proficient at extracting the information that she wanted. Added to this was the fact that she was watching the communications between Lord Corlys and Lord Strong with intense interest, as she believed that she was close, oh so very close to ferreting out Lord Strong's hiding place. Well, not his hiding place, as she had discovered that he had many and was wont to move around regularly. But patterns were starting to emerge, things were beginning to coalesce. Lord Strong, though she was sure he was not getting desperate or sloppy, seemed to be making much more urgent and rapid use of several of the lines of communication she had discovered that he was using. She was sure that she was closing in on Lord Strong and was loath to lose the opportunity this presented to catch him. So, the secret communication between Lord Strong and Lord Corlys would have to remain her secret for now, but she knew it would not be long now, a matter of days at most, before she would have Lord Strong in her grasp. Rena Targaryen 6. Your Grace, Your Grace. She heard and slowly came awake, moving involuntarily and regretting it immediately, a dull pain between her legs bringing a hiss from her lips. Your Grace, we have a bath prepared for you, you must get up, His Grace Prince Daemon has requested you in your husband's presence to break your fast with him. She levered herself upwards, eliciting more pain, but she refused to let it show or make a noise. Throwing off the covers, the cool air of the room chilled her. The fire was in the process of being cleaned by a maid and would no doubt be relit later on, but for now the winter cold gripped the room. A viscous stickiness glued her legs together and there was some blood on her nightdress and she felt dirty. That's what she felt, dirty. A bath sounded like just what she needed right now. Your Grace, you also need to rise and be ready to break your fast, one of the maids announced, obviously addressing Hugh, but she did not turn her head to look at the man she had married. Instead, she had gotten down off the bed and allowed herself to be led through into an adjoining chamber that held a bath and a privy. The bath was filled with steaming hot water, which wreathing the room in mist like tendrils, and a charcoal brazier glowed a merry orange in the corner. She needed to make water, so she retired to the privy. Raising up her nightgown she did her business, wincing slightly at the pain, before she exited the privy, washing her hands in the offered bowl of hot water. A mirror, a hand mirror, she croaked, her voice roughened still from sleep, holding out her hand until one of the maids handed her a small mirror. Used to being naked with maids and ladies in waiting, she tugged her nightdress up over her head and flung it away from her, glad to be rid of it, and used the mirror to examine her intimate parts. They looked raw and puffy. An exploratory finger confirmed that they were also slightly sore to the touch, and she had to struggle not to cry as a lump expanded in her throat and threatened to choke her. Your Grace, came the soft words of an older maid, it is time for your bath, please. Why? She asked, to the older maid who had spoken, but she knew her question was to every older woman who had hidden the truth from her, and probably from every other girl on their wedding night. Why did you not warn me? Why did you not tell me? Why? She said, her voice rising to a harsh, sobbing screech. It is a woman's burden to bear the lusts of her husband, as so it is written, so it is ordained, came a calm voice from behind her. Whirling around she saw her Septa enter the room. You have blood and seed upon your womanhood, you are no longer a maid flowered but a woman wed, your husband, and you have done your duty by the gods in consummating your marriage, the Septa announced, turning to leave. I did not say you could leave. She spat, anger giving her the strength to command the woman. The Septa turned to face her and evenly replied, you do not command me, Your Grace, only the 7 who are one do. And to answer your question as to why? Lust is a sin, child, men are cursed by it, but women are blessed by the 7 to avoid these lusts. The pain you are experiencing is to remind you that lust is a sin, and with it she turned from her and strode out the door. Bitch! She spat after the Septa, not caring if the woman heard her or not caring of the indrawn gasps of breath from the maids or the ladies in waiting. She let herself be led to her bath, sinking into its enveloping heat, not even wincing when it touched the sensitive skin between her legs. She ducked her head fully under and counted to 10 before she surfaced again, her hair plastered to her face, uncaring of how she looked. She did this a few more times before she allowed herself to be washed and bathed. She tried to keep her mind free of thoughts, but she could not. The pain and the violation of last night kept on surfacing, despite her best efforts. Hugh, he had been kind at first, even tender. His kisses and caresses had caused her to shiver and moan as strange sensations had coursed through her body. But the act itself, the size of him, of his manhood as it had entered her, the sharp pain, the feeling of being split open, of his weight atop her, his strength pinning her to the bed, the panic of not being able to escape. Afterwards she was dried and dressed, a practical woolen gown with a silk overgown, high at the neck and with a woolen cloak draped around her for extra warmth. The underdress was a vibrant red, the overdress was black, with embroidered red dragons scattered over its surface. The cloak was also black, but was lined with scarlet silk. Her hair was done up in a simpler style than yesterday, 2 plaits that were then wound around her head. A modest gold chain at her throat with a ruby pendant that was shaped like a dragon completed her outfit. Warm, fur-lined slippers were placed on her feet and she was ready to face what the day would bring. Leaving the bathroom, Hugh was standing there already dressed in the same garb he had worn last night. Gauche and disrespectful of him, she sniffed. She wondered if he had even bothered to bathe. Coming closer to him she caught a faint whiff of some soap commonly used in the Red Keep, and she did not know if she was pleased or disappointed that he had at least washed. They strode in silence to the king's chambers in Magur's Holdfast, the corridors and passageways freezing and echoing. Outside a thin wind howled, kicking up some of the snow that had fell heavily during the night. She knew Hugh wanted to talk, wanted to say something, but she refused to give him any opportunity to do so, studiously ignoring him and his attempts to catch her eye. Admitted into the king's private chambers, which her father had appropriated as his own, they were led to his private dining chamber, where a table was set for them to break their fast and a merry fire burned in the hearth, warming the room to an acceptable temperature. Her father was already seated and eating. Both of them paid their respects to him and he bid them be seated, waving his hand with absent-minded disdain. Hugh took her cloak from around her shoulders and pulled out her chair for her to sit, a stab of pain shooting up her as she sat, and she was unable to keep a slight grimace from her face. Her father grinned at that, more of a sneer to her mind, and she hated him for it, hated what it represented. I see your husband did do his duty by you, not that I expected him not to. Her father announced as he let out a cruel, twisted laugh. Good, good, I'm glad to see that my family has the good sense to obey my will, Damon continued, all semblance of false joviality gone from his voice. Neither her nor Hugh replied to her father, instead simply sitting still in their chairs. Well, enough of that. Eat, we are a family now and family should often take meals together, it strengthens to bond between them. With that Damon indicated that they could eat, Hugh gave her a querying look and she nodded, he pointed to the various dishes and foods on the table, she indicated yay or nay with her head. Once he had provided for her he did the same for himself, choosing fried eggs, fried potatoes, sausages and bacon, along with a small loaf of bread. To drink he chose a pot of a strange-smelling brew. Wakebean your grace? He asked her father, indicating the pot he had just placed his hand upon. Hugh, Wakebean, I acquired as taste for it in Essos, you know of this drink. Hi, I had it once on Dragonstone. Is that so, replied her father, his tone of voice betraying that he clearly did not believe Hugh. Hugh took the pot and poured himself a cup of the dark, almost black liquid, which looked like some of the UTITs that she remembered from the Airy, but it smelled totally different. Hugh added some honey to the drink and then tucked into his meal, letting the beverage cool slightly before he drank it. As Hugh ate, her stomach roiled at the sight, her plate had some cheese, bread and a single slice of ham, all she could stomach she knew. Eat up, daughter mine, came the words of her father, filled with what she knew was false concern. She ate the food on her plate slowly, methodically, not really tasting any of it. Hugh beside her demolished what was on his plate and was sipping at the Wakebean brew somewhat tentatively. None of them seemed to be in the mood for conversation, so the silence stretched out until she had to dig the fingers of her right hand into the palm of her left hand under the table to stop her screaming out. Prince Hugh? Her father asked in a tone that indicated he was either blithely unaware or uncaring of the tension in the room. Yes, your grace, her husband replied, his voice strained despite what she could see was his efforts to keep it calm and measured. I would have words with my daughter alone, if you as her husband would permit it. Her father asked, his face twisted into what on anyone else and in any other situation would look like a friendly grin. But to her it looked like the mask of some evil fiend, seeking to trick and beguile those around him to his true nature. Of course, your grace, Hugh replied, his face neutral, but she could see warring emotions in his eyes. He stood up and gave her father and her a bow before he left the room. She quailed at his absence suddenly, feeling very alone and very afraid. I see both of you were smart enough to obey my instructions, that is good, came her father's voice, low and sibilant with power and unspoken threats, and she shivered despite the heat of the room. You are inconvenienced by the bedding, I can tell, but it is of little matter, you will heal within a day or two. This is common enough, girl, for you are tiny and Hugh, well, Hugh is a big lad now, is he not? Her father smiled at her, looking for all the world like a concerned father, but all she saw was a disgusting, leering lecher. His smile dropped from his face instantly, shocking her as much by its absence as its previous presence. I need Hugh, girl, I need him loyal to me and to House Targaryen, and you will make sure he stays loyal, do you understand, girl? Father, I mean. You will ensure he stays loyal, daughter mine, and do you know how you will ensure that? She did not reply, but felt color come to her cheeks and ice grip her heart with the realization of what her father was saying, what he was asking. You will make him fall in love with you, girl, he is already halfway there, honorable fool that he is, he probably thinks you are some maiden in need of rescuing out of the tales. And do you know how you will make him fall in love with you, girl? She could not reply, any words she had were stuck in her throat. You will let him fuck that little tight silver-haired cunny of yours night and day, girl, you will not let that big oaf rest a day without his pillar getting wet from your insides, do you hear me? Father. She stuttered until her father cut her off. Yes, you are in pain, your cunt is no doubt sore from its first encounter with Hugh's pillar. He waved his hand as if to dismiss her concerns, dismiss all that had happened to her in the last few hours. The pain will fade, my dear, of that you can be certain, but if you are reluctant to fuck dear Hugh until you recover, then remember what I said about using your mouth? Well, you can ask your husband tonight about it, I am sure he will be more than willing to instruct you, only this time there is no need to tell him I command you in this, understood? Johanna Lannister. Standing at the tall windows of her solar, once the solar of her late husband, Lord Jason Lannister, she looked out over the sunset sea and in the distance the hazy smudge that was Lanni's port. Smoke from innumerable fires caused a pall to hang over the port, the fires of people trying to keep warm in the grip of a winter, with icy winds howling daily off the sunset seas, bringing with them heavy falls of snow more often than not. The city had been sacked most thoroughly by the Ironborn, much of the city was ash and ruins, its remaining inhabitants dwelling in tents or cobbled together hovels among the remnants of buildings. A sour pain in the pit of her stomach at the thoughts of the devastation wrought upon Lannisport was only slightly relieved by the knowledge that her husband's former mistress and all her daughters by Lord Jason had been carried off by the Ironborn, a rather fitting end for that cunt and her bastard get. Sir Criston Cole refused the return of the men you have asked for, my lady, came the voice from behind her. Sir Geralt, an older household knight that had been judged too old to join her husband's armies and had been left behind in Casterly Rock. And just as well her fool of a husband had passed over Sir Geralt, as the man was both possessed of a fine mind and an equally acceptable sword arm. Sir Geralt had ridden hard from Lannisport ahead of the Ironborn and had led the defence against the pitiful attempt by the Ironborn to storm the rock. And even before then, the old knight had been something of a confidant and advisor to her. The majority of the lords and other highborn who would normally serve in the multitude of functions necessary for the running of the rock and the Westerlands had departed with Lord Jason. She had been left with the leavings and dross that would normally never rise so high, and she was suffering for it. Sir Geralt was one of the few competent men she felt she could trust and confide in, and she had elevated him to Castellan of Casterly Rock. Its previous Castellan had been killed in Lannisport during the sack, allegedly while in a brothel. Of course he has. I did not expect him to agree to any of my requests, not even this latest one for only a small number of our forces to return. Then why ask at all, my lady? Asked the Sir Geralt. She strongly suspected that he knew the real reason, and that he was only asking out of politeness and courtesy. The messages have all been sent by Raven, and the Maester of the Ravens is of course keeping a record of not only that they were sent, but also the contents of the messages. I want a record of this, if only for posterity, to show that our requests for assistance from our so-called king were rejected. The king is in King's Landing and a prisoner of Daemon Targaryen. He is, but his hand acts in his name, and especially in this case when the king is unable to respond, the hand is the king. I see, came the reply, the slightest of smiles tugging at the corner of Sir Geralt's mouth. The messages I have sent to Lord Corlys Velaryon have not been sent by Raven and have been sent in code, and no one but you and I know of them. I trust you see the difference. I do. Good. This war has gone on long enough, winter is here, and it is already proving to be a cruel one. War only adds to our burdens. I want this war ended as soon as possible, and those fools Cole and Ormond are not the men to do it. They know that so long as Daemon Targaryen sits atop the Iron Throne their lives are worth nothing, and so they must win at all costs. But they lack the means to win this war, their superiority in numbers notwithstanding, and the Blacks are steadily pushing them out of the upper reach. If the Westerlands turned its cloak and declared for King Aegon, second of his name, that would further weaken the position of the Greens, certainly enough for anyone with an ounce of sense to know that Cole, Ormond, and Prince Aemond would need to be disposed of. I assume you have extracted the necessary guarantees from Lord Corlys' hand to make this work. Not yet, but the terms I have offered to Lord Corlys are generous to the Iron Throne, a return of their treasury and 1,000,000 gold dragons as a pledge of loyalty from House Lannister to House Targaryen. I have also offered him the hand of either Tishara or Cyrell to his legitimized bastard grandson. Though everyone knows the lad Adam and his brother are Corlys' own get. That should be more than enough to secure at least a consideration of our offer. A consideration is, it would be less than ideal. Came the careful response from Sir Geralt, a frown creasing his already lined and careworn face. It would, but if we get no response, or a negative response, so be it. I have the good of the Westerlands to consider before anything else, and this bloody war is turning into a disaster of the highest order. After a minute's or so silence the old knight continued on that note, and apologies for more bad news, but the winter planting has yet to commence in the lands of Houses Craig Hall, Myatt, Plum, Sywft, Farron, Foot and Betley. The snows and the fact that the soil is too hard has delayed this once again. We are thus still dependent on our storehouses and the last of the autumn crops, which look like yielding significantly less than expected. How bad is it? She asked, dreading the answer, but having to ask it anyway. Bad, a 1/5 shortfall in food starting in 6 moons' time, rising to a 1/3 shortfall in 12 moons' time. Dorne, Essos? She asked, her stomach twisting and tensing from the news. Little prospects from Dorne. Merchants from the Stromlands and the Crownlands have apparently bought up the majority of this year's and next year's harvests. Essos is better. Our factors have reported that there are significant surpluses available in Pentos, but that the outbreak of the Daughters' War, coupled with the Ironborn's activities, make it less than advisable to purchase the necessary supplies. In short, we could buy the grain we need, but we could not be certain it could be shipped to us safely. Gods damn it! She swore, her anger and frustration getting the better of her. How many small folk would starve this winter? How many laborers and craftsmen would they lose? How much would their tax revenue and their power shrink due to this insufferable situation? Could we, she thought out loud, ship the grain to Old Town, up the Honeywine as far as it is navigable, overland to the Mander, then up the Mander and up the Goldwater one to Golden Grove, then up the Redwater 2, overland to the Trent3 and hence onwards. It's a possibility, my lady, but again the sea journey is the most vulnerable part of the voyage. We could contract with Dornish houses for their naval strength to protect our ships, run convoys along their shore. At this the knight paused and was obviously thinking hard, his lips moving silently every now and again. I'm afraid I've just remembered something, my lady, and apologies for not remembering it sooner. Go on, Sir Geralt, I take no slight nor will I rebuke you. The number of barges and boats available on the Mandar it has been severely reduced by the needs of the army in the northern portions of the Reach and by the actions of the Blacks and their dragons. The Blacks have been targeting river traffic and burning shipping for the last few moons. There is a severe shortage of boats on the Mandar and its tributaries as a result. Well, can't we order more built, Sir Geralt? Much of the labor available is either in the army as levies, or still working their fields. The Reach has been able to plant winter crops apparently. And could we expect to be able to buy food from the Reach then? She asked, hope tinging her voice. Maybe, our factors have already made inquiries, we may be able to purchase food from next year's crops, but we have only been offered options to buy and not any concrete contracts for purchasing grains. Any other bad news for me, Sir Geralt? She barked out with an ironic laugh. Apparently the bastard dragon rider Sir Hugh has been legitimized as a son of Daemon Targaryen and married to Princess Rhaena. Well, that binds a powerful dragon to Daemon's cause, all the more reason for the war to be brought to a swift conclusion. Let's hope the men who have the power to end all of this have an ounce of sense between them. Sir Geralt did not offer any reply to this. Rhaena Targaryen 7. Your Grace. Came Hugh's words as she exited the dining chamber of her father. She scarce even acknowledged him and said, my father has granted that you stay in the Red Keep for a further 5 days before you return to the battlefield. Okay, have you not got something to be getting on with, husband mine? She asked coolly, not wanting to be in his presence a minute longer, her stomach sickened by what her father had just commanded her to do. Despite previously quailing when Hugh had been sent away by her father, all she could now feel was equally sickened by being in such proximity to Hugh. She wanted away from him, she wanted to run and run and run and never stop running, to get away from Hugh, her father, and everything that was now her life. Well, no actually, I can escort you to wherever you wish to go, Your Grace. Very well, she sighed, but first we must return to our chambers. And with that she strode off, Hugh falling easily into place at her side, but she kept her eyes and face steadily starting ahead of her. She could not run away, she knew, for there was nowhere for her to go, nobody she could trust, nobody who would dare defy her father, and despite her husband's bastard status, few lords would dare defy him either, on account of his dragon. Once they had returned to their chambers she went to fetch her embroidery, noting that the bedsheets had been changed. She found Hugh standing at the window, looking out at the heavily falling snow. Have you never seen snow before? She asked, trying but failing to keep a sneer from twisting her mouth in her words. At the same time a part of her could appreciate Hugh, the physicality of him, standing there, tall and strong. It was just a pity that circumstances were what they were. Oh, yes, I have seen snow before, just not this heavy. Come, I have to go, I trust you will find something to do in my absence. I'm sure I can, yes. We will dine at midday in the dining hall here in the Holdfast. Every lord and knight will be no doubt eager to ask you of the bedding. I would appreciate if you did not tell them anything. I would never, Rhaena, and it's none of their fucking business. I have been to a few weddings, and I know that boasting of the bedding is a common pastime of the groom. That will not happen, Rhaena, I swear it. He growled, his fists tightening with cracks and pops issuing from them. It had better not. She hissed before she turned on her heels and Hugh scampered to catch up with her. He stayed at her side, along with 4 household guards, as she made her way to her destination, a scheduled sewing circle that many of the noble-born ladies in the Red Keep attended. She had attended the odd time before she was wed, but now she needed some mindless gossip and chatter to soothe her mind. No doubt her recent wedding night would come up as a subject of conversation, and she knew that telling the truth would be as fatal as baring one's neck in a battle to the enemy. The door opened to the room and the gaggle of ladies fell silent. If she had been possessed of the necessary courage, or even motivation, she would have made some sort of a scene of being the love-struck young bride. But instead, she just dismissed Hugh, reminding him that she would see him for the midday meal. Later on, at the midday meal, Hugh, though accosted by numerous lecherous lords and knights, proved his worth when he told some minor lordling who had asked him if he had enjoyed bedding her in a loud voice that the next fucker that asks after my good lady wife's cunt I will burn alive with my dragon. This had effectively dried up any conversations on that matter, much to her relief, crude though his words had been. Her father had not attended the meal, preferring to eat in his chambers no doubt, which had probably emboldened the lechers into asking for salacious details of the bedding in the first place. Her sewing circle had also been curious as to what had happened, and it appeared from what certain ladies had said that news of her outbursts on being bathed this morning had obviously gotten round. And it infuriated her that this would be a topic of gossip and mirth, that what had happened to her was obviously being discussed so. It was all so unfair, and everything seemed to be happening to her without one iota of control on her part. She felt like she was a leaf being spun by the wind this way and that, driven before gusts to places she knew nothing of. Hugh was no help at all, though he did try and make conversation with her. She was in no mood to talk to him, the man at whose mercy she was effectively at. He was her husband, and he was a tool of her father, for without her father Hugh would still be some petty knight with a few acres of stony, grey soil on Driftmark. Thanks to her father he was now a prince and he had been given their name, and to cement all of this her father had wed her to Hugh. A man who was a small folk bastard not a year and a half ago, who had spent his days toiling in a blacksmith's forge, and who now was a prince of the blood. And she was expected to accept all of this? To demurely agree to this debasement of her, to agree to allow Hugh to satiate his lusts in her flesh? To rot inside her like some breast, tearing and hurting her, uncaring of her wishes? This was what she had to look forwards to for the rest of her life, bearing Hugh's children and being expected to be a caring, loving wife? The dreaded missive to visit with her father had come just after lunch had ended, where he had remonstrated with her over her disgraceful behavior, and that she acted so in front of small folk in a septa. Her father had even gone so far as to say that if she had not been married he would have tanned her hide for her performance, and he reminded her that her duty was to make Prince Hugh fall in love with her, to bind him inseparably to the Iron Throne. To you she had corrected her father in her head, not daring to contradict him when he was this angry. Not daring to contradict him in any way, for she knew that her father would never accept even the slightest bit of resistance on her part. Her only avenue to retain some semblance of control was Hugh, but it appeared that she would have to spend the rest of her life acting and pretending to suit her father's wishes. And at that moment she hoped that her father would die soon, so that she would be free from his control, his dominance. The afternoon she had spent reading in their chambers, where there was only a single bedroom, unlike many where there were separate ladies in a lord's sleeping chamber. No doubt a deliberate ploy on her father's part as she watched the snow continue to fall in dreary sheets, thankful for the fire that burned in the grate and her warm clothes. Of Hugh there was no sign, probably for the best she mused, he only turned up as dusk was settling, several servants accompanying him with bundles of cloth stacked high in their arms. Not cloth she realized, clothing for her husband. She rose and decided to see what fashion disasters Hugh no doubt had committed by not involving her in choosing a wardrobe. To her surprise Hugh had not done too badly, several outfits similar to what he had worn at their wedding, in dark blue, dark green and several shades of grey, along with several more in black. And even more interestingly each garment sported slightly different detailing, to tell them apart, so as to show that Hugh was not wearing the same garment over and over. That was clever she had to admit, or it might just have been that he purchased the garments from different tailors who had interpreted his instructions differently. She decided to be generous and give Hugh the benefit of the doubt. I like the style and cut, he replied when she caught his gaze deliberately, an eyebrow raised in question. The cloth merchants and tailors did not have enough for all of the outfits to be made in black, hence the different colors, though I did specify red as the contrasting color for most of them. She suppressed a little smile at how nervous Hugh seemed, instead giving him a quizzical look to prompt him to speak further. I don't really like some of the court fashions for men, so I decided to, well, suit myself, though I did purchase some, what you might call, traditional garb. Rifling through the clothing she gave little hums of approval. Overall, not too bad and tolerable at a minimum. And Hugh was probably right, some of the foppery and finery of court would not suit him and might even detract from him. It would be better if he dressed in rather plain garb, though of a well-cut and tailored style, and the materials were first class. Running her hands over the fabrics confirmed that. Silk shirts aplenty, along with what he called silk long johns, silk and woolen socks, a few doublets with various patterns embroidered across them, nothing obviously related to any sigil of any house that she knew of. A few pairs of boots, several sets of small clothes and a score of cotton and linen shirts rounded out Hugh's haul, not an altogether bad ensemble. She did not think to ask how much it had cost, it was of no concern to her really. Deciding it was worth it she said, "You have done well, I approve," noting with some glee that Hugh seemed very pleased with her approval. "But I would not wear any of the green garments, I'm sure you know that?" she asked, delighted at the flush or red embarrassment that colored Hugh's face. Well, about that, no need to explain yourself, she condescended, just reminding you. And she left it at that, leaving Hugh to stand there rather tongue-tied. "You should change for dinner, mayhaps one of the more traditional doublets, this scarlet one would match what I plan to wear for dinner," she announced, injecting a firmness of command into her voice. Dinner was a rather boring affair, the meal was not as lavish as she would have expected with her father present, and he seemed distracted and ill at ease for some reason. She kept Hugh distracted with small talk and frivolous musings. The great oaf seemed to be genuinely surprised by how she was acting, and she judged her mummery to be a success. But inside her she wondered for how long could she keep this up? Days, weeks, moons, years? Her father seemed pleased with what she was doing, as far as she could tell, for this act was as much for him and it was for Hugh? No, probably more for her father, she thought sourly. And that bitterness festered and roiled in her stomach, knowing what she would have to do soon, and on the likely many occasions into the long future ahead of her. And she could not help but hate Hugh with an increasing fervor, as he was the locus of all that was wrong, all that had happened that she did not like. Afterwards in their chambers, after she was prepared for bed, she steeled herself for what was to come, knowing that she had little choice in the matter did not make it any easier, and nor did it give her much in the way of courage. But she set her face in a mask of pleasant easiness and slipped into the bed beside Hugh, somewhat startling him by turning towards him and gazing up at his face. "Little dragon?" he asked. She hated this nickname he used for her, but instead of scowling she let a shy smile crease her face. I am, sore from last night's." "Yes, of course, I will not bother you tonight, or until you are feeling better, Rena." She disliked him using her name also, but again she did not react to it, instead lowering her face and letting her hair fall between them. About, last night, There is no need, Hugh, she lied in response. It was necessary." "No, yes, I mean, I should have." "You should have what?" she asked, raising her face up, pushing her hair out of the way with a hand. "I should have been gentler, I should have explained things better. It was the first time I laid with a maiden." "You did your duty as a husband," she said, hating the words as they came out of her mouth, hating the fact that she had to lie on behalf of her father, even hating Hugh a little. "Still, I am sorry for the pain I caused you, little dragon, it was unforgivable of me." Hugh looked genuinely concerned and remorseful, at least she thought so, given the look upon his face and the sorrow she could see in his eyes. But that made no difference as far as she was concerned, did not in any way change what she had to do, nor how she felt truly. I would like to, do what we did last night again, it's just that, I fear it would hurt Hugh, she said in a tiny, frightened voice, turning her face away and down to further emphasize her words. "You need not worry, I can wait," Hugh announced. What a fool this man really was, for she would never let him touch her again if she had any choice in the matter. But of course she did not have any choice in the matter, did she? I like that thing you did with your lips and tongue, down there," she stuttered deliberately, keeping her head bowed until she lifted it up to meet Hugh's face once she had said her words. I am glad you did, little dragon," he replied, trying to sound as sensitive and contrite, and he would have succeeded if she had cared on whit for what he thought. "While I would like you to do this again, I fear I may be too sore yet." "Of course, I understand. But is there, can I do something like that to you?" 5 days later she stood in the dragon pit watching Hugh mount Vermithor and head back to the battle lines in the Reach, dressed splendidly as befitted her status as a princess of the realm, but warmly also to ward off the cold. Also as benefited a newly married bride who was seemingly besotted with her handsome young husband. She had given Hugh a fierce embrace and kissed him passionately before he had mounted his dragon, her favor proud upon his forearm. She had embroidered it over several days, red, black and bronze, with the letters H and R entwined upon it. He had looked delighted when she had presented it to him just before they had kissed in the dragon pit, his eyes alight with genuine joy. He had grabbed her and kissed her savagely, crushing her into his embrace, and she had responded as a young wife in love should, to leave them both rather breathless as he had turned away and mounted Vermithor. As the great beast exited the dragon pit her father came to stand beside her. "Well done, my dear, methinks that good Prince Hugh is suitably enamored by his new wife." "He is," she replied, knowing that she had more than enough of his seed in her stomach to last her a lifetime, foul tasting and disgusting that it had been to swallow his issue, making her near gag and retch anew at the thoughts of it. Indeed, a fresh draught of Hugh's slimy, vile-flavored seed was even now digesting in her stomach, for she had made sure to pleasure him with her mouth on this morning, as she had done every morning for the last 4 days. Hugh liked it, of course, liked her mouth on his member, had not been in the least bit shy in directing her lips and tongue to pleasure him. That she had asked him to direct her in these ministrations she ignored completely, not willing to give her husband the slightest bit of an excuse. Her womb was likely equally full of Hugh's seed, the pain of their initial coupling was thankfully no more, but still the discomfort of his bulk remained. At least he was gentler, and she was at pains to make sure he went slower and that he thrust less deep. He had even suggested that she should ride him on top, with Hugh lying beneath her. To her surprise she had greatly enjoyed this position. It gave her some measure of control and allowed Hugh to finger at her bud and bring her to her peak earlier and often. But despite this she was in truth thankful of this absence from Hugh, and also equally thankful that her father did not also demand that she bear Hugh's children, at least not yet. Though that would be coming, of that she was absolutely certain. "Fear not for his safety, my dear, the war will be over soon enough, then he can return, and you and he can have all the children that you desire." She did not need to turn her head to know that her father was watching her closely, his gaze intense and seeming to burn into her. "Yes, father," she replied, her words measured and calm, but inside she was hollow, uncaring, dead. Cregan Starkeye. "Finally tore yourself from the arms of your loving wife," teased Lady Alice Anne when Prince Hugh ducked his head into the tent, a slight blush coming to the man's cheeks at this cutting statement from the Lady Blackwood. "And with his wife's favour on his arm," cooed Alice Anne, in a seductively husked voice. Yes actually, I was commanded to stay a week in King's Landing by the regent himself, replied Hugh, coughing slightly to cover his obvious embarrassment. Making sure you left his daughter with child, no doubt. Alice Anne once again laughed at Hugh's expense. He rolled his eyes to the heavens at her antics. And he was thinking of marrying her? Well, not thinking, he was going to marry her, for in truth he had never met a woman like Alice Anne Blackwood, so fierce, so proud, so outspoken and so competent at war. She would make the perfect mother for Starks, of that he was certain. Pulling his mind away from his musings on his future children, he returned his attention to the tent. It was where he held much of his meetings and where he dined with his lords and commanders. Outside it was dry and cold, a thinnish layer of snow coating the ground, frozen hard by several cloudless days and nights. The weather barely troubled him and his northern host, who had made remarkable progress in the last week, the enemy seeming to have melted away from them. Wherever their scouts went they saw no sign of their foe. The great rolling plains of the upper reach stretched all about them, dotted with small forests, hamlets, and towns, the odd keep here and there. And not a scent of the greens, plenty of stripped tithe barns and looted storehouses, the odd keep slighted or partially destroyed, but only the bare minimum of what he would have thought was the typical damage of a war to be seen. It made him nervous if he was honest. This was not how the war had previously been conducted, raids and ambushes, the odd stand-up fight when the weather precluded the use of dragons. But now nothing, seemingly just an empty land bereft of any opposition to their advance. I would not know, replied Hugh dryly, finally having enough courage to verbally spar with Lady Alice Anne. How are you, Prince Hugh? Asked Sir Adam, seemingly glad to see his friend and fellow dragon rider back, probably if only to divert Alice Anne's attentions from him, for she teased the lad mercilessly, in a good-natured way mind you, but still. I am fine, Sir Adam, thank you for asking. And your wife, how is she? Asked Adam, eager to show his courtesies, he thought. Sore and happy no doubt. Lady Alice Anne beat Hugh to the punch, a devilish smile playing across her mouth. He would have to intervene and put a stop to this, she really was far too much sometimes. Enough. Enough, welcome back Prince Hugh, welcome back to the war, after your pleasant diversion. Please, come sit with us, we are relaxing for now. We have halted to allow our men to build a temporary wooden replacement bridge over the river Ory1, Sir Adam's dragon having destroyed the stone one a few days ago. Thank you Lord Stark, it is good to be back, came Hugh's response. I bet you would prefer to be in King's Landing and still in the arms of your lovely wife though. Alice Anne. Enough. He retorted, a sigh escaping his lips, she really was impossible. I would, if I am honest, and not sitting out here freezing and waiting for the Greens to finally see sense and give up. Freezing? Why it's barely cold, lad. He chucked, these southerns, no sense of a real winter at all. Hugh pulled up a camp chair and sat down. He was dressed in a long coat-like garment, double-breasted and with 2 rows of button down its front, woolen trousers and good boots, all in a rather somber grey colour. He noticed Alice Anne giving Hugh's clothes an appreciative eye, or at least he hoped it was his clothes and that the girl's attentions were not shifting from him to the prince. He shook his head of these damned distractions, all of them as usual relating to Lady Alice Anne. The sooner this war was over and got her north to Winterfell and married her before the great weirwood in the God's Wood, the better. A charcoal brazier provided the only warmth in the tent. Outside thin winds howled and moaned, tugging at the heavy leather and canvas that the tent was made of. A few camp chairs, a collapsible table and a writing chest completed the fittings. An oil lamp hung from one of the tent poles. A wooden floor that disassembled easily rounded out the tent, spare and sparse, nay stark even. He was not one to campaign with fineries and luxuries weighing him down, like he had heard tell some of the Southerns liked to, though the contingent of Riverlanders accompanying them was rather lean when it came to their belongings and baggage. Just as he liked it, for it kept them light and able to move swiftly, and thankfully the rivers were not frozen yet, so they could rely on them for supplies. Apparently it was rare enough for the rivers this far south to freeze over fully in winter, a good thing to his mind, unlike the rivers back home that would be likely frozen solid by now. Which of course allowed you to replace boats with sleds in many cases, but sleds could never carry as much as boats, nor as easily. They chatted in an easy companionship for a few minutes. He had genuinely missed Prince Hugh. The man was a sensible and no-nonsense type, and who easily fit in with his northern lords and host. Some of the Riverlanders scorned Prince Hugh because he was baseborn, and he wondered how they would treat him now that he was a prince of the realm and married to the daughter of the Lord Regent. Probably not much better, he huffed to himself. These Southerns were a stupid lot he had found, with a few exceptions. The Tullys were the worst of them though, prideful and prickly and wont to see offence where none existed, but they were good fighters and despite having been reduced severely in numbers by several battles in the Riverlands, most notably at the Battle of the Burning Falls 2, but they still had a reasonably formidable force of knights available. The rest of Riverlander forces were a mixed bag, both in terms of numbers and quality, their lords fractious to a fault and often as ready to fight each other as the enemy it seemed to him. But it was the dragons that gave him and his armies an invaluable edge and allowed them to be spread out in a fashion that would invite disaster otherwise, and he was glad to have Hugh and his dragon Vermithor back and available to him. Not that Adam was not a good and competent dragon rider, but the lad lacked something of Hugh's confidence and ability, and he was a little bit too timid if he was honest. Probably due to his age, smallish size, and the fact that his was also previously a bastard. A shame, he thought, the way these Andal fools disregarded the potential of their bastards like that. And speaking of Sir Adam, a guard just entered and handed him a small scroll, a raven scroll they would use the nearest ravenry in castles and keeps that they captured to communicate back with King's Landing. Captured was probably far too strong a word for it, he knew, mostly they came across them abandoned and stripped of anything useful and often burned to boot. But in most cases they would find the maester still in residence and his books, tools, and most importantly his ravens undisturbed. Sir Adam took the message and unfurled it, a frown creasing his features. This is from Lord Corlys, and in a code. I have to retreat to my tent to decode it. He gave the obviously nervous lad leave to go and do this, wondering what could have made him so nervous without apparently knowing the contents of the message. Must be instructions on who he is to be betrothed to. Came Alisanne's quip the moment the lad was out of earshot. You are the worst you know. Prince Hugh replied, a slight grin on his face, but he noted it did not reach his eyes, which seemed sad and melancholy for some reason. Why the sad eyes, my prince? Asked Alisanne, again beating him to the punch, though he would obviously not have phrased the question in that manner. Well, my wife, she is all of 4, I mean 10 and 4 years old, and I fear too young to be wedded. Has she flowered? He asked, realizing by the sharp look that Alisanne gave him that he asked the question too harshly. She has, yes. And you bedded her? Came the flat-voiced question from Lady Alisanne, any sign of her previous mirth at questions of this nature now absent. I did, Hugh replied, refusing to meet any of their eyes, a flush of embarrassment beginning to spread across his face and neck. Too young by far, her father ought to be ashamed of himself. Retorted Lady Alisanne, making Hugh blush an even deeper shade of red if that was possible. Have care, my lady, the father in question is Prince Daemon Targaryen, the regent of the realm. He reminded Alisanne, hoping against hope that this would silence her. It did not. I do not care, 10 and 4 is far too young to be wed, 10 and 6 is the absolute youngest a maid should be wed, 10 and 8 is even better. These Andals, nothing but savages, nothing but a bunch of bloody savages when it comes to their daughters. Fortunately, Hugh had the good sense to not reply to Alisanne, who was left to stew in her own anger. He popped out of the tent and asked a guard to bring some refreshments, popping back into the rather strained atmosphere inside. They waited in uncomfortable silence until the guard let a steward into the tent. He carried a platter of bread, meat, and cheese, along with a pitcher of what turned out to be ale. He directed the man to set his burdens down on the table and leave. He did not stand on much ceremony. He gestured with his hand. Help yourselves, Hugh, there is a tankard there for you to use. He ate some bread and salted meat, deciding that it needed some cheese, added this and drank from the ale he had poured himself. Rough enough stuff, but he had drunk worse, notably when he had visited the wall once. His musings were disturbed when Adam burst back into the tent, his face chalk white. What is it, lad? He asked, suddenly having a very, very bad feeling about all of this. Lord Corlys, my grandfather, he has discovered a plot of the Greens to storm King's Landing. The dragon Viagar has moved in secret to the northern Stormlands in the last few days in preparation for the assault. The Greens have smuggled men into King's Landing and intend to mount a surprise assault on the Red Keep in conjunction with their assault on the city. Are you sure, lad? He asked, suddenly very, very wary of all of this sudden and dramatic turn of events. Yes. Absolutely, this code is known only to Lord Corlys and I, it's a special one he devised for secret communications between us. I am positive it is him, and it's his handwriting. But I think what Lord Stark is asking is, can we be sure that this is not some trick on the part of the Greens? Asked Alisanne of the clearly highly agitated boy. Before Adam could reply, Hugh cut over everyone. Of course, it makes sense now. How long have the forces of the Stormlands sat in the Kingswood and done nothing, lulling us into a false sense of security? How long have the Greens in the Upper Reach been retreating before us here, rarely giving combat, allowing us to be sucked every further from King's Landing? And giving them time to secret men into King's Landing. Oh, well played indeed. You give credence to this then, Prince Hugh? Absolutely. I mean, what are we doing here? Marching in winter through a land that is almost worthless to us, with an enemy who suddenly and very conspicuously refuses to give battle? We have been duped into leaving the most important thing in Westeros, the Red Keep and that damned Iron Chair, virtually undefended. We must retreat, we must head for King's Landing at once. Added Adam, his voice rising in panic. I have the command here, boy, you will make no orders of me nor of mine. He barked, a look of stunned fear blossoming on Adam's face in response. It is true you have the command of the forces here, but you may not command a prince of the blood, Hugh said in a low and threatening voice, and one who commands a dragon. At that a deafening roar filled the air, Adam recognizing the battle cry of Vermithor anywhere. Lord Stark hesitated a second before saying, I supposed I cannot command you, Prince Hugh. You intend to return to King's Landing then? I do, Lord Stark. I understand your reluctance on this matter, but trust me, this makes total sense. It's the correct move for the Greens to make, a desperate move, but they have no other option left to them. I'm still unsure of this message. No, I don't question you, lad, or Lord Corlys, he added to prevent Adam saying something foolish, but mayhaps your grandfather has been duped and this is a trap for us in some way. I have to consider all the options. Oh, shut up, you big oaf. Get your cavalry moving back the way we came into King's Landing. Let Hugh go on ahead. Adam can cover our movements in case there is a trap ahead. No, Hugh interjected, Adam comes with me. If Viagar is brought to battle, I would not be able to face her on my own, maybe even not with the support of the Blood Wirm. This is the decisive battle, Lord Stark, the chance to remove the last dragon that the Greens have. It is no place for half measures. He considered it for a moment or two. In reality he had made up his mind instantly, but he wanted to appear to be considering the options. In truth there were no options actually. He could not technically command Hugh, and being a dragon rider only decreased his ability to exercise any control over Hugh. Less so for Adam, but he knew that there was a logic in what Hugh said, and he agreed with him. The more he thought about this, the more it appeared as if the Greens had gotten the jump on them. Go, both of you, he said, gesturing to Hugh and Adam, and may the old gods and the news speed your way. Daemon Targaryen 6. Lord Corlys. I am, as you can see, rather busy now. He shouted, chaos and shouting all around him as the garrison of the Red Keep was roused to action. At dawn the banners of the Stormlands had been spotted approaching from the south, spreading out across the land, advancing upon the banks of the Blackwater Rush. Finally, that illiterate Arsporos Baratheon was making his move, and he was determined to give the Blood Wirm a good gorging of her favorite repast, cooked man flesh. He was convinced that this was the last gasp, desperate move of a beaten enemy, and was determined to extract as much of a decisive victory as he could. Or it could equally be Boros Baratheon ignoring orders and deciding he had enough of sitting on his hands and threatening King's Landing. Well, either way, he was going to deliver the Stormlands a defeat they would take generations to live down. The last reports they had of the whereabouts of Viagar put the beast in the central reach, at Long Table, along with its rider Prince Aemond. He felt the slightest bit of pity at that, for he would have liked to have taken on Aemond and Viagar. Despite her bulk and size, Viagar was old and not as nimble as she once was, and some of the moves that Hugh had been practicing atop Vermithor looked to be perfect for dealing with that old cantankerous dragon, and her equally annoying rider. But he would take an unopposed shot at the armies of the Stormlands any day of the week, of that he was sure. Your Grace, my agents have discovered a plot to infiltrate the Red Keep. The Greens have snuck men into the city over the last several moons and are moving against us even as we speak. They intend to take the Red Keep while you are away on your dragon. Daemon snarled, his mind coming to the obvious conclusion instantly: they intend to rescue Alicent and hers. So be it, Sir Conklin. A rather scarred and battered-looking knight ran up to Daemon, but it was his eyes that he noticed most of all, dead and flat, lifeless, and utterly devoid of any human emotion. One of his longest-serving hired killers and a man you could rely upon to do anything you ordered. Your Grace. Take 20 men and go to where Queen Alicent and her family is being held. You are to execute the warrants for their deaths side by our dear former queen forthwith. Take no chances, Sir Conklin, kill them all as swiftly as possible, no delays. Yes, Your Grace, replied the man, his voice as dead as his eyes, giving him a quick bow before dashing off to fulfill his orders. Noticing the rather pained look that had crossed Lord Corlys' face, he snapped, now is not the time, Corlys. If we lose them they are no use to us, better them all dead than escaped. I must be off to the dragon pit. I have some burning of errant lords paramount to attend to. I charge you with the defense of the Red Keep, Lord Corlys. Make sure it does not fall. I have assigned part of the King's Guard to keep my son safe, and you had best make sure my dear daughter survives, otherwise there will be consequences. With that he swung himself up into his saddle and galloped off out of the Red Keep, in company of about 30 mounted soldiers and knights. He would deal with Corlys later. The old sea snake had been plotting with the Greens, he was now certain of it. He needed no evidence, the evidence of his own mind was enough. That whore Lady Misery had not been able to provide conclusive proof of the plotting Corlys was up to, nor had she provided any warning of this attack, so she was either incompetent or she was in on the plotting. Either way he would be disposing of her services once he returned from Caraxes' favorite way to spend a day. And one of his favorite ways also, for there was nothing like burning your enemies to ash from atop a dragon, well, fucking and seating the screaming, moaning wife of some Andal lord did come a very close second to his mind. The slightest of fears for his sons and for Rena touched the surface of his mind, for he suspected that if the Greens were going to try and take the Red Keep, his blood would be likely top of their list for elimination. He snarled at this thought, but at least he knew that Alicent and her spawn would not survive. And if it came to it, he could always father more children, though he would of course need a bride of suitable purity and breeding. A thought flashed across his mind briefly, there was a Rogare daughter of just the right age still available as far as he could remember. He pushed these thoughts out of his mind as they raced through the dawn streets of King's Landing, not stopping for anything. Small folk either got out of their way or were trampled under hoof. They descended the royal Way1, galloping as fast as their horses' hooves would allow on the slabbed stones of the street, intending to reach the square of the King2 before racing up the street of the sister to the dragon pit. He would not risk the side streets and many smaller streets, the potential for ambushes and delays was just too great. As they approached the entrance to the square of the king, arrows began to rain down on them from several windows far above. He swore and spurred his mount on even faster, uncaring for anything but breaking through the trap and making the square up ahead. Armed men charged out from several side streets, spears gripped in hand and stabbing at their horses. He barely avoided getting skewered several times before he made the safety of the square, which was no safety at all he realized, as a bunch of crossbowmen leveled their weapons at him. Reacting instantly, he wheeled his horse around and dashed down a side street, hearing the swish of blots whizzing by him, and feeling the wet thud of a blot into his horse's hind quarters. The horse nearly threw him then and there, the beast kicking and bucking until finally it began to collapse. He leapt from the beast just in time to prevent being crushed by the dying animal. Hooves thundered from behind him and with a snarl he drew Dark Sister and prepared to meet his end, blade in hand, only to see 3 of his knights galloping towards him. He sheathed his sword and grabbed at the offered arm, swinging up into the saddle behind the knight. On they galloped through the streets, heedless of anything but making the dragon pit, eventually gaining the street of the sister and racing up its long, wide thoroughfare to the dragon pit ahead of them, where a battle was raging. A huge mass of what looked like small folk were blocking the way to the dragon pit and were to his eyes even trying to storm it. What madness was this, he wondered as the knights slowed to a canter to assess the situation, for there was no way through the screaming, shouting, and frenzied mob ahead of them. At the rear of the mob many started to turn and catch sight of them. A screaming, chanting, curse-filled howling was building up, and it was obvious that the crowd was about to charge them. Just then a shattering roar filled the air, and Caraxes nosed her bulk out of one of the outer doors of the dragon pit, her snout scenting the air. Another roar from the blood Wirn nearly stunning him with its volume. And then she let loose with a veritable stream of dragon fire, immolating the crowd before the dragon pit. He had never seen Caraxes lose such a long-lasting stream of her flames, swaying her head back and forth across the now fleeing crowd. He could not help but grin as his old friend cleared the path for them to her lair. He urged the knights onwards, though they seemed reluctant to brave the mass of charred bodies that now were the only obstacle between them and the dragon pit. Gaining the dragon pit he was admitted, noticing that many of the guards had blood upon their spears and blades. That was a good sign to his mind. The head dragon keeper approached him. Your Grace, we unchained Caraxes the moment we got the signal from the Red Keep that you were on your way. She took offense to the rabble outside all on her own, the man said, a mixture of pride and wariness evident in his features and voice. That old bitch would never let a rabble like that disturb her. And I know she lusts for battle, she can sense the upcoming slaughter of those rebels from the Stormlands. She is saddled, I assume. Aye, Your Grace, she is ready. Good. He replied as a roar the likes of which he had not heard for many's the year shattered the air all around them. He knew that roar anywhere, and as ice water sluiced down his back in sudden fear he knew Viagar was here. Adam Vilarion V. He was cold and tired, his eyes gritty with sleep from an uncomfortable and brief rest overnight in the tiny holdfast, well really a fortified tower house, of some piddling landed knight of House Hayford. Hugh had driven then on relentlessly from the moment that had left the army in the upper reach, in a terrified rush to get to King's Landing as soon as possible. They had flown deep into dusk and evening before their dragon's obvious exhaustion had forced Hugh to find a place for them to put down for the night. The village and its attendant tower house had been spotted and Hugh had dived them down into the gathering darkness. The sky was overcast and there was no moon. By the time they landed all around was bathed in a deep gloom. He wondered if rain or even snow threatened, given how swollen the clouds had looked in the last light of the day as they had descended towards the blackness below. The knight had been rather annoyed at them seeking admittance to his so-called keep, refusing to believe who they were, until Vermithor had shuffled out of the darkness and let loose a small jet of flame above the roof of the tower house. This sufficed to prove their bona fides and the knight was soon falling over himself to offer hospitality. Hugh thanked the man but insisted that all they needed was some food for them and the dragons, and somewhere to sleep. The dragons would sleep in the fields outside the tower house. Hugh asked for guards to be posted and that none were to approach the great beasts during their slumber, and that he and Adam were to be woken at least 2 hours before dawn. A hurried meal followed, with the knight, his wife, and his steward apologizing constantly about the paucity of the fare being offered, to which Hugh eventually silenced them by stating that he would hear none of it and that their leal service to the Iron Throne would be remembered and rewarded. They had bedded down in a guest room, Hugh refusing point blank to take the rooms of the knight and his family, and they had been awoken as requested. They broke their fast hurriedly and then returned to their dragons. Both had been fed the night before, a cow each from the fire-bleached bones that he could see, and they were in the air before dawn had even broken fully. As they climbed up into the air the sun could be seen more fully, peeping over the horizon to the east. The day was clearer than it had been recently, about half the sky was covered in clouds at varying altitudes. He noticed that he had become much more attuned to the weather since he had started flying sea smoke. He huddled deeper into his flying clothes, the air cutting at the exposed parts of his face like knives, as in the distance King's Landing could be just made out, the red keep obvious atop Aegon's Hill. From here it looked peaceful, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Hugh gesturing at him. He read off the signal that Hugh was sending, and he took out his Myrish far eye and used it to scan the direction that Hugh was indicating. After a few minutes of fruitless searching, he saw it, tiny even through the far eye's lens, rows and rows of marching men, banners flying above them. The armies of the Stormlands he knew, and if Viagar was not around, their primary target. He and Hugh had conversed on this very subject that morning, discussing what to do in the event of encountering Viagar above the battlefield. Hugh had stressed again and again that the only way to beat Viagar was with teamwork and by refusing to fight the type of battle that Viagar wanted to. They would fly together, Hugh taking the lead position and him taking the wingman position. His job was to stick with Hugh no matter what, and not to be drawn away from Vermithor's side no matter what. Others might have bristled at this, at being ordered to take a back seat to what was sure to be a fight of great glory and renown down through the ages, but not him. He was more than prepared to let Hugh lead on this, and for more than the obvious reasons that he was utterly terrified. During the days and days of training over Dragonstone he had seen that the flying tactics Hugh had tried to drill into them were effective and would ensure their survival against Viagar and any other dragon larger than their mounts. Simply smashing into a bigger dragon and going claw to claw, fang to fang with them was a folly Hugh had tried to drum into their heads, and he had become convinced of this. The two of them would use their better maneuverability to stay out of the reach of Viagar's claws and teeth, and instead they would use their flames on the most vulnerable part of a dragon, its wings. With this they hoped to bring down Viagar without too much trouble, but he knew that the odds were that one of them would not survive this encounter, even if they downed Viagar successfully. As Hugh had pointed out, being a dragon rider was a hazardous profession, and most were already dead, along with their dragons. As they got closer Hugh kept them on a course straight for the city, keeping high and not diving down to burn the Stormland troops who were even now massing on the banks of the Blackwater Rush, a perfect target to his mind. Up ahead what could only be dragon fire erupted, it looked to be coming from in and around the dragon pit. Several long gouts of dragon fire swept the area around before ceasing, and Adam wondered what that was all about. He began to perspire despite the cold, something screaming in his brain to turn back, to turn away from what was about to happen, when he caught movement away over the city from the corner of his eye. He snatched the Myrish far eye back to his face, jerking it back and forth, frantically trying to find what he feared he had seen. And he finally caught sight of what he had glimpsed as a mere tiny blur of movement, Viagar in all his terrible glory, just cresting the seaward walls of King's Landing. He hoped Hugh had seen what he had just seen. He looked over. Hugh was scanning the city with his far eye, and then he stopped, keeping the far eye focused on one spot. He was sure he had also saw Viagar. A few seconds later Hugh confirmed this by making the gestures for enemy dragon in sight, engaging. They began descending, dragon fire once again lancing out, two separate streams of fire, slashing back and forth above King's Landing. Hugh led them down and down, their dragons now well used to the maneuvers that Hugh had trained them to be almost instinctive, as they closed in the forms of Viagar and Caraxes twisted and turned through the sky before them, dangerously close to the rooftops of King's Landing, Viagar's great tail dragging through a swathe of buildings and toppling them into rubble, clouds of pulverized brick and wood swirling in the huge dragon's wake. As they angled down, banking around to keep the two other dragons in sight, Hugh pulled up and aborted his approach, pulling them into the maneuver Hugh called the high yo-yo, sea smoke shuddering below him as he twisted his wings, neck, and tail to follow Vermithor through the sky above King's Landing. The two fighting dragons came into view ahead, Viagar's finally catching the blood WIRM, and the two dragons crashed together, claws and jaws slashing and snapping at each other in a savage frenzy, gouts of blood and flesh arcing away from the two beasts as they locked together, beginning to topple from the sky, seemingly careless in their frenzy. He was sure that Hugh would abort his attack, sure that Hugh would probably pull up into another escape maneuver, maybe a break followed by a pitchback. But no, Hugh did not pull out, boring in far too close until Vermithor opened its maw and bathed both dragons in its fire, sea smoke also adding its flames to the pyre. Their dragon's fire washed across the spinning, slashing, and biting mass that was Viagar and Caraxes, splashing over their wings and turning them to ash, Hugh pulling up at the last moment, sea smoke failing to avoid clipping one of the dragons with his wings. His mount spun away, tumbling through the sky, terror gripping him until it finally righted itself just above some buildings that rose up before his terrified face. A few hundred yards ahead the great bulk of the entwined dragons, spinning and thrashing, but still snapping and gouging at each other, smashed into the great September, demolishing it in a giant explosion of brick, stone, and furious dragons. Sea smoke just about cleared the devastation. He saw great chunks of the building go sailing through the air to crash all about, demolishing other structures wherever they landed. Turning back, the two dragons continued to battle each other with unparalleled savagery amidst the ruins of the great September, Vermithor diving again to deliver a great gout of dragon fire to smother both trashing beasts. Several more times Vermithor did this, until the Great September was a blazing ruin, and the two great dragons were still. Hugh's dragon climbed up away from the pyre of its foes and he saw its rider gesture for him to follow, which he did, despite sudden shakes making his hands almost uncontrollable. He followed Vermithor and its rider over the rooftops of King's Landing, as they made their way towards the dragon pit. In the great square one before it that the street of the sister terminated in there was a surging crowd. As they circled, Hugh noticed that the square had been subjected to dragon fire, its surface was partially melted, and smoke and ash was still rising fitfully from it. What could only be a carpet of charred bodies partially covered it, and some of the buildings that surrounded the square were on fire, some even partially collapsed. Hugh led them on an orbit of the dragon pit, the signal towers all displaying the flags that spelt under attack, and as they came back around Vermithor angled down, Seasmoke following instinctively. Hugh's dragon let out a roar of pure rage and them flames poured from its maw, Seasmoke adding its voice and then its flames to the devastation. The fire engulfed the crowd in the square, immolating it in a single pass. The soared back up and circled back to view their dragon's handiwork. From the direction of Flea Bottom, crowds were surging up the various switchback streets that lined the southeastern side of Renis's Hill. Hugh kept them circling and climbing around and above the dragon pit. It was only when the mob started to pour out onto the square and into the wide street that surrounded the dragon pit, did they dive and unleash their dragon's flames. Several times they had to do this until the mob finally dissipated. Hugh flew them back and forth around the dragon pit and even over Flea Bottom to confirm that the threat to the dragon pit was ended. Satisfied, Hugh led them across King's Landing, heading for the Red Keep, where the banners of Queen Rhaenyra still flew, Prince Daemon not having bothered to change the colors of the blacks. The signal flags indicated all was well, so as they continued on he caught a glimpse of the army of the Stormlands bunched up and forcing a crossing of the Blackwater Rush. Vermithor let out a terrible roar and they cleared the walls of King's Landing, a jet of flame issuing from his mouth to bathe the Blackwater Rush in dragon fire, causing it to flash into boiling clouds of steam. Vermithor banked away, not crowing this sudden barrier, returning again to direct its fire into the river, Seasmoke also copying its larger cousin. He wondered what Hugh was doing until it dawned on him Hugh was creating a barrier through which the potentially many scorpions on the other side could not shoot through. Clever, he mused as the first of the boats emerged from the boiling, smoking water. Hugh let them land, and only used the dragons to broil the waters of the Blackwater Rush, keeping up the barrier of steam and mist and catching the odd sally of boats across the river. The Stormlander troops that had landed were pitifully few and seemed to be content to hide among the buildings and warehouses down at the docks. Hugh dissuaded them of this by scorching most of the shoreline with dragon fire, adding to the smoke and haze that had started to hang in the air over the walls of King's Landing. They remained circling and boiling the river with dragon fire for what seemed like a long time to him, but he had noticed Hugh using his far eye to scan the opposite banks of the river, obviously looking to see what was going on. The forces of the Stormlands were still milling about on the other side of the Blackwater Rush, and appeared to him to have given up, at least temporarily, any thoughts of trying to force the river. Then, the forces on the opposite bank started steadily moving upriver, spreading out parallel to the river, marching in stop-start movements, leaving blocks of men every few hundred feet. Noticing Hugh scan this movement with his Myrish far eye, he did the same. Each block of men had several scorpions at its center. The force was moving down the road that paralleled the southern bank of the Blackwater Rush. They simply flew back and forth, watching this strange deployment by the army of the Stormlands, keeping a wary eye out for any attempts to cross the river. It seemed to him that the Stormlanders were hoping to stretch out their forces in such a way as to nullify the advantages of their dragons. Hugh led them higher and higher until he was sure that they were out of scorpion range, and Vermithor crossed over the river and the pair of them circled and soared over the Stormlander army, Hugh giving its dispositions a close inspection through his far eye, or telescope as Hugh had started to insist on calling the device. Vermithor banked and headed southwards. He followed as the great dragon climbed even higher, before Hugh's beast nosed over and dived, tucking in its wings, Seasmoke following. They hurtled downwards. He looked back. As he thought so, they were diving out of the sun, and below them was a checkerboard pattern of what resolved itself into hundreds of knights. Vermithor's wings stabbed out, Seasmoke's following a second later, steadying their descent and slowing it. Both dragons hauled themselves out of their dive, reaching their lowest approach to the earth. Arrows by the hundreds and numerous scorpion bolts flashed up to meet them. It was a trap, he realized with abrupt, stabbing fear, but it was too late for Seasmoke to avoid the sudden storm of arrows all around it. Both dragons belched out torrents of dragon fire before soaring back into the sky, Hugh hauling them around once a safe altitude had been reached. Seasmoke had several rents in his wings, and he noticed that the beast's head was peppered with arrows, though from the hissing and smoking blood boiling around several of the wounds, he reckoned that Seasmoke was not unduly injured. Vermithor had several tears in its wings also, though he could not see any arrows sticking from its body, and that had been a close call if truth be told, his body shivering uncontrollably for a few minutes as they flew higher into the sky. They crossed over the Blackwater Rush and resumed patrolling back and forth, the Stormlander army continuing its steady lengthening of its lines along the opposite bank of the Blackwater Rush. After what felt like a half an hour, Hugh led them back over the river and they dived down behind the Stormlander lines, methodically setting fire to any scattered woodland or fields that were tilled and set in pasture. They stayed out of range of the scorpions that were with the forces on the river bank road, steadily working up and down, setting everything alight behind the Stormlanders, hemming them in between fires behind them and water before them. They them flew to the head of the Stormlander army and burnt the road and all the land around it with dragon fire, hemming in and halting the advance. As smoke and ash swirled all around, Hugh led them into the smoke, appearing suddenly over the head of the Stormlander column where it was all bunched up, devastating it with concentrated dragon fire from both of their dragons. Flying off back out through the smoke, they began torching the land directly along the river bank, sending up great columns of steam and smoke, and every now and then darting inland through swirling masses of smoke and ash to pounce on a detachment of the Stormlanders, immolating them with dragon fire. He did not know how long this went on for, long minutes until they emerged from the pall of burning earth and men, to see the sparkling spread of Blackwater Bay ahead of them. He coughed and hacked up a great wad of black phlegm, spitting it into the wind off to one side, as Hugh canted Vermithor into a great, wide, gentle arc, obviously intent on making another pass at their enemies. Turning back around, he noticed groups of men streaming away from the riverbank, bunched up and emerging from the smoke and flames in long ribbons, obviously finding gaps in the flames to flee through. He knew that this was when the real slaughter would begin, as Vermithor let out a roar that sounded like victory. Adam Valerian 6. Sea smoke followed Vermithor down towards the maw of its entrance into the dragon pit, peeling off to slowly glide into one of the great openings that ringed the dragon pit, to alight into its roost. From the sun, where it was visible through the palls of smoke and ash that choked the air all around King's Landing, it looked to be late in the afternoon, and despite having eaten hours ago, he was not hungry. Tired, yes, but hungry, no. He snorted in amusement in his head at that. The stench of dragon fire broiled meat was still cloying in his nostrils, and he wondered if he would ever be able to eat grilled meat ever again, a spasm clenching his guts at the thoughts of food. Hugh and he had cut great swathes through the forces of the Stormlands with dragon fire, and their enemy had routed, fleeing the battlefield in disarray, which Hugh had proceeded to use as an excuse to visit utter devastation upon the retreating foe. He would not be surprised if tens of thousands had been burned alive before they had reached the dubious safety of the King's Wood, which Hugh had then proceeded to set alight to deny the escaping men any cover or safety. Even now the King's Wood still burned on the horizon, great curtains of smoke filling the southern sky. The land in and around the Blackwater rushed to the south of King's Landing, a plain of ash, blowing this way and that, the dust that was all that was left of men, horses, and the martial might of the Stormlands spinning in the wind, reduced to nothing but wind-blown motes. Further patches of grey ash were splashed here and there further to the south, evidence of where they had caught fleeing men and immolated them for their trouble. And while they had been busy with this, a vicious uprising of sorts had been raging in King's Landing. This he had learned from various flag signals that had been passed to them as they had approached King's Landing. Hugh had circled the city for a while before deciding that a few blasts of dragon fire would do the trick to extinguish the worst of the fighting and rioting that seemed to accompany the uprising. They had circled the Red Keep several times. He thought that Hugh would land there, but instead Hugh led them back to the dragon pit to land there instead. Dismounting and handing Seasmoke over to the care of the dragon handlers in the dragon pit, he pulled his various saddlebags and kit from Seasmoke's harness, and with help from two of the guards in attendance he made his way out into the great central space of the building. Here he found Hugh busy stripping off his flight clothes and instead dressing in his partial plate. Assisted by some of the guards, he decided that he too should probably do the same, gesturing for help from the guards that accompanied him. Hugh's face and clothing was darkened by a layer of ash. A wineskin of water was passed to Hugh, who drank in mouthful, spat out a black jet of water, took another drink and spat it out again, before swallowing the rest. Another wineskin was handed to Hugh, who took a quick swig, before pouring the rest of the water over his head and face, rivulets of smoke and ash blackened water running down his face and over his armor. 2 wineskins were handed to him by some of the attending guards, who all looked nervous and jumpy, like they were expecting to be assailed by an enemy force at any second, and some wore the obvious cuts and bruises of recent combat. He did the same as Hugh with the water, washing the thick layer of ash and gunk from his mouth, before washing his face and hair to get the worst of the ash out of it. "I need to know what is going on in the Red Keep," Hugh announced, one of the dragon keepers replying. "The signal flags show that all is well, your grace." "No, I don't fully trust them. I need to send somebody up there to verify that all is well and it's not some fucking trap." "Your grace, some of the gold cloaks are outside, clearing away the remains of the earlier fighting." "Excellent, get me their senior officer," snapped Hugh, turning to him and saying. "I've got a very, very bad feeling about this, Adam." How do you mean, Hugh?" he asked, wondering what his friend was talking about. "The Red Keep has bodies strewn all around when we overflew it a few moments ago. I'm not sure that I can trust the flags flying that indicate everything is all right." As they waited for the gold cloak officer to be brought in, he watched as their respective dragons were coaxed into the central space, where they were further coaxed and mollified into allowing the dragon handlers to check them over for wounds. The tears and rents in their wings were obvious to all, but the dragons were checked for other smaller, less obvious wounds. Barrels were fetched and brushes were dipped into them, and the dragon handlers proceeded to dog parts of the dragons with a purple-colored liquid. The dragons not particularly liking this treatment, but after a few applications of whatever this was both settled down, if still somewhat grumpily, to allow their wounds to be dressed with whatever the liquid was. A gold cloak captain came up to them and saluted. Hugh returned the smashed right fist to left chest salute of the gold cloaks. Captain, I am in need of someone you trust to ascertain the situation in the Red Keep. Dispatch them at once and have them report back here immediately personally. At once, Your Grace. The man replied and gave a quick bow and rushed off to carry out Hugh's orders. Should we not, well, follow them? He asked. And walk into a potential ambush? No, for now we wait, Adam, much as I hate to, and remember, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. And so they waited, until the gold cloak officer returned, to report that the Red Keep was secure after some fighting. Hugh immediately ordered that he and Adam needed horses and a mounted guard to proceed to the Red Keep at once. Horses and guards were provided from the Dragon Pit Guard and a section of the Gold Cloaks, who were mounted. Prince Damon had equipped each section of the Gold Cloaks with a small number of troopers who were mounted, which were often used as messengers, but which could act as a mounted escort as required. They made their way through the streets of King's Landing. The square of the dragons was in places several inches deep in the ash of burnt corpses, with what looked like hundreds of bodies strewn all around. Some of the buildings around the square were still burning fitfully, and a contingent of gold cloaks was patrolling the square to prevent looting and to add to the defenses of the dragon pit. There was evidence of looting and rioting in various places. Contingents of gold cloaks were out in force, but smashed buildings, fires, and general chaos abounded. Nobody went to trouble their progress though, as they made the great square before the Red Keep, the Square of Kings, and trotted up to the gates of the Red Keep, which were barred and closed. A rather frosty exchange between the gold cloaks captain, the captain of the Red Keep Guard atop the walls of the gates, and Prince Hugh broke out, until the gates were finally opened, and they entered the lower bailey of the Red Keep. A knight came up to them as they were dismounting, bearing his house colours. He noted and bade them follow him, which they did, noting that the company of soldiers that had come with the knight followed them, with swords drawn. He wondered at this, until he started to see the evidence of heavy fighting all around. Bodies sprawled and slumped, guts, blood and torn flesh splashed across the ground and up walls, and the stench of a privy left open to the sun hanging over everything, almost but not quite masking the ever-present smell of smoke and ash. Entering Magur's Holdfast, the evidence of the fighting was even more apparent. Parts of the keep looked more like an abattoir than a castle, broken furniture and fittings strewn about, blood pooled on the floors and still dripping from the walls, bodies hurriedly pushed to one side, some still slumped where they died. He noticed Hugh become more and more concerned the deeper and higher they went into the Holdfast. He could feel panic and terror radiating off his friend, see it on his face and in his eyes. He also noticed that the gold cloaks started to more closely surround Hugh and become equally wary and on edge. They turned a corner to find Lord Corlys and a contingent of his guards ahead, outside some living chambers. Hugh let out a strangled cry and dashed forwards, bowling several men out of the way, and ran into a room with a smashed open door, a hoarse, bellowing cry coming from the room, Hugh's voice wailing with anguish. He suddenly realized. He halted before his grandfather, who placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head, sadness in his eyes. He then, noticing that his father was clad in armor and that of his men was splashed and stained with blood, there were some bodies also scattered around, some of his father's men, others dressed in a mishmash of gear. Hugh stumbled out of the room, blood smeared across his hands, tears streaking his face, but his jaw was bunching and tensing with rage, his eyes almost blazing with fury. "A cloak, someone give me a fucking cloak!" he shouted, spittle flying from his mouth. One of his grandfather's guards gave him his cloak. Hugh grabbed it from his hand and disappeared inside, returning a minute later. "Set a guard over this room. She is not to be left alone until I return, is that clear?" His grandfather made a small gesture with his head, and two of his men took up guard on either side of the door. "Tell me, do we have who did this?" Hugh ground out between gritted teeth. "There are 7 men similarly dressed to these scum." Here his grandfather kicked one of the corpses, "in custody. They were apprehended after a fight in the lower reaches of the Holdfast. We believe they were attempting to escape via some of the hidden tunnels that are supposed to riddle the Holdfast. It's likely how they gained entrance in the first place." "7. Croaked Hugh, who suddenly started laughing hysterically, until he suddenly stopped, as if his throat had been cut. "7 it is then. Bring them to me. I will be in the gardens to the south of the Great Hall." "Your Grace," his father said, putting a hand in a fatherly manner on Hugh's shoulder, but Hugh reacted as if stung, throwing off his father's hand and snarling, "Bring them to me, Lord Corlys." They laid hands, and worse, on the person of my wife. Hugh roared. "I will have my justice, Lord Corlys, and let no man stand in my way." With this Hugh stormed off, anger radiating off him like the heat off a furnace. His father gave a hand gesture, and the knight and the men who had brought them here set off to follow Prince Hugh. "Father?" he asked, already knowing the answer, but he had to ask. "Princess Rena is dead, raped and murdered by this scum," Here he gave another kick at one of the corpses at his feet, and not a gentle kick either. Queen Alicent, her daughter, King Aegon the Pretender, Prince Maelor, Otto Hightower, all dead. Princess Jaehaera, Prince Aegon, and Prince Viserys are missing, also believed dead. It was a slaughterhouse, lad. One could scarcely know who was a friend and who was a foe at times. Gods above! He exclaimed, feeling bile and gorge rise in his throat. He was just able to turn away before the contents of his stomach came up in a noisy, sour rush. After his stomach had finished cramping, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stood back up, his grandfather handing him a wineskin. He took a big swig of well-watered wine, swirling it around his mouth before spitting it out, taking another swig and swallowing this one. Prince Daemon and Prince Aemond are also likely dead. Their dragons crashed into the Great September while fighting. He did not mention that said dragons had been liberally hosed with dragon fire before they crashed, and that he had joined Hugh in this. Well, his dragon had, so there was that. Well then, that makes Prince Hugh the only remaining Targaryen likely left alive, does it not? Father. If that is the case, we had best attend to our new king lad. Corlys Velaryon 4. Exiting Maegor's holdfast, he directed some of his men to retrieve the prisoners and bring them to the appointed place. He dealt with some minor issues with various guard captains and knights milling around, confusion still reigning in the aftermath of the battle. He had directed a company of guards to secure the dragon crash site with all haste. Several fires were raging in King's Landing, but he lacked the manpower to deal with any of them, so his first thoughts were to secure the Red Keep and then the dead dragons and the corpses of their riders. And hope to fuck that someone had not already made off with Dark Sister. Now that would be a monumental tragedy if he was to lose that blade. After that, well, he would deal with the rest as and when they came, well, apart from cleaning up and covering up his tracks, of course. Once he had managed to get some semblance of control over the chaos in the Red Keep after the initial fighting had broken out, he had used the opportunity to do a bit of house cleaning, eliminating suspected hostile agents and spies. He had not seen the crash of the dragons, only been told of it breathlessly by a runner from the walls of the Red Keep. Betting that Daemon was dead, he immediately set about killing as many of his pawns and lackeys he could find, making sure to leave no witnesses, so quite a few of the small folk servants and staff of the Red Keep were unfortunately also killed. Also, on his list were quite a few he believed had Green sympathies, or who he suspected were outright secret Green supporters, along with settling a few old, personal scores where he could, which was most satisfying, he had to admit. Missing from his tally was that bitch Lady Misery, who was top of his list to eliminate, the cunt having apparently slipped away in the chaos, something that was of concern to him, but with Daemon likely dead, the whore was much less threatening to him now. All in all, he had managed rather well, for that left House Targaryen rather bereft of members, and as a UTI philosopher had once told him, nature abhors a vacuum. The only real blight was the death of his granddaughter, a shame, and the poor lass had met a terrible death, raped multiple times and savagely mutilated. Blight. He snarled inside his head. No, it was more, much more than that. It was an absolute disaster. The guards he had posted to protect Rhaena had not been sufficient, even though he had increased their number to 6 from the usual 2. He should have locked the girl inside the Tower of the Hand for the duration, but in truth he had not expected that the Greens would murder Rhaena, Aegon, and Viserys, yes, but not his granddaughter. And that left a cold, hard rage knotted deeply in his stomach, for he was trapped, at least for now, by his dealing with the Greens. He would have to go along, or at least appear to go along with, the majority of what he had agreed with them, unpleasant as this was. Ha! Unpleasant, he wondered for a moment if he had been a target for assassination, and then dismissed this as utterly stupid. Of course he had been a target for the Greens to kill off, they wanted to sweep the board clean, no doubt. He could not help but think that Rhaena's death was his fault, that this was the price of dealing with scum like Larry Strong and Ormond Hightower, this self-same scum that he dealt with, teased an agreement of sorts with, and then betrayed at the last moment. No, not betrayed, he had never turned his cloak, he had merely been doing what anyone would do in his situation and confronted with the personalities and odds he had faced. And was this the gods' way of punishing him? He laughed inside his head. Gods? Was that not the greatest laugh of all? The gods, if they existed, were deaf and blind to the actions of men, of that he was absolutely certain. And this left him with something of a quandary, something of a problem, what to do in the immediate future. How would he deal with what was before him? How was he to profit from this chaos? How was he to act to his best advantage? His mind was churning and roiling with ideas and plans. He pushed the thoughts of Rhaena's death down into the depths of his consciousness. He would grieve for her later, for now there were other things to be done, futures to secure, well, that of his family first and foremost. And on that point, he had made a decision that he would perhaps not have seen himself making even a few short hours before, that he would back Hugh for the Iron Throne. He had been reasonably sure that the royal family, on both sides of the divide, would get pruned rather dramatically, and that would open up an opportunity for him to place his get upon the Iron Throne, with his plan being to kill Hugh and marry Rhaena to Adam. But Rhaena's death had foreclosed that option and left him in something of a quandary. There were a few distant relatives of House Targaryen knocking about, but Hugh was here, had a dragon and was a proven battle commander, well at least a proven dragon rider. He had the look required, and he was the legitimized bastard of Daemon Targaryen, which would count for quite a bit he knew. Despite Daemon's proclivities, he had a large enough following and the loyalty of the Gold Cloaks. If he could speedily place Hugh atop the Iron Throne, he could present Hugh's ascension as a fait accompli. With him as hand of the king, of course, and likely to be kept busy ably assisting a new and inexperienced king to rule an exhausted and shattered 7 kingdoms, yes, it would work. He needed to clear up a few matters beforehand and make sure other matters were firmly in place, but he was convinced that it would work. Hugh would need to marry quickly to produce heirs, and with no Targaryen girl surviving, he was left with a problem, for every single ambitious lord with a daughter would descend on King's Landing, no make that just every single lord with a daughter. And the last thing he needed was some other family gaining a hold over the Iron Throne, especially a Westerosi one. He would have to look to Essos for a bride of suitable blood for Hugh, though not one from an overly powerful family if he could help it. He did not want to swap an interfering Westerosi house for one from the daughters of old Valyria, now did he? And as to Adam? He would in truth never have made a decent king, and without anyone with sufficient Targaryen blood to marry him to, there was no real chance of his becoming king. So, he made his decision, despite the risks, despite the sure-to-be problems ahead, he would hitch his family's fortunes to a bastard prince who would become a bastard king. After a few minutes, the rather sad-looking bunch of prisoners was brought before him, all looking worse for wear after their capture and brief incarceration. If put to the question, they might be able to reveal who hired them, though he doubted who was really behind this did the actual hiring of these thugs. So, their upcoming deaths were of no concern to him. Well, actually that was not totally true. He wanted to see how Prince, or should he say King Hugh, dealt with the men who may, or may not, have raped and killed his wife. Coming upon Hugh and the knights he had assigned to him, he beheld 7 wooden spikes, driven into the soil at roughly equal distances apart, each spike about 4.5 foot tall and sporting a sharpened tip. He could not resist a smile. Impalement, my, how novel, and appropriate given Hugh thought these men responsible for the rape of his wife. Well, the lad certainly had the necessary stones for ruling, that much was immediately obvious. The 7 ruffians were marched up to Hugh, all of them manacled hand and foot. Some of them had realized what the stakes meant and had commenced a great wailing and sobbing, begging for mercy, to be beheaded, to be hung, but not to be impaled. Hugh said nothing, simply picking up the first man and pushing him onto the stake, ignoring his wails and screams, and proceeded to the next man, who lost controls of his bowels in a spectacular fashion, eliciting Hugh to say in an emotionless voice, "Lubing yourself up for your lover won't help you." On Hugh went, impaling each of them without pause, using his great strength and height to handle each one like they were mere children, until all of them were rammed up through their respective arseholes by the stakes. Beside him Adam doubled over and vomited, this time only a thin bile issuing from his son's mouth. Mayhaps his brother Ali's would be better suited to accompanying him than Adam, who was increasingly looking to his mind like a rather weak-willed milksop. Who, if he remembered correctly, had called him father a few short minuets ago. Mayhaps the lad was not so worthless after all, or maybe it was just a slip of the lad's tongue in a time of stress. He would have to have a think about this, along with everything else. A sarcastic inner voice sneered at him. Hugh turned away from the moaning, sobbing impaled men and addressed them all. There are to be left to expire at their own pace, no one is to assist them on their way to the stranger, any who does will join them atop a new stake. When they die, leave them for the crows, no one is to cut them down without my command. Understood? He answered for then all. Yes, your grace, I will see that your will is obeyed. Good, build me a pyre on the beach to the immediate north of the city. I will send Rena to the gods at dusk tonight. And with that Hugh stormed off, ignoring them completely. At dusk Hugh had arrived atop a horse, with a company of mixed guards, the body of Rena still wrapped in the cloak from earlier on. He observed as the huge ex-blacksmith had carefully taken Rena's body down from where it was slung across his horse and placed it on the pyre. He stepped away and took an offered torch and knelt down in the sand. The prince had bathed and had changed his clothes, wearing one of his black uniforms as he referred to them, this one with red seams, edging, and detailing, to contrast the black. No one interrupted Hugh as he intoned some words, strange words, words he had never heard before, but ones that sounded sonorous and comforting nonetheless. Our Father, who art in heaven. Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours now and forever. Eternal rest grant unto her, O Lord, and may your perpetual light shine upon her. May her soul, and all the souls of the faithfully departed, rest in peace. Amen. With that Hugh stood up and lit the pyre, the oil-drenched wood catching instantly with a whoosh, flames shooting upwards to spill sparks into the dusky sky, the sun behind them just having dipped below the hills and trees. He heard some of his men whisper that Hugh's words were blasphemous, that they were the heretical cant of the Red God of Volantis. That piqued his mind, interesting that Hugh would choose to worship a fire god, seeing as he rode the very personification of fire made flesh in Vermi Thor. Anyway, that was something to consider for another day, and it was not as problematical as it might have been, for both of Damon's sons had turned up, alive and well, or at least as well as can be expected after they had hidden in a privy for most of the day. Princess Jahara had also turned up. The girl had hidden inside a wardrobe and underneath a pile of clothing and bed sheets and had not been discovered. This of course completely upset his previous plans, and eliminating the recently discovered princes and princesses was not an option as they had been handed over to the King's Guard for safekeeping. Though he could murder them if he really wanted to, the obstacle of the King's Guard and the potential fallout when his actions would be discovered were too great a risk. And so, he had abandoned his plan to seat Hugh atop the Iron Throne, and instead he concentrated on the remaining Targaryen children left alive. The best plan for the stability of the realm would be to marry Prince Aegon to Princess Jahara and marry Prince Viserys to Lady Daenerys, though this would not be ideal from the perspective of getting his blood onto the Iron Throne. He would have to see how things played out and see if he could not manipulate things to a better outcome. Mayhaps Hugh could be betrothed to Princess Jahara, and then the way would be clear for Aegon to marry Daenerys. There was much to ponder and much to do to secure his and his family's future. He turned away from Prince Hugh where he stood before the blazing pyre of his wife's body and instructed that a guard be left with the prince. Several knights and men-at-arms would see to the prince's safety. Safety, yes, but Hugh's usefulness would have to be carefully managed. While the lad had shown no particular interest in the Iron Throne, the very fact that the corpses of both Daemon and Aemond had been found burned to a crisp by dragon fire in the ruins of the Great September, made him more than a little wary of Hugh. Dark Sister had been recovered from the ruins, still in Daemon's hands, and thrust right through the corpse of Prince Aemond, and the ruins were being guarded by a significant contingent of gold cloaks for the time being. He had questioned Adam about the battle over King's Landing, and he was insistent that Hugh did not try and aim Vermithor's flames at Viagar, that he had instead doused both Viagar and Caraxes with his beast's fires, both in the air and after the two great dragons had crashed and demolished the Great September. Was this Hugh trying to deliberately kill Daemon? Who was the lad's main champion and benefactor, and whose loss had effectively cut any hopes Hugh had of power off at the knees? And if he had done this, then the question becomes why? What motive did Hugh have for killing Daemon? Was it some personal animosity? Or was it something else, and he could not help but wonder, had Hugh made some sort of a deal with the Greens that he was unaware of? Deciding that he had enough of speculating for one day, he headed back to King's Landing with the rest of his men, Adam also accompanying him as he returned to the Red Keep. Through a King's Landing still reeling from the recent events, fires smoldered or burned in several places, small riots and random acts of violence were common and widespread, for there were not enough soldiers to enforce the peace. Lord Stark was a few days away, and the sooner the Northern Lord got here the better, though not too quick, for he had matters to attend to first, things to put right. They reached the Red Keep without incident, any trouble dissuaded by the over 50 armed and mounted men escorting him and Adam. He retired to the Tower of the Hand, dismissing most of his servants and aides, deciding to retire for the evening. Entering his quarters, he was only the slightest bit surprised to see Lord Larry Strong sitting in his chair behind his desk. Melisandre of a shy eye. She had never seen the flames so agitated, so restless, so prone to rage one second, subside to almost nothing the next. And she was not alone in this, all of the priesthood were reporting the same, the flames unquiet, and impossible to read. With increasing desperation, the priests had tried everything they knew how, more sacrifices of the specially breed slaves whose entire life was dedicated to their eventual consummation by the flames. Even sending priests to feed the flames had not resulted in any better results. For many moons now the flames were unreadable, or worse yet full of terrible portents that had driven many of her fellow priests mad, some throwing themselves into the flames, screaming incoherent blasphemies, others gouging their own eyes out at what they had glimpsed. A few had lapsed into catatonic states from which they could not be revived, sitting staring off into space, eyes blank and unresponsive, unable to feed themselves nor control their bowels. It had been moons of this, here in Volantis in the Temple of the Lord of Light, and across all of Essos. The priests and priestesses of Arhill are cut off from the Lord of Light, bereft of his visions and his magic. And thrown into a terrible confusion and doubt, already there were schisms and factions forming within the faith, threatening to tear it apart. Added to that, the foul tide of apostasy was washing through the faithful, and even corrupting the priesthood itself, terrible in all that this was. No mercy had been shown to those who showed the telltale signs of apostasy, they were cast into the flames alive and screaming. In her heart of hearts even she had started to quail as the moons had passed, terrified that her God had abandoned his faithful, or even more horrific, that her God had turned his face from the world completely. Either of these outcomes would be a disaster and would lead to the end of the world she knew. In her chambers in the great temple of Volantis she had even come to avoid the personal flame that she lit every day, lighting it just out of habit, and so as not to draw attention to herself. Every day she went about her duties, by rote it had to be said, but still, she completed her devotions as was required, preached when preaching was required, showed the correct level of devotion in each situation. But she had come to dread looking into the flames, to only see chaos and images that made no sense, that defied any rational explanation. Suns bursting into existence above cities, turning them to ash, great metal birds, bigger than the biggest dragons, flying through the skies. Strangely dressed people, all staring at small, flat tablets from which lights glowed softly. Metal carriages, with no horses to pull them, some of them armored like knights, with lances belching forth fire and flame. Men like ants scrambling over a mud-smeared landscape, carrying short spears, scurrying about, falling as the earth itself erupted like boils being burst. Moving pictures coming from every flat surface, showing things Show could not understand, images sometimes, what looked like writing other times, or even indecipherable scribbles. Columns of fire reaching into the sky, great towers of glass in vast cities, thousands of people moving about through wide thoroughfares that looks like canyons as the buildings on either side were so high. On and on and on these images poured out of the flames, no matter where you lit them, no matter what sacrifices or prayers you made beforehand. An avalanche of senseless chaos, obliterating all visions, all messages, all communication from our healer. As she prepared for bed in her chambers, a servant knocked and entered, his shaven head bowed as he delivered a summons to attend the priesthood in the great hall of the flames. She dismissed the servant and made her way along the familiar passageway of the temple of the Lord of Light, allowed entrance by the fiery hand to the ever more secret and heavily guarded sections of the temple, until she arrived at the great hall of the flames. She made the necessary courtesies to the leaders of her faith, before she approached them, standing before the central mystery of her faith, her breath catching in her throat. At the heart of the temple was the unforgettable fire, the fire that burned constantly, day and night, which was fed constantly, but which gave off no heat or fumes, only light, and which left behind no ash or residue. Thankfully the unforgettable fire still burned strong and hearty. She did not know what she would have done if the unforgettable fire, the very essence of her God, had been diminished. Melisandre of Asshai, welcome before the unforgettable fire, intoned the high priest Lazonar. She knelt as was required and intoned the correct response to being both in the presence of the unforgettable fire and the high priest of the temple of the Lord of Light. Rise, child, for we have much to discuss, he said as she stood up, wondering what the high priest would want to discuss with her, and in the presence of the unforgettable fire. Our faith has been sorely tried these last few moons, Melisandre of Asshai, plagued by unbelief and division, torn asunder by these strange visions that have interfered with our healer's divine messages. She said nothing, as nothing was required for her to say, and the high priest had given her no leave to speak. The high priest moved closer to her, almost touching her, and she almost flinched at this move, as he bent his head closer to her to whisper, we know now what has caused this disruption in the natural order of things, Melisandre of Asshai, and what we must do to correct the disruption. As he said these words she felt a tiny pinprick on the flesh of her hand, and she suddenly reared backwards from the high priest, fear and horror chasing across her face. She went to flee, her mind a whirl of terror and screaming denial. She took 2, maybe 3 steps before she stumbled, staggering as the poison took hold of her, her voice croaking out a strangled why. Before the poison robbed her of all control over her body. Why? Came the sibilant reply from the high priest, whose features seemed to be melting like wax before her unfocusing eyes, as she slumped in total paralysis upon the cold, stone floor. Why was the stone so cold? Had it not felt warm through the solace of her sandals when she had walked into the great, dark, echoing space? Why came the word in an almost sigh from close by, far too close by? Because something has changed, Melisandre of Asshai, something has entered this word whose very presence has disrupted everything. The weight of this one's arrival has set the world a-spinning, disrupting the futures for all things to come. And thus, we must needs change also, and accommodate to this new force in the world, and prepare ourselves for this new future, these new futures. Melisandre had trouble concentrating on what was being said to her, her mind spinning and tumbling within her head, unable to stop despite her ever more frantic attempts to halt its motion. She felt hands upon her, removing her gown, removing her sandals, but leaving the ruby at her neck, which was getting cooler to the feel of her skin underneath, terror scrabbling at her mind at what that could mean. She was lifted up, carried somewhere, feeling her hands being bound above her head, and her feet being bound together, and the being hoisted up, her head falling down to see the flames of the unforgettable fire directly below her. And as we change, so we must discard that of us which is no longer needed, no longer required. And with that Melisandre felt herself being lowered into the unforgettable fire, the flames licking against her skin, plunging into her suddenly, like knives piercing flesh. Agony howled through her mind, and suddenly Melisandre of Asshai came face to face with what her God was, and had she lungs still left she would have screamed and screamed and screamed. Larry's strong eye. For a start you can get out of my chair, Lord Corlys said, his voice low and snarling, the look of surprise on his face rapidly giving way to anger. Of course, he replied, levering himself up, I never wanted to spend my time wiping a king's arse anyway. Lord Corlys replied with only a grunt, and moved warily to sit down behind his desk. He sat at one of the chairs before the desk, seating himself comfortably and arranging his clothing, diligently giving off the air of someone without any concerns in the world. I could call my guards, your head could be adorning Trader's Walk within the hour. You won't, he replied easily, not in the slightest bit worried. I won't? Asked Lord Corlys, tilting his head minutely but in an obvious enough manner to indicate a question. No, you won't. And pray tell why not? Please Lord Corlys, these games are unbecoming of you, we have serious business to attend to, you and I matters of great import will be decided here, between us, matters that will affect the 7 kingdoms for years to come. Or I could shorten you by a head and be done with it. If you do, remove my clubfoot while you are at it, I've had enough of it dragging behind me in life, I'd rather not have it accompany me into the afterlife. But you won't, shorten me by a head that is. You are very sure of yourself for a man whose side has just lost a war. Did we? Lose a war I mean. I think everyone in the 7 kingdoms would agree that you have just lost a war Lord Strong, I'm certain that is how the maesters will record it in the histories. And yet I sit here, and you have not called for your guards, that does not seem like the actions of someone confident in supposed victory. Let me see we have dragons, and you have none, we are in possession of King's Landing, we have the support of the North, the Crownlands, the Vale and the Riverlands. I think we have won, came the smug assertion of the Sea Snake. We have the Westerlands and most of the Reach, along with the Strom lands, unoccupied by your troops. You have a Riverlands devastated and scoured, whole parts of it razed to the very bedrock by dragon fire. Along with an empty treasury, with your house providing most of the coin for the blacks for nigh on 3 years now, all your true-born grandchildren dead and Prince Daemon's get as heirs to the Iron Throne. If you call that winning I would hate to see what you would define as losing. When Lord Crowley's just scowled at him he added, oh and winter has come, to quote your allies the Starks. Do you know where I have just been Lord Strong? The Sea Snake asked, anger nearly choking his words. No, he replied, keeping his voice level but his eyes fixed on those of Lord Corlys. I have just returned from burning the body of my granddaughter, Princess Rena, who was raped and mutilated before being killed. Her husband, Prince Hugh, put the torch to the pyre upon which she rested, the last of my true-born grandchildren. Who will mourn for Queen Alicent, Prince Maelor, Princess Helena, Lord Otto Hightower? Who will accord them their rights by the gods? Who will see to the care of their souls Lord Corlys? And who will seek justice for their murders, just as you want justice for your granddaughter? I swear by the gods, old and new Strong Isle. You'll what Lord Corlys? Subject me to endless torture? Kill me in some imaginative way? The very fact that I am here, talking to you should tell you all you need to know. Silence stretched out, the tension in the air so intense that he thought he could hear it beginning to scream until the Sea Snake said, what do you want Lord Strong? Very much the same as you my dear Lord Corlys, my life, my position and peace in the realm. And in return, there is the question of, how shall we say? The binding up the wounds of this war, and what better way than a marriage no? Prince Aegon shall marry Princess Jaehaera, Prince Viserys shall be the heir to his brother Prince Aegon until he has heirs of his body with his wife Princess Jaehaera. I don't need you for that Strong came the swift reply from Lord Corlys. No, you don't, that I will admit, but what I can bring is the immediate loyalty of all the houses who would dispute the claim of Prince Aegon to the Iron Throne. And just how many is that? Ah finally, a decent question from the Sea Snake. All of them, he confidently predicted, probably a little white lie but sufficient for now and his purposes. Can you now? And what else? There is the matter of some of the more egregious actions that have resulted from this unfortunate business and if pardons for suitable parties could be arranged, or even allowances for other parties to take the black. Some, not all, came the swift reply from Lord Corlys, and neither of them needed to voice who they were referring to. He bowed his head slightly and then continued, there is also the matter of the upcoming regency of Aegon, third of his name, likely to be a long one. No. Corlys replied. You have not heard my proposals yet. I don't need to. I will assume the mantle of the regent to King Aegon, second of his name, for the entire period of said regency. In return I would welcome your return to the fold with a full pardon for your actions. In addition, I will retain your services as Master of Whispers on the small council. He set his face to immobility instantly, now that was most interesting now was it not? More than he could have expected in truth, much, much more. So, the question was if this was a trap or a genuine offer, and how did he feel if it was one or the other? No matter. He would deal with it one way or the other, if it was either a genuine offer or a trap. And Lord Corlys' ridiculous assertion that he wished to be regent for the entire length of the regency of King Aegon? Well, as his mother had once told him if wishes were horses. Your offer has great merit my lord hand, I would of course require all of this in writing, signed and sealed by yourself as regent to King Aegon, second of his name, and not as you currently are, as hand to King Aegon, second of his name, before I could possibly accept. Done. Again. Why is Corlys being so agreeable to him, and his heckles began to rise. He would have to investigate this further, to see what traps he might be walking into. He would have to see about making contact with that whore, the laughably titled Lady Misery, who had provided him with a pleasant diversion as she had groped and floundered as Damon's supposed mistress of whispers. Now that things were returning to their proper place and setting, he could actually use the services of this Lady Misery. Her network of whores and the odd bully boy and cutthroat would be a welcome addition to his own. He might even let the whore keep her life if she proved useful enough, or even just agreeable enough. There is the matter of Prince Hugh, and his position in the light of recent events, he stated, assuming that he knew what the position of Lord Corlys would be but interested nonetheless. The bastard prince would have to go, of that he was certain, for what had Prince Jacaerys been thinking? To let the baseborn, to let small folk, try and claim the unridden dragons on Dragonstone? Well, unfortunately he could not ask the lad what he had been thinking as he was long dead, but the stupidity of him. It was probably for the best that the lad was resting in the stranger's embrace and would never sit atop the Iron Thorn, for ideas like that were a sure sign of either madness or feeble-mindedness, or maybe even both. And he knew that Lord Corlys could not have been happy at the bastard being foisted on his granddaughter, legitimized or not. Yes. With his marriage to your dear granddaughter tragically cut short, can I assume that any familial bonds you might have had with the bastard Hugh are no longer of concern or merit? You may not, Lord Corlys snarled. Oh dear, what was the old sea snake up to now? Well, Hugh is an obstacle, or he will be, I fear. He is technically fourth in line to the Iron Throne and the lords will never accept a bastard rising this high. He was legitimized by Prince Daemon as one of his get. There is precedence in Andal law for the revocation of legitimization. Said laws are still valid and were not repealed by King Jaehaerys, the laws involved being the actual preserve of the faith of the Seven. Hugh can be stripped of his legitimization with relative ease, or so Lord Ormond Hightower assures me. It would merely fall to the regent to not oppose the ruling from the faith of the Seven that Hugh lose the name that was never his in the first place. No, came the swift reply. Ah, a shame that, a real shame, but he tilted his head in question to see if the sea snake would illuminate him with regard to this decision. Hugh is very distraught at his wife's death, my granddaughter's death, the sea snake hissed, they, fucking stones on you strong. I am merely pointing out what is best for the realm, he replied smoothly, suddenly much more interested and engaged on how this conversation might go, for this might actually challenge him somewhat. Hugh retains his Targaryen name and position, that is final. He made no reply to this, only knowing that the sea snake had obviously decided that this Hugh lad was going to be one to the main props of his power, and all probably without the lad himself even knowing it. And the ridiculous offer of lands made to Prince Hugh. They will be revoked. Prince Hugh will have an income as a prince, paid out of the royal treasury, came the even reply. Which you of course as Lord Regent control in effect, he noted to himself. Should it be required he could also be stripped of his knighthood, the details of which have not yet been sent to Old Town to be entered into the Book of Honor by the Faith, and thus his knighthood is not really official as of yet. I knighted the lad. Came the very, very angry reply from Lord Corlys. Very well, he would leave that as is, no sense in pushing his luck any further. But still, he could not leave the topic of the bastard Hugh just yet. And his dragon, do you not, well fear the beast. His dragon is no threat if its rider is no more. If Hugh is smart, and the lad is, smart that is, he will keep his mouth shut and accept all of this. I will grant him a fine-sounding title and office, though one which is meaningless and without any real power, and in due time I will find a suitable new wife for him. Well, at least the sea snake was thinking about the biggest threat to them, that damned beast Vermithor and its troublesome rider. But he feared that thinking was not going to be enough. He personally would have had Hugh knifed and been done with it, as would Ormond Hightower, who still might have Hugh disposed of. The sea snake's bastard Adam was obviously under sufficient control for him not to be a factor, or Lord Corlys would have made mention of him. What else strong, I doubt you came here to just barter for your miserable life. Indeed, Lord Ormond Hightower would like the opportunity to swear allegiance to the Iron Throne and re-enter the fold as a loyal subject of said throne. Does he now? Asked Lord Corlys, a wry snarl pasted on his face. Yes, though I promised all the lords who currently dispute the occupancy of the Iron Throne, it is in reality Lord Ormond who will deliver on this pledge. As I suspected, you are just a fucking messenger boy strong. Hissed Lord Corlys, before he added, I assume that Ormond wants something in return, something more than just keeping his head and not having to freeze his stones off at the wall for the rest of his misbegotten life. You suspect correct, Lord Ormond Hightower requests the position of Hand of the King. He feels that in light of the damage inflicted on the realm, of the loss of trade and the likely severity of the winter, that he, given his ability to deliver the Reach, and its bounty, along with that portion of the royal treasury currently residing in his care, should account for something substantial. He must have an even bigger pair of stones than you strong, and they must be made of fucking brass. Remarked Lord Corlys, the heat in his voice only partially suppressed. I could not possibly say, my lord. The last time I looked the Tyrells were Lord Paramounts of the Reach. Why does Lord Ormond appropriate the duties of House Tyrell for himself? House Tyrell stayed neutral during the recent events. You know as well as I do that though they have the title, they lack the means of enforcing their will on their bannermen. I should attain House Hightower root and branch. Came the quick response from the sea snake. He replied equally quickly, but you won't, you cannot in fact, and you know it. House Hightower has de facto control over both the Citadel and the Faith of the Seven, soft power at its finest. Unless you want every septon preaching against House Targaryen, and against Prince Hugh in particular, you will do Lord Ormond this honor and show how magnanimous you are in victory. I need not tell you what you would face if the Citadel turned against you. I thought you said I had not one strong. Spat the sea snake in reply, but he did not reply, simply sitting patiently and waiting for the inevitable response. Well, nobody ever accused the Hightowers of lacking ambition, that's for certain, Lord Corlys observed wryly after a few seconds of silence after his outburst, before he paused for a second, finally saying, done. And with that single word he knew that the next few years would be perhaps the most interesting of his life as the Sea Snake and Lord Hightower would plot and scheme against each other. And with the sure and certain outcome that one would kill the other, the only question being who would murder who in the incessant struggle for power and position. Oh, and one more thing, I think you would like to recover Blackfire. What? Yes, alas, during the confusion and terror, the royal armory was raided, several items are missing, among them Blackfire. It would be a shame for House Targaryen to lose one of its ancestral blades now, would it not? How much? Lord Corlys sighed. He could see the sea snake's face already pinching at what was sure to be the astronomical price he would demand. In return for full pardons signed for me and Lord Ormond, which will also guarantee our safety and immunity from any future prosecution for our respective roles during this recent unpleasantness, why only the cost of the parchment to write these pardons on? You are not asking for much, are you? Snapped Lord Corlys. As opposed to how many millions of gold dragons that the sword would cost to buy back, and could you even be certain you could recover the blade? For there are many in Essos who would pay tens of millions for such a relic. Fuck you strong. I will take that as a yes then. He replied, barely bothering to hide the smile on his face. The sea snake was at least being reasonable and understanding finally that one could indeed win in war but lose the peace that followed. And Lord Stark, who should arrive in a few days' time? He asked, curious to see what Lord Corlys would say about his erstwhile northern ally. What of him? He will be accorded the usual respects and courtesies due of a warden, and dispatched north again with all possible haste along with a rather large shipment of grain that arrived recently from Essos to feed King's Landing, which should not now be needed as the war is over. Our new king, Aegon, second of his name, is most generous to his northern subjects. I hope he can be equally as generous to those lords who support his rule. I am sure he will be, came the flat reply from the sea snake. Cregan Stark too. Life was funny sometimes, he mused, taking a sip from his goblet of ale, a fancy gold and jewel encrusted one, lavish, gaudy, ostentatious, and thoroughly un-northern to his mind. Much like the inhabitants of the Red Keep, he mused as he took another sip. The ale inside the goblet was quite good, and he was sworn off wine, at his new bride's insistence, for Alice Anne had warned him not to get so drunk as to not be able to perform. His new bride, that made something warm settle in his chest at that thought, and he turned slightly to spy Alice Anne, who was deep in conversation with Prince Hugh, who was doing his best to not look morose and serious. He had wanted to marry Alice Anne back in Winterfell, before the weirwood in the great godswood of his ancestral seat, but the girl was, well, insistent on getting married, claiming that she would not be able to wait until then. Not that they had fucked, no, but the tension between them was something palpable, agonizing even, and if he was honest with himself, he was happy that they had been married. And even before a heart tree, for the godswood one in the Red Keep had one at its center, just as a godswood should. A small one, mind you, barely adequate for the purpose, but a weirwood nonetheless. He had even asked the king to give away his bride, which the lad had accepted and had been happy to do so, beaming as he recited the words and gave Alice Anne over to his protection as he named her a Stark. And their wedding feast was in full swing, wine and ale were flowing in abundance, the food was much more elaborate and well, exotic than would have been provided in Winterfell, but Alice Anne was happy, and so he was happy. His banner men were happy also, all of his army had arrived in King's Landing after a few weeks, and preparations were underway to ship all of them north to White Harbor as opposed to having to traipse through a devastated riverlands in the depths of winter. Not that the winter was bad here in the south, at least compared to the north, but there was no food to be had along the way, and famine was already stalking some parts of the riverlands. Other parts of the riverlands were empty of life, everything having been burned away during the so recent conflict, so returning home by sea was really the only option. Which meant staying longer in King's Landing in the south than he wanted to, but to gather the necessary shipping would take time, which was not helped by the fact that the ships full of grain for the north had been sent first. They would return to King's Landing and pick up the men of the north and bring them back home. Not that a journey by ship in winter would be easy, winter storms were apparently raging off the fingers and the paps, and he wondered how many of them would not see the north again and instead find a watery grave. He shook his head to clear these maudlin thoughts. He had been left with time to kill in King's Landing, and as Lord Regent Corlys had quipped when he had informed him of his marriage, what better way to kill boredom than to get married? He had taken a rather visceral dislike to the Lord Regent on first meeting the man. Despite his reputation, despite him having been loyal all along, something did not feel right about Lord Corlys to him. There was something far too assured, too arrogant about the man for his liking. He and his cavalry had arrived in King's Landing a few days after the battle that had scoured the city and the Red Keep, to find the place in uproar and chaos, the city streets lawless and the Red Keep wrapped in the oddest of atmospheres, like everyone was watching everyone else so see who would blink first. And from that moment onwards his feeling of disquiet had only intensified. The tales told of the battles within the Red Keep between the defenders and the invaders were not matching up to his mind. Invaders who had apparently used secret passageways to enter at will, the same secret passageways that nobody seemed to be able to find now. The timings of certain events also did not make sense to his mind, especially the murders of Queen Alicent and her family. The surviving princess, though only a lass, had told him her tale of how she survived, by hiding in a wardrobe, under a mass of bedsheets and blankets. And the princess had been insistent that the killers of her family had descended upon them before the dragon's roars had been heard over King's Landing. But the story of the men who had supposedly saved Princess Jaehaera, and who had cut down all the murders of the family of Queen Alicent, were all adamant that they had surprised the cutthroats in their act after the dragons had fallen from the sky to destroy the September that once sat atop Visenya's hill. And strangely the same could be said of the story of the two surviving sons of Daemon Targaryen, both of whom had secreted themselves in a privy for safety when they had heard the clash of steel outside their chambers. He had gone and seen the privy for himself. Underneath and tucked away out of sight down the shaft was a hidey hole with steps and handholds invisible from above. The princes had told him that many of the privies in the Red Keep were so designed, or so their father had claimed. The princes had claimed that the fighting had commenced shortly after they had first heard the roars of dragons, noting for him that there had been a brief series of dragon roars first before a much louder series of dragon roars. And it was the later set of dragon roars that they were referring to. Whereas the men who had claimed to have rescued the princes, again slaying the men set on murdering the princes, claimed to have rescued the princes before any dragon roars had been heard. On top of all of this there was the rape and murder of Princess Rena, the wife of Prince Hugh, and here again the story being told to him by different parties was not adding up, and he was getting increasingly frustrated with what he was discovering of the events of that day. And the commonality here? Lord Corlys, for the men who were telling the tales that did not match were in all cases his sworn knights, men-at-arms and his banner men were telling tales that did not add up. It was a conundrum that he was determined to get to the bottom of, as murders had taken place, and murders had to always be punished. No matter that Lord Corlys had produced documents showing that Queen Rhaenyra herself had ordered the deaths of Queen Alicent and her family, what had happened were not executions, but murders. If Queen Alicent and her family had survived and had to be put to death, he would have had no problem with it, but what had happened smacked of something darker, something akin to the sort of politics and games that honest Northmen had no time for. He and his countrymen might have no time for this sort of carry-on, but that did not mean they were fools either, and could not see what was obvious before their faces, and which everyone else seemed to be studiously ignoring. No, foul deeds had been perpetrated here, a former king and 2 queens had been murdered to pave the way for ambitious men to gain power, of that he was certain. And he was duty-bound to do something about it. He could not in good conscience return to Winterfell without first putting things to right. But he had only a limited span of a few weeks at most to get to the bottom of all of this. Oh, he knew who his main suspect was, the smugly sitting Lord Regent, who stood to increase his power and rule the realm for nigh on the next decade. And whose house had been confirmed in a plethora of tax exemptions, licenses, and patents to trade, which were already causing comment and outrage at the size of the largesse that the Iron Throne was doling out to House Velaryon. The question was finding evidence enough on Lord Corlys to bring him down, and he fretted that he might not be able to do so. And there was also the rather thorny issues of Prince Hugh, who rode the largest surviving dragon in the realm and who was being effectively snubbed by all and sundry. Add to this that many accounts varied about the battle above the city that had seen Caraxes and Viagar crash to earth and destroy the Great September. A battle which according to some accounts, had carried the whiff of foul treachery. For some were whispering the Prince Hugh had bathed both Viagar and Caraxes indiscriminately in dragon fire, causing both great beasts to fall from the sky, their wings burned to ash like parchment cast into a forge. When asked about this very matter Prince Hugh had simply replied the shot was there, so I took the shot, as if that explained anything at all. Was the prince, a man he had come to regard as something of a friend, involved in what seemed to be dark and sinister deeds? Did the prince kill his own father deliberately or in accident? And if the first, to what end as he seemed to have received no reward for his actions? And if the later was that why he was being ignored and pushed to one side in the affairs of the Iron Throne? Stop! He heard the word breathed into his ear, followed by the tiniest of licks. My lady, sorry, I was. You were being Lord Stark, stop and be my husband instead and enjoy our wedding feast. Very well, I am sorry. Oh, you will be, winked Alice Anne, the smirk on her lips promising all sorts of things. To take his fevered mind off just exactly what all sorts of things would entail he asked, how is Prince Hugh? At this Alice Anne's face fell a little, sorrow chasing anger across her features as well as can be expected. He still grieves for his wife. I fear his heart is broken. Hopefully it will mend soon. It will, but not with those damned stupid bannermen of yours offering him every daughter they have, from babes still at the teat to crones to him. Ali's Anne snapped, genuine anger in her voice. His bannermen were an incorrigible lot at best, and they always needed watching, especially if they thought they could, as his father had said, pull a fast one. And trying to snare a prince of the realm and his dragon was definitely a fast one as far as he was concerned. As he was thinking, he got a sharp poke in the ribs, which hurt him. He turned to Ali's Anne, the source of this sudden pain, to remonstrate with her, catching sight simultaneously of her ironically raised eyebrow and Lord Moore's umber behind her. The Lord of Last Heart was propped up at the high table, a flagon of wine in one hand, the other being used alternately to hold himself up and gesture wildly at Prince Hugh. I'll tell you, lad, I have just the lass for the likes of you, my daughter Tess. 10 and 7 and tits the size of these here pumpkin things. Here he gestured to the display of fruits and vegetables that decorated the high table. Great big teats. Yes, and wide, childbearing hips, sure to keep you warm at night and birth you many strong sons. Lord Moore's let out a thunderous belch and continued on. She's a pretty thing too, long raven hair, eyes as blue as a summer sky, cute dimples. Another belch punctuating his proposal image of her mother at that age, as beautiful a maid as any you would find in the 7 kingdoms. That last bit being said with all the confidence of a proud parent and the challenge of a father who was also willing to come to blows to enforce his boast. As he was just about to stand up and defuse the situation, Hugh beat him to it. Lord Umber, your offer is very kind, but what of my dragon? I am afraid he would not do well so far north, unless Last Hearth has a big enough hall for him to make his winter lair in. Well, no lad, replied Lord Umber, the likely vast amount of drink he had consumed stunting his ability to continue and threatening to topple him over. He noted wryly. Sir Hugh is still in mourning for his wife, my granddaughter, came the cutting reply from the Lord Regent. A year and a moon have not yet passed, Sir Hugh will not be entertaining any marriage proposals until then. Lord Umber swayed and stumbled for a minute or so, burped several times, looking dangerously like he was going to be sick, until he finally said, sweet yourself, and half tumbled, half fell down off the dais that the high table was mounted on. He did not even bother to return the look Ali's Anne was giving him. I'll speak to them again. Corlys Velaryon v. I hate this. You hate this, lad, how do you think I feel? He asked into the gloom. We should have struck while we had a chance, cleared out these cunts once and for all. With hindsight maybe, but not everything can be fixed by dragon fire, Hugh. Bugger that, it's as good a cleanser as any, my Lord Regent. The pair of them were seated close together in one of the larger storerooms underneath Mager's holdfast, in the middle of the room and in a cleared space that would preclude any eavesdropping on their conversations. Hugh had insisted on it, and they met here regularly as required, ever since he had been confronted with Larry's strong in his solar and with his seemingly outrageous demands. He had gone straight to Hugh with what had happened, and the lad had wanted to bring fire and blood down immediately, scouring every Reach house out of existence, starting with House Hightower. Not that he blamed the lad, he was none too pleased with what Lord Strong had presented him with either. But the realities of the situation he found himself in had been, somewhat poor, he had realized. It had boiled down to the simple factor of coin in the end. The Iron Throne was bankrupt, with no revenues from the Westerlands, the Reach, or the Stormlands, and with its treasury stripped bare by the Greens. His house had provided the Iron Throne's expenses for nigh on 3 years and as a result was in an even worse position financially than the Iron Throne. The Iron Bank, traditionally a reliable source of funding, was suffering from its own financial problems as a result of the Three Sisters' War, and House Rogaray were greedy, grasping cunts who he would not touch with a barge pole. Many of the smaller banking houses in Essos were equally unsuitable, either not in a position to lend coin or likely to charge exorbitant interest rates. He had needed an end to the war as fast as possible, for he was not going to beggar his house for the Iron Throne, especially as he had no direct blood ties to it currently. But that did not mean that he was stupid or naive. He knew exactly what he was getting into when he had made that deal with Lord Strong, and he knew that it had only been a postponement of the real and true settling of the debts of the Dance of the Dragons. And what better weapon to ensure that these debts were settled, and all accounts were paid up in full, than Prince Hugh, the rider of the largest surviving dragon. All in good time, Hugh, all in good time, though mayhaps impalement would be better than burning them. He grinned in the darkness. So long as they expire I don't care, but as you said, impalement is a slower and much less merciful death than dragon fire. You appear to have made that method something of your own, my dear Hugh. Mushroom delights in weaving this into his japes and capers. That smart mouth of his will land him in serious trouble one of these days. He is the court fool, he is supposed to have a smart mouth. He is no fool, that one. He bears watching closely. Put him out of your mind, Hugh, we have more important things to consider. Yes, like the dangerous game you are playing, Lord Corlys, one which I scarce got a chance to reject, and which I am playing along with you. That is the price you pay, Hugh, for now being a noble. Bollocks to that, Kill 'em all I say. A simple, but impractical course to pursue I'm afraid. Once the Iron Throne's treasury is safely returned from Casterly Rock and the High Tower, then we can start the real plotting. I don't like having a target painted on my back. You think I like this? Having to compromise, having been brought to this situation by a lack of fucking coin? House Hightower is in the process of returning its share of the treasury, House Lannister is being a bit tardy in returning its share. Let me guess, the Lannisters are blaming the Ironborn. How did you guess? He replied, irony dripping from his voice. You should let Adam and I loose on those reaving cunts, our dragons would make short work of them. They would indeed, and immeasurably enrich and empower House Lannister into the bargain. And one or both of you would find yourselves with Lannister brides, no matter if you wanted them or not. No, the Ironborn will survive and will continue to be a thorn in House Lannister's side yet, and our good friends in the Reach, we must not forget them. He added sarcastically. The Ironborn, cunts that they all were, could find themselves useful to the Iron Throne, despite, or maybe because of their foolishness. To keep the Westerlands and the Reach under threat from reaving and raiding would weaken these realms, and delay their recovery after the war, just punishment for their participation on the wrong side. And with the imposition of sufficient fines and levies which would go some way to restocking the crown's empty coffers, which had not been popular in the slightest, but what did those arrogant pricks think, that they were getting off for free? Speaking of brides. Yes. Adam, and I, are attracting quite a bit of attention and offers, and not just from the Northmen either. Luckily for you, few of the Northmen have their daughters with them, the same cannot be said for the daily influx of lords into King's Landing and the Red Keep. It will be like Mickey Money and IGHT1 in coppers too. Hugh muttered under his breath. He ignored this. Hugh oft made nonsensical statements and sayings, and King Aegon is also attracting his fair share of attention also. Even though he is betrothed. Especially because he is betrothed. He replied, letting the irony of this statement bleed into his voice. You, and Adam, will continue to accept as many of the invitations that you receive, within reason. You will not favor one house over any other, both of you will be polite and courteous, but you will rebuff any direct offers of marriage. Oh, and you may tone down the grief you are projecting for my granddaughter, you are overdoing it. I did, have, feelings for Rena, you know. I am sure you did, she was a sweet girl, but like I said, it's time to move on. It's a good defense against the proposals I am getting. For now, it won't be forever, and no doubt the heartbroken prince will attract its own coterie of empty-headed maidens looking to mend your tragically broken heart. Playing the witless fool is less easy, I grow tired of it, if I am honest. That you must keep up, I am afraid. The more people underestimate you, the better your chances of survival are. You son Adam must be bloody immortal in that case. Hugh replied in a deadpan voice. That is unkind, Hugh, the lad respects you, even worships you a little, but I will admit he not the sharpest blade I have ever come across. Alan is at least less naive, but he is no great thinker, at least Adam will think before he acts, Alan, not so much. Ah, the joys of fatherhood, lad? Let's see how you do, shall we? He snapped back, though with little heat in his voice. His lads by Marilda, his little mouse, though good lads, were still unsuited one way or the other to truly inheriting Driftmark. But he was stuck with them and had to, as a poet had once said, work with the clay he was given. You know Lady Baratheon has already made a move. You burning her husband alive appears to have had no impact on her ambitions, he replied dryly. She wants a dragon, to deal with the Dornish. Of course she does, just like Lady Lannister wants a dragon, and she will not get one, even if you do marry one of her winsome daughters. She also offered me the title of Lord Protector of the Stormlands if I married her eldest daughter, with the proviso that I brought Vermithor along to burn the Dornish out of the marches. Quite the title. Shut up, it's as worthless as Master of Dragons, and you know it. The title of Lord Regent is not worthless. Hugh shifted in the gloom and moved to face him more fully. Are we negotiating? Always, Hugh, always. When Strong and Hightower are dealt with, I will step down and propose that you replace me. You will feature prominently in the downfall of that pair. There will be few who will oppose your elevation to this position. Though it will be up to you to keep yourself seated atop that uncomfortable iron chair. If the lad was attached to using fire and blood, he could see his reign being a rather troubled one, though. Mayhaps he should take a more active role in Hugh's education and preparation for this eventuality. He would look forwards in truth to stepping down from the role of regent. It was not an easy one, especially with the Viper's Pit that King's Landing was at the best of times. Now with the Greens seeming to think that they owned the place, with resentment building from some of the Blacks to this, and to top it all Winter still having its claw around the throat of the realm, the lad could have the job. The Greens would be dealt with by then, but the usual plots and conspiracies would be bubbling along as normal, and what would Hugh make of them, and how would he deal with them? He would probably enjoy the view from Driftmark, watching all of this occur, while safely removed from it. And in return, Hugh asked easily, showing no concern or annoyance. The rights and privileges accorded to House Velaryon are honored in full. Adam and Alan receive a due station according to their status. A seat on the small council would be ideal. Master of ships would suit either of them, though probably Adam better. Lady Daenerys Velaryon is betrothed to Prince Viserys, and that certain of the events that surround the end of the Dance of the Dragons are kept between friends. Especially the bit about how you killed the man who claimed you as his father and allowed you to wed his daughter, he reminded himself in his head. Adam had been conflicted on this matter and had come to him to reveal what he suspected. He had quizzed the lad and came to the conclusion that Hugh had probably not meant to kill Prince Daemon, but that the actual truth of the matter, whatever it was easily subject to negative interpretation. And this made Hugh vulnerable, for if he was branded as a kinslayer, well, that would ruin his reputation, which was not exactly stellar with the nobility in the first place. Deal. Johanna Lannister too. When can we expect our bannermen to start returning to their lands? She asked, most interested in this fact above all else, at least for now. Sir Geralt consulted his notes on her desk before him. 3 moons at the earliest, most might take up to 5 moons to finally return. There is much damage in parts of the Reach, bridges destroyed, and there is a severe shortage of river boats still. Not ideal. No, my lady, Sir Geralt replied. No indeed, is there any way to speed this up? Some of our troops could come a little bit quicker by using the Mandar and Mandarport one, but the situation with the Ironborn is still, somewhat in flux. You mean because they show no sign of ceasing to raid and reave? Exactly. Bloody cunts. She hissed under her breath. She would never understand why the Ironborn had been allowed to even exist as part of the 7 kingdoms. She would have raised those troublesome islands, salted their meager fields and been done with it. Quite, replied Sir Geralt deadpan, before continuing. King Aegon, second of his name, has been crowned and his betrothal to Princess Jaehaera Targaryen has been confirmed. No date has been set for a wedding as of yet. My sources tell me that the setting of a date is a somewhat controversial matter. How so? Both of them are children, neither of them should be wed yet, she replied. Indeed, however certain, how shall we say, ambitious lords have emerged onto the stage and are less than pleased with this arrangement. They want their daughters to be queen. Exactly. Do I need to fear for dear Princess Jaehaera's life? You do. Well, I do have 2 daughters of marriageable age. You do indeed, my lady, but things are in a state of fluidity at the moment in the capital. Lord Cregan Stark has yet to return to the north and is apparently making inquiries as to the events of the Day of Fire and Blood. The Day of Fire and Blood? She asked, already guessing at its meaning, but still wanting to know. My lady, what the events of the attack on King's Landing and the Battle of the Dragons above the city is being referred to as. No doubt bards are already singing songs about it. They are, my lady, Sir Geralt replied, a slight smile gracing his craggy face. Back to Lord Stark, what is he inquiring about exactly? Lord Stark, he distrusts the accepted story of the events of that day and suspects treachery and underhand dealings. Does he now? I would have thought that treachery and betrayal were obvious for all to see in the events of that day. Too much happened that cannot be explained by chance, by the vagaries of war and chaos. If I, a mere woman, can see this, I am sure that many more than Lord Stark can also see this. But of course, my lady, but the most interesting thing is that nobody else appears to be questioning the events of that day, nor the official pronouncements and elevations to the small council that have followed. Because the fix is already in Sir Geralt, that much must be obvious. Anything else? You husband's brother, Sir Tyland, he still languishes in captivity, horridly scarred and wounded from being put to the question. Apparently he may yet be executed for his treason and crimes. Your requests for clemency have fallen on deaf ears. That is regrettable, but all is not lost. Prince Hugh has spoken out in support of Sir Tyland, saying that he should be pardoned and allowed to return to Casterly Rock. Prince Hugh? She asked, curious about this. Yes, my lady, the dragon rider sought to see good done by Sir Tyland. I wonder why. As do I. Our agents have not been able to ascertain why Prince Hugh acted thus, nor any attempt to reach out to us. But this intervention appears to have prompted Lord Corlys to delay the release and pardon of Sir Tyland. Interesting, very interesting. Seek more details on this matter. But I will have to make representations on behalf of my good brother. His treatment was scandalous, unpardonable. I will seek his immediate release and pardon. Yes, my lady. Anything else of interest? The position of Master of Whispers is as yet unfilled, a rather glaring omission on the part of the Lord Regent. As was the position of Hand of the King, another most interesting turn of events, and one which is causing even more comment than the lack of a Master of Whispers. Do our agents have anything to report on either of these anomalies? They do indeed, my lady. Geralt, I swear you are enjoying drip feeding me this, and it is as annoying to me as it is evidently pleasurable to you, she quipped, noting the sly smile of the knight's face. Maybe a semi-official appointment as her Master of Whispers was in the offing for old Sir Geralt. As to the matter of the Lord Hand, apparently this position is to be offered to Lord Ormond Hightower. Now that is fascinating, is it not, Sir Geralt? She mused out loud, wondering about the secret dealings and covert communications that must have been involved. Her mind churned and roiled as she worked her way what she knew, what she assumed was true and what she knew of the behavior of powerful men with positions to protect. Was the position of the Blacks so precarious that they had seemingly caved into the Greens so? Or what else was truly going on, behind the scenes? A thought spiked in her consciousness, and what of Prince Hugh? Where is the bastard prince in all of this? He has shown himself to be, if not a supporter of Lannister interests, then at least not hostile to us. Grieving for his dead wife and apparently uninterested in little else beyond training in the yard and flying his dragon. He barely speaks with anyone or engages in any activities at court. Oh, now that was interesting, and she sat up straighter in her chair behind her desk, once the chair and desk of her wastrel of a husband, whose only concerns appeared to have been hunting and getting his cock wet, and who certainly gave little or no thought to the increase in the power of House Lannister. Now is that not a fascinating little morsel of information, Sir Geralt? And you drip feed me this again. Geralt gave a tight and slightly ironic smile at this before continuing. It is my lady, Prince Hugh is in mourning and will not choose a new wife until a year and a moon has passed from his wife's death, according to the Lord Regent. And will he be granted any lands? I seem to remember that Daemon had planned to lavish quite extensive lands on this Hugh. No, my lady, from what I can gather, Prince Hugh will not be granted any direct lands. The plan of Prince Daemon's to radically enlarge the crownlands has apparently been let lapse. Lord Corlys shows no inclination of changing the boundaries of the realm, nor of punishing some of the more enthusiastic supporters of Queen Alicent and her son's claims. You mean House Hightower? I mean House Hightower. Prince Hugh effectively won the war for the Blacks, and now seems to be, well, sidelined. That is what it appears like. Is the lad. Simple, my lady. Well, I was not going to go so far, but now that you have said it, Geralt, why not? I do not believe so, my lady. He appears to be deep in mourning for his first wife, the late Princess Rena, and is somewhat withdrawn as a result. The men he impaled in vengeance for his wife's rape and murder, their corpses are still in the gardens of the Red Keep. Nobody has apparently had the courage to cut them down yet. I don't blame them. She harumphed. I'd not risk the wrath of the rider of the biggest surviving dragon either. Which does beg the question, why is Prince Hugh being ignored? By what should be his allies and comrades? You know well enough why, came the quick reply from Sir Geralt, his voice resigned sounding. The lad has no backers now that Prince Daemon is dead, therefore he is the weakest player in the Red Keep. But the fact he has a dragon. Sir Adam Velaryon has a dragon also, and powerful backers in the form of his father, I mean his grandfather, the Lord Regent. Yes, but his dragon is nowhere near the size of Vermithor. No, I'm afraid good Prince Hugh will probably soon join the wife he mourns so. A pity that, to all accounts and purposes he was a good and loyal man. Mayhaps, mayhaps not, there are other players joining the game, my lady, that might yet save Sir Hugh. Geralt, I warned you just a few moments ago about this, stop acting like an old gossip in the markets of Lannisport and out with it. Yes, my lady, he grinned back at her, before continuing. Lady Elenda Baratheon has arrived at court, with 3 of her daughters in tow. She has 4 daughters if I remember correctly, and did she not just birth a son recently, an heir for the deceased Lord Boros? Yes, the daughter not present was Lady Maris, who had her tongue ripped out, at the direct orders of the Lord Regent. She was said to be the plainest of the so-called 4 storms, and the cleverest of the 4. Though as she was the one who goaded Prince Aemon to clash with Prince Lucerys over Shipbreaker Bay, and the loss of her tongue is apparently because of this, I wonder if she was the cleverest. And her son, Royce Baratheon. Safe in Storm's End. Lady Elenda has not gone to court just to escape the boredom of Storm's End, I assume. Indeed not, my lady, she is actively engaged in seeking betrothals for her daughters, and she is conspiring with those who would prefer His Grace the King to not marry Princess Jaehaera. I fear the Red Keep has yet to run red with more Targaryen blood. The reaction to the appointment of Lord Ormond Hightower as Hand of the King might well be the touch paper to set things alight again. Blasted fools and their plotting. Don't they know it's winter, and a bloody cruel one already, with no end in sight according to the Citadel. Men, damned men, and their damned pride and lusts. I've had enough of this, Geralt. It's time House Lannister re-entered the fray. Despite everything the Ironborn did, our armies are still strong, our wealth only slightly diminished. There must be something we can do to stop this madness. Lady Elenda Baratheon has made a covert approach to Prince Hugh in relation to marrying one of her daughters, even though the Lord Regent had stated that Prince Hugh cannot marry until the customary year and 1 moon of mourning is over. Oh? The sly bitch, and Lady Baratheon offered Prince Hugh the Lord Protectorship of the Stormlands in return for marrying her eldest daughter. Smart move. I assume that this offer has not become official. No, my lady, Lord Corlys, acting as Lord Regent, has blocked this proposal from House Baratheon. He appears to be keeping Prince Hugh firmly under his thumb. I sense the germ of a plan here, Geralt. The treasury of the Iron Throne sent to us to keep has to be returned to King's Landing. Lord Corlys has demanded its return. And levied fines and reparations on House Lannister, added Sir Geralt. Yes, painful but not catastrophic. We know that the Iron Throne is now deeply in debt to House Velaryon, a situation that cannot be acceptable to some. How does Lord Bartimos Cletiger feel about the near stranglehold that House Velaryon has on the finances of the Iron Throne? According to my sources, he is not best pleased by this. Also, I have learned that House Velaryon is chronically strapped for cash due to it virtually exhausting its coffers supporting the Iron Throne during the war. Do I spy the real reason why Lord Corlys made such an accommodating deal with his former enemies? Possibly, my lady. Her mind returned to getting rid of the Ironborn, of that she was absolutely committed to, and if at all possibly permanently lifting the threat of those cunts from her lands. She knew that the Iron Throne would never grant her the dragons she required to do this properly, but if she managed to acquire these dragons by some other means? The gold of her house would help, of course, and she was certain that a deal could be arranged with the Master of Coin. But there was another kind of gold that could be used here, the gold hair of her daughter's maidenhood, and all it would take was some careful planning, some expenditure of gold, and then a certain young man who appeared to be unaware of the plots swirling around him would be hers, along with his dragon, of course. She would have to make all haste to King's Landing, for she and her daughters had a prince and his dragon to snare. Ormond Hightower 4. He sat in the solar of the keep of Cider Hall, aware of the irony of where he found himself now, supervising the disbandment of their army and the return to their homes of the bannermen who had flocked to the cause of King Aegon, second of his name. A cause now as dead and gone as Aegon himself, along with his brother, Alicent, and all her sons. A cause that had been so righteous that the Septons in the starry September themselves had preached that victory for Aegon was ordained in the very heavens themselves. Well, that was where he must reign, and that was where he must have found victory, because his cause had found only defeat in reality. And yet, it had been so close, if the timings had been just that little bit different, if luck and chance and all the imponderables of war had gone just slightly different, well, he would in all likelihood be sitting in King's Landing now. Not that he would not be sitting in King's Landing soon enough, and as Hand of the King, but the tinge of defeat hung over him, and he disliked it intensely. What he disliked even more was the nagging feeling that he had been played, that the events that had played out on the so-called Day of Fire and Blood were not the chaos and happenstance that had been reported, but that they had played out according to someone's plan. And he had good reason to suspect two men, either jointly or separately, as being the masterminds of the Day of Fire and Blood, Lord Strong and the Regent, Lord Corlys. Individually either of them could have been capable of orchestrating the events of that day, difficult though it would have been. But together those two men could have twisted and shaped the events to their whims, of that he was certain. The very specific slaughter that took place in the Red Keep, the survival of those pieces of the game necessary to both men's survival and retention of power was little short of miraculous, or more likely the product of intense and careful plotting. And to allow one's own blood to be massacred, in the case of Princess Rhaena, well, that spoke to him of a plotter of supreme ruthlessness. But then again, had not Princess Rhaena been born of the union between his daughter and Prince Daemon? And had not Lord Corlys and Prince Daemon had a complicated relationship down the years? The fact that Lord Corlys had thrown his lot in with them, or had appeared to, was cause enough for him to fear the sea snake. A man as duplicitous and ruthless as Lord Corlys was a terrible opponent to face. The more he examined the events of the Day of Fire and Blood, the more convinced he became that Lord Strong and Lord Corlys had manipulated events for their own advantage, and not for the advantage of any so-called blacks or greens. With that said, did he still want the role of Hand of the King? He chuckled darkly to himself. Of course he did. What a stupid question to ask, even in the private recesses of one's own mind. The position of Hand brought with it great power, even if such power were likely to be circumscribed by that of the Regent, to whom he would be Hand to in all reality. But Lord Corlys was an old man, and he wanted to reign as Regent for the entire 6 years it would take the younger Aegon, second of his name, to reach his majority. But this was unlikely to happen, of that he was certain, for competition for the position of Regent would be intense, savage even. He would not give a groat for the chances of Lord Corlys serving out his desired term as Regent for the King. And when a Regent was no longer available, well then was it not customary for the Hand to ascend to that most lofty of positions? That there would be plots to prevent him from reaching this goal he did not even give a second thought to. Of course there would be plots and maneuverings and dark, shady deeds, for this was the currency with which power was paid for in the Red Keep. And once Regent he would have to defend his position against the inevitable attempts to remove him, again something to be totally expected. With his family's overall position somewhat damaged by recent events, he would have to look to allies of assist him. Former and current allies would need to be sounded out and future allies would need to be seduced and secured, and rapidly to ensure his place in King's Landing, never mind for him to survive or even thrive. And there was the vexing question of Lord Strong still being confined to the shadows and not formally announced as Master of Whispers. It was troubling him greatly, and his questions to his erstwhile ally on this matter either went unanswered or were answered far below his satisfaction. Add to all of this was the conundrum of Prince Hugh, the bastard dragon rider who by all prior arrangements should have been disposed of long ago, once his usefulness was at an end. And yet the lad still lived and seemed to be without a care in the world, still possessed of his shameful title, and to think that bastard shared the name that the children of his niece once had. It made his blood near boil at the insult of it, but then again, had it not been Damon who had bestowed the name on the bastard? To his mind just the last in a long line of slights and slurs that the so-called rogue prince had inflicted on House Hightower in particular and the realm in general. He would make it his first priority to strip the lad of his name when he reached King's Landing, and mayhaps even ensure the death of this disgusting, jumped-up cur. But Hugh's continued existence and title did give him pause for concern. For it spoke of events beyond his ken, of deals and plots he was unaware of. Thus, needed to make haste to King's Landing to assume his post, and not dawdle here, doing work that was frankly beneath him. But he was here for another reason entirely. And speaking of that other reason, Sir Criston Cole was let into his presence, dressed in plain clothing and bereft of his normal armor and white cloak. The former king's guard in hand of the king was just about ready to depart for pastures new, for there had unfortunately been no deal or accommodation that could be possible with Sir Criston Cole still in West Eros. Sir Criston, a sad day indeed, he intoned, schooling his face to show concern he did not feel. Cole shrugged his shoulders and said, I depart within the hour. I have letters of introduction under an assumed name for several of the better-known mercenary bands in Essos. Not how I wanted to spend the rest of my days, but it's better than the wall or the headman's block. It is for the best, Sir Criston, it's just a shame how things turned out in the end, is it not? Cole did not reply, seeming to be lost within his own thoughts. Oh, here, I almost forgot, he said, retreating to his desk and retrieving a large purse and a sealed letter. He walked up to Cole and stood right before him. This scroll contains instructions on how to access an iron bank account in the name you have assumed, and this purse, well, it's not that much, but it's a token of my appreciation for all your efforts, Sir Criston. Thank you, Lord Hightower, the former king's guard replied, taking the offered gifts. And my condolences, he said as Cole was just the slightest bit distracted by putting away the scroll and the purse. For what? Asked Cole, bringing his face back up to meet his gaze. For your death, he replied, as Cole suddenly stiffened in shock, as behind him two of the supposed guards in the room buried their already drawn, but previously hidden daggers into the former king's guard's back, blood sputtering out of Cole's suddenly gaping mouth. The blades were each stabbed several times in quick succession into Cole's back, the culprits taking a swift pair of steps backwards after their work was completed. Cole swayed for a few seconds, his face a rictus of agony and the terrible realization of his betrayal. Before the corpse collapsed to the ground at his feet, he had stepped backwards quickly enough to avoid the falling body. Take his head and salt it, dispose of the body in the mandir, and give me the purse and the scroll. Sir Criston has no more need of either item. Adam Velaryon 7. If I am honest, Prince Hugh, I prefer to be here than the Red Keep. Hugh gave a quick, barked laugh and said, here you can only be burned or mauled to death, unlike the Red Keep where you are more likely with every day that goes by to find a highborn lass in your bed. The pair of them were in the dragon pit, the young King Aegon having just left after his daily visit to the dragon pit and his dragon Stormcloud, something which Prince Hugh had insisted upon, that every dragon rider must attend to their mount daily, no matter what. Though there were only 3 dragon riders left, there were 5 other dragons resident in the dragon pit. Silverwing had fled the dragon pit after the death of Ulf the White for Dragonstone, where she still resided. Of the 5 other dragons, Dreamfire was without a rider but showed no inclination to leave the dragon pit as Silverwing had. Syrax, also without a rider, was even less inclined to do anything, being by far the laziest of all the dragons. Stormcloud was just about big enough for King Aegon to ride him. Shrikos and Morgul were far too small to be ridden as of yet. But Hugh had also insisted that Princess Jaehaera also spend time with her dragon. At least once a week she was escorted to the dragon pit for a session with her dragon, along with Prince Viserys, who had yet to hatch or claim a dragon. And when they were at the dragon pit, Hugh would instruct the royals on dragons and dragon lore, Hugh having become something of an expert on this subject, having read everything he could lay his hands on in the library of the Red Keep and Dragonstone about the great flying lizards. But Hugh tempered his book reading with the experience of the handlers in the dragon pit and on Dragonstone, and with his own experience of handling Vermithor. And the biggest thing he stressed again and again was spending time with your dragon, even if you were only in its presence, to deepen the bond between dragon and rider. Prince Hugh's so-called pre- and post-flight checks, where you ran your hands over the dragon's skin before and after you flew atop it, was drilled into everyone's heads. For it your dragon did not like you touching it, then how could you be sure it would obey your commands once in the air? Vermithor was by far the most docile of the dragons, despite its size, its age, and its recent war experience, and it was noticeably placid when in Hugh's presence, as were the riderless dragons Adam could not fail to notice. All of those dragons currently without a rider had no problem with Hugh approaching them, nor with him stroking and petting them, talking to them in hushed tones like he was comforting them, Cyrix in particular liking this treatment. Price Hugh had been confirmed as Lord Commander of Dragons and notionally placed in charge of all things dragon-related, which included the dragon pit, its staff, and the resident dragons. He had congratulated Hugh on this appointment, which included a seat on the small council, but his friend had replied that this so-called command was an administrative one and not an operational one, and thus useless. Adam did not understand this difference, but given how annoyed Hugh had looked at the time, he had not pressed the matter for further explanation. Nor did he mention that for a few hours Hugh had effectively been the king of West Eros, until the surviving royal children had turned up. It was something which he feared to mention and which his father had never spoken a single, further word on. His friend had retreated into himself to a dramatic extent, especially in those first few weeks, barely speaking to anyone, and absolutely avoiding attending court, until the Lord Regent had ordered Hugh to attend court as required of a prince of the realm. Still, Hugh seemed to be happiest when he was in the dragon pit, or atop Vermithor, and was always more relaxed here than in the Red Keep. The deep melancholy that seemed to accompany Hugh was only lifted partially when he was in the dragon pit. It seemed to cling to Hugh like a second skin when he saw him in the Red Keep. Hugh spent most of his days in the dragon pit, though he lived in the Red Keep. What was he had called it? Oh yes, he commuted every day to the dragon pit, and the only reason he did not live in the dragon pit was because his father, the Lord Regent, had forbidden Hugh from doing so. And was that not a weird thing, to know that the man you assumed had been your grandfather was in fact your father? This was not common knowledge, of course. He always addressed Lord Corlys as grandfather when occasion called for it. One of the first things Hugh had done was exercise the dragons every day by letting them out to fly, always accompanied by him atop Vermithor, acting like some sort of monstrous sheepdog, corralling the other riderless dragons and preventing them from wandering off. It had been difficult at first, the smaller dragons especially being wont to make darts for what looked like freedom to Adam's mind, only to be chased down and harried back into line by Vermithor. Eventually Hugh had gotten the dragons to accompany Vermithor on flights, the dragons taking up something of a formation, and not just a chaos of dragons darting all over the sky. He had joined Hugh in this, using their dragons as leaders to chivvy along the dragons into order, but after a few moons of daily attempts they were now able to get the majority of the dragon aloft and out for a practice flight out over Blackwater Bay, the promise of being able to fish for food eventually tempting the younger dragons to obey. Not that the dragons were not fed daily, of course, they were, but Hugh was of the opinion that the dragons needed to hunt and fly for their mental health, whatever that was. It's hard to believe that the war ended 6 moons ago, is it not? He asked Hugh. The pair of them were sitting in a room that Hugh had appropriated as his solar in the dragon pit, which had windows and a balcony that gave out onto the great central atrium of the dragon pit. The king's dragon Stormcloud was currently occupying the central space, sitting rather placidly as dragon handlers busied with cleaning and brushing the beast. The dragon handlers would also on occasion prune errantly growing scales and trim the claws of the dragons, though this was not a favorite thing for any of the great lizards. The rider would usually have to be in attendance for something like this to calm the dragon. For those that were riderless, Hugh would step in to placate them. Mostly successfully, though Dreamfire was by far the most intractable when it came to being groomed. And we are still in the grips of winter, a winter which shows no sign of ending either, replied Hugh, and Adam was for once glad of the often stifling heat of the dragon pit, the combined body heat of the resident dragons raising the temperature inside the structure greatly. The maesters say that there is no sign of winter ending anytime soon, that it may last for several more years yet, he said rather mournfully, knowing that a long winter was always bad news. Famine had already swept the riverlands and the land was in the grip of harsh, freezing temperatures. Winter crop growing had been almost totally halted north of the Red Fork by the freezing temperatures and heavy snowfalls. Only the reach and parts of the stormlands were still able to produce normal crops, and Dorne also, but the contribution of Dorne to food supply was minimal. He knew all this as he would often dine with his father, who seemed keen to share the issues and problems of being regent with him. Adam suspected this was part of his training for when he would inherit Driftmark. He had even been allowed to attend some of the small council meetings on occasion, but with the admonition to say nothing unless specifically asked. The Reach has us over a barrel as usual, sighed Hugh, as they are the only real place that can still churn out substantial agricultural surpluses. Hence why Lord Ormond Hightower is Hand of the King, he said, unable to keep disgust from his voice, for he disliked intensely the Hightower Lord. From the very moment he had met the new Hand of the King he had been intensely uncomfortable in the man's presence. That prick is far too oily, far too sure of himself for my tastes. His delivery of Cole's head was as sure a sign as any that he has not an ounce of morals or honor. I'd be careful about saying that openly, Hugh. I am. You don't see me blabbing my mouth off to anyone else, do you? No, you are, quiet, mostly. At any of the small council meetings I have been invited to. Not much for me to say outside of dragons, and there is no war on, so I'm barely needed. You do get invited to balls, feasts and hunts quite a bit though. As do you, my young friend, as do you. The Lord Regent has advised me to attend as many of these as I can. Likewise, he has ordered me to attend these, though he has reminded me that I am not to make any decisions about taking a wife. He reserves that right for himself as Lord Regent. Adam's ears reddened at this, and before he could reply Hugh added there is a surprisingly large number of unwed noble maidens in King's Landing currently, along with their ambitious mothers. It is more dangerous now than it ever was during the war. Lady Lannister and Lady Baratheon seem to be conducting some sort of, I don't know, fashion war. Adam asked, a little bit of frustration and disbelief creeping into his voice at the antics of the two powerful ladies. A fashion war, Adam? Chuckled Hugh. Oh no, my young Padawan, this is a real war. Those two have daughters they need wed, and both are in desperate need of clawing back the power that their respective husbands squandered during the war by having the bad sense to pick the wrong side. This war they are fighting with elaborate gowns and lavish parties, while the prices of food creeps higher every day in the city, is every bit as deadly as the war we fought, Adam, and blood will eventually be spilled, I would not doubt that for a moment. Both houses are in rather perilous positions, no wonder their ladies braved the winter roads to hurry to King's Landing. House Baratheon has had its vassals decimated and its military power is broken. Add to this the fact that the Lannisters had to be prodded somewhat aggressively to give back the portion of the crown's treasury that they were guarding and the fact that they have been flooding the Master of Coin's coffers with very cheap loans. Both need strong alliances and marriages to move them back up the pecking order. And you and I would provide exactly the right sort of alliance that they would want. And that is before we even take into account the minor houses of the Crownlands, the Reach, and the Vale that are all suddenly present in the Red Keep and with daughters on tow. Really? He squeaked, suddenly very, very afraid. You and I, and the king, are prizes to be won, Adam, prizes that would bring immeasurable power to whatever house managed to secure their daughters as our wives. But the king is already betrothed? He asked, confusion obvious in his voice. Our dear future queen is but a girl of 9 years of age, the king is 10 and 2, neither is wed, and neither could consummate any marriage if they did wed. This is an enormous temptation for anyone who is ruthless enough to exploit. I would not be at all surprised if sweet Jaehaera came to a sudden and unfortunate end in the next few years. In fact, I would wager that one of the reasons why no wedding has yet been announced is that such an action would likely spark multiple assassination attempts against the princess's life. That is. I know, I suspect that your grandfather is delaying the announcement of the marriage in the hopes he can thwart any attempts on Jaehaera's life. Which still leaves you and I, my friend, as targets for a pack of rabid bitches. Lord Erwin Peake has been very attentive towards me recently, he apparently has tried repeatedly to get a seat on the small council, but my father is having none of it. A ghost of a smile crossed Hugh's face at this. Yes, he arrived with Lord Ormond Hightower and seems to think that he is entitled to a seat on the small council for some reason. Brought his daughter with him also, the Lady Muriel, who looks like a turnip. Hugh. He protested. She is no great beauty, I admit, but that is unfair. You can marry the chit then, Hugh snapped back, a smile softening the sharp response. Oh, apparently Lord Tyland Lannister is to be announced as Master of Whispers in the next few days, Hugh added after a few seconds' silence. Oh. Oh indeed, Adam, oh indeed. This fills the last open spot on the small council, which should stop some of the ceaseless maneuvering that has been going on to be awarded this last spot on the small council. But? Adam asked, knowing his friend's tone of voice well enough by now to pick up on what Hugh was really trying to say. Adam, the Greens appear to have gotten off far too lightly for a war that they started, and mark my word, Adam, this war is not over. A wise man once said that war is a continuation of politics by other means. Well, you can also reverse that and say that politics is just war by other means. No, this war is most definitely not over, not to my mind. Adam said nothing in return, but he did not disagree with what Hugh was saying. I. She let out a long, juddering moan, followed by a sharply hissed indrawn breath, followed by an even deeper felt, wanton groan. Hugh. Fell from her lips as she felt the languid, liquid aftermath of her peak begin to spread through her soaking, sweat-drenched body, her muscles beginning to go limp and quiescent, a need to collapse and curl up upon Hugh's chest becoming overwhelming. She pushed a tangle of damp hair out of her face, her perspiration starting to dry on her skin, the slightest flash of coolness tamping down the surging heat she felt, and looked down at the man below her, his member still buried deep inside her, but beginning to soften after it had spent its seed. Riding Hugh astride him like this was her preferred position, for the lad was simply too big to be comfortably accommodated in any other position. Not that she did not let him fuck her in any position he wanted, but she always tried to get him to finish with her astride him. Hugh was visible in the darkness below her, as slick-skinned as her and breathing equally as hard, a pleasurable smile across his face, the familiar look of a well-satisfied and fucked man. Another satisfied customer, her inner voice chimed within the secrecy of her mind, and she ignored it. Yes, she was a whore, well, former whore, not that she had any choice in the matter of her career. Her grandmother and her mother before had both been whores. And she had not had any choice when her maidenhead had been taken at 10 and 2 by some lecherous lordling, who had paid well above the odds for the pleasure of deflowering her. She remembered little of this in truth, it had hurt but it had been over thankfully very quickly. Afterwards her mother and her grandmother had bathed her, dressed her in the finest clothes they possessed and had brought her out for the best meal she had ever had in her life. After that she had continued to work in the brothel where her mother and grandmother worked, eventually graduating to turning tricks as it was called, at the age of 10 and 5. Any innocence that she had still possessed had been thoroughly scoured from her by the time she was 10 and 7, and she had learnt the many tricks and methods of her trade. Chief among them was the necessary ability to give a performance of finest mummery and to make the client believe that this was a pleasurable experience for her also. Though some of them did not like that and preferred her to not like the experience, which she learned easily to do also, as the act of having a pillar thrust into her left her rather, unmoved at the best of times. But then she had met the acquaintance of Mysaria, the so-called Lady Misery, who specialized in the more degrading forms of the whore's art. While she had little interest in taking such a specialized direction, she had become something of a companion to the pale Lysany woman. When Mysaria had returned to King's Landing she had reached out to her with an offer of employment, and the gold being offered was better than what she could make on her back, so she had taken Mysaria up. And so she had found herself in the Red Keep and playing the role of a lowly serving wench, who spent all her days in endless labor at the most menial of tasks, while all the time listening out and being paid a small fortune for the gossip and rumors that she could pick up. And not just by Lady Misery either, she soon had learned that many of the servants supplemented their income by reporting on the comings and goings and unguarded comments of the noble-born who made the Red Keep their home. The luckier, more able, but mostly the more senior of them received coin from as many as 10 separate sources to tell the tales they had overheard. Seeing no reason why she should not also avail herself of this, she had made herself available to recount her learnings to others and had rapidly found out that her information was often of little value or had already been shared. Thus, her ability to make significant additional coin had been limited, until she had started plying her old trade. Lady Misery had been initially not exactly enamored of her reasoning but when she had started betting ULF, but the Lady of Whispers had relented and allowed it to continue. The work itself had been of the usual caliber, unrewarding physically but reasonably rewarding financially, ULF being generous enough to what he assumed was just some small folk chit. Not that what he had paid her would have gotten him anything in some of the finer establishments on the Street of Silk, but then she had never worked those establishments. She let herself lean forwards, fighting off a collapse as her muscles were all ropey and slack, snuggling down into Hugh's broad chest, enjoying the salt-slick moisture where their skin merged across his torso. His member was still inside her, she liked keeping it inside her until it softened completely after he spent in her, and she knew Hugh liked it also. He grabbed a handful of her damp hair and angled her mouth so that he could kiss her, soft and light and just the slightest bit teasing, removing his hand from where their bodies were joined to wrap both his arms around her, but not before he had pulled a silk sheet over them. The drapes around the bed were pulled shut, the space was cloaked in a deep gloom, outside the chamber was lit by a single candle and a fire burning in the fireplace. Despite the fire the cold was biting, winter was howling outside the Red Keep's walls, gales of driving snow screaming in off the Blackwater Bay, swirling and falling in great curtains to coat everything in white. She snuggled closer into Hugh, making little appreciative noises, while she could feel the wetness of their joining and his spending seep out of her, nothing to worry about as she had taken her daily draught of moon tea that morning, like she did every morning. The apothecary of the Red Keep made the draught available for free to all female servants of the Red Keep, and many availed of this, many more availed of it on behalf of high-born patrons, who did not want to be seen to be partaking of moon tea. Hugh shifted underneath her and gently levered her off him, pulling aside the drapes he strode out naked into the room. She grabbed at blankets to cover herself up, then reluctantly got up and followed Hugh out into the freezing bed chamber. She stood as close as she could to the fire while Hugh dipped a towel in a bowl of heated water. She took the offered towel and quickly washed herself, the warm water seeming to freeze even as it touched her heated flesh. Hugh did the same with himself, before taking a second towel and drying himself off, she quickly doing the same. "Will you stay?" Hugh asked, as always the slightest bit of nervousness and shyness evident in his voice. A slightly wistful feeling passed through her, she would like to remain in Hugh's well-appointed bed, with a warm body to snuggle into, but she had things to do. "Thank you but no," she replied, dressing hurriedly, and letting herself out of a side doorway that led to one of the servants' passageways, the biting, bitter cold chasing away any drowsiness she felt. While she had gladly taken coin from ULF, she had resolutely refused to do the same from Hugh, not from any lack of a want on her part for coin, but because accepting coin would clash with the means of her introduction to Prince Hugh. Lady Misery had instructed her to make herself known to Prince Hugh after his child wife had been murdered. She had seen the prince around the Red Keep and he was certainly more pleasant on the eye than ULF had been. She had been wondering about how to carry out her instructions when absolutely by chance she had been accosted by some men-at-arms from the Stormlands in the dim passageways near the Great Hall. She had been on the verge of drawing the knife that she always carried, and which had saved her life once before, when Hugh had happened upon them. The men-at-arms had disappeared off quickly when challenged by Prince Hugh, and knowing of what had happened to his wife and his terrible vengeance upon those whom he blamed for her rape and murder, she had brought forth the tears and the necessary hysterics. It had been relatively easy after that to find herself in his bed chambers a few nights later, apparently keen to offer herself to Prince Hugh as a reward for rescuing her. Big fool that he was. Prince Hugh had not taken much convincing, and shortly thereafter her cunny was being pounded by one of the largest pillars she had the misfortune to encounter. Surprisingly, she had genuinely peaked from this fucking, despite the discomfort of Hugh's considerable length and girth, a pleasant bonus as far as she was concerned. And after this she had spent the next few days giving Prince Hugh the odd shy glance, and a few not so shy glances, before he got the hint and invited her back into his bed, for which she rewarded him by taking him into her mouth and swallowing his seed. Again, the enormity of his manhood made things difficult. Some of her skills were not applicable due to his sheer size, but she did her best, and she did her best to not appear too comfortable with what she was doing either. His seed tasted as vile as every other man's she had swallowed, but she did not let this show as she had gulped it down without complaint. After this she had easily slipped into the role of the prince's bed warmer, his bed quarters certainly more comfortable than hers. She had vehemently rejected any attempts by him to pay her, but he had made her some small gifts of jewelry, which she was careful to wear whenever she occupied his bed. He had also gifted her some fine woolen cloth and linens, which she had made into sturdier winter clothing for herself. It was certainly more agreeable than fucking ULF had been, of that she was certain, but it still came with its obligations, as she trudged through the servants' corridors of the Red Keep, descending downwards until the stonework gave way to chiseled tunnels cut through dark rock. Coming to a doorway she opened it with a key that had been slipped to her along with instructions as to where to find this room. She would go to this room at certain times every few days, sometimes it would be occupied, sometimes empty. She had waited outside it for hours one time, to see where the person who had been inside went to, but nobody had ever exited while she had waited in the darkness. So she assumed that the room must have an entrance into the fabled secret passageways and tunnels of the Red Keep. This passageway led down to the lower bailey and was often used by servants to traverse the Red Keep and its environs discreetly. Opening the door, she saw the single, hooded candle that indicated the room was occupied. It was used for storage of furniture and odds and ends, and at the very end against the far wall the single candle glowed. She approached and stopped the required distance away, announcing herself and giving her report, of what she had done, who she had seen, what she had overheard. She also reported on sleeping with Prince Hugh, though she was never asked for intimate details. After her report was digested the hooded figure said in its usual, quiet tone, "There are moves afoot with regard to your dear friend Prince Hugh. Moves that I would like to counter, moves that will decide certain matters in respect of the prince. You will do the following on my behalf." And she was told what she was required to do. She memorized the instructions, well more guidelines than anything else, and began thinking on how she would carry out these tasks. Further information was provided to her, along with what to look out for and signals to alert her to action as required. "Any further questions?" asked the hooded figure. "No, Lady Misery," she replied. Life was indeed strange, he pondered, as he gazed out through the window in his hidey hole, high above him and angled so that all he got was a view of the sky, scud with grey and cold-looking clouds, with the odd patch of washed-out pale blue. The room he resided in was cold, often bitterly so, and never was a fire able to be provided to heat his bones, but he was dressed warmly enough for it to be only of marginal bother to him. He was fed with a steady stream of reports and descriptions of events, in the Red Keep, the city and the wider realm, though his ability to have any impact on events was, well, limited to say the least. He accepted this for now, confident that this would only be a temporary setback, and that he would have his revenge upon those who had tried to destroy him. That he had expected betrayal was not the issue for him, it was that it had come so soon, and so clumsily in the end, from which he had been able to extract himself with only marginal discomfort. Ha! Marginal discomfort, that was a joke, was it not? He had lived most of the last 3 years in hiding in King's Landing, and so what was a return to his previous mode of existence to him at? He was not one of those lords who demanded comforts and luxuries commensurate to his station, being well able to rough it as required, for it was the thrill of his job that provided him with all the comforts that he needed in truth. He had spent the war hidden away in King's Landing, directing his agents against the usurper bitch, and now that she was no more, though her git sat atop the Iron Throne, he was still hiding away in King's Landing. Shorn of much of his official power as he was no longer Master of Whispers, but not helpless, oh no, far from it. And so, he had turned his attentions to rescuing himself from his predicament and in bringing low those who had betrayed him so swiftly. Chiefly Lord Ormond Hightower, of that he had been certain, and as the moons had passed and his information on the Hightower who was hand of the king had improved, he had the necessary proof. The elevation of Sir Tyland Lannister to the position of Master of Whispers had merely confirmed that Ormond Hightower had been the chief instigator of the plot against his life. He had suspected Lord Corlys to be involved also, but about the sea snake was not altogether sure. Oh, the man was guilty of betraying him, there was no doubt of that, but there was considerable evidence that this was done, if not without malice, then more as a sop to others, notably Lord Ormond. And that interested him greatly, as had the recent nigh on 9 moons since the day of fire and blood, what the bards were calling the effective end of the war. An appropriate name, he thought, for fire and blood had been evident in great quantities that day. From the wholesale destruction of the armies of the Stormlands to the devastation that two of the largest dragons then extant crashing to earth, locked together in a death embrace of fang and claw, hosing their flames all about them as they trashed and savaged each other in the ruins of the Great September. Whole sections of the Great September had been thrown up to 300 yards away by the death throes of the dragons, and over 5 acres around Vicenice Hill had been destroyed, either directly by falling debris or consumed by fire. The reports reaching him spoke of the usual plots and treasons bubbling along as expected, but with some interesting twists and flavors he had not anticipated. The survival of Prince Hugh for one greatly surprised him. He had made no move to eliminate the prince, not seeing the need to after he had been betrayed, and he had watched with great interest the actions of Prince Hugh, and his supporters, chief among them Lord Corlys. And was that not interesting in and of itself, that the Lord Regent would so elevate the man whom he had originally agreed to destroy as an obstacle to his climb atop the Iron Throne? But it had seemed that Lord Corlys had never intended for Prince Hugh to fall, now had he? That much was now obvious to him, what with the lad's elevation to the small council of all things. Alas, the lad's position was fairly powerless, despite its grand-sounding title and his supposed control over House Targaryen's dragons. But Lord Corlys had kept Prince Hugh firmly under his control and most definitely ennobled and alive, and even if Prince Hugh himself seemed oblivious to what was going on around him, Lord Corlys still valued him as a piece to be moved on the board. He had miscalculated with respect to this Hugh fellow, legitimized bastard of Prince Daemon himself, and formerly wed to Daemon's daughter, and the granddaughter of Lord Corlys, whose rape and murder he had definitely not sanctioned. The men involved had been sellswords hired by Lord Ormond, and he had been able to find out little about them or their orders, all having either died during the battles in the Red Keep or been impaled by Prince Hugh afterwards. Their corpses had remained until the howling winter winds had stripped the rotting, skeletal corpses from their stakes, nobody willing to risk the prince's wrath by cutting them down. There was an interesting nexus of events happening that Hugh could be the potential fulcrum around which things could be moved to a more suitable arrangement for him. And for the realm, of course, for the current situation was causing much unease and grumblings across the land. The fact that House Hightower had emerged relatively unscathed from a second assault on the power of House Targaryen in 100 years was generating rather heated comment among houses that had remained steadfastly loyal to the Iron Throne. Ha! Steadfastly loyal, he had to laugh at that. The most vocal, or at least vocal quietly about the seeming elevation of House Hightower, were former green houses. As far as he was concerned, he had not turned his cloak all those years ago, he had merely been supporting what was the accepted rule of law, and one which the Targaryens themselves had followed. And there had also been the simple fact that he had been in the Red Keep, and to gainsay Dowager Queen Alicent and Lord Otto's wishes would have been tantamount to suicide, as Lord Beesbury had found out to his cost. This disquiet with the current situation gave him something to exploit, as did the rather laughable actions of Lady Johanna Lannister and Lady Elenda Baratheon, and their respective clutches of nubile, maiden daughters. The girls were being used as their mothers' respective weapons in the game that was afoot, a game to snare a king, a prince, and a lord's heir. And these two ladies were not alone in this, for every day the Red Keep seemed to welcome another unwed highborn daughter and her parents, the fool Mushroom declaring that the Red Keep was rapidly taking on the appearance of a cattle mart, though missing was a layer several feet deep of cow dung that was normally associated with the sale of livestock. He knew that all of these were playing the game, most with hopeless ineptitude, and only a few with some guile and skill, and that each was as likely to interfere with each other as inadvertently spoil his plans, or those of several others. He needed to act soon if he wanted to have any hope of regaining even a modicum of his power, and Lord Stark would not remain in King's Landing forever. He was the lord with the most men readily available to him, so he had to be part of whatever he planned. Not that he thought this would be difficult, for he was more than confident that he could sway the Warden of the North to his cause. But still, he needed something to kick off what he was planning, something that could not be traced back to him, something inadvertent, even inconsequential to the plans he had, to act as a spark to light the kindling he had been so carefully placing underneath his enemies. The by now familiar sound of the bolt being withdrawn from his cell's door reached his ears. He composed himself and watched as his captor, or was it his protector? For was not Lady Misery a bit of both in truth? Step into the room where he had spent the vast majority of the last year. I think I have found what you were looking for, Lord Strong, the spark to light the blaze. Oh good, I was beginning to tire of your company anyway, he quipped back, not letting the eagerness he felt creep into his voice. So long as you remember our deal. That you would mention that now, my dear, shows how little you trust me in truth, he replied, pitching his voice so as it was hurt sounding. Please, don't try my patience, Lord Strong, neither of us trust the other, but neither of us can survive without the other. For now, our fates are bound, our lives linked. He ignored what Lady Misery had just said and simply asked, what have you discovered? Miladies, I would not recommend dressing so. The passageways and corridors we must use are narrow and dusty, and sometimes dirty. I fear your dress might be ruined, she said, keeping her eyes averted and not daring to directly challenge any of her so-called betters. What? Came a sharp reply from the haughty Lannister bitch who she was supposed to escort as far as Prince Hugh's bed. You clothes, milady, they could get ruined. She replied, wondering if this chit was as simple as she was beautiful. For Lady Tishara Lannister was a beauty all right, 10 and 9 and blonde-haired and green-eyed, like most Lannisters she noted, though not her lady mother, who was dark of hair and eye. The girl had inherited her mother's looks but her father's coloring obviously, slim, and willowy, but with enough subtle curves to betray a woman's figure underneath her fancy clothing. Inherited the usual high-born contempt for small folk she noted, catching a glimpse of the girl's face, normally a vision of heavenly beauty twisted into a very unflattering scowl. She has a point, added Lady Lannister, who gave her rather sharp glance, before adding, you brought a bundle of extra clothes, did you not? I did, my lady. For this very eventuality. Yes, my lady. Clever girl, Tishara, you will dress in the clothes provided by this servant. I will not. Came the heated reply, along with a stamped foot. You will, your lady mother commands it. Now disrobe and change at once. I will not dress like some. Like some what, daughter mine? Like some servant of the Red Keep, looking to be unnoticed, or like a high-born lady, whose presence in the servants' passageways would draw immediate attention and comment, and maybe even result in you being discovered. No. The girl pouted, her face beginning to flush a dangerous shade of red, and Ayama reminded herself to keep her face still and blank. Tishara, you either do this or I will send your sister instead, do you want that now? The girl fumed and glared at her mother, before relenting, but without conceding an inch. Very well, can this chit assist me in undressing and dressing? I cannot assist you in undressing, milady, but in dressing, yes I can. Lady Lannister called for one of her maids and Lady Tishara was undressed, her fine clothing removed quickly and efficiently by the maid. She then proceeded to help the Lannister chit into the clothes she had brought along, a set of her maid's outfit, but one of the ones made from the fine cloth that Hugh had gifted her. That is fine material, for a serving wench's clothes, remarked Lady Lannister, her eyes narrowing and fixing on her face. Yes, milady, the cloth was a gift. She stammered out, deliberately deciding that a partial truth and acting embarrassed would serve her purposes well here. Indeed, came the dry reply from Lady Lannister, who turned back to her daughter once she was finished being dressed. Pull up the cowl, my dear, hide that Lannister gold atop your head. This Tishara did, a look of sour resentment plastered across her features, a little part of her delighted that Hugh would not have to suffer the planned attentions of this chit. A shame that he would have to marry some high-born lass, but such was the way of things, he was certainly never going to marry her, of that she was certain. She might get to continue as his mistress or paramour as they called them in Dorne, but even then she doubted it. She consoled herself with the thoughts of some noble maiden lass confronting Hugh's pillar on her wedding night, and the terror and pain the poor chit would suffer at his hands, well, at his cock actually. And would it not be such a delight if this particular noble-born cunt were to get a good hammering from dear Hugh? Why, she would almost let him deflower this Lannister bitch, just to listen in on the girl's sure-to-be howls of pain as Hugh took her. She shook her head internally at these pleasant thoughts, and if she was honest Hugh was at least a considerate lover, he would dutifully work his tongue and lips over her entrance and pay particular attention to that little, secret bud that brought so much pleasure. It was his oversized member that was the problem, and his habit of driving himself too deep within her, like most men he always thrust too deep and too hard. She had learned well enough to avoid letting Hugh mount her from behind, the depth he was capable of was simply too painful and uncomfortable to bear. Hugh proclaimed to like this position the most, because of course he would. She returned her attention to the room, everything was ready for them to leave, Lannister guards would clear out the corridors and passageways ahead of them until they reached the nearest entrance to the servants' passageways, and she would take the Lady Tishara as far as the closest exit to Prince Hugh's chambers. There they would enter, Lady Tishara posing as a maid accompanying her, leaving the Lannister chit there to undress and hop into Hugh's bed. The seduction plan, such as it was, lacked a certain finesse as far as she was concerned, and she had a sneaky suspicion that Lady Tishara was no longer in possession of her maidenhead, which to her mind made the trap for Hugh even more insidious. She was supposed to be the one to alert the Lannisters to demand admittance to Prince Hugh's chambers, so that he could be caught as it were. Of course she had absolutely no intention of doing that. For she was running an altogether different plan to what the Lannisters were paying her a gold dragon for. Emerging into Maegor's holdfast, both of them carrying bundles of bedding and sheets, which the Lannister chit had sniffed at when she had thrust them into her arms, they gained admittance to Prince Hugh's chambers. No king's guard stood at the doors to his chambers, only 2 of his personal guards. Both of them were well known to her and both were bribed well enough to keep her visits a secret, and to look the other way as required. Inside the chambers Lady Tishara quickly disrobed and got into Hugh's bed, instructing her to leave and to be ready to spring the trap being set by the Lannisters. She gave a quick positive response and an even quicker bow and left the clueless bitch to her own devices, retreating out of Prince Hugh's chambers. Now for the part she had no control over, she retreated back down the corridor to the servants' entrance and slipped inside, waiting, until she heard the voices she had been waiting for. Slipping out she spied Prince Hugh and Grand Maester Gerardis, the latter was in on the plot, having been paid handsomely for his time, though the Grand Maester was not party to all of the various machinations, of that she was certain. She was even not fully in the know, but she suspected that this little event was part of something much bigger, much more serious than just an attempted seduction. Prince Hugh, she gave him a curtsy. Grand Maester, another curtsy. May I have a word with Prince Hugh please? Of course, replied the Grand Maester, who withdrew a few steps, as did the two guards with Hugh, for all of his men were on the payroll of the Mistress of Whispers and had been informed to not involve themselves in her affairs with Prince Hugh. Ayama? Hugh asked, as she led him away a few feet, to give them some privacy. She stepped in closer than was usually considered polite and whispered, Lady Tishara Lannister is in your chambers, actually in your bed, naked. I see, replied Hugh, something interesting darting in the depths of his indigo eyes, before it vanished, leaving her just the slightest bit annoyed for some reason. Lady Johanna Lannister will be on her way in a few moments to discover you with her daughter, you can guess the rest, she lied, for the Lannisters would not make a move until she reported back to them. I can, interesting. Replied Hugh, who appeared to be remarkably calm at this news she thought, or was he stupid and did not understand the import of what she was telling him? Or, even worse, did he want to top that blonde Lannister girl, and did not care one whit of the consequences? Was Hugh just another man who was ruled by his pillar, mayhaps so given its gigantic size? Lady Tishara Lannister at? The older and prettier of Lady Johanna's daughters, 10 and 9 if I am not mistaken and unbetrothed, likely to come with a fabulous dowry courtesy of the riches of Casterly Rock. Makes sense to try and snag a dragon rider does it not? Would allow them to effectively deal with those iron-born cunts, smart move, if high risk. Ayama did not reply to this, from Hugh's face she knew he was thinking, so she let him ruminate a bit more. Yes, but that is not the question dear Ayama, now is it? For the question is how do you, a serving wench who apparently prefers dragon rider cock, know about all this? A tight smile was plastered on Hugh's face as he said this, it vanished like a candle snuffed out when he asked her, who are you and who do you work for lass? She leaned in even closer and whispered, you will meet who I work for later on, but read this first she said, carefully slipping a small scroll into Hugh's hands, not the kind of scroll used for ravens she noted idly. Hugh palmed the scroll and whispered. I look forwards to meeting your employer, his voice harsh and dangerous sounding, making tingles rush up and down her back. That's funny, she countered, they are looking forwards to meeting you also. She sat as comfortably as she could, knowing that waiting was now the game, but she was starting to get concerned. The servant girl should have returned by now to indicate that it was time to make their way to Prince Hugh's chambers. A rather seedy business, but a necessary one. Tishara was her most willful daughter, as headstrong as she was beautiful, and sadly one who had already gifted her maidenhead to some handsome travelling bard. Said bard had briefly sung a few notes higher after she had him gilded, and then never sung again after his throat had been cut. But there was nothing she could do about her daughter's condition. The girl in question drank her moon tea as required and thankfully there was no complications of a bastard to deal with, and Tishara did like horse riding, so the lack of a maidenhead could be explained away if required. But for her purposes it would do nicely she hoped, and she hoped that her daughter would be able to seduce Prince Hugh. The girl was a natural flirt, of that she knew, able to use her beauty, and when she wanted to, her words, to twist men into doing her bidding. Despite her nature Tishara was not an unclever girl, and she was not all that bothered by having to try and seduce Prince Hugh, even if he was a bastard. Not that she could blame her daughter. Prince Hugh was a fine specimen of a man, tall and broad-shouldered, with more than a strong dash of a roughness from his humble birth to give him a certain frisson of dangerousness about him. Were she younger she would not have been averse to offering Prince Hugh lordship of the rock itself and her hand in marriage. A fine big slab of a man like Prince Hugh set her juices running, she would have very much liked to enjoy his attentions, and more accurately attention from that massive pillar of his which his trousers and breeches often did a very poor job of hiding. All the maids were aflutter over him she knew, both from her agent's reports and from the numerous balls and parties that were being thrown with seeming no concern for the winter that was gripping the land. Every house worth its salt in King's Landing with an unwed daughter seemed to be falling over themselves to throw as elaborate and expensive a feast as possible. And invite the king, Prince Hugh, and Sir Adam to the events. Oh, there were other noble sons and even some older widowers about that were looking for wives, but the prize was the 3 aforementioned heirs of the old blood. The competition was fierce, but her house had the not inconsiderable advantage of an almost bottomless purse to fund its battle. Her daughters wore the latest fashions, the most expensive silks and woolens, the food was lavish and the entertainment extravagant. And if other houses grumbled about this, what did she care, and if barefoot, ragged septons preached in the snow-covered streets of King's Landing against the indulgence of the nobles in the Red Keep, let them. The small folk had no business being concerned about how their betters lived their lives. While the king was nominally the greatest prize, his current betrothal was somewhat of an obstacle, and one which could be overcome if required. Her indulgence of the Master of Coin would assist her in this, and the removal of Lord Ormond Hightower would likely eliminate any real objections to the breaking of the betrothal between the king and Princess Jahara. The hand of the king was a man with many enemies at court, and the gold of Casterly Rock was not just being used flippantly, it was equally being put to good use greasing the correct palms. And should it become necessary to remove the little princess, it would be something that she would have no problem in setting into motion as required. Dear Tishira's fixation with Prince Hugh blinded her to the better option, the king, but Cyril was keeping her preferences close to her budding chest. 2 daughters wed into House Targaryen would be a coup of imaginable scope, and would no doubt cause fierce resentment against House Lannister, but as her good father had once remarked, lions do not concern themselves with the bleating of sheep. And so, the rounds of entertainment continued, the battle for supremacy waged with a ruthlessness that matched any clash of arms, the deliberate not inviting of some, the deliberate inviting of others, the timing and settings of each banquet and ball. The houses involved marshaled their forces, maneuvered on a battlefield unfamiliar to their menfolk, but intimately known by their wives and daughters. Woe be it a noble girl who only had her father to accompany her in the Red Keep, for those unfortunates were sadly unlikely to prevail. Despite her musings, her mind returned to her thoughts of Prince Hugh, as she had found them wont to do these last few moons. She had met him on many occasions, for he was always invited to whatever soiree she organized, and his presence was rather hard to, well, ignore. He towered above most men easily, dressed well, if rather plainly, with his style starting to be copied by some other men in the Red Keep, but none wore it as well as Prince Hugh to her mind. And his courtesies, if not as polished and adroit as others, were something she was sure every maid who had tilted their minds towards ensnaring him cared little for. In fact, the opposite was the case, she was sure. Prince Hugh's slightly artless approach to the finer points of etiquette enamored many and provided a delightful challenge to numerous maiden daughters and their scheming mothers alike. Tishira in particular seemed adroit at engaging the rather taciturn prince in conversations, said conversations often taking quite the risque bent, and her boldest daughter seemed to be not in the slightest bit embarrassed by any of it. And it was not just at organized events that she conspired to meet up with Prince Hugh, she and her daughters, and an increasing number of other unwed maidens and ladies were congregating to watch the men practice at swords or a morning. Though Prince Hugh was no great shakes at the tilt according to Sir Geralt, he did admit that Prince Hugh was a devil with that hammer and shield of his. And his warm-up and warm-down exercises were as popular, if not more so, than his actual practice fights, for the prince tended to remove his shirt and gambeson respectively for these. Prince Hugh's torso was corded and bulging with muscles, his shoulders broad, his chest deep, and he made many of the other men look like children beside him. Those images of Sir Hugh stripped to the waist were a familiar companion to her in her private moments, and nigh on every night she brought herself to shuddering, glorious peaks with her fingers at the thoughts of Prince Hugh. Despite her desires, despite her wants, she knew Prince Hugh was likely beyond her, and that it would be her daughter Tishira who would enjoy the physical attentions of Prince Hugh, and this thought made her resent Tishira with a sour hatred. But she had to think of her house first and foremost, and of her own selfish desires second. House Lannister needed to recover its prestige and it needed to deal with the Ironborn, and Prince Hugh fit the bill on both of those respects. The Iron Throne showed no signs of committing forces to defend the Westerlands, possibly as a petty insult for their recent position in the war, but also because of the harsh winter that had descended upon Westeros. But a dragon, even a single one like Vermithor, roosting in Casterly Rock? That would deter the Ironborn, and if it did not, the beast would burn those savages to ash. And if it took her daughter's honor to achieve this, then so be it. Well, it would take a little bit more than that, support from others to smooth the path to the altar for the loving couple for one, and she was sure that Hugh would be besotted by Tishira. A frank mother-daughter conversation and the provision of a Lysani pillow book for Tishira to study, along with some well-learned advice on the most surefire way to ensure a man's love and devotion. Though that had not stopped that oaf of a husband of hers from deserting her bed, no matter how many times she sucked his cock and swallowed his seed. All that coin she was distributing, all the coin she was making available to the Iron Throne to assist in the rebuilding of King's Landing, all the coin she was providing to feed the city, all of that had a price, and the price was no opposition to the marriage of Prince Hugh and her daughter. Tishira had barely batted an eyelid at the Lysani pillow book, nor at her advice that the best use of her mouth was not for talking. But her daughter had insisted upon a very large dowry, one that she thought excessive, but then Tishira did state plainly that no Lannister had ever wed a prince of House Targaryen, so there was that. Also, she had insisted upon a substantial increase in her allowance, to be paid for the rest of her life, even if the marriage with Prince Hugh fell through for any reason, arguing that a failure in its public reveal would tarnish her reputation sufficiently, and that gold would in part make up for this remote eventuality. A smart enough set of demands which she had agreed to after only the barest minimum of consideration. At least the girl had her head screwed on somewhat securely, even if she had been childishly difficult over the matter of wearing inconspicuous clothing on the way to seduce her future husband. Her musings were interrupted by a maid suddenly entering the room where she was waiting and whispering urgently in her ear. It took all of her considerable willpower to neither gasp nor have her face twist in shock at what was said to her. Instead, she simply replied, "Have Sir Geralt attend to me, then you may admit them to my presence." Her mind was racing, and her heart she could feel beating a wild tattoo in her chest. It appeared as if things had taken a rather dramatic turn, but until she was in possession of all the facts she would have to refrain from acting. Then, she would see what her options were and act accordingly. What was it Sir Geralt had once said? Oh yes, no plan survives contact with the enemy. Well, on that it looked like the old knight was right. Sir Geralt entered her chambers, well dressed but with his sword belt strapped around him and a sheathed sword hanging from it. He looked worried and a glance from her confirmed his concerns. He stood behind and a step to the left of her seated form, his right hand resting on the pommel of his sword. She composed her face and asked that her visitors be allowed admittance to her. In strode Prince Hugh, Grand Maester Girardis. Though his title of Grand Maester had not been confirmed by the Citadel, he was referred to this in the Red Keep by order of the Iron Throne. And following them her daughter Tishara and the servant Chit who had set out with her, both looking chastened and embarrassed, both hanging their heads and avoiding eye contact. She steeled herself and said, Prince Hugh, Grand Maester, what brings you to my chambers at this hour? I think you know very well enough, my lady, came the reply from Prince Hugh, his voice strained as if he was keeping it under a tight control. The prince seemed very, very angry. Has she misjudged him? Was he not interested in girls? Was he a sword swallower? If he was, it was such a damned shame. What a waste of a fine man. I do not, Prince Hugh, she replied frostily, deciding to play this out as long as she could. The prince might slip up and give her valuable information that way. You do. Do not play coy with me, Lady Johanna. Your daughter Tishara was found naked in my bed not 20 minutes ago by I and the Grand Maester. I doubt that your daughter, lovely and all that she is, would be able to make her way from here to my quarters undetected, or unaided, to artfully drape herself naked atop the blankets of my bed. And if she did, then you have even bigger problems than I think you have. Rather convenient that the Grand Maester was with you, my prince, do you not think? Before Prince Hugh could reply, said Grand Maester interrupted, I examined the girl, with the servant wench present. Your daughter is missing her maidenhead, but there is no evidence that this was a recent thing, nor was there any evidence of sexual activity on her part. No blood or seed was present within your daughter's womanhood. Tell Lady Johanna why you were with me, Prince Hugh said in an exasperated tone, clearly having been surprised that the Grand Maester would divulge such information without prompting. Oh, yes, that. Well, Prince Hugh is quite the, well, polymath. He apparently is quite learned in High Valyrian 1, and he wanted to draw my attention to something he had recently read, wanting to check on his translations. You see, the Empire of Oldgeese was apparently in possession of a material called porstone, whose exact qualities and properties has long been hotly debated in the Citadel. Prince Hugh has brought to my attention that some of the reasons for the confusion over the properties of porstone is due to that fact that there may very well be several types of this substance, and not a singular substance as we previously believed. His Grace has also made a, to my mind at least, a very valid case for the ingredients of porstone and how to apply its usage to construction. The Empire of Oldgeese used the substance quite widely, if the records are to be believed, though it did somewhat fall out of use for fortifications due to its vulnerability to drag on fire. But it retained its popularity in civilian building. In fact, documents in the possession of the Citadel would indicate that its popularity actually increased as time went on, and it was in use right up until the end of the Empire. Strangely enough, there is little evidence of the Freehold taking up the use of flowstone, despite its. Thank you, Grand Maester, for enlightening Lady Johanna on our endeavours. I asked the Grand Maester to carry out his examination of your daughter, so as there could be no mistaking, no uncertainties. Prince Hugh interrupted the Grand Maester, who was obviously intending to bore them all to death with his diatribe on this so-called porstone. Lady Tishara, return to your quarters at once. You, maid, you may leave us, and do not think to repeat anything of what you saw here. At this she made a slight gesture to Sir Geralt, who fished out a silver stag from his purse and tossed it to the wench, who caught the coin handily enough. She would bear watching this one, and probably more than watching, as she was a loose end that very definitely needed tidying up. She would arrange for that immediately after this rather unpleasant business was dealt with to as much satisfaction as she could extract from it. What do you want, Prince Hugh? She asked, her voice steady and level, refusing to be cowed. Prince Hugh nodded his head at the Grand Maester, who bowed to him and her and then left the room, Hugh's eyes resting on Sir Geralt. He stays, I trust him to hear and know everything. Nothing will be said of this incident, ever. This will remain a secret between you and me. And in return for your secrecy, there are certain facts that have recently come to my attention, facts that demand action on my part, and I need support for what I will have to do. Marry Tishara, I'll give you all the gold in the rock and every sword the Westerlands possess. No, that you will not get. Had you not tried this stunt, maybe, but after this, no. I have already been somewhat instrumental in your kinsman Sir Tyland Lannister being released and pardoned, and that is the limit of my forbearance. You must learn your lesson, and the cost of said lesson is my hand in marriage to your daughter, beautiful and all that she is. I have a younger daughter, Cyrelle, just as fair as Tishara, and budding quite nicely. No, but I may be able to arrange for a suitable marriage for one of your daughters. Who? Not for now, Lady Johanna, give me your pledge of support in this. here he made a gesture to the room, need never have happened. Your daughter retains her honor, and nothing is ever said of her discovery naked and already long deflowered in my bed. I want the curse of the Ironborn lifted from the Westerlands, she replied, refusing to further draw on her failed plan. It was time to move on and extract as much advantage as she could now. As do I, but that is not within my gift to give. What exactly do you want me to do? Someday soon, I will call upon you to do me a service, to throw the lot of House Lannister and the Westerlands behind me, but until that day, accept the gift of your daughter's honor. She sat with mother and her two sisters, embroidering away. The room was small, and the fire provided more than enough heat to drive away the chills of the winter day. The sky was a clear, cold blue through the glass of the window and for now provided more than enough light for their delicate and intricate work. Only the four of them were present. A tea service had been brought in a few minutes ago and they had partaken of the warming beverage, pausing in their work, but not pausing in the main reason for these get-togethers, gossip. Her mother had laughed at her when she had mentioned this, saying that they were not here to share gossip, but intelligence about their enemies, the plans of said enemies and to plot their own moves in the endless games of court. Strom's End had never been like this. The court there was much smaller, much more restrained. Here it seemed as if every day there was a party, a hunting expedition, if the weather was amenable, a ball, a feast, a performance of mummery or music. It was whirl of pretty dresses, handsome young knights, lords and princes, and she basked in all of it, enjoying it to its fullest. But of course her mother had to spoil it, and remind her why they were here, and that all the fun she was having had a price. And that price was marriages for them, all three if possible, and at the very least for Cassandra and Ellen. Mayhaps she was yet too young for a betrothal? She did not want to get married if she was honest, for she was having far too much of a grand old time in the Red Keep, with its whirl of dances and parties, and new dresses to wear. Well, not always new dresses, often older dresses that were changed and styled differently, something added here, something else removed elsewhere, giving the illusion of new dresses. For none could match the Lannisters and their unending stream of gold from Casterly Rock. The two blondes from the Westerlands were always attired in the latest fashions and no reused dresses for them. Oh no, from what she could see, and the whispers she overheard, the two Lannister girls had new dresses for every ball and party that they attended. Her jealously knew now bounds at this. Those two golden bitches, parading around like their coin made them owners of the Red Keep, never shy of reminding any in earshot of their new gowns and the expense of the material from which it was made. Add to that the fact that both chits fairly dripped with golden jewelry and precious stones, and none could truly compete with the lavishness of the Lannister sisters. It annoyed her elder sisters also, both of whom had raged at her mother when they had been denied new clothes, their mother adamant that she would not bankrupt House Baratheon in a spending match with House Lannister. Which had resulted in hysterics and endless bawling from her sisters. If truth be told, she had also been disappointed by this, but her mother was right. You could not outspend House Lannister, and other tactics would be required. Just what her mother meant by other tactics she never said, and as far as she was aware all they were doing was constantly tailoring their dresses to look different and wearing their hair in increasingly elaborate styles. Part of their regular embroidery was devoted to making new panels and decorations for existing dresses of theirs, and her fingers were getting increasingly sore from all the needlework she was doing, though her septa was impressed by how much she was improving by. Practice makes perfect, as her septa had said. Well, she would have much preferred to be out horseback riding, or hunting, or hawking, or anything else really. Even with the cold of winter she did not mind. I hear some serving wench was found with her throat slit a few days ago, Cassandra mentioned casually, to a sharp intake of breath from her and Ellen. Not just any serving wench either, she was the chit who told us of the affairs of the Lannisters and Prince Hugh. Replied her mother, Cassandra immediately adding, we should put this about mother. I cannot understand why you have not spread the rumors about that golden-haired slut Tishara being found naked in Prince Hugh's bed. For this very reason, my dear Cassandra, our informant suddenly turns up dead, and nobody else in the Red Keep is breathing a word of this. Indiscretion on the part of Lady Tishara? No, my dear, we will keep our mouths firmly shut about this. She noticed Cassandra pout and then begin to open her mouth to reply, but her mother continued before her eldest sister could speak. No, Cassandra, I command this as your mother, you will not tattle about this matter. The very fact that not a peep seems to be being said about this means that it is not widely known, and that Prince Hugh and the Lannisters are in cahoots. It is the only explanation that makes even the slightest bit of sense. So that cunt Tishara will wed Prince Hugh after all. Hissed Cassandra, her use of such coarse language shocking her, so she turned her face more fully to concentrate on her work to avoid the flush spreading across her cheeks being visible. Until we hear of an announcement of a betrothal we will do nothing. If such an announcement is made then we may have to unfortunately spread that little rumor about Lady Tishara and her nocturnal visit to the chambers of Prince Hugh. Her face burned even redder at this, she felt her ears warm as the flush deepened. Prince Hugh was one of the men her mother was angling to catch for them, along with the king and Sir Adam, the legitimist bastard of the Lord Regent's son. Prince Hugh was the legitimist bastard of the late Prince Daemon, and she could not help but remember all her septa's warnings about bastards and how lustful they were. A part of her liked the thought of, of lustful, and especially in relation to Prince Hugh, with Sir Adam not so much. But Prince Hugh, oh, now that was a very, very different thing altogether. And she was not alone in this, both Cassandra and Ellen very much liked the look of Prince Hugh, and both often bickered and fought over securing the prince's hand in marriage. She would have thought that both of them would have been more interested in the king's hand, even with his betrothal to Princess Jahara, but no, apparently Prince Hugh was their favorite. The king was acceptable enough looking to her eyes, and sure to grow into a handsome man, but Prince Hugh was already a man, and that seemed to be enough for her and how she felt about the situation. Strange, confusing emotions often surged through her when she was in the presence of Prince Hugh. She would feel lightheaded and heavy at the same time, excited and weirdly languid, and with frustrating flashes of heat across her face, chest, and between her legs. Lannister cunts! Hissed Cassandra, I bet they will even try and snap up the king or Sir Adam. They will no doubt try, my dear, replied her mother, and she wondered why her mother was being strangely passive on this. It was not like her mother to be so. And this she wondered what was her mother really up to here, and what was her true plan. And you, mother? You sit there and do nothing. Ellen chimed in, noticing the slightest twitch in her mother's eyes at this accusation from her sister. Nothing you say, my girl, nothing, you must remember your dear sister Maris. Came the low but menacing response. When none of her sisters dared to reply, her mother continued. I had the tongue cut out of that silly girl's head, on the orders of the Lord Regent, and do you know why I obeyed Lord Corlys? Silence greeted this statement, neither of her sisters daring to look upon the coldly raging visage of their mother. Because when your sister should have held her tongue she did not, and her hand full of cruel words said to go to fool of a prince set Westeros alight. Her tongue was the price we paid for not being annihilated, for the Baratheon name not being cast down into the dirt, for the life of your brother Royce, the future of our house. Your father and a goodly portion of his bannermen are not but dust now, burned to a crisp by dragon fire, with not even a grave to their name. What is to stop the Iron Throne marrying you three off to whomever it pleases? Lord Corlys said. Nothing. So, we play the game, ever so slowly, ever so quietly, and we do not draw attention to ourselves. When none of them deigned to reply, her mother continued. House Baratheon came within mere inches of being attained, thanks to your sister's actions, and those of your father. Our power is broken, for at least a generation or more, and we must be very, very careful. The Dornish already raid the marches with near impunity, our coffers are empty after the spending of your father to equip and feed his armies for a war that amounted to them sitting still for moons on end and then getting reduced to naught but ash in a morning. We play this game of parties and balls and feasts, and you flirt and cavort with the handsome young knights and lords, but we must make no missteps, we must be very, very careful that we stay within the good graces of the Iron Throne. Then why not have us chase Lord Corlys? She asked, noting the shock, and then condescending smirks that her sisters gave her. Floris, my girl, I did not know you liked sea snake. Chortled Cassandra. Why, he is older even than father was. Mayhaps a match for mother, but for you, Floris? You are really such an empty-headed little thing now, aren't you? Ellen added cruelly. Could the sea snake even still work? He is very old. Laughed Cassandra, giving her a look of pitying condescension. Enough. Her mother announced, not loudly, but with enough force and command to shut up her cackling sisters, whom she hoped were made to marry fat old lords for their teasing of her. Enough, your sister Floris does make an interesting point, and if I thought the sea snake was even the slightest bit interested in remarrying you would be paying him as much attention as you do to the king, Prince Hugh, and Sir Adam. But he is old. Gasped Ellen, a disgusted look plastered across her face. And what of it, girl? I am the head of House Baratheon, and if I and Lord Corlys agreed upon it you would wed him. The survival of our house depends on you three, and on who you can marry for our advantage, and let none of you ever forget that, for a second. I'd marry any one of you to mushroom if I thought it would bring House Baratheon sufficient advantage. This led to a prolonged silence, only punctuated by the quiet sounds of embroidery and sewing, horrified thoughts being wed to the court fool mushroom filling her mind. Do you think we are betrayed? He asked, his cell dark, only lit by a single candle, the sole window barred and shuttered, as much against the cold as against the dark. I do not believe so. Iama was killed by agents of House Lannister, most likely due to her involvement in the plot to entrap Prince Hugh with Lady Tishara. And how certain are you of this? He asked, pressing his point, seeking to know through the nuances of speech and gesture, of the sometimes unconscious movements of the head and face. Fairly certain, we would have seen other actions if Iama's true role had been discovered in all of this. But your whore did make contact with agents of House Baratheon, before her demise. She did. And what? She most likely told them of the plot, no more. Iama was making coin from several others in the Red Keep, not just from us. Before he could reply, Lady Misery added, yes I know, but had Iama not supplemented her income by supplying gossip to at least one or two other parties, she would have stood out, as, well, suspicious. After moments' silence he breathed out heavily and said, "Very well, I will give you that, and I will accept that Iama's death was likely just the Lannisters cleaning house after the failure of their plot. A shame, the girl was useful, and she kept a good eye on Prince Hugh, something we have sore use of in these coming days. I could replace the girl, there are others who could do." "No, in such a short space of time? No, too suspicious by far, plus Prince Hugh is not the type to be desperate to wet his pillar in anything that looks lustily at him. If that was the case most of the highborn maidens who crowd the Red Keep would no longer be maidens, and more than a few would already be heavy with child. No, we will just have to plan accordingly." Lady Elinda Baratheon appears to have done nothing with the information that she has received, for now at least. Yes, I suspect she will do nothing, at least for now. She is holding a watching brief on this matter. Her priority is to secure good marriages for her daughters, though that is the priority of all of the parents who are busy showing their daughters in the greatest cattle mart of the century. Should word of Lady Tishara's exploits become known, that could cause an uproar. Do we want to cause an uproar? Lady Misery asked, a shark-like grin on her face. No, not for now. What Prince Hugh discussed with the Lannisters is in line with what we had Iama inform him. He is reacting as predicted. The formerly rather passive prince is finally deciding to act, though clumsily and with I fear little direction. And you very well know what my dear Lady Misery, the prince, while unlikely to have the means to do what is required, is certainly sufficient to prise open the doors so to speak. With sufficient guidance, a little bit of prodding and some outside support? Who knows what his grace, Prince Hugh Targaryen might achieve at? And who might rise in his wake? Indeed, my dear, indeed. And the opposition? Still unaware as far as I can determine, though one will only be certain when the time comes. Also, we are dealing with old and practiced plotters Lady Misery, they will be alert to any sign of trouble and might not be taken quite as much by surprise as we would like. That is why the good Lord Stark is central to our plans. He has the most men available to hand. He does, though the numbers of his men decline week on week as more of them brave the narrow sea to return to the frozen wastelands that they call home. Although, many of them are instead opting for those so-called marriage fairs that have sprung up in the southern areas of the Riverlands. Anyway, it's not important how they leave, only that they are leaving. Lord Stark will not return until his wife has puppied, but the critical thing is having enough men at hand. And Sir Adam? The lad is blithely unaware, as far as I can tell, and though the Lord Regent does include him on affairs of state, Sir Adam's main concern appears to be avoiding getting betrothed. He is not a sword swallower, is he? Lady Misery asked. No, just rather shy and seemingly unsure of himself with the level of attention he is receiving currently. The king is less shy but seems to be equally unaware that he is in play, thinking that his betrothal makes him immune from the plots of ambition's maidens and their equally ambitious parents. On that note, I have already foiled at least one attempt to poison Princess Jaehaera. Any idea who was behind this? No, it was arranged through intermediaries, who have either gone to ground or who have provided false or dead-end leads. So professional work then. Looks like it. Well done in thwarting it anyway. The princess is key to keeping things relatively stable, both now and well. Afterwards, oh, and Sir Adam? I think we can discount the lad, and if he looks like being a problem he can be dealt with. That might cause problems. Lady Misery cautioned. It might, but we might only have to detain the lad sufficiently so that he, or more importantly his dragon, cannot intervene at an inopportune moment. That might be the preferable option, though Sir Adam might be able to be brought around to, if not support, at least not oppose, the new arrangements. Yes, he is a personal friend of Prince Hugh, and it would be good to retain this friendship, if only for its likely placatory effect on Prince Hugh. I believe that Prince Hugh might have him in mind for one of the Lannister chits. Added the whore-turned spy mistress. The poor sod, he will bankrupt House Velaryon trying to keep either one of those golden-haired cunts in the style they are accustomed to. Which reminded him, he was the last of his line and still able to attain and sustain a commendable cock stand. Upon returning to his former standing in life he would be in sore need of a wife at short notice. With so many noble maids in the Red Keep there was a surfeit of likely candidates, but he was not exactly in a position to court any of them now, was he? So, the sooner he could bring his plans to fruition the better and re-emerge into the life of the Red Keep with a position on the small council of King Aegon, second of his name. And he needed to find one that did not mind either his age or his clubfoot, though he expected that once he regained his status and let it be known that he was looking for a wife, her would have at the very least a modicum of choice in the matter. He would prefer a girl with at least a decent head on her shoulders, and moderately attractive if possible. And the Lord Regent? He asked, wondering if this particular gambit would pay off. Hooked, Lady Misery replied, he has become dependent on certain agents of his that are in fact mine. Excellent, and the tales that have been spun to him. Of yore, and Lord Ormond's treachery and duplicity. Lady Misery smirked cruelly. Those very same ones, he chuckled, showing that he bore no ill will to her use of such names to describe what he was letting be whispered into the ears of the Lord Regent. I am sure he will act upon them. There is some evidence that he plans to act within the next moon or so. It seems as if things are aligning nicely, don't you think, my dear Lady Misery? Don't be too cocky now, things can still go wrong. Mayhaps, but if we are careful, no matter what happens we should at the very least survive to try again another day. You ascribe far too high an assumption on your own survival, Lord Strong, the whore replied coldly. My survival, such as it is in your capable hands, my Lady Misery, he replied, letting only sufficient irony creep into his voice. And never forget it, Lord Strong. Such a shame that the Lady Misery would have to be disposed of once all this was over. Her network was genuinely useful. But alas, such was the way of things, for the games they played were played for this highest of stakes, their very lives. We should have disposed of him while we had the chance. Ormond Hightower muttered, his face darkening with anger, and not a little from the wine he had drunk during their meal. They were dining in the king's chambers in Magur's Holdfast, appropriated by him, as they had been done by the previous regent, Daemon Targaryen. If one was going to be the de facto king, one might as well surround oneself with the trappings of power, no? We very nearly did. Lord Strong only escaped by the slimmest of margins, and we remain on the lookout for him. A clubfoot man is not easy to hide after all. He hid from you for nigh on 2 years. Lord Ormond retorted, he's a bloody slippery one, that Strong, and the longer he remains at large, the greater the threat he becomes to us. I warn you, he will be busy spying and plotting even now. We cannot afford to drop our guard. You fret too much, my Lord Hand. It is nigh on a year since the end of the war, the realm is at peace, winter holds us in its icy grip, nobody has an appetite for resuming any sort of conflict. We, you, and I rule, and we seek to bind up the wounds of the war. And you plot incessantly against me, he left unsaid out loud. The Hightower Lord had been nothing but a thorn in his side ever since he had arrived in King's Landing and had botched the killing of Lord Strong. Oh, Hightower rejected any blame for that fiasco, but it had been his arrogance and overconfidence that had allowed Lord Strong to slip away. Well, that was not absolutely accurate. Unknown brigands had set upon the men sent to kill Lord Strong, and the former Master of Whispers had disappeared as if into thin air. And nothing they had done had brought them even a hint of his whereabouts, despite exhaustive efforts and substantial bounties being placed on Lord Strong's head. And despite the bleatings of Lord Hightower about the danger of Lord Strong, it had not stopped him immediately setting to work to undermine him as regent, no doubt lusting after the title for himself. He had watched this with some amusement, his agents reporting on the moves and meetings the Hand was making, even some of the promises of places on the small council once he was elevated to regent. He had to laugh. Did this fool not realize that a war had just been fought, and that stuffing the small council with former Greens was a shockingly bad idea? Apparently not. This Hightower seemed to just as arrogant as his uncle Lord Otto had been. Just as well there were no more winsome Hightower daughters to be paraded at court and maybe even slipped into a king, or a prince's bed. Well, maybe not the later. Ormond could barely stand the presence of Hugh, though he masked it well enough in small council meetings. The Hightower Lord had no time for Hugh at all. He had found out that not only did the Hightower Lord have papers from the Starry September rejecting Hugh's elevation to knighthood, but he also had a similar document from the Faith of the Seven annulling the bestowal of the Targaryen name on Prince Hugh. That he had acted on neither of these told him that both of these documents were part of a wider plot, and probably linked to his downfall and Ormond's elevation to the regency. The dubious legality of both documents troubled him not one bit, but it was their potential usage to gain allies that troubled him most. The fall of Prince Hugh would cut off the best dragon rider available to the Iron Throne, and frankly the best tutor for the royal children, from both sides of the former conflict. Hugh was kind and attentive to all of them, and all looked forwards eagerly to their lessons with Hugh in the dragon pit. Which enraged Hightower, who, along with a few other lords, verily frothed at the mouth at the thoughts of a bastard tutoring those of royal blood. Interestingly, these same lords seemed to have no problem with either Adam or Alice, who also were involved in the tutoring of the royal children. The former aided Hugh in their training with the dragons, the later was wont to spar with the king and his younger brother. He smiled to himself. It was not just dragon lore and writing that Hugh was teaching either. His charges often came back from their sessions with outrageous concepts falling from their lips, like this so-called concept of the rule of law. The utterly ridiculous notion that all men, no matter their birth, were equal before the laws. What utter tosh, and no wonder Hugh's presence was becoming increasingly an anathema to certain lords. Not to all of them, mind you, and certainly not to those with maiden daughters looking for marriages. Prince Hugh was a prime target for these, and the lad was sticking religiously to his mourning period of 1 year and 1 month from the death of Rena. His anger boiled at this memory, for he knew, with terrible certainty, that the cunt he was dining with, and Lord Strong, were responsible for the death of his granddaughter. His agents had finally uncovered the necessary evidence to show that they had planned for the death of his granddaughter during the Day of Fire and Blood. Like Hightower, he was hoarding this knowledge until just the right time to use it, but he knew he would get the jump on this oh so smug, oh so sly cunt. His agents were able to provide him with a very accurate flow of information on Hightower, which he had not yet acted on, so as not to spook Ormond, but soon, very soon he would act and crush this fucker. And he was not a forgiving man when it came to outrages against his blood like this, especially the way little Rena had died. Oh no, there would be a reckoning, of that he was sure. Though she had been his granddaughter, she had been married, so the vengeance was Hugh's. He would give him that with pleasure, oh yes, with pleasure. Because Hugh was his weapon, the lad was unwittingly the guarantor of his position, and the instrument of his vengeance. Hightower and his ilk were so busy plotting to overthrow him that they appeared to have failed to realize the trap they were walking into. For despite seeming to agree to their terms shortly after the day of fire and blood, he had never truly accepted what they had wanted. Oh, he had gone along with the pretense of agreeing to their terms, even allowing Ormond here to not only keep his head but even serve as hand of the king. He had foregone the vengeance that the Iron Throne should have imposed on the rebel lords, the attainments, the bending of the knee or swearing the oaths of a brother of the Night's Watch, the rewarding of lands to loyal houses. And he had done this, even though it had stuck in his very gut, to enable as swift a return to peace as possible, but not just for that reason. No, he wanted his enemies lulled into a false sense of security. He wanted these cunts to think that they indeed had won, before he would let the long overdue justice be done for those who thought they could impugn the will of a king and murder without consequence. A part of him hoped Hugh would burn Ormond and Strong, another part of him wanted Hugh to impale them. If he was honest, he would prefer impalement. He would like to see Ormond Hightower dying slowly on the stake, hopefully with Lord Strong alongside him. Strong knows too much, Corlys, burped Lord Hightower, waving his wineglass before him like some sort of a weapon, the priceless UTI-made wineglass looking fragile and almost insubstantial in the candlelight. He is in all likelihood dead, dear Ormond. We have heard noting of him, not a single even potential sighting of him. He's dead, or fled to Essos. We need not concern ourselves with him. He was not so sure of this, and he hoped that Strong was still around, if only to capture and kill him, though it was annoying in the extreme that he could not be found. These assertions of his in relation to the likely demise of Lord Strong were for Ormond Hightower's consumption and to allay his fears, though he cared not in truth if they did allay Hightower's fears. When will that damned savage return home to the north where he belongs? Hightower blurted out, after taking another long gulp of his wine, anger once more flushing his face. Ah yes, another favourite topic of Hightower, the objectionable presence of Lord Stark, his wife, and the remaining northern army. Hightower and Stark had a by now almost pathological hatred for each other, stoked mainly by Hightower and his machinations and often less than subtle moves against the Warden of the North. He could not for the life of him understand why Hightower was choosing to make such an enemy of Lord Stark. The man would be returning to the north once his wife birthed their child, and Lord Stark's men had proven instrumental in both securing King's Landing and keeping the peace in both the city itself and its immediate environs. He chuckled to himself. He had decided that as part of the fall of House Hightower he would take a leaf out of Prince Daemon's book and carry out some changes to how the boundaries of the various realms were drawn. He would do this anyway as part of his vengeance after Ormond was safely mounted atop the stake that awaited him. My Lord Hand, your well-known dislike for the Warden of the North needs to be curtailed, lest it leads to trouble. Lord Stark's lady wife is near to birthing their first child. Once this is done, then Lord Stark will not delay more than a moon or two at most. The sooner he is gone the better. His army is a dagger poised at our throats. Lord Stark has shown no willingness to engage in the games of court, he replied, wondering if the wine had truly gone to Ormond's head, or if he was putting on a display of mummery. Just as well, he could have been a problem, for us. But he was not, and nor does he seem likely to be one. But if needs be we could always impose the necessary pressure to ensure he does not become a problem. That gobby cunt of a wife of his. Hardly a lady at all, more of a wench if truth be told. Could you get to her? If required, he lied, noticing delight dance in Lord Ormond's eyes at this, before he extinguished this telling sign. Good, I have only had marginal success in that regard. Interesting, and he wondered if it was true or not. He just picked up his own wine glass and took a sip, with a satisfied smile plastered on his face. Will you stop pacing? You are giving me a headache, announced his wife, from where she sat before the fire in their chambers, a hand resting protectively across her swollen stomach. And you are upsetting the baby, she added, a smirk playing with her features. He let out a sigh of frustration and sat down before Ali's Anne. Reaching out, she slipped off her slippers and lifted a foot to him, encased in thick woolen socks, and he began to gently massage her foot. A sigh of pure bliss escaped her mouth at his ministrations, so he kept them up, gesturing for the other foot and applying the same treatment to it. The sooner we are gone from this place the better. Ali's Anne spoke the thoughts that were consuming him. He replied, unwilling for now to say anything else on the matter. Leave them to their plots and plans, to their petty grasping at power. The North can safely ignore most of it, Cregan. I know, but it sticks in my crawl ass. Something is not right about all of this. Really? Ali's Anne asked, her voice dripping with irony. This is the Red Keep. What did Prince Hugh describe it to us as? A hive of scum and villainy the likes of which you would never find anywhere else. He is right as Prince Hugh, this place is no place for honorable men. Or women, he replied, the endless parade of young females and their families, a significant number of which were housed and fed at the Red Keep's expense, were still prowling around and looking to secure husbands. The sheer waste and frivolity of the endless parties, balls, hunts, mummery shows, and in the depths of a winter that had already lasted a year and a half, and which showed no signs of ending, simply appalled him, and his banner men. Oh, regretting your hasty choice of a wife already, my Lord Stark. Alice Anne snarked, the grin on her face taking any heat or meaning from of her words. Pa! He laughed. Half of them would die rather than be wed to a northern lord, even the Warden of the North. A quarter would die from the cold of winter in the north and the remaining quarter would incite my banner men to rebellion by the end of winter. Yes, and I have not failed to notice that the remaining northern lords who are available for marriage are being rather studiously ignored in the scramble to wed the king, Prince Hugh and Sir Adam. Probably for the best. Alice Anne giggled, could you imagine some chit from the Reach ending up as Lady of Last Hearth? The king is already betrothed, the competition for his hand is, unseemly to say the least, and I don't know why the Lord Regent has not put a stop to it. Because my dear husband, to do so would be a bad move politically, it keeps the former Greens, of which there are quite a few, both currently in the Red Keep, and on the small council, busy defending the betrothal to Princess Jahara, the last surviving child of Queen Alicent. It also ensures that the pressure on his grandson Sir Adam is lessened, and similarly with Prince Hugh, who is still in mourning for his wife, Lord Corley's granddaughter. Not for long though, that period of mourning is coming to an end soon. It is, and the race for Prince Hugh's hand should intensify even more as a result. All these fucking games and plots. And in winter, with parts of the realm starving. And all these fools can think of is feasting and partying and dancing. Because none of them are starving Cregan, all of them have full bellies and are warm at night. King's Landing and the Red Keep are being supplied from Essos with more than enough food to keep everyone fed and happy. The war is over but there is still the peace to be won, and marriages are crucial to this. You will notice that there have been very few marriages, despite the numbers of houses that are missing men as a result of the war and have available widows and daughters. He grunted a non-committal response to this. Everybody worth their salt is waiting to see how the marriages of Prince Hugh, Sir Adam, and maybe even the king pan out, for if something tragic should happen to Princess Jahara, well then there is the position of queen open for the taking. The Lannisters and the Baratheons won't leave without betrothals to either Hugh, Adam, or King Aegon, you can be absolutely sure of that. And then the rest of the houses will erupt into a frenzy of marriages to secure their positions, and only then will the city and the Red Keep empty of its heifers. Even though House Lannister and Baratheon were not exactly loyal to the Iron Throne. Oh no, they were absolutely loyal, to the Iron Throne that is, when the Greens sat atop it. They are too powerful to be cast down, and especially not now with a realm to be healed and winter upon us. So, they will play for every advantage that they can, to the absolute limit. Once you have birthed our child I will not wait any more than absolutely necessary, I want to get back to Winterfell and away from the south for good. I'd rather never set foot south of the Neck for the rest of my days. A moon or two my love, a moon or two more and this babe will be ready to be born. They lapsed into silence at this, enjoying each other's company, until there was a knock at the door, and a servant was admitted, bearing a small piece of paper, which he handed to him. The servant bowed and left, he read the writing on the scroll and pondered his next steps that were potentially very dangerous. What is it? Alice Anne asked, noticing the concern that he was trying, but obviously failing to stop reaching his face. He initially thought to lie to her, but decided against it. Some news, it appears that certain parties have information relating to the Day of Fire and Blood that I have been searching for. And they wish to meet, now, here in the Red Keep. The weirwood's pale bark seemed to glow softly in the fitful moonlight that splashed the godswood every now and then as the scudding clouds racing overhead alternatively drowned the sky in darkness or let the cold glow of a half-moon fill the heavens. He was waiting for the news source that his agents had discovered, and which had been able to provide some very interesting information on the goings-on in the Red Keep over the last moon or so. This news source now claimed to have information on what had happened in and around the Day of Fire and Blood and who could explain why the war had ended as it did, and why certain Greens, notably Lord Ormond Hightower, were now so highly placed in the court of the Iron Throne. He sensed one of the 4 guards with him tense and he detected the almost imperceptible sounds of people in the godswood, making their way slowly and quietly towards them. Eventually 2 hooded figures detached themselves from the gloom, approaching until they were standing several feet away, both threw back their hoods and he narrowed his eyes, but before he could say anything the man spoke. I can see from your reaction that you know, or at least suspect who I am, Lord Stark. My companion is the Lady Misery, Mistress of Whispers to the late Queen Rhaenyra. You are a traitor, Lord Strong, and the whore is wanted, with a substantial bounty on her head, he replied, but he made no move to draw his sword, not out of any fear or hesitation, but because he knew that unpleasant as it was, this pair probably had the answers that he sought. But he could scarce contain his contempt for these two. Easy to call me a traitor when you were several thousand leagues away, when you did not just witness the Lord Commander of the King's Guard murder a master of coin, and when you did not swear any vows to the former king. Measly words strong, mere wind. Be that as it may, I am also the last of my name, and a frist man, not an andal. My only wish was to survive. A coward then also. I was born with a club-foot Lord Stark. I am no great master with the sword, nor can I joust well. But we are not here to discuss my infirmities, nor my loyalties. What is it that you want, strong? He asked, harshness roughening his voice. It is not really a case of what I, or the good Lady Misery want. What we want must be obvious to even you. No, it's what you want, Lord Stark, and what you have sought for many moons now, that we are here to discuss. Tell me everything, he demanded, knowing that he would most likely hate what he was about to hear. Being faced with several unappetizing choices was often what one had to deal with, and having unfortunate experience in this did not really make dealing with them any easier. The Stormlands, hacked down in size to make way for the new so-called Thrunellans, was in a state of crisis and partial open revolt. Many of the lords were unhappy with the turn of events after the end of the war, seeing for one the lack of small council seats compared to the Reach as an abject failure on her part. That many of these lords were second or third sons, or even cousins or brothers of the former lords, did not seem to have made them cautious about their positions. On the contrary, this newest crop of lords seemed to be as bad, if not worse, than the many who had been incinerated in what some were calling the Forest of Fires. Add to this those damned Dornish cunts who of course were up to their old tricks of raiding into the marches and causing problems for all concerned. The winter weather in the marches was mild enough, in fact it was perfect for growing crops, and if not for the Dronish the marches would have been able to provide a significant surplus of food for the years of this winter. And this surplus would have provided tax revenue to fill the dangerously empty coffers of House Baratheon, emptied by her husband's spending during the war and by her hiring 3,000 northern cavalry to help defend the marches. These northern men should be arriving in the upper marches about now, and she had hired them for the duration of winter, at decent enough rates it had to be said. Lord Stark had not gouged her like some of the mercenary companies that she had approached initially had. And many of these Northmen were second and third sons, or the equivalent of landless knights. Many could be expected to settle in the marches as opposed to traveling back north at the end of winter. Many was the marcher daughter or even widow that would find herself a northern husband, like many Riverlander women had apparently. But what she really needed was a decent-sized military force to drive back the Dornish and more importantly dissuade them from raiding in the first place. And there was really no available force in Westeros for that. Most of the military force of the Stormlands was dust and ash, burnt alive by vermithor and sea smoke. Mercenaries were in short supply due to the war's racking Essos as the three daughters tore themselves apart. This left her really with no other option than dragons, and in reality one dragon, Vermithor, and its rider Prince Hugh. The other dragons were too small, and ridden by the royal children, so they were out. Sir Adam and his dragon Seasmoke were under the control of the Lord Regent, and Lord Corlys was unlikely to let her have use of this dragon, or its rider for that matter. Added to this fact that none of her three daughters seemed to have the slightest bit of interest in Sir Adam as a potential husband, not that she could really blame them. The boy suffered in comparison as he was neither the king, nor Prince Hugh. Of the king her daughters had a reasonable interest in, especially Cassandra, who dreamed was probably too weak a word, lusted after being queen. She had intervened on more than one occasion to restrain the girl from her more foolish plots and notions, and the more she thought about it the more she knew that she had to marry Cassandra outside of the immediate court, if only to curb her predilection to engage in court intrigues. A marriage to a lord far from King's Landing would be best, and probably to an older lord with children already. She would think further on this matter. Ellen and Floris were, she had to say, only mildly interested in the king's hand. Both, especially Ellen, seemed much more interested in Prince Hugh as a husband, though Ellen seemed to be equally interested in teasing every boy she met with her ample teats. Floris liked the prince, of that she was sure, given the way she would blush at the mention of his name and how she was often coy and shy around the prince when they met him, unlike her two older sisters, who were not shy about being very forwards with Prince Hugh. She had even considered approaching Prince Hugh herself and offering him the position of Lord Protector of the Stromlands until her son Royce came of age. With his dragon he would scour the marches of the Dornish, able to react to their raids and potentially burn them with impunity. But the lure of having a dragon to deal with the raids of the Dornish was she knew secondary to her desire for Prince Hugh, and it was desire she knew, a woman's desire, that drew her to considering remarrying so soon after the death of her husband Lord Boros. He had not been a cruel man, nor had he ever struck her, and he had never strayed from her bed to seek comforts in the arms of another woman during their marriage. Boros had been many things, uncultured, somewhat uncouth, illiterate, but he was not stupid enough to risk the pleasures he received in his marriage bed. Her mother had taught her well, for while what resided between a woman's legs was a source of power, it was with her mouth that a woman would often rule her husband. Both in what she said and what she did with her mouth, and how even the most angry and stubborn of men could be brought around with the proper application to their pillar of lips and tongue. Boros had never been able to deny her when she truly wanted something, and he had been much more amenable to discussions and talks about the Stormlands and their ruling after a good draining of his stones into her belly. She was sure that Prince Hugh would be the same, but she was equally sure that the Lord Regent would never allow her to marry Prince Hugh. He would never allow such power as represented by Vermithor to slip away from his and the Iron Throne's grasp, despite, or maybe because of the fact his family had a dragon of their own. But one of her daughters? The Lord Regent would find it more difficult to block that, not that he would not try. Lord Corlys had little love lost for House Baratheon it seemed. House Lannister was still much in evidence around the Red Keep, the two Lannister daughters busy trying to outshine every other maid and corner two of the three most eligible men available. That they appeared to be having little success despite their lavish spending was at least something to be grateful for. Many would have thought that the Lannister chits would long be married off already, based solely on the amount of coin the Lannisters were able to bring to bear. And the very fact that Princess Jaehaera still lived was as much a testament to the skill of whomever Lord Corlys had assigned to protecting the girl as it was to the support the girl had among the Reach Lords, chief among them Lord Ormond Hightower, Hand of the King. A rather ruthless bastard that one was, and she trusted him not one whit, and she knew that a showdown between Lord Corlys and Lord Ormond was inevitable, and probably at most a few weeks away. It might be wise to temporarily leave the Red Keep along with her daughters, just to be on the safe side, though this might draw undue attention to House Baratheon, both before and in the aftermath when scapegoats and patsies would need to be found. No, probably best to stay, though she would dispatch a raven asking for more knights and men at arms from Storm's End to be dispatched with all haste to her, for she feared greatly that the Red Keep would once again drip with blood like it did during the Day of Fire and Blood. Her musings were disturbed by her captain of guards, announcing that Prince Hugh was here to see her. Despite everything her heart went into a flutter, and she struggled to compose herself for a second or two, before he bid the captain of guards admit Prince Hugh to her presence. The man himself entered a minute later, handsome in a brutal-looking way, as opposed to the almost unearthly way that others of the old blood did, the influence of his small folk blood diluting the magic of the Valyrian blood he possessed no doubt. Still, she would not refuse him into her bed, for all that. After the required curtsy from her and bow from him she spoke, resisting the very, very great temptation to purr like some satisfied mountain lioness confronting her prey. Prince Hugh, what brings you here to see me? Should I call for my daughters, or mayhaps only one of them? In spite of everything she delighted in this teasing, noticing the slightest of flushes cross the prince's face. He was dressed in what had become his usual garb, a double-breasted coat, which was apparently called a sack coat, trousers and boots. The very fine, dark felted wool the coat was made from was edged at the collar and cuffs with yellow, a yellow silk sash was wrapped around his waist, a yellow seam ran down the outside of his black trousers. She could not help but notice the colors and their potential meaning, and she felt her heart race once more. I have need of House Baratheon's backing. The truth about certain matters relating to the end of the war have been made available to me, and I wish to put them right. Inside her mind it churned with the possibilities, of what the prince really meant, and did this mean that one of her daughters would be queen? Or a princess? Your house is in dire need of allies, and I am in need of its support and its arms, if needed. Pick me a wife from among your daughters. She did not hesitate for even a second. Lady Florys, my youngest, would make the best wife for your grace. Done. Came the equally swift and decisive reply, the prince's face shadowed by a strong will striving to keep its true emotions hidden. Should I call for my daughters to announce the good news? She asked, letting the smallest hints of triumph lift her voice. No, this is between you and me for now. Do not spread word of this, or there will be unfortunate consequences. She knew a threat when she heard one, so she bowed her head. Of course, your grace. I will let you know what is needed of House Baratheon at a later stage. In the meantime do not give our enemies cause to suspect anything. Yes, your grace. And with that Prince Hugh made his apologies and departed. Well now, was that not a rather unexpected turn of events, a daughter betrothed to a prince no less? And with barely any cost or effort expended, for the prince himself had come direct to her. Though the actual price in reality would be high, for it looked like Prince Hugh was making a bid for the Iron Throne himself. And was that not a bad idea, given all the unpleasant rise they had just endured? She pondered this in her mind. The balance of forces involved were different, all the parties involved were concentrated in the Red Keep or King's Landing. She would ask Storm's End for triple the men she had originally considered and have them make absolute haste to the Red Keep. But in the meantime, while she could not tell Florys of her impending nuptials, there was nothing stopping her from preparing the girl for life as a wife. And in particular in preparing her in the arts necessary to cleave her husband ever more tightly to her and bind him with the pleasurable work of tongue and mouth. As ever there was a spring in his step this morning, a rather pleasurable tryst with a whore last night had suitably drained his stones and reduced the pressure of too much seed, and his good mood was even more to do with other matters not involving the flesh. For it looked like his plans were finally moving towards fruition, things were all falling into place to enable him to assume his rightful place as regent of the Seven Kingdoms. For stability's sake he would have to retain that spawn of Daemon as king, but as Aegon would be wetting his blood, that was only a small insult to be borne stoically. The king's younger brother, however, he had no use of the lad, so he would have to be disposed of, and such very action was already in train. Those 2 bastard dragon seeds would have to be dealt with also, slightly more problematical to his mind, but manageable. Indeed, assassins were even now making their way through the Red Keep, to see to the ending of both of them. And with that, their dragons would no longer be a problem, and the only dragons would be those of the king and queen, small and immature creatures, barely able to support their weight as riders and thus virtually useless. He counted off the lords whom he had in his corner, more than sufficient so long as the dragons were dealt with, though afterwards he would have to deal with the more, well, ambitious of them, starting with Erwin Peake, who was not going to put a queen's crown on his daughter's head, come what may. The girl herself was due to soon suffer a rather tragic and violent end. Shortly after he had disposed of all obstacles in his way, Lord Peake would find his daughter sadly murdered and horrendously violated. The same men who had been so through in their tasks with Princess Rena, though short a few members, were still available to him to use as required. And he required them to deal with young Muriel Peake in their usual fashion. The maester he was trusting with the poison assured him that it was nearing its maximum potency, and that it would soon kill its intended target, the Lord Regent, Corlys Velaryon. Its effects would mimic that of a heart attack, and as Lord Corlys was in his 7th decade of life, a heart attack would surprise nobody. And given what was about to happen, who could say that this fatal heart attack would not be brought on by the events to come? Lord Stark had not yet removed himself from King's Landing and the Red Keep, a rather annoying fact that stuck in his gut, that heathen savage and his equally heathen and savage wife had welcomed their first child, a girl a scant few weeks ago. He was almost of a mind to have all 3 of them murdered also, but the fact that there was still a goodly contingent of Northmen in the capital stayed his hand. Well, it stayed his hand so long as the Stark kept his frozen nose out of his business. If he got a whiff of the Stark getting involved, he would have to act, and act ruthlessly. Hence why over the last several moons he had moved knights and men-at-arms into King's Landing and its environs for support when he made his move. He once again did the calculation in his head. Yes, he had enough forces to prevail, no matter what. As it should be, he was not going to rush this, and risk everything. All his plans had been carefully laid, slowly matured, and delicately emplaced. As hand it had been easy to ensure that his men were placed into the necessary positions of power, and into the vital places within the administration of the Red Keep and the realm, and he was steadily working on the gold cloaks. Without their former patron Prince Daemon, they had been ripe for the picking, and he was sure that he had enough of them suborned to his cause by now. House Baratheon he discounted, as it was led by that idiotic woman Lady Elenda, who had her hands full with 3 bratty daughters who seemed to think that they were the god's own gift to manhood. Likewise, he also discounted the Lannisters. Despite their endless coin, they were led by a seemingly equally idiotic woman, whose only concern seemed to be getting marriages for her pair of daughters, both of whom seemed to have not an iota of sense between them. As evidenced by the piquant piece of information he had just become aware of, how Lady Tishara had been discovered naked in Prince Hugh's bed, and with her maidenhead missing to boot. And the very fact that there had not been an immediate scandal was proof enough to him that the Lannisters must have been spreading around their coin like penny loaves to the masses to keep things quiet. The fact that he had only become aware of this in the last days was proof enough to his mind of this, but he would add it to his quiver and retrieve it as needed, should the Lannisters become a problem for him. Anyways, all was ready. He had with him the documents necessary, the order of degradation, stripping that ridiculous bastard Hugh of his knighthood, and an order of refutation from the Starry September denying the legitimization of Hugh as a Targaryen. By the time he would read these out in court, Hugh would of course be dead, as would Adam Velaryon, but Lord Corlys, sitting atop the Iron Throne, would not yet know that. The lords who were loyal to his cause would loudly agree with him in the throne room, making a scene, and as this distraction was happening, the knights and men-at-arms of his would be busy seizing control of the Red Keep. Lord Corlys could splutter and rage all he wanted, along with that ridiculous so-called Grand Maester Gerardis, who was also due for a very sudden retirement from his post, with the agreement of the Citadel of course. All in all, it was a decent plan, nothing fancy or risky, it depended on good old simple treachery and force of arms, and he felt confident that it would go his way, and that by dusk he would be sitting atop the Iron Throne as Lord Regent to his Grace, King Aegon, who would be known as the third of his name from now on. The removal of Alicent's firstborn son from the rolls of Targaryen kings was the first thing he would correct when he ascended the Iron Throne. It pleased him no end that he was about to surpass his uncle Otto, whom he had never really liked, and thoughts of this brought a smile to his face as he entered the throne room, packed as it had become over the last few moons. He had made sure that his supporters always attended court, to get everyone used to large numbers in the throne room. This day, if one looked carefully, there were many knights and men-at-arms present, though none were dressed in their military garb. It was a thin pretense, and one which would not hold up for long, but then again he did not need much time, only enough to distract the Lord Regent and the lackeys surrounding the base of the Iron Throne. The King's Guard he did not give a second's thought to, there were enough swords in this room to comfortably overwhelm them. Likewise, the Red Keep guards that lined the room, his men every one of them. He pushed on through the thronged throne room to stand before the Iron Throne, looking up at Lord Corlys perched atop the great hulking mass of twisted and partially melted swords. Even at this distance he could see that the famous vitality and vigor of the sea snake was absent. The man looked haggard and ashen, and his shoulders slumped where he sat. That was a good sign, he hoped, and wondered if the old cunt would even live long enough to realize what was about to happen. Oh, he did so hope so. It would spoil his enjoyment of his victory if Corlys did not know of his own failure and of his triumph. He waited calmly for the criers to call for silence, and when it had descended he launched into his prepared speech. As he said his words he was aware of the rising hubbub of voices around him, and their increasingly strident tenor. All was going to plan. He read out both documents from the faith of the Seven, stressing that they had been signed by the senior seven of the most devout, and that Hugh had to be removed forthwith from any positions of power. He promised that the lad would be allowed to leave the Red Keep and King's Landing unharmed, though without his dragon, of course. Lord Corlys looked like he was having an apoplexy, his face going suddenly bright red, before he tried to stand, only to stumble, grab out at the Iron Throne to steady himself, stumble again and grab at his clothing, appearing to rip at his doublet with a spasming hand, before he collapsed and fell from atop the Iron Throne, his body being sliced and cut by the blades as he fell, a protruding sword impaling him through his thigh, to leave him suspended and flailing about 12 feet off the floor of the low dais that the Iron Throne perched on. Pandemonium broke out at this, shouting and screaming filling the air, forcing the smile that threatened to split his face wide open to recede. He called for calm, and directed the men known to him to restore order. Fighting was quickly coming to an end. Those who had been stupid enough to not welcome his advances were butchered by those loyal to him, and the unfortunate Grand Maester joining them, his throat cut as he had tried to flee. He ascended to the dais of the Iron Throne, and scanned the crowd, a ball of ice suddenly forming in his stomach. Neither the Starks, the Lannisters, or the Baratheons were present at court, a very unusual occurrence, as they were normally regulars at court. This spelled bad news. It might yet be just coincidence, but as the minutes ticked by he became more and more anxious that things were not going to plan. The men who had been dispatched to murder Hugh and Adam should have made it back to the throne room by now, with the bodies to display to all. Likewise, the men he had sent out to secure the Red Keep should be reporting success to him here in the throne room. Suddenly from above an earth-shattering series of roars slammed into the throne room, the unmistakable sounds of an enraged vermithor and sea smoke, the bright, almost blinding light of dragon fire visible through the windows of the throne room. Ormond Hightower lost control of his bowels and soiled himself then and there, his mind collapsing into sheer and utter shock and terror, failing to notice that the corpse of Lord Corlys Velaryon had slipped off the blade it was suspended from and had fallen to the ground. The Septon said the words over their bound hands, "You are now one flesh, one heart, one soul, now and forever," and she felt a little shiver pass through her. The cold, she convinced herself, it was the cold, for outside it was snowing again, and heavily, with great clouds of snow fox being driven almost horizontally by a raging wind. She was marrying Prince Hugh in the September in the Red Keep. The great September was no more, and the truly atrocious weather of these last few days making travel, even within the city, treacherous at best, impossible at worst. Prince Hugh's cloak felt heavy around her shoulders, but she was glad of its fur-lined warmth. Her dress, though woolen, was still more a concession to fashion than warmth, despite her pleas to her mother for a more substantial garment. Her mother had been adamant though, saying, "You will not go to your husband looking like a septa." And that had been the end of that, and she had been forced to endure the giggling torments of her sisters afterwards. Neither Cassandra or Ellen were much disposed to be kind to her in the last few days, since the announcement of her betrothal and wedding to Prince Hugh Targaryen. The ridiculous, and obviously forged documents that the former Hand Lord Ormond Hightower had produced were totally discounted, and none dared to question the status of the man who she stood beside in the September of the Red Keep as her husband. For whom would be stupid enough to gainsay the new Lord Regent of the Seven Kingdoms, Prince Hugh Targaryen? Who had crushed the attempted treason of Lord Hightower and his cohorts with hot dragon fire and cold steel. With the help of Lord Cregan Stark and his men, Price and Hugh had rooted out traitors and all those who sought to exploit his family. Her family now, as she was married into the royal family, her children would have the name Targaryen, and she was one now also. And her husband would not stint at protecting his family, of that she was more than certain, for had she not watched along with all of the surviving court, as Prince Hugh had impaled every surviving traitor he could find. He had started with Lord Ormond Hightower and worked his way on down. Any and all who had plotted with Lord Ormond and who had survived were placed upon stakes atop the walls of the Red Keep. Lord Erwin Peake had made a particular spectacle of himself, wailing and screaming and explosively soiling himself as he was hoisted onto his stake. The inclement weather meant that few if any would linger beyond a day on their spikes, and by the end of it all she, along with most of the court, were frankly terrified. More than a handful had either been sick or had passed out where they stood as the terrible toll of impalements went on, snow beginning to fall fitfully by the end. And then, barely an hour after she had witnessed the final traitor, flailing and begging for mercy, be hauled and placed atop the last stake, Prince Hugh had visited them, and her mother had informed her that she was to be wed to the prince in scarce a week's time. She had suffered nightmares that night, terrible, horrible visions of impaled men and women, all screaming and pleading for their lives, a handful shouting and laughing at her, cackling that this would be her fate also. And that very next morning Prince Hugh had arrived after she had broken her fast, with an invite to accompany him to the dragon pit, which of course she could not refuse. The day was cold and blustery, with the odd shower of sleet falling as they had ridden to the dragon pit. Once inside, the heat of the great beasts was sweltering, Prince Hugh stripping off his coat to just leave his silk shirt on. His dragon Vermithor was brought out to him, the great beast shuffling over gracelessly to sniff at his rider, and then at her. She was terrified, but Prince Hugh had laughed after Vermithor had given her a few close sniffs. He likes you, of that you can be sure. How can you tell? She had asked, her voice almost breaking with her fear. He has not eaten you, the prince replied deadpan, before he burst into laughter at the obvious terror on her face. I jest, my lady, I jest. Vermithor is a big baby, think of him as a large, scaly kitten and you won't be far wrong. Here. He gestured to her, scratch him here, he likes that. Despite being almost overcome with fear, she did as Prince Hugh bid, reaching up to scratch the spot indicated, at the back of the dragon's head. The beast moved his head into her actions, and a rumbling began to issue from the beast. She snatched her hand back like it had been burned. No, don't stop, that's him purring, he likes that, Prince Hugh stated, as Vermithor moved his head to look back at her. She swore with a question in his lizard eyes, asking why she had stopped. She resumed rubbing the scales, the warmth of the dragon just shy of uncomfortable to her hands. As it started rumbling again, looking around she noticed that several other, smaller dragons were making their way towards them. She turned her head quickly to Prince Hugh, who just smiled and waited for the nearest of the dragons to nose its head towards him. He began rubbing the dragon in the same spot as she was doing with Vermithor. Vermithor suddenly reared up its head, nearly causing her to stumble and fall, and it let out a low, but still threatening growl, to the smaller dragons retreating, but not before they had hissed in obvious displeasure at Vermithor, who ignored them. Oh, would you shut up, Vermithor, my wife-to-be is perfectly able to give you head rubs just as good as me, and poor Shrikos here has no rider, and she misses me, yes she does. Hugh made baby noises at the small female dragon, who preened under his attention, while Vermithor gave several snorts of annoyance, before he lowered his head for her to scratch again. Every day after that she accompanied Prince Hugh to the dragon pit, like the first with appropriate chaperones of course, to acquaint her with the beasts. Some were friendly, others mostly ignored her, but the female Shrikos seemed to actively dislike her, never letting her pet her, nor even come close. Hugh laughed at this and ascribed it to a female jealousy and did nothing more about it, but she took care to stay away from Shrikos. Vermithor seemed to dislike the small female dragon also, so her appreciation of Hugh's mount went up in her estimation. Every day Prince Hugh would also visit with them on other occasions, obviously trying to get to know her before they were wed, and if it was not for the antics of her elder sisters, she would have enjoyed spending time with Prince Hugh. For in the days in the lead up to her wedding her sisters had been horrid to her, barely even speaking to her, and if they did it was only to say cruel and nasty things or make sly innuendos when Prince Hugh was in earshot. Her mother had intervened on more than one occasion, reminding Cassandra and Ellen that their sister would soon be a princess and that was it really wise to be so horrible to her? But it seemed to have no effect. Her sisters continued to be vile to her, until she had to absent herself from them for most of the day. Even on the morning of the wedding they had refused to participate in dressing her, a normal duty of sisters to each other before one of them wed. Her mother merely sighed and whispered in her ear that she was sorry and that her sisters were being monumentally stupid about all of this. That did not reassure her in the least. Her mother should have scolded them more than she did, and she knew that if she was acting like they were her mother would have not been as easy on her. But all that was really in the past now. She was a married woman, and a princess of House Targaryen. Though she felt no different in truth, she knew she was different now. No matter who Cassandra or Ellen married, so long as it was not King Aegon, she was now superior in status and precedence to them, and that made her feel warm and happy inside. No longer was she the youngest daughter and thus the last in line for everything, she was a married woman, and thus superior to them, at least until they wed. But she had wed a prince, and thus she was of greater status than either of her idiotic sisters from now on. And once she birthed children her status would increase even further, as her children would be princes and princesses, whereas her sisters' children would only ever be lords and ladies. The septon had ceremoniously unbound their hands and the ceremony was over, the crowd clapping politely as they descended from between the altars of the father and the mother. King Aegon looked happy. He had been asked by her mother to give her away and he had accepted. His betrothed Princess Jaehaera looked to be ecstatic at what she had witnessed. Lord Adam Velaryon, the newly elevated Lord of Tides, closely escorted by his betrothed Cyrell Lannister and her mother, looked less than pleased, but he was doing his best to keep a smile on his face. Her mother looked equally pleased and sad, sniffing away some tears and wiping her eyes with a convenient handkerchief. She embraced her and gushed at how beautiful she looked. Her sisters had smiles plastered on their faces, but their joy was false and hollow, both of their blue eyes as cold as the skies were when the winter clouds cleared. And as they curtsied to her for the first time and addressed her as Your Grace, she thrilled inside, knowing that she had beaten both of them, she had won. All those silly games that they had played as children about who they would marry were now over. And she had won decisively, and it pleased her no end. They milled about for a while, greeting, and chatting easily with everyone, before they were asked to make their way to the great hall for the wedding feast. Thankfully Hugh's cloak was warm as they braved the driving, howling snow. Equally thankful was the fact that the great hall was close enough to the Red Keep's September. Once inside the great hall, where great metal braziers had been set out, filled with firewood and blazing with warmth, her chilled bones rapidly heated up, and they and their guests took their places. Hugh was seated at the right hand of the king as was his right, both as regent and as the groom. She was seated immediately to Hugh's right again. A feast of 7 courses was laid on, with singing and dancing to accompany the meal as entertainment, and as they were served their first course Hugh took up a pitcher of wine and poured some into her cup. "Drink, it's good stuff, my personal favorite wine," he commanded, and so she lifted the goblet and took a sip. Not bad, she had to admit, if a little rough, for she was not used to unwatered wine if she was honest. The first course was served as she sipped at the wine, Hugh engaging her in conversation. He spoke of various things, nothing of too much import, and if she was honest she thought he was making conversation for the sake of making conversation. The hand of the king, Lord Tyland Lannister, was seated on the other side of the king from her, hooded and veiled as was his wont, and drinking soup. His tortures had involved the removal of all his teeth, so he could no longer really eat normal fare, soups and mashes being all he could eat now. The man scared her. She had half glimpsed his face behind his veil and it gave her nightmares. How could anyone bear to look upon him at all? Beside the hand of the king was Lord Larrys Strong, who she did not like at all. He gave her, well, the creeps if she was honest. He had a way of looking at you that seemed to strip you of your clothes. And it frightened her, for his gaze was too much upon her for her tastes, though he did also favor her sisters with similar gazes, that she would have minded before, but not so much now. She idly wondered if her mother would consent if Lord Strong pressed a suit on either of her sisters. Most likely her mother would accept, she reasoned. Lord Strong was a powerful lord, master of whispers and the lord of the great, semi-ruined Harrenhal in the Riverlands. He was the last of his line, so inheritance was secured for the eldest child he fathered, something her mother would no doubt take into consideration. And thinking of her mother she remembered a conversation that she had never expected to have, or at least expected but dreaded. It had been a day after her betrothal had been announced to the court when her mother had sat her down in the room that they normally sewed in, just her and her mother, and a merry fire burning to ward off the cold. "You are about to be married, and my youngest first. Life is strange sometimes. Your father, he would be very proud of you right now." Deciding that it would cost her little, she had replied, "Father was burnt alive by dragon fire from Prince Hugh's dragon. I doubt it. I doubt he would be proud of me, Ah girl, you have no idea." Her mother sighed, and she was certain she saw a tear glisten in the corner of her mother's eyes. "Your father, for all his faults, was a good man, a noble man, and no matter what, he was proud of all his daughters, his 4 storms. And he would be proud of you no matter what, marrying into royalty no less." She remained unconvinced, but said nothing in reply, waiting for her mother to continue. "You are a maid flowered and soon to be a woman married. It is time that you learned for what happens between a man and wife, both on their wedding night and through many nights afterwards." And her mother had proceeded to tell her, with the aid of a small book that she produced from the folds of her gown, which had illustrations of the things her mother was talking about. Shocking things, strange things, things that made her face flush red and a wetness build between her legs. But her mother was very matter of fact about it all, not seeming to be one bit embarrassed, not like their Septa, who Cassandra and Ellen had long seemed to delight in torturing with inappropriate questions about what happened on a wedding night between a man and his wife. Her mother had told her that there would likely be pain the first time, but that after that pain was very unlikely. In fact the opposite was true, and that she was as much a partner in what happened between her and Hugh. It was up to her to tell Hugh, by words, gestures, and other means, what she liked and what she did not like when they joined. On that her mother was very firm. Her mother had also bidden her take the little book, and memorize some of it, especially some of the illustrations, pointing out which positions were best, being especially insistent that the drawing with the woman astride the man was the best position for many reasons. Seeing her confusion at all of this, her mother had reassured her that though it might not make any sense to her now, it would soon. Her daydreaming was broken by Prince Hugh whispering in her ear that as the meal was now over it was time for the dancing, and that he would of course be taking the first dance with her. She murmured something in response, probably something inane, before Hugh took her hand and led her to the dance floor. The musicians played a song she had never heard before, a slim auburn-haired girl singing out the lyrics, a most strange choice for a wedding song, and for the first dance of the couple as man and wife. As they danced, slowly she let the words wash over her, and she angled her head up to catch Hugh's attention. "I have never heard this song before." That is because I wrote it for you, for this dance," Hugh replied, something chasing its way across his eyes, sadness, pain, utter, all-consuming loss. Why he should react so puzzled her, but the emotion he was feeling was powerful, terrible. She could feel it in the tension of his arms where they rested around her lower back, in his shoulders where her arms met around his back. Well, I thank you Prince Hugh, it is a beautiful song, she finally replied, remembering her courtesies. But something continued to niggle at the back of her mind during the next dance, and during the several other dances where she danced with others apart from Hugh. When she decided that she had enough of dancing she returned to the top table, Hugh following a few minutes later, sitting beside her. He once again poured her some wine, which she drank rather quickly, the dancing having made her thirsty. Who is this Yennefer Conloy that my sisters say they have overheard you comparing me to? Hugh nearly jumped at her words, his eyes going wide, before they narrowed, he took a few deep breaths and then turned to face her. She was a girl I knew once, and yes, you do look remarkably like her. She digested this news, not really liking it, before saying, and what of this Yennefer girl, where is she now? A lifetime and a universe away Floris, you have no worries there, even though you had no worries in the first place. She replied, not at all satisfied, and frankly a little bit annoyed. He sipped at his wine, enjoying its taste and the atmosphere of the great hall, the wash of conversation and the odd burst of laughter. Despite his somewhat dour reputation he liked these affairs, not for their own sake, but for the ability to spot alliances and alignments in the patterns of who talked to whom. And he had an ulterior motive also, he wanted to peruse of the high-born female flesh available and see if any of them fit the bill for his purposes. The problem was that with the recent events and with this marriage and the upcoming nuptials of Lord Adam Velaryon, the formerly abundant supply of nubile daughters eager to be wed appeared to have dried up rather suddenly. A shame that, but not unexpected he supposed, but there were still a few likely candidates available for him to pick from. The elder Lannister girl was out for a start, even if her nocturnal escapades remained secret for now he could not risk them being used against him in the future. There were a handful of other candidates still in the Red Keep, among them the Bolton lass, but she looked and acted as sharp as the legendary flaying knives of her house, so she was out. Of the remainder none really caught his fancy one way or the other, and he was forced to admit that only the Baratheon girls held his interest. And the problem he had was that the one that held his interest the most was currently sitting a few seats away from him, beside her husband, the new Lord Regent, Prince Hugh Targaryen. For young Floris was the sweetest peach he had ever seen, and he had lusted after her from the moment he had set eyes on her. But alas, she was not available to him, and despite his desires he was not about to jeopardize everything for some cunny, no matter how delectable it might be. Knightly fools might, and they would destroy everything including themselves in the process, but he would not. Oh, if he really wanted to he could no doubt destroy Prince Hugh and remove him from the equation, leaving him to swoop in and collect dear Floris. But that would be the height of stupidity and folly, and he was not about to go down that path. So instead, he put his dreams of sweet Floris, no matter how appealing, away, and instead concentrated on which of her sisters he would choose. The elder one Cassandra or the younger one Ellen, both had much to recommend, both being tall and winsome young lasses, with Baratheon dark hair and blue eyes. From what he had observed of them the elder one was more willful and perhaps less willing to listen to sense, if her actions and amateurish plotting was anything to go by. Ellen Baratheon, she of the substantial teats and an equal desire to display them, though a rather frivolous and silly girl to his mind, was at least possessed of sufficient brains, or lack of brains, to engage in any of the idiocy that Cassandra indulged in. The girl herself was good-looking enough, and her teats were a delight to behold. It had to be said, yes, he had made his decision, he would approach Lady Ellen tomorrow with his intentions. You look pleased with yourself strong, came the slightly garbled whisper from the hand of the king, Sir Tyland Lannister. And why would I not be pleased, Sir Tyland? Am I not enjoying a fine old time at a royal wedding? You don't fool me for a second, came the reply, with neither malice nor joviality evident in Sir Tyland's voice, just the level inflection of someone who was stating the obvious. We have retained our favored positions on the small council, the realm is finally, truly at peace, and our enemies are no more. What more could a man want, my dear Tyland? Well, you want a bride for a start, and you are not best pleased that the one you want has just been taken. Her sisters are attractive enough, either one will do for my purposes. You must think me a fool strong, the elder sister would be a disaster as a wife, the younger one would stray the moment a handsome knight beckoned. We are all not as hideous as you, Tyland, some women might actually find me attractive enough. He could say such things, even in jest, as he and the Lannister lord were friends of long standing. Though even he had been horrified by what Daemon's torturers had done to his friend, whose life had been not the happiest of ones by any stretch of the imagination. He had lost 2 wives to childbirth, along with the bairns themselves, and he had no heirs of his body, and he was now unable to have children thanks to what had been done to him. A low blow strong, and I would not be so sure as to your attractiveness as a potential husband either. I have extensive lands, and great castle, a seat on the small council, even the dumbest of chits can see that. I fear that your affliction has despite being nowhere near your eyes, blinded you to the realities of life, my dear master of whispers. You would have been better off marrying that pale whore who captured and housed you. Alas, the dear Lady Misery, she was scarcely of any station to marry a lord. She kept you alive and hidden in the bloody Red Keep. There is that to recommend her. The hand of the king chuckled in that rather off-putting way of his. He did not like to be reminded of this matter, and he wondered if Sir Tyland was bringing this up for a particular reason. Probably because the whore had slipped away before he had a chance to kill her, and he had no idea where she was. Hopefully fled across the narrow sea and away from King's Landing, but his agents had been absolutely unable to find a trace of the Lysany bitch anywhere. You do not consider my niece, the lovely Lady Tishara, as a candidate for your hand. And there it was, as he had suspected all along, and it took Tyland this long to bring that subject up. That they were something of friends and that they respected each other in a professional way, did not mean that the game would ever cease to be played, even between them. We are both aware why your niece might be less than suitable. We are both aware that few, if any, are aware of that unfortunate incident, and that fewer still know the truth of the matter. I would rather not have this hanging over me, if you do not mind. There are 3 other Lannister daughters, a tad on the young side I will admit, but the eldest Lilian should flower soon enough. Given the state of the roads and the likely fact that winter will be upon us for several more years, it would be a long betrothal strong. Which I might not survive. He replied with no irony. Well, not from the hands of House Lannister anyway, so long as you agree to this. What do you want, Tyland, really? I could give you a flippant reply like the one you gave me earlier on, but I'll spare you. House Lannister is wounded by this war, our securing of a dragon via Lord Adam is only a temporary measure. We need the beast and its rider to be committed to destroying the Ironborn threat. I will assume that you will give us your support in the small council in this matter. He did not reply, not needing to. Tyland knew him well enough by now to gauge his moods and something of his mind. Once the Ironborn are dealt with, Lord Adam will no doubt return to Driftmark to rule, along with his pretty Lannister wife. At this he cast his gaze to where the lad and his intended were seated. The Lannister chit would eat him alive, of that he was certain, and he would not give a copper star for the chances of that blonde bitch straying from her husband's bed at the first opportunity she got. Get to the point, Tyland, you are starting to bore me. Lady Tishara is still a highly eligible young lady, and we feel that she still has considerable worth to House Lannister, and that any mention of her youthful indiscretions should be dealt with swiftly and, well, thoroughly. I see, he replied, and if I were wed into House Lannister you feel I would be more proactive in dealing with any of these potential threats. Your legendary insights have not deserted you yet, Larrys, quipped Sir Tyland, the smirk on his face obvious, even if it was invisible behind his veil. Young Lilian would of course come with a substantial dowry, a very substantial dowry, more than enough to fulfill your father's dream of knocking Harrenhal to the ground and using its stone to build a new seat a few leagues to the south, what your father Lord Lionel wanted to call Strong Hall. It is an attractive offer, it has to be said, but why do you think I would accept it in the first place? Ah, well now, that is the rub, is it not, my dear master of whispers, for you are not the only one who can hear the whispers in this place, and there are many whispers spoken of you and your actions. Some of which might not be looked upon with any great favour by our new Lord Regent, for example. You have nothing, Tyland, otherwise I would be dead by now. Do we, have nothing I mean? The beauty is you cannot be sure, my dear Larrys, who knows what secrets that pale whore of yours might have ferreted away for safekeeping at. He shrugged his shoulders internally, it was what it was, just another travail along the road of one's life. He would continue to do business with the Lord Hand as normal, he was a capable and competent holder of the office. But he would not be averse to using anything that came his way to see Sir Tyland removed from office. Oh, and you can stop plotting, Larrys, I don't want to be Hand forever, a few years at most, certainly not beyond the span of the regency of Prince Hugh. I intend to return to the Westerlands, for I have a debt to be paid to that cunt who calls herself my brother's wife. And you know what they say about Lannisters and their debts. Indeed, and yet you champion the cause of her daughters. They are not guilty for their mother's sins, and are blood kin, no matter what, came the hissed response from Tyland Lannister. And once that whore is dealt with I intend to live out my days peacefully. I've had enough of the Red Keep and the Targaryens to last for a dozen lifetimes. In the meantime, I am sure we can continue working together. I will not oppose you and you will not oppose me, we will be family after all. I may seek the handship once the regency is over. Could I count on House Lannister's support in that endeavour? Of course, but would not our young vigorous and Valyrian steel-wielding Lord Regent not be a shoe-in for that role? Not if I can help it, he replied softly, again noticing a smile twist the hideously scarred face of Sir Tyland Lannister under his veil. And what, pray tell, did your husband say exactly? Her mother asked her, the pair of them once more alone in the room where they had previously sewed on many occasions. Thankfully her sisters were not present, just her and her mother. Outside the sky was leaden and low, the terrific snowstorm during her wedding yesterday having passed, leaving behind in its wake at least a foot of new snow to blanket King's Landing. he said that he would not lay with me until I was 10 and 6, that I was far too young at 10 and 4 to risk the outcomes of physical love. He is worried that you are too young to bear children, her mother replied, a strange look passing over her face. Well, I suppose he is at least honorable in that respect, because 10 and 4 is a little young, I know. She quailed a little at that. If bearing children was dangerous at her age, why had her mother agreed to her being wed in the first place? Before she could ask about this, her mother continued, we could always have you take moon tea in the meantime, that would reduce the risks of pregnancy and allow your marriage to be consummated. And it must be consummated, my dear, a marriage not consummated has no standing in the eyes of gods or men. You are not truly married until then. Should I? Well. Hush now, my dear, I will arrange everything, we will get you a supply of daily moon tea, never you worry. But just be sure to tell nobody, especially those sisters of yours, they have loose tongues and are equally likely to make unkind remarks at your expense. Yes, mother, and you will return to your husband's bed and inform him that you are taking moon tea, and you will consummate your marriage. The prince would be a fool to turn you down, a beautiful maid like you. Do not fear, daughter mine, the prince will do his duty by you, it will all work out in the end. Once you are 10 and 6 you can stop taking the moon tea and give Prince Hugh an heir. Yes, mother. Now, is there anything else your mother can do for you? No, I assume that Cassandra and Ellen will be staying in the Red Keep for now. Yes, as will I. Though I plan to return to Storm's End soon enough, I suppose I should tell you that I intend to take another husband. Oh? Why, mother? She asked, curious to see what her mother's thinking was about this. The Stormlands are beset with Dornish raiders, I need a man to lead our forces, such as they are, to protect the marches. As such my husband will be named Lord Protector of the Stormlands until your brother Royce comes of age. I cannot lead the forces of the Stormlands, so I am in need of a husband, just like my daughters at. I am no longer in need of a husband, she replied, the slightest of smiles twitching her lips. No, you are not, are you, you lucky thing. Prince Hugh is a fine man, and he will make a great husband and father, of that I am sure. And hopefully at least one of your children with him will ride dragons. I on the other hand have to choose a more mundane man for my husband, a Stormlander lord, a second or third son, whose most desirable quality is that he is good in battle. His handsomeness or otherwise is sadly not of any concern of mine. She pondered this for a moment and decided that she would say it. You would have liked to marry Prince Hugh, if you could have. Ah girl, was I that obvious? No, don't answer that. Her mother giggled like she was a shy maid. Yes, I will admit that Prince Hugh has caught many the maids, women grown and even crones, along with not a few wives whose husbands pale in comparison with the handsome prince. And while I would have no doubt much enjoyed being married to the prince, there were other considerations that made my desires, such as they were, a moot point. He would not have. She stammered, still embarrassed by all of this. Was there something wrong with her, despite her age, that meant Prince Hugh did not like her? That he would not do his duty by her as her husband? The book her mother had given her had at least taken away the unknown about what exactly a betting entailed, and for that she was at least, of not happy, well less fearful. She had come to her wedding bed naked and willing to allow Hugh to do his duty by her, but he had refused, asking her to put on a nightdress and to get into bed. He himself was wearing a pair of loose trousers, that he had referred to as pajamas, a word she had never heard of before. It sounded strange to her ears, possibly Gyakari, but Hugh did not elaborate. Instead, he had turned to her in their bed, her heart pounding in her chest with anticipation and the slightest bit of fear, and explained that he would not bed her until she turned 10 and 6. He had elaborated that it was not that he found her unattractive, the opposite her assured her, but that she was far too young to his eyes to be bedded. She had felt tears pool in her eyes, and she had not been able to prevent them from falling. Hugh had tried to comfort her, but she had pushed him away, turning her back to him and cuddling up into a ball on her side, hugging her knees to her chest. After a minute Hugh had stopped trying to get her to talk to him and she heard him let out a long sigh, along with the words, I fucking hate you George, you fat cunt. She pondered what this meant but did not ask Hugh, or turn her back, and after a few minutes she heard his breathing deepen and she realized he had fallen asleep. This annoyed her no end, for reasons she could not fully fathom herself, but she stewed and ruminated for quite a while before sleep finally claimed her. He would, for I am a woman grown with 5 children to my name. But stop fretting, has your mother not provided you with the solution to this little, temporary problem? Yes, mother, she replied, but without any real enthusiasm, for she feared that Prince Hugh would not be moved on this matter. He did not strike her, in the short time she had known the prince, of being a man much open to changing his mind once it was made up. Which was a shame, for she very much liked the look of her husband, and she wanted to have babies with him, and betting was the way babies were made. And so what if Septa said it was sinful to desire one's husband in a physical way, she knew she desired Prince Hugh, desired him greatly in fact. And she was not unaware of how other women looked at Hugh, even before they had been betrothed and then married. Women looked upon Prince Hugh with appreciation that ranged from mild interest to frankly inappropriate, hot states. Even before being betrothed this had made her uncomfortable, and now it made her, well it made her angry, very, very angry. And for her mother to admit that she would have liked to marry her husband, her Hugh? Anger and annoyance had been building inside her since that revelation by her mother, that brazen hussy, how dare she think that Hugh might find her even a tiny bit attractive. She would be having a very, very stern talk with Hugh later on today and he better be willing to consummate their marriage, though what she would do if he refused she was still unsure of. But he is old, and horrid looking! Shrieked Lilian, stamping her feet for emphasis, her face flushed red and her hair beginning to unravel from its well-groomed style. Are you finished yet? She asked her daughter, who had just arrived in King's Landing after a journey of 4, and from all accounts arduous, moons from Casterly Rock to the Red Keep. Mayhaps she should have kept the girl in Casterly Rock for a few more years, she was only 3 and 10 after all, but she had her own reasons for bringing Lilian to the Red Keep as swiftly as possible. She wanted the girl betrothed as soon as possible, and wed if Lord Strong was amenable, for she did not trust her brother-by-law Sir Tyland Lannister, for she was unconvinced of his sincerity regarding the match. And the sooner Lord Strong was wed into House Lannister the more secure she would feel about any potential whispers about Tishira's exploits. This so-called long betrothal that Sir Tyland had proposed was a ploy, she was sure, and one guaranteed to see the marriage never actualized. Even though Sir Tyland had no family of his own and was unable to father children after the indignities inflicted upon him by Prince Daemon's torturers, she still did not trust the man. She had never liked him, nor trusted him, always feeling that he coveted Casterly Rock, and not without some justification. He had always been the cleverer one, the more ruthless one. Her husband Jason had always been more interested in hunting and fucking, with a side interest in feasting. One of the reasons why Sir Tyland had left Casterly Rock in the first place was her discovery of a plot by him to poison Jason shortly after she had wed the Lord of Casterly Rock. Unfortunately, the evidence, such as she had, was not sufficient to have Sir Tyland killed, but he was smart enough to realize that his days at Casterly Rock would be numbered, hence why he had Jason petition for a place on the small council for him. Jason was of course blithely unaware of the plotting that had been going on, and she deeply regretted not being able to have Tyland killed. She had to settle for killing his wives during childbirth instead, along with their children, a surefire way to kill a woman without drawing any undue attention. And as far as she was aware Sir Tyland was none the wiser of her plots against his line, for she could not risk any danger to come to her children by Jason. The carrying off by the Ironborn of her former husband's bastard daughters had been provident happenstance, but they would have died anyway. She had been busy arranging for their disposal when those raping scum had done her job for her. Taken as salt wives was as good as dead as far as she was concerned. Despite the ties of blood and name she had with Sir Tyland, she would not trust him an inch, hence why she wanted to gain control over the marriage to Lord Strong. No doubt Sir Tyaln thought it to his advantage primarily, though it did bring some advantage to House Lannister also. So Lilian had been dispatched with all haste to King's Landing to meet with her intended and for the betrothal to be formalized, and if possible even the wedding taken care of. The hysterics of her daughter notwithstanding, Lord Strong is a powerful and wealthy lord, who has expressed his desire to form an alliance with House Lannister. You will do your duty, girl, never forget that. I will not. Lilian cried, tears beginning to streak down her face frantic with fear and anger. You will, or you will find yourself dispatched to the Silent Sisters. Make your choice, girl, she replied coldly, rather disappointed in the girl's actions. Not that she could not sympathize with Lilian, but such was the nature of a highborn girl's life, for the benefits came with drawbacks. Why me? Why not Tishira? Lilian howled in response, again stamping her foot for emphasis. Because your sister Tishira is being considered for other matches, something which need not concern you, young lady. Now behave, or I will have you locked in your room on bread and water until you come to your senses. But mama, please Ace. Don't you mama me miss, you will do as you are told. Now, off to bed, you will be meeting your husband-to-be tomorrow, so you must make a good impression. With that she dismissed her daughter and returned to sit by her fire, warming herself as the cold seemed to be radiating from the very stones of the Red Keep. Winter still held everything in its icy grip, but at least the Ironborn seemed to have quietened down. There had been no more reports of attacks on the Westerlands in the past few moons. She pondered the events of the last few moons and wondered, not for the first time, if allying her house to Lord Strong was such a good idea, and if it would not be a better idea to be rid of the Master of Whispers altogether. Yes, Lord Strong was a master at playing the game, but maybe that was the problem, maybe he was too good. And with what she knew of the Master of Whispers she could destroy him easily enough. The Lord Regent would impale Lord Strong without a second's hesitation if he was made aware of certain facts pertaining to the Day of Fire and Blood. Which did beg the question why Sir Tyland was engaging in this charade of marrying a Lannister daughter to Lord Strong in the first place. She was nearly tempted to go to the Prince Regent in the morning, So juicy and tempting was the information that she knew now, but that would not help her with her main problem. In a roundabout way, yes, but not directly. Her daughter Tishara was a problem that she needed to solve and solve rapidly. Cyril was betrothed to Lord Adam Villaryan and now Lilian was to be betrothed to Lord Larry's Strong, but what of Tishara? The gossiping would start soon enough unless she secured a very, very good marriage for the girl. She could of course deflect it with rumors of a marriage into a banner house of the Westerlands. But that would cause problems of its own. Tishara was the eldest daughter, and her hand was a great prize, and who to bestow that prize upon was the question. And there was the not insignificant fact that she knew most of the potential candidates, and she felt none of them deserved Tishara's hand. Despite the wedding of Prince Hugh, she had not totally given up on a marriage into House Targaryen for Tishara, and if push came to shove she might have to resort to the same methods that had disposed of Sir Tyland's wives to remove that Baratheon chit from Tishara's path. Then, with the bait of the true telling of the events of the Day of Fire and Blood, she would be able to capture a handsome prince, bastard, and all that he might be, for her Tishara. You look well, Hugh, holding the wain like that. He laughed, Hugh smiling and looking genuinely happy, holding as he did in the crook of his arm the baby daughter that Ali's Anne had birthed him, who they had named Alice. The babe was asleep in Hugh's arms, having barely stirred when Ali's Anne had insisted that Hugh take her daughter in his arms. They were all seated in the common room of his quarters in the Red Keep, a fine and clear morning illuminating the room with bright winter sunshine. It was still cold outside, not real, proper cold, but cold enough all the same. Maybe he was getting soft after all this time in the south, he mused. In the next moon he would be departing for the north finally, with Ali's old enough to travel, and Ali's Anne having recovered from childbirth. Yes he does he not, came Alice Anne's reply, causing a blush to rapidly spread across Lady Floris's face, the girl obviously embarrassed by what Ali's Anne had said. Now my lady. He answered, knowing that Ali's Anne was unlikely to be dissuaded from running off at her mouth, as she was wont to do, especially with Hugh, as the pair of them were well able to trade good-natured verbal barbs. Sush you big oaf. She laughed. Prince Hugh is a natural, look at him. He will make a great father, of that I am certain of. Well, hopefully, Hugh replied, never taking his eyes off the babe in his arms, gently rocking her back and forth, eliciting little bubbling noises from Ali's. Hopefully he says, really Hugh. He rolled his eyes to heaven, she was impossible, this wife of his. It's up to the gods, is it not, to grant us children? Hugh replied, in a serious tone he did not like his friend using, a tone that Prince Hugh had come to increasingly use as the days since his elevation to Lord Regent. The burden of ruling did not sit well with Hugh, that much was obvious, but he governed well, from what he had seen so far, and the realm seemed to be stable and in a safe pair of hands for now. If only those blasted southern cunts would stop their plotting and just get on with ruling, things would be so much easier. He had said this to Hugh, who had laughed and replied that he might as well ask the lords of the realm to stop breathing instead. My husband, he does seem to handle children well, Lady Floris finally replied, a tiny, shy smile just about appearing on her face. The girl was young, probably too young to be wed, at least according to Ali's Anne, who had remarked that this was the second wedding where Hugh was marrying a girl far too young. He had reminded his wife that Lady Floris had been the price that Hugh had extracted from House Baratheon for their support in what Hugh had rather grandly named the Hour of the Wolf. He laughed at that, the Hour of the Wolf indeed. He had just done what was right, what was just, to set things straight and clear out the worst of the traitors and scum who presumed to taint the Red Keep and the government of the Seven Kingdoms. The information provided to him by Lord Strong, Lady Misery, which Prince Hugh also had been made aware of, was enough, and he had acted as a lord should, with swiftness and no remorse. Personally, he would have beheaded the lot of them. Prince Hugh's preference for impalement was disturbing, but he knew that Hugh had meted out this punishment for the men who had raped his first wife, Princess Rena. At least it did send a clear message that Prince Hugh was not to be trifled with, and the gods knew Hugh would need every ounce of help he could. For despite his name, despite his title, most, if not all of the so-called lords of the realm seemed to be unable to look past Hugh's bastard and small folk status. Even with the largest living dragon as his mount, Cregan was deeply concerned about the possibility of his friend being murdered by the greedy, power-hungry cunts who called themselves lords. And so, this was why he had proposed leaving a special guard made up of loyal and no-nonsense northern men behind for Hugh's protection. Hugh had accepted this idea, calling it the Varangian Guard, a strange name, whose origin Hugh had said was rooted in Essos and prior to the rise of the Freehold. The men of this guard were sworn personally to Hugh, and would serve for 5 years, with an option of a further 2, before being replaced by new men from the north. He had already sent out ravens to the north informing his lords that he would be requiring their best men at arms for this role. He returned his attention to the room, Lady Floris having taken Alice from Hugh's arms, and she was now cooing and making little faces at Alice, who seemed to be enjoying the attention if her pleased-sounding gurgles were anything to go by. He shared a quick glance with Ali's Anne, who looked contented, but he could detect his wife's thoughts from the look in her eyes. Ali's Anne was a very, very observant woman, and she was a great asset in the Red Keep, where everyone was a damned liar it seemed, even Hugh on occasion. His wife was convinced that all was not well between Hugh and his pretty young wife, that there was a subtle tension between them, that frankly he could not see. They looked like any other newly married couple, attentive to each other and clearly well pleased with being married to each other. Ali's Anne had pointed out that Hugh was much more attentive to Floris than she was to Hugh, and that the girl seemed unduly nervous most of the time. He dismissed this as her youth, and her new station as a princess of House Targaryen, and the fact of all that had happened, including the fact that Hugh had burned her father to death, not to mention the events of the Hour of the Wolf. Ali's Anne had not been convinced by his arguments however and admitted that when she had met the girl on several occasions she had seemed to be far too reserved and evasive, and Ali's Anne suspected that the girl was hiding something. What that something was Ali's Anne could not say, but it intrigued his wife, who seemed to be determined to find out. Women, he said to himself, it was most likely absolutely nothing of import, probably some foolish frippery that these Sautrons liked to indulge in as they had no real concerns to occupy their minds. He is a man of many talents, is your husband, though I am sure you already know that, came back Ali's Anne's reply, causing the girl to blush all over again. Before he could reprimand his wife again she continued on. It's such a pity that his duties as Lord Regent take up so much of his time, that in sparring, tending to the dragons, being the surrogate father to his surviving siblings, you poor girl, how do you get a moment's time alone with that handsome husband of yours? He wanted to flee the room if he was honest, and he noticed that Hugh was only slightly discomforted by Ali's Anne's words, but poor Lady Floris blushed ever deeper if that was possible. His Grace is a busy man, but he makes time enough for me, came the girl's reply, each word said with slightly increasing confidence. At least she was not totally cowed by his wife's sharpish tongue. Oh, I'm sure he does. That was it, he had had enough of all of this, but Prince Hugh beat him to it. You are really determined to embarrass my wife, are you not, Lady Ali's Anne? Hugh asked, the grin and light tone of his voice taking any sting out of his words. I mean nothing of the sort. Ali's Anne retorted, mock horror plastered across her face. I think Lady Ali's Anne is trying to find out how many times we lie together, Lady Floris retorted, surprising everyone with this outburst, even if she said it in a low, almost whispered tone. Ha! Finally! Laughed his wife, a look of smug triumph creasing her face. Well! Seriously, Ali's Anne, seriously! Was all he could say, only slightly surprised and annoyed by his wife's antics, who just raised a single eyebrow at him in return. Why? Asked Prince Hugh, this great big northern oaf not doing his duty by you, and you need to get off by thinking of me and my wife. He nearly choked at this, as did Princess Floris, but Ali's Anne just laughed and laughed at this response. Prince Hugh stood up and saying, well, on that note, we have to go, I promised my good lady wife a ride on Vermithor. Oh? Is that what you call it? I heard it's very big. Ali's Anne retorted as he palmed his right hand into his face, before giving Hugh a bow as he left the room, Princess Floris handing over Ali's Anne and fairly darting from the room. Once Hugh and his wife were safely out of earshot he rounded on Ali's Anne, but she just said rather deadpan, they are not fucking, completely taking him aback. Wah, they are not fucking, the lass is probably still a maid I'd wager. How, I mean. We women have our ways Cregan, but it's obvious as daylight. And the chit herself is rather confused by it, she does not seem to know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that Hugh is not stuffing that huge cock of his into her cunny.